1. Kill Shenron at the beginning. The power of gods of destruction. Earth, in the eastern metropolitan area. In a 100-meter high technology building called Lingxi Group, Ling Mu, wearing a black jacket, sat on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth, watching the footage captured by the drone. The above display turned out to be a strange castle. At this moment, there is a short figure about half a meter tall, wearing a round hat, wearing a strange costume embroidered with the word fried rice, holding a few yellow-orange beads, excitedly coming to the empty square. This person, impressively, is Pilaf. Are we finally going to start? Ling Mu looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Come to the world of Dragon Ball for a full decade. Finally waiting for this moment. Although he knows that this is a world where the strong are respected, in the past 5 years, Ling Mu endured that he did not practice any martial arts, but worked hard to develop his own power and hot weapons and equipment. I did this just because I first came to this world and was bound to the God-level selection system. The first God-level choice that the system opens for itself is as follows. Choice 1, save Son Gohan from being killed by Son Goku. Reward, primary mastery of Qi. Choice 2, raise Son Goku for 10 years. Reward, Scion bloodline. Choice 3, kill Earth Shenron. Reward, the power of gods of destruction, the number of uses increases with combat power. For Ling Mu, who is familiar with the plot, he chose the third item without thinking. A few years ago, after collecting information on martial artists through Lingxi Group and confirming that the Dragon Ball plot had not yet started, Ling Mu was more fortunate for his choice. There are many crises in the future of Earth, and many of them are from universe. But with the power of gods of destruction, I am sure that in the next few decades, I will be able to survive any crisis I encounter. Thinking of this, Ling Mu became more and more crazy and wanted to kill Shenron completely. Because the Dragon Ball world doesn't have much constraints on hot weapons, Ling Mu has built the Ling-style group into an army within this decade. Even the plasma guns and intercontinental rail guns that Shenron needed to kill the strategic weapons they wanted were obtained a few years ago. And all the efforts of these 10 years will bear fruit today. Ling Mu has already been monitoring Son Goku, Bulma, Pilaf, and others. When the plot is halfway through, Ling Mu has already prepared strategic weapons, waiting for Shenron to appear. In all of this, he didn't reveal the slightest trace, he just controlled everything secretly. Boss, everything is ready. You only need to press this button later, and the plasma cannons located in the suburbs of Zidu and the intercontinental railguns of Dongdu will be fired within 3 seconds. The blonde female secretary smiled and handed a remote control to her boss. In the past 10 years, she has witnessed this man's journey from having nothing to being wealthy. Kind of cruel, but so what? Okay, Anna, go out. After taking a cigar and taking the remote control, Ling Mu said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the female secretary showed a charming smile, slightly opened her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings, squatted down to reveal her white skin, looked at Ling Mu sincerely and said, Boss, do you need to relax? I've been talking about Kung Fu recently, but I've been practicing for a long time. Ling Mu stared at his charming female secretary and said coldly, Go out. The female secretary smiled, stood up, and gradually returned to her cold goddess appearance, nodded and said, Okay, boss, call me if you need to. The female secretary did not have any dissatisfaction, because she knew that whenever the boss showed such a cold look, it meant that something extremely important happened. He. I, Pilaf, are about to become the master of the world. Outside the castle, Pilaf looked excitedly at the 7 Dragon Balls. As for the kobolds, Axiu and Xiao Wu, standing on both sides were equally excited. And in the secret room in the basement of the castle, Yam Sha slammed into the prison wall with a punch. But because it was too strong, his attacks were useless at all. And Bulma, Oolong, and the others waited anxiously. Goku, use Kamehameha. When Yamcha felt that there was nothing he could do, he shouted to the little Son Goku. Okay. Look at me. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. When the little guy, Son Goku, folded his hands around his waist and blasted with white ki blast, there was only a small hole in the cell wall. Oolong, Puer. You guys hurry up and fly out of shape. Stop Pilaf. Yamcha shouted loudly with a quick turn in his mind. At the same time, outside the castle, Pilaf shouted excitedly. Come out, Shenron. The sky was getting darker and darker, leaving only the stars dotted all over the sky. The 7 Dragon Balls began to emit intense light, reaching the sky. When the picture came through the drone, Ling Mu's mouth flashed a hideous smile. Shenron, you finally came out. I waited for you for 10 years. After muttering coldly to himself, Ling Mu pressed the button of the remote control in his hand. At this time, in the wilderness of the suburbs of Zidu and Dongdu, a series of steel-closed doors opened. The cold and ruthless strategic-level weapon burst into flames at the tail and rushed straight to the sky. Say your wish. There is only one. An old and divine voice came from mid-air, and the green Shenron waited majestically for an answer. But just as Pilaf wanted to speak excitedly, 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed across the sky. They fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, and smashed onto Shenron quickly, shining with extremely dazzling sparks. The booming sound began to explode. In just an instant, the area shook earth-shatteringly, and the tall castle was moved to the ground. Pilaf, Walong, and the others looked stunned and avoided in fear. They only remembered that the Shenron who had just been summoned was directly shattered and disappeared. At the same time, in the underground castle, Bulma Yamcha and others were equally sluggish. And the little Son Goku, staring at the full moon in the sky, began to change slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd option, reward, the power of gods of destruction. The long-lost system sound resounded in Ling Mu's mind. At the same time, a cloud of purple-black energy suddenly appeared in front of Ling Mu, causing the space to begin to distort. Is this the exclusive power of gods of destruction? Ling Mu looked at this group of energy and flashed a smile, then in the world of Dragon Ball, he would have the guarantee of survival. But at this moment, Ling Mu's expression changed drastically. The power of gods of destruction moved instantly and poured into his body. Ling Mu only felt that her body was broken like a mirror, turning into bits and pieces of shattering and drifting away. System, what's going on? Ling Mu felt like a soul, watching her body shatter. Ding! The host's body cannot contain the power of gods of destruction, it is being transformed, please be patient. How long it takes? Estimated 5 years. Asterisk. 2. Trigger selection. The Underground Emperor is back. Ling Mu didn't know how long time had passed, but felt that the cells in his body were constantly being destroyed and reborn. And his own consciousness, like a third person, watched all this. The power of the purple-black gods of destruction was so powerful that it made people tremble, but as time passed, this power became less and less powerful. After the body was able to contain the force, Ling Mu found that a trace of dark purple lines began to outline on his back. Finally, it turned into a light pattern like a god, and was engraved on the back. After all this was completed, the power of gods of destruction began to become docile, and was tightly stored in Ling Mu's body. Finally finished. Ling Mu murmured. As soon as the words fell, a huge force struck, dragging Ling Mu directly into his body. In the darkness, a purple on flashed by, and then returned to peace. In the Ling style group, the female secretary Anna looked at the map on the screen with a haggard face. Since the disappearance of Ling Mu, 5 years have passed, and most of the land that Ling Shi group originally belonged to has been lost and divided by the rest of the underground forces. 4 years ago, the Red Ribbon Corps led by Marshal Black began to appear, aggressively attacking the territory that originally belonged to the Ling style group. This made Anna unable to support a woman and lost a large piece of land. And after that, martial deists began to appear in the world. They were able to evade hot weapon attacks and unleash inhuman combat power. The Red Ribbon Legion persisted under this wave of martial arts. And Anna could only survive under this wave of martial arts. At this moment, the Lingxi group's territory is only controlled by the Dongdu area. Anna has sworn that she must defend this last place for her boss. However, just as she was considering how to resist the attacks of the other underground forces, martial deists, a familiar cold words entered her ears. "Anna, how are you doing?" At this moment, the female secretary's expression changed. When she turned around and saw the familiar, masculine, and secure boss, tears quietly shed in her beautiful eyes. "Boss, you are finally back." The female secretary threw herself directly into Ling Mu's arms and kept crying, which made Ling Mu stunned, patted her weak back, and comforted. "Stop crying and talk about what happened during my absence." "Wait a minute, boss, I want you." The female secretary was crying. She put up her beautiful legs in stockings, wrapped around Ling Mu like a snake spirit, and began to indulge. Ding! It is detected that the host force has been invaded by martial deists, triggering a god-level selection. Choose one, integrate into the world of martial arts and become a pioneer of martial arts. Reward, primary control of Qi. Choice 2, kill the famous martial arts killer, Tao Bibai, and shock the world. Reward, combat strength plus 10,000. Choice 3, destroy all martial artists on Earth. Reward, 20 times Kaioken, no side effects. After the joy was over, seeing the beautiful woman sleeping with tears next to her, a smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth. For 5 years, this girl suffered hardships and spent every day hard in order to retain her power. Martial arts? Sure enough, after the Dragon Ball original is turned on, the effect of thermal weapons is not large. However, you still need to retain your own power, because the value of technology is still great in universe. Looking at the 3 rewards given by the system, Ling Mu began to think. Remove the first option directly. The third option seems to be a little out of line with the value of interest. 20 times the Kaioken without side effects may seem tempting, but Ling Mu understands that when the combat power is about to approach gods of destruction, the effect of martial skill enhancement will become weaker and weaker. Earth's martial arts master will still be useful in the future. And most importantly, with this option, Ling Mu doesn't know whether to eliminate Son Goku or not. If it's the elimination of Son Goku, then the value is not equal. System, choose 2. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Is the peach white? It looked like he was going to the front desk. The world of martial arts has broken through the conventional constraints, and strength is the greatest. Western capital, Bulma's home. Oh hee hee. Bulma, good news for you. I heard that Ling Mu, the boss of Lingxi Group, has appeared again. He is really handsome. Mrs. Brive, holding a plate of fruit, walked up to her daughter and smiled tenderly. At this time, Yam Sha, Puer, and others were sitting in the living room. Mom, has Ling Mu disappeared? And the Ling style group is about to perish. The young Bulma wondered after thinking about it. Yam Sha on the side heard the words handsome and unrestrained and said with disdain. What boss, is Goku great? Bulma looked annoyed and shouted, shut up, what do you know? The Ling style group was equivalent to the underground emperor. At its peak, the 5 Red Ribbon Corps couldn't compare. If it wasn't for the disappearance of their boss, Ling Mu, do you think the Ling style group would be in such a state of collapse? Relying on Sister Anna alone. Yam Sha looked shocked, he knew the Red Ribbon Legion. But the 5 Red Ribbon Corps can't compare to the Ling style group, that's an exaggeration. Daughter, go back and wait for Ling Mu to finish his work. I will ask your father to make an appointment to have dinner. Hearing this, Bulma looked shy, then nodded and said, "Okay, Mom. When do you want it?" "That's not clear." After Ling Mu appeared, the Ling style group issued a lure to the world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai, warning the martial artists not to provoke the Ling style group. "It seems to be very noisy." Bulma looked surprised. "Wow! So powerful, the world's #1 killer. Che, what is the #1 killer? I can beat him with the wolf-tooth wind fist." Seeing what Yamsha said so indifferently, Bulma shouted, "Shut up!" The Holy Kailan Tat, rows of helicopter gunships fly over this area. "Boss, here we are. Tao Bibai is below." Anna smiled and said with a pair of glasses, "Now that the boss is back, she can do her secretarial work." Ling Mu nodded, put the red wine glass aside, then opened the cabin, and jumped directly under the Kailan Tower without any assistance. Boss has become a senior martial artist. Anna couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. "Little devil, hand over the last Dragon Ball." At this moment, Tao Bibai found the little guy Upa and said, "You are the one who killed my father. I want to avenge my father." The little guy Upa cried and shouted with an axe. But just then there was a bang. A young man fell heavily from the sky on this area. "Tao Bibai, I'm here to find you." Hearing that he was looking for him, Tao Bibai glanced sideways and found that it was someone he didn't know at all. "Who are you?" "Ling Group Boss. Ling Mu *. 3. The power of gods of destruction is Ki Blast?" Tao Bibai turned around and looked at Ling Mu gloomily. "It's you who issued a warrant for me? Where did you get the courage?" The Ling style group is now so desolate that it is not even the Red Ribbon Army. Hearing this, Ling Mu clasped his hands on his chest, and said with cold eyes, "You can try if I have the courage." For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was extremely cold. The little guy Wupa stared at the scene with wide eyes, but his trembling body showed his fear. Swish! I saw Tao Bibai disappeared, and when he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Ling Mu. And the left hand turned into a sharp knife, only taking Ling Mu's heart. When Tao Bibai made a move, it was the ultimate move. But the next scene is amazing. A click. When Tao Bibai touched Ling Mu with his left hand, it instantly shattered and exploded, and the blood mist sprayed out from his wrist. But Ling Mu didn't even move. "How is it possible? How can it be so strong? My ultimate move can't even pierce your skin." Tao Bibai opened her eyes wide and said in horror, looking at Ling Mu and the monster. "If you are beaten down, it's fine, but if you make a move, you can't even pierce the skin, and you get backlashed. That's not an order of magnitude at all." "Nonsense!" Ling Mu said coldly. "How could a body that has been transformed by the power of gods of destruction for 5 years be killed by a guy whose combat power has just broken 100? Host, Ling Mu. Age, 26. Combat strength, 26,000 points. Bloodline, none. Rule power, power of gods of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skills, none. After waking up, Ling Mu felt the changes in his body long ago, and his combat strength started at 20,000 points. And every moment, the cells in his body are being transformed by the power of gods of destruction, and their strength is constantly rising. Even if you don't practice, your combat power will still increase at a rate of 500 per day. If you are fighting or practicing hard, this increase cap will be faster. Ling Mu has asked the system for a long time. This upper limit will not stop until the Gods of Destruction class, because it belongs to the universe rules in the world of Dragon Ball. Therefore, Ling Mu has been thankful that the 10 years of forbearance to kill Shenron were completely worthwhile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There can't be someone like you in the world. Tao Bibai screamed loudly. To shut up. Glancing at Tao Bibai coldly, Ling Mu released his airway. In an instant, a gust of wind began to blow around the entire Kailan Holy Land, and the trees fell to the ground in pieces. On the Kalan tower, Karan Sama's body was trembling. What a horrible breath! In the hall of the gods, cold sweat drips from the old green forehead of the gods. 5 years ago he killed Shenron, but after 5 years, how could he become like this from an ordinary person? There is also the presence of gods that make me afraid. Kalan Tire half-waist. Son Goku sat down somersaulting clouds, but at this moment, a violent breath swept over, directly blowing him a backflip, and said confusedly, "Ah! What's the matter? Why is there such a powerful chi under Kalan Tat? Somersault Cloud, hurry up! I'm going to have a look. Cut off your head today and put it in the hall of Lingxi group to see which martial deist is going to make trouble." Step by step, Ling Mu, like a god of death, approached Tao Bibai. After feeling the violent and extreme aura, Tao Bibai's face was full of horror, and then fell to the ground at once. "Please forgive me, I didn't mean it." Seeing this scene, Ling Mu was indifferent and continued to walk forward at his own pace. "You've mobilized all the energy in your body, why don't you try Ki Blast? By the way, there's still a bomb in your pocket." Hearing this, Tao Bibai was stunned for a while, and then showed a hideous expression. "Bastard, go to hell!" God refers to the power. A large amount of chi instantly condensed on Tao Bibai's fingers, turned into a white Ki Blast, and shot it sharply at Ling Mu. He also took out a bomb from his pocket, opened the lid, and threw it directly at Ling Mu. Boom! The dust was floating in the sky, and Tao Bibai burst into laughter when she saw this scene. No one can escape such a bomb, not even a martial artist. "It's you again, Tao Bibai. I want to avenge Wupa's father." There was a loud hoot in the sky, and Son Goku was seen riding a somersault cloud down from the sky. "Damn, is it you, kid? Not dead yet?" Tao Bibai said with trembling all over. This kid is very powerful, and he was exhausted from the battle just now. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the side. "Little guy, get out of the way." The smoke cleared, and Ling Mu was standing in the same place, wearing a black jacket. The Ki Blast and bomb just now, not even a corner of Ling Mu's clothes is damaged. "Are you a devil?" When Tao Bibai saw Ling Mu appearing again, she shouted in horror. Hearing this, Ling Mu rarely flashed a smile. "It's an honor to be turned into a devil by your number one killer. So, go to hell." After speaking, Ling Mu raised his right hand and slashed with a knife towards Tao Bibai's neck. In an instant, blood was sprayed, and the peach-white head fell. Picking up this fresh head, Ling Mu raised his head to look up, and then threw the peach-white head to the helicopter in the sky with a slight toss. "Anna, you go back first, hang this head in the hall of the Ling-style building, and let these martial artists weigh it carefully." The fluttering words entered Anna's ears, and then a human head fell into the helicopter. Anna was not surprised when she saw this scene, and then picked up the loudspeaker and said, "Received, boss, then I'll go back first." Then, under Son Goku's stunned gaze, he saw more than a dozen helicopters leave Kalim Holy Land. When Ling Mu saw Tao Bibai's body, he couldn't help but wonder. The system has not yet prompted him to complete the task. Could it be that Tao Bibai can still survive like this? After thinking about the technology of cell regeneration in the world of Dragon Ball, Ling Mu is not dumbfounded. If so, then destroy. As Ling Mu opened his mouth, a mysterious trembling full of destructive aura burst out of him. At this moment, the divine pattern on Ling Mu's back glowed dark purple, but it was covered by the jacket and no one could see it. A mass of purple-black energy appeared in Ling Mu's hand, and then lightly landed on Tao Bibai's corpse. In the blink of an eye, I saw Tao Bibai's body, broken like a mirror, turned into powder and scattered in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Tao Bibai, combat power plus 10,000. After hearing the sound from the system, Ling Mu confirmed that the mission was over. But at this moment, Son Goku's curious childish voice suddenly asked. Wow! That's amazing! Is it also Ki Blast? Better than Kamehameha? Looking at this little guy, Ling Mu was shocked for a while, then nodded and said. Yes, this is Ki Blast. Asterisk. 4. Collect fairy beans. Create surveillance. God level selection reappears. Hee, my name is Son Goku, his name is UPA, what's your name, big brother? When Ling Mu spoke, Son Goku asked UPA curiously. Seeing this innocent little guy, Ling Mu is amazing, it is this kind of innocent heart that will let this little boy go to universe. But now, I am in the same world as him, some things are impossible. Ling Mu. After speaking coldly, Ling Mu looked up at Kalen Tat, and he had already noticed the gazes of the people above. Then you should meet Karan-sama and the gods. By the way, some good points. Ling Mu, join me in finding Dragon Ball. I'm going to help UPA resurrect his father. Son Goku took out a Dragon Ball and said expectantly. Hearing this, Ling Mu sighed and shook his head, this little guy just doesn't know the value of this thing. Go on your own. I still have something to do. Son Goku was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, what's the matter? Do you need my help? Taking a careful look at Son Goku, Ling Mu said lightly, no, I'm going to meet the three above. Son Goku stayed for a while, then looked up to the sky. Ling Mu, are you going to see Karan-sama? I can go with you. I can climb the tower very quickly. At this moment, Karan-sama on the tower broke into a cold sweat. Bastard Goku, is this trying to kill me? Ling Mu smiled, no, not Karan-sama. But the other two above. As soon as the words fell, Ling Mu stepped on his feet, and his whole body flew towards the Kalan Tower like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, I came to the Kalan Tower Hall. To the surprise of Son Goku on the ground. Karan-sama, give me a jar of fairy beans. After seeing this cat man who was all white and leaning on crutches, Ling Mu spoke directly. All the value of this product is now on Xiandu. You don't look like a good person. Immortal beans can't be given to you. Karan-sama said in a cold sweat. Hearing this, Ling Mu was dumbfounded, and then smiled. Since I'm not a good person, then I'll give you two choices. Choice 1, I'll kill you and take the fairy beans myself. Choice 2, you give me fairy beans and continue to plant them. I will send someone to send you 3 tons of fish every month. I choose 222. When Ling Mu finished speaking, Karan-sama stammered without thinking. Only a fool can resist this guy, his strength is so high. And there are fish every month. This is the most important. Okay, then I'm looking for you after seeing the gods. Ling Mu smiled, then jumped out of the Kalan Tower and rushed towards the sky. Bang! Ling Mu landed heavily on the Temple of the Gods, causing a shock. And not far away, the green gods and the black Bobo are already waiting. God! Ling Mu called out lightly. But the gods were very surprised, you know me. Of course, when will Shenron be resurrected? Ling Mu walked over to the two of them and said indifferently, as if they were chatting at home. There is no resurrection. 5 years ago, when you just eliminated Shenron, I made a new set of 7 Dragon Balls. Tian Shen said with a cane. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded and said directly. I came to you today. I want to build a monitoring system that can cover the earth in your Temple of the Gods. There was a trace of cold sweat on Tianshan's forehead, and he muttered. Your Ling-style group is already stronger than many countries. Why build this kind of technology? Ling Mu shook his head with a light smile, very strong? That's only relative to Earth. Universe is so big, if you don't keep it together, there will be disasters. Besides, you are not from the Earth. Tianshan's face became shocked and panicked. Do you know where I came from? Certainly. Tell me. I will let you build a monitoring system in the Temple of the Gods. Hearing this, Ling Mu squinted coldly and said, God, you are not qualified to say conditions. My current combat power is not too weak in universe, and I don't need too many means to deal with you. So who are you? I won't tell you. But I'll give you a hint. After feeling the violent breath, the gods calmed down, and then murmured, go ahead. Help that little guy Son Goku grow, and within 10 years, you'll get the answers you want. Tian Shen was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly, 10 years, he can wait. Okay, that's it, I'll send someone to take over. Don't forget to remove the barrier outside the Great Hall of the Gods. After Ling Mu said a word, he planned to leave. But at this time, the gods took the first 2 steps and asked. I want to know, why are you doing all this? With your strength, it's no problem to unify the earth now, including me and another me. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, thinking about the future plot. Unifying the earth with this strength is simply a joke, not to be destroyed is not bad. Maybe, it's because this planet is called Earth. Ling Mu turned her head and smiled. Let the gods be shocked for a while, and Bobo's face is expressionless. Ding, it is detected that the host's idea of protecting the earth has increased dramatically, and the god-level choice has been opened. Choose one, unify the earth and create a new nation, marching towards the universe. Reward, Namek, potential exploitation technique. Option 2, kill the Red Ribbon Legion to become the most powerful organization in the underground and move towards the universe. Reward, instant transmission. Choice 3, destroy the earth, erase the home planet and the past. Reward, God Angel, time back. When the god-level choice was activated again in his mind, Ling Mu was surprised. The reward this time is 3 skills, all of which are good. In particular, the third option can get Angel's time back, but the completion condition is a bit too evil. System, after destroying the earth, can it be restored by Dragon Ball or time travel? Ling Mu looked at the third option and asked. Ding, after the host destroys the earth, no power can be recovered. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu was silent. This third option is very perverted. It seems that once you do it yourself, there is no possibility of recovery. The earth is indestructible and must be strengthened. Otherwise, the plot that I know well will be completely destroyed, which will be detrimental to myself. And the first choice is too cumbersome, and it is not very useful to reward yourself. In this case, system, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. The Red Ribbon Legion? This account seems to be well calculated. In the 5 years since you disappeared, if you dare to attack the Ling-style group, then prepare to accept the destruction. From now on, the Emperor of the Underground Organization is only the Ling-style group. Thinking of this, Ling Mu jumped directly from the Tian Shen Hall. After landing on the ground, Ling Mu took out a specially made phone. Anna, let all the air forces of the Lingxi group be dispatched. In an hour, follow me to kill the Red Ribbon Legion. Received, boss. Asterisk. 5. Destroy the Red Ribbon. In a vast rock wall area, the cold wind is raging, and ordinary people can't stand this harsh environment at all. But there is a group of vicious people living here. The infamous Red Ribbon Legion. This organization suddenly rose a few years ago and annexed most of the Lingxi group's territory. Their front office leader, Marshal Black, and the behind-the-scenes boss, Cyclops, have the ambition to annex the world. After discovering that there is such a magical thing as the Dragon Ball in the world, it is even more so at all costs to obtain these beads. However, on this day, they welcomed the first person to destroy them. That is Son Goku. They spend a lot of money to invite Tao Bibai, a child who hasn't been killed. Red Ribbon Legion, hand over the Dragon Ball. Son Goku's small body shuttles back and forth in the Red Ribbon base, relying on his powerful body to avoid the attack of hot weapons. The strength of martial deist, in front of these ordinary people, is simply a desperate existence. Damn, the strength of this kid, even the Legion can't resist. In the deepest part of the base, the one-eyed dragon looked at the surveillance screen, and couldn't help but blaze. And Marshal Black stood behind the one-eyed dragon, looked at the screen for a while, and said, "Send the latest robot army." "Okay. Kill this kid for me," the one-eyed dragon said violently. Then the door of this room opened, and I saw Zilan, a famous beautiful officer of the Red Ribbon Army, showing her healthy and sturdy legs, and walked in gracefully. Marshal Hay and the one-eyed dragon both glanced greedily and said, "Zilan, then you will control the latest robot team of the Legion and destroy that kid for me." "Received, Marshal." After Zilan raised a military salute, she turned and left, ready to fight. But at this moment, Didi's red alarm sounded violently. "What's the matter?" "This is an alarm only for large-scale war aggression, this kid is only one person," Zilan asked suspiciously, and at this time, Marshal Hay and the one-eyed dragon were also very puzzled. But when the monitoring equipment uploaded the picture, the leader of the Red Ribbon Legion was startled. "I saw a helicopter that covered the sky and flew from afar. On the ground, there are endless tanks, cold and heavy, slowly walking. Who? This firepower is even more exaggerated than the World War." Zilan's pretty eyes instantly panicked. "Marshal, it's not good. The radar detected 3 intercontinental railgun launchers, and locked our base." A technician below rushed in and shouted in a panic. At this moment, everyone in this room is shaking. How can ordinary people mobilize this kind of thing? "Who is it? Who is it?" the one-eyed dragon said angrily. But at this moment, a strange and cold male voice suddenly sounded throughout the Red Ribbon base. "Within 5 years of my disappearance, can such a small character get up? Ling-style group, kill them for me." Boom boom boom. Helicopters and tanks attacked, and shells fell into the Red Ribbon base. In an instant, 70% of the entire base was destroyed. "Hey! So many shells!" Somersault Cloud. Son Goku, who was in the base, saw this exaggerated firepower and fled from the sky in an instant. But when he saw a familiar man flying in mid-air, he couldn't help saying excitedly, Ling Mu, how did you get here?" Ling Mu had noticed Son Goku for a long time. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise the Red Ribbon Legion would be wiped out by him, and his instant transmission would be in vain. "This legion has a grudge against me," Ling Mu said calmly. "Wow! Yes. They're all bad guys. They even stole Dragon Ball, can't let them go." "Hey? How can you fly? Teach me." Son Goku nodded when he heard Ling Mu's words, but when he found out that Ling Mu was able to fly by his own ability, he instantly turned his attention to this aspect. Then he kept pestering Ling Mu and asking, "When your strength is reached, you will naturally." Ling Mu said lightly. "Now that the combat power is almost over 40,000, and they still can't fly, it's a joke." "It's the Ling-style group, it seems to be Ling Mu," Zilan said, looking at the picture captured on the big screen. The one-eyed dragon and Marshal Hay were stunned for a moment, and then said hideously, "Isn't this guy dead? How could he come out again? It's been more than a month since you came out, haven't the personnel of the intelligence department told the two of you?" Zilan said solemnly. Hearing this, One-Eyed Dragon and Marshal Black were astonished. They have been busy with Dragon Ball recently, so who cares about other things? "How do we deal with Ling Mu now? Son Goku seems to be very familiar with him," the One-Eyed Dragon said fiercely. And Zilan and Marshal Hay were silent, looking at the firepower outside, and Son Goku, how to fight? "Why, you still want to kill me? Why don't you try?" But at this moment, a faint mocking sound came. At some point, Ling Mu brought Son Goku and Anna into the room, making the people with the red ribbon terrified. "Don't come here, or I'll shoot." The one-eyed dragon pulled out a pistol and said in fear. And Marshall Black threw out an omnipotent capsule and directly summoned a strange giant robot to jump into it. Ling Mu ignored all of this, but patted Anna's fair shoulder and said, "Anna, it's your turn, let me know if you want to kill me." "Yes, boss." An excited expression appeared on Anna Chiao's face, and then she saw Ling Mu walking towards the robot first. Marshall Black, the front office commander of the Red Ribbon Army, the plan to attack the Lingxi group came from this person. "Must kill." Anna's voice resounded in the room, making the man with the red ribbon stunned. But the next scene made everyone terrified to the extreme. I saw Ling Mu slowly spread out his 5 fingers, holding down the robot in the posture of the Black Marshal. Boom! A violent shock wave spewed out of Ling Mu's hands, instantly smashing the robot and the Black Marshal inside, and the shock wave emitting a white glow broke through the base and flew into the distant sky. The people with the red ribbon all fell to the ground in fright, and Son Goku almost dropped his jaw in surprise. "What about this?" Ling Mu continued to walk in front of the one-eyed dragon as if he had done nothing. "One-eyed dragon, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Red Ribbon Army, must kill." Anna's words were like death. The one-eyed dragon knelt down in fright and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Good, it doesn't hurt." The faint words came, and I don't know when, the head of the one-eyed dragon fell to the ground. A dragon ball rolled out of his pocket. Ling Mu walked towards the only purple orchid in the room again. "What about this?" Zai Lan, the instructor of the Red Ribbon Legion, once invaded the Dongdul Lingxi group site. However, this one doesn't need to be killed. Hearing this, Ling Mu wondered. "Do not kill." "Yes, keep it for the boss to warm the bed." *6. Combat Power Selection. Ling Mu was dumbfounded and took a closer look at Zilan's face. Good. Dyeing purple hair, in terms of temperament, it is not inferior to the future Bulma. However, although there are few such women, the Ling-style group can also find them. "Anna, talk about it," Ling Mu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Anna's pretty face blushed and said, "Boss, it's true. You've been so powerful lately, I can't stand it alone. I had this plan for a long time. This woman has a good face and physical strength. And she has officer experience and can train soldiers." Hearing this, Ling Mu was dumbfounded, and his strength rose rapidly. Sometimes in bed can really make Anna unbearable. Then just find another woman, Ling Mu said after thinking about it. But at this time, Anna stomped her feet and said charmingly, "How can this be done? I plan to find elite women from all major occupations for the boss. In the future, the temptation of uniforms will be on call. Zilan is the representative of the officers." Ling Mu was a little shocked, and a little excited to think about it. Then his body moved, and he approached Anna and said in a low voice, "You've been thinking a lot lately." Anna smiled and said, "Don't you like the boss?" Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, but when he was about to speak, Son Goku's voice came. "What is Zhifuhuo?" This time, the good atmosphere was destroyed. Ling Mu rolled his eyes at Son Goku, walked in front of him, and flicked his forehead lightly, only to see Son Goku's body flying backwards to the ground. "It hurts." "Ling Mu, why are you hitting me?" "Because you talk too much." At this moment, seeing this scene, Zai Lan couldn't help blushing while trembling with fear. That Ling-style group, Anna, turned out to be such a woman. "Okay, let's not kill this woman first. Who else is Anna?" Ling Mu coldly glanced at Zilan again and said, "The other is Dr. Gero. He is the chief technician of the Red Ribbon Corps. The group lost to him in the high-tech war." Anna flipped through her notebook and said. But Ling Mu was taken aback. "Dr. Gero, the one who created the android. Don't touch him for now. At least until he builds 17 and 18. I'll deal with this person when the time comes. What about the others, are there any more? Boss, it's gone. Hearing Anna's words, Ling Mu nodded, then stretched out his hand, grabbed Anna, Zilan, and Sun Gokul and threw them towards the helicopter in the sky. Ah! Boss, what are you doing? Anna screamed. But then a violent scene began to occur. The gas on Ling Mu's body rose rapidly, and the red ribbon base instantly blew a hurricane, and a layer of white gas swayed ripples around Ling Mu's body. Destroy me! There was a booming explosion. I saw that with Ling Mu as the center, a layer of explosive energy spewed and spread, gravel blocks, steel buildings, all destroyed under this blow. The entire Red Ribbon Legion base was moved to the ground in the blink of an eye. This inhuman strength stunned the soldiers of the Ling-style group. And Sun Goku's face was even more shocked. With that kind of anger, he will be finished with a slam. That's awesome! Sun Goku muttered without hesitation. But Anna was excited, this is my boss. But at this moment, a weak female voice came, that Anna, I don't know how to work in bed. Anna was stunned, looked at Zilan beside her and asked, are you still here? Zilan nodded blushingly, and Anna smiled involuntarily. Don't worry, I'll teach you. I understand best what position boss likes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the Red Ribbon Legion. Reward, instant transmission. 3 days have passed and Ling Mu is practicing with his newly acquired instant transmission. Compared with the twisting at the beginning, it is very skilled now, but it cannot move out of the earth. This is related to his own combat power and the reason why he can't sense other people. Seeing that he had only surpassed 40,000 in combat power, Ling Mu knew that he had to practice. Entering the universe, then a little combat power is not enough. Ding! I detected the host's idea of improving strength, and opened the God-level choice. Choice 1, practicing hard in the gravity chamber for 1 year. Reward, combat strength plus 100,000. Option 2, kill one person with a combat power of more than 100,000. Reward, combat power plus 120,000. Choice 3, destroy all martial artists on Earth. Reward, combat strength plus 150,000. Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. Did the system capture his own thoughts and generate choices? But looking at these 3 options for increasing combat power, Ling Mu thought again secretly. Option 3 is removed directly, and the combat power is only increased by 150,000. It is completely unworthy to destroy all martial artists on the earth. As for option 2, at this stage of the earth, it seems that there are no people with 100,000 combat power. And now there is not even a universe spaceship, so it is impossible to get out of the earth, and it cannot be implemented in the short term. Then there is only one choice, to practice hard in the gravity room for a year, which is also a test of my physical potential. System, choose one. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. After taking over the task, Ling Mu looked at it carefully and murmured. The gravity room, looks like I'm going to Bulma's house to find Dr. Brive. Thinking of this, Ling Mu picked up the phone and dialed Anna's number. Anna, help me contact Dr. Brive of the Universal Capsule Group, I'll visit him in 3 hours. Received, boss. Zilan has been waiting for you in vain, when did you break her? You little goblin, find X. Western Capital, Bulma's home. Daughter, bring your things, Ling Mu will be here soon. Mrs. Brive said anxiously. Got it, Mom. Bulma yelled back. And Dr. Brive, who rarely threw away his white coat, put on a black suit, and was ready to greet him in high spirits. They valued this cooperation very much. The news of the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion cannot be concealed. When Ling Mu came back, he killed Tao Bibai and eliminated the Red Ribbon Corps. This series of methods brought the Ling-style group back to its peak. Many countries dare not provoke this organization at all. Look at the overwhelming helicopters and tanks at that time, who will provoke it? looking for a draw. Not to mention, the powerful martial arts power of boss Ling Mu. Cut, is it necessary to be so cautious? Yam Sha scratched his ears and said dissatisfied, while Oolong was sulking on the side. On the contrary, it was Puer, Lala Yam Sha's clothes said, Yam Sha, don't talk about it, it's scary to listen to Ling Mu. Yam Sha said even more disdainfully, it's powerful, is my wolf tooth Feng Feng Quan powerful? After speaking, Yam Sha played a few laps, and there was a faint popping sound. But at this moment, a breeze came, and two figures appeared in the center of the living room. A cold voice sounded in Yam Sha's ear. You seem unhappy with me. Asterisk. 7. Gravity Room. Universe Spaceship. Practice seriously. An air of danger hangs over Yam Sha. Yam Sha swears that no desperate situation in the past can compare to this danger. The biggest crisis in life came, and no cold sweat dripped on Yam Sha's forehead. A man in a black jacket appeared in the center of the hall. Beside him was a charming blonde with a coquettish figure in a secretary's uniform. It was Ling Mu and Anna who came with instant transmission. Mr. Ling Mu, you are welcome. Dr. Brive lifted his glasses and said. Looking at this scene, I know that my daughter's friends seem to make Ling Mu very dissatisfied. Oh hat, it's exactly as outsiders say. Mr. Ling Mu is really a talent. Mrs. Brive also spoke up and stepped forward to greet her. The words of the two elders broke the tense atmosphere. Ling Mu glanced at Yam Sha coldly, then turned around and said, Ling Mu sends hello to Dr. Brive, Mrs. Brive and Bulma. The Brives were flattered, and Bulma blushed. This man is really as good as the outside world says. The cold sweat on Yam Sha's forehead was still dripping, and a violent breath of danger emanated from Ling Mu. The pig-headed man Oolong even hid behind the sofa, not daring to look up. At this time, they finally recognized the legendary Ling Mu. Come on, sit here, the fruit I bought this morning is quite fresh, I'll go and bring it out now. Oh hee hee. Mrs. Brive laughed, pulled Ling Mu and Anna to sit in the living room, and turned to the kitchen. I'll help you, Mrs. Brive. Anna smiled and followed, leaving space for Dr. Brive and Ling Mu. Mr. Ling Mu, I don't know what cooperation is needed this time. Dr. Brive asked. Hearing this, Ling Mu moved his body and said directly, Dr. Brive, I came here this time to help me develop two things. Brive wondered, what? With the technology of Lingxi Group, it should be able to manufacture most things. Ling Mu shook his head slowly, his technical team were just ordinary people. 7 or 8 years ago, when the Lingxi Group was developing, they were asked to try to create a gravity chamber, but so far there has been no success at all. Doctor, let me be straight. The first is the gravity chamber. The second is the more advanced universe ship. Brive was stunned for a moment, and became even more puzzled. Gravity chamber? Regulating ecological gravity? What's the use of that? If the universe spacecraft is to fly out of the solar system at this stage, isn't that enough? Ling Mu exhaled and said lightly, well, doctor, I'll show you something. After finishing speaking, Ling Mu directly pulled Dr. Brive into the sky and headed for the western suburbs. At this moment, Yam Sha and others were stunned. Yam Sha, this Ling Mu, can fly. Puer said blankly. The western suburbs are deserted, surrounded by rock walls. When he got to this place, Brive was very puzzled, but not afraid, because Ling Mu really wanted to hurt himself, so there was no need to be so troublesome. Doctor, you must have understood the existence of martial deist. But let me tell you, Earth martial artists are only the lowest level existences. In the universe, there are people hundreds of millions of times stronger than them. And the gravity room is something for martial artists to practice, including me. Because the environment is very important to martial deists. The sound of bang bang exploded on the deserted suburbs. When Ling Mu raised his palm, he kept firing ki blast, blasting the surrounding rock walls to the ground. Seeing this scene, Brive was stunned. This is something that humans can cultivate. Brive murmured casually. That's right, Doctor. But there are even more exaggerated things in the universe. They can destroy a planet with one finger, and smash a galaxy with 1 foot. Most importantly, I've found them. Ling Mu stopped attacking Bing Lang Road. Other people Ling Mu didn't care, but he had to let Brive know about this before he could get what he wanted more quickly. You need the universe spaceship because you want to go out and find those people. Brive said seriously. And Ling Mu nodded, yes, I will step into the universe in 1.5 years at the latest. Okay, I'll help you. Brive said without thinking. A smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth. Brive made a full effort. How could he be stumped by the gravity chamber, and even a time machine could be created? Bulma's genes, but from this person. Doctor, there is no need to tell others about this, so as not to cause panic. In addition, the gravity chamber is 100 times larger, and I hope to complete it within a month. And the universe spacecraft, after a year, will be able to start. Hearing this, Brive frowned and said after thinking. It is good. From the moment Ling Mu brought Brive home, Bulma found that her father's temperament had changed. It became like a big enemy, and without thinking, he entered the underground laboratory to start research. Even Bulma tried to check, but was prevented from entering. A month later, Dr. Brive was out. I personally went to the headquarters of Lingxi Group in Dongdu to hand over a batch of equipment with relevant personnel. After returning, he plunged into research again. This time, Bulma saw his father working on something. It was an extremely huge spaceship, and the technical design drawings used on it were all of the highest level existing on Earth. But the value of the final result is extremely exaggerated. Heavy ecology, empty environment. Ling Mu gasped and started walking slowly, adapting to the existing gravity. 10 times training seems too low, similar to Vegeta Star. Just adjust it to 20 times. After muttering a word, Ling Mu walked to the switch and started to control it. It didn't take long for a pressure to drop, causing Ling Mu to bend down involuntarily. This is so exciting! After shouting fiercely, Ling Mu slowly began to practice. After a day passed, Ling Mu, who was exhausted, took out a fairy bean from Karan-sama, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to practice again in high spirits. There is a steady stream of power in the body, and it begins to emerge. The purple dark pattern on the back is constantly emitting light, condensing the strength in the body. Ling Mu's breath was getting stronger and stronger, but it was all covered by gravity. Gravity multiplier. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. Combat strength. 40,000. 100,000. 200,000. While the gravity continued to rise, Ling Mu found that his combat power was soaring rapidly. When the multiple reaches 50 times, the rate of increase starts to slow down. And Ling Mu's own combat power is also fixed at 400,000. It can be strengthened. I can wear gravity suits like Son Goku and the others and continue working out in the gravity room. Anna. Let the scientific research team make me a 10-ton suit within 3 days. Asterisk. 8. 1 million combat power after 1 year. The choice of the martial arts club. 1 year later. Dongdu, in the basement of Lingxi Group building. With a loud noise, the entire ground began to vibrate violently. Let the Ling-style employees in the entire building run away in fear. Because the building is already tilted, it will collapse at any moment. In the basement, feeling the pressure on his body lightened, Ling Mu looked around blankly. What the hell? It took less than a week to cultivate at 100 times the gravity, and the gravity chamber burst open? At this moment, Ling Mu felt that Dr. Brive also seemed a little unreliable. But Ling Mu didn't know that in just 1 month, Brive had created a room with 100 times gravity out of nothing, and how many brain cells had been destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 1-year task of hard training in the gravity room, combat power plus 100,000. The system's voice sounded, but Ling Mu was not at all excited. Because now his strength has quietly exceeded 1 million. Host, Ling Mu. Age, 27. Combat strength, 1,156,000 points. Bloodline, none. Rule power, power of gods of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skill, instant transmission. The transformation of the power of gods of destruction is more powerful than Ling Mu imagined. This time, the important thing is not the reward, but the results obtained in the practice. There is also infinite energy in his body. If you want to exert this kind of combat power, you still need to practice. At this time, Ling Mu didn't think about it. This is just cultivation alone. After more battles in the future, how strong will it become? It seems that you can almost enter the universe, and you can still find a few more with more than 1 million combat power. My God! Boss, what are you doing? The building is about to collapse. At this moment, a beautiful voice broke into the basement. Compared with a year ago, the current Anna has more charm. There was a problem with that practice, and the gravity chamber accidentally burst open. Ling Mu said, touching his nose. Anna couldn't help rolling her eyes. She also understood that the gravity room could control 100 times the gravity of the Earth, and it burst open. Boss, now I need your help outside, come out with me. The employees are at stake. Anna said solemnly. Hearing this, Ling Mu was stunned. It's worth it. They are all people who create benefits for themselves. They must be saved. A breeze blew, Ling Mu disappeared into the basement, and then appeared outside. Seeing the building that was about to collapse, Ling Mu flew forward instantly and held it lightly with one hand. I'm boss, everyone come out quickly. When the building was withstood and they learned that it was the boss who saved them, all the employees of Lingxi Group cheered. It's the boss! It's the boss! It's been a long time since I've appeared. Damn it! The boss is so good! Support the building with one hand. The escaped employee looked at the mysterious boss curiously, and the rescue team was also working nervously at the moment. In the past half an hour, Anna, who was reported by the people below, shouted. Boss! Okay. There's no one inside. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but let out a sigh and spread his 5 fingers against the building. Boom! The dazzling white light and the deafening explosion resounded through the audience, forcing all employees to close their eyes. But when they opened their eyes, they couldn't help but be stunned. Because of the original location, the Ling-style group of that logo has disappeared without a trace. The whole ground seemed to be smoothed out. Anna, arrange for someone to rebuild the building. I'll go to Dr. Brive's house. After giving Anna a few words, Ling Mu put his hand on his forehead, an instant transmission, and came to Bulma's house in the western capital. Dr. Brive, the gravity chamber exploded. Brive, who was building the universe spaceship, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the sound. Is there anyone in his laboratory who can come in? But when I saw that it was Ling Mu, I suddenly realized, but then it became more and more tangled. What did you say? The gravity chamber exploded? How is that possible? Put down the job, cried Brive, confident in his skills. Really? I opened it at 100 times gravity for half a month, and the gravity chamber blew up. Ling Mu opened the mouth and said that his Ling-style building had collapsed. Hearing this, Dr. Brive's eyes widened, and he said in horror. In a year, you practiced directly in a 100 times gravity environment for half a month? Are you still human? A smile appeared on Ling Mu's mouth, walked to Brive, patted his shoulder and said, Doctor, you're out of date. 100 times gravity is very common in the universe. I came here to let you study the 1,000 times gravity room. Brive's white hair couldn't help but pierce at this moment, and said in horror. 1,000 times the gravity? Impossible, even if it can be made, the Earth's materials can't keep up. Your gravity chamber exploded. I guess the material couldn't bear it and cracked. Go back and bring the ruins over. Brif's words made Ling Mu think, Brive's guess is the most likely. Put the gravity room aside, I won't be able to use it for the time being. Is the universe spaceship ready? In half a month, I'll set off. Go to universe to find materials suitable for the gravity chamber. Ling Mu looked at the spaceship where Brive was busy at this time. Brive nodded. It'll be done in a week or so. I haven't even been able to sleep well this year. Seeing that Brive seemed to have more wrinkles, Ling Mu took out a fairy bean from his pocket and handed it over. Eat it, your body will recover. Brive observed the fairy beans curiously, and then threw them into his mouth. In an instant, the whole person recovered and was full of vitality. You should give me this kind of good stuff sooner. I should be able to finish it 2 months earlier. Brive said slightly resentfully. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, and said seriously, the output of this thing is not stable yet, it is very precious. Okay. Send me some later. I've got some work to do today. It's a pity that Bulma has been gone for more than half a month, otherwise it would have been completed long ago. Brive muttered. But Ling Mu asked suspiciously, where is your daughter? Going to see the #1 martial arts club in the world. Young people. If they knew your strength, they would be frightened. Brive held the wrench and said while repairing. The world's first martial arts club? This time should be the 22nd, the one of Tian Xinyan. This year is also very exciting, Ling Mu confirmed after thinking about it. Ding! It is detected that the host recalls the past and has a strong desire to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club, triggering a god-level choice. Choice 1, win the champion of the world's #1 martial arts club normally, and increase the friendly atmosphere of martial arts. Reward, primary control of Qi, Kamehameha. Option 2, open the ring fight to win the championship of the martial arts club, and show the spirit of the king. Reward, advanced control of Qi, and finally flash. Choose 3, win the championship, kill 30 martial arts players, and tell the world that strength is respected. Reward, perfect control of Qi, infinite dawn. Asterisk. 9. What is the difference between the undead martial arts and salted fish? Triggered selection again? Ling Mu takes a closer look at the 3 options. This time, it was a quest related to the #1 martial arts club in the world, and the reward seemed to be to make up for the deficiencies in his own combat power. One is the control of Qi, and the other is the Ki blast move. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that in addition to the power of destruction, he has no good countermeasures. The 3 tasks are not difficult to complete, it mainly depends on how you choose. Kamehameha, the ultimate flash, Ling Mu knows. But what is this infinite dawn? In memory, the Dragon Ball plot doesn't seem to have this trick. Thinking of this, Ling Mu asked the system without asking. Ding! Infinite Dawn is Angel's stunt, which can perfectly use destructive power and cause regular damage. Hearing the system's explanation, Ling Mu's heart trembled. Angel's stunt? This family is so powerful in the original book that it makes people desperate. It can be said that many of the masters of gods of destruction are angels. Their fighting power has always been a mystery. But what it showed was surprising enough. But the Ki blast that they call a stunt. System, choose 3. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. After accepting the selection task, Ling Mu exhaled, then, let's leave a memory for the #1 Martial Arts Association in the world. Dr. Brive, work is suspended today, let me take you to the site of the Martial Arts Club. Ling Mu said after looking at Brive, who was still working. Hearing this, Brive was stunned for a moment and looked puzzled, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll call my wife." "Okay, let's go in 15 minutes. After speaking, Ling Mu appeared in the compound of Bulma's house. Then took out the phone. "Anna, make a list of the martial deists who competed in the #1 martial arts club in the world and have enemies with our Lingxi group." "Received. Boss. You also need to pay attention to that little game." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ling Mu's mouth. Small game? No one could have imagined that this kind of competition would decide the life and death of a universe in the future. The scene of the #1 martial arts club in the world. The quarter-finals. Look, this bald head is the moon. It's big and round. Jackie Chan, played by Master Roshi, is fighting a long, bear-like wolf. Krillin stood on the ring with an embarrassed look on his face and let his bald head play a huge role. Bang! The man-wolf player, under the gaze of the audience, turned into a naive man. "Wow! Great! I'm human again!" The contestant laughed and hugged Master Roshi, then jumped off the ring excitedly. This scene made the audience shout loudly. "Let's congratulate Jackie Chan for being promoted to the top 4. The host with sunglasses said loudly while holding a microphone. The atmosphere at the scene became more lively. In the background, Tian Xinyan's third eye kept shaking, and he said, "It looks like this old guy is the one competing for the championship with me. Jin Fan, I'm on stage." On the side, Dumpling's zombie face spoke up. "Well, teach that old turtle's bald apprentice a good lesson," Tian Xinyan said with a grim smile. When Kailin and Dumpling came to the stage, the two short men scuffled together in an instant. The air explosions of the fight resounded non-stop, and the ordinary audience couldn't keep up with the speed of the two with the naked eye. This scene left the audience stunned. But at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the ring. It was an elderly couple, and a young couple. "What's going on? Why did someone break into the ring?" the host suddenly shouted. Dumplings and Kellen have already stopped. Mom and Dad, and Ling Mu and Anna, why are they here? Bulma in the audience couldn't help but wonder. When Wolong and Puer saw Ling Mu, they squatted down in fear and trembled. "This devil! Yet! It's Ling Mu!" Son Goku shouted backstage. Master Roshi, who played Jackie Chan, frowned. "Goku, do you know this guy?" Son Goku nodded. "Yet, he killed Tao Bibai. Ruined the Red Ribbon Legion. Ki Blast is much better than my Kamehameha." Hearing this, Master Roshi flashed a horrified expression. There is such a strong person in the world. In the ring, Krillin stopped because he recognized Bulma's parents. But the zombie face of Dumpling said with an expression, "You guys go down. It's disturbing the game." After he finished speaking, he raised his finger and sent out a wave of Bimang Dong Dong to the 4 of them without hesitation. "Stop! Kamehameha!" The little bald-headed Krillin reacted instantly, saying that Kamehameha wanted to block. But at this moment, a big hand appeared in everyone's sight, and then squeezed lightly. I saw the dumplings that Dong Dongbo and Kellen's Kamehameha, like children's toys, were held in the hands of big hands to play. What? How is this possible? Who is he? All the discerning martial artists present were shocked. At this stage, Ki Blast was already very powerful. But this man is treated like a child's play. Dumplings! Run away! Tian Xinyan in the backstage shouted instantly. But it's too late. A dazzling light burst out from the hand of the open 5 fingers. Boom! It turned into a giant shock wave, smashed the dumplings into the sky, and turned into dust. The shock wave of the explosion created a circle of ripples in the air. Dumplings, die! Drive and Mrs. Brive, please step down first. I'll deal with it here. After doing all this, Ling Mu, like no one else, dragged the Brive couple and Anna with air to Bulma's side in the auditorium. Dead, dead. Tian Xinyan knelt down in horror and was powerless. His relationship with Gyoza is like Son Goku and Krillin. And all the people present were also scared. This was the first time someone died at this martial arts conference. Ling Mu, why are you killing people? The little guy Son Goku jumped into the ring in an instant, walked over to Kling and looked at Ling Mu angrily. Seeing the little guy's eyes, Ling Mu's mouth showed a smile, and said lightly, "What's the difference between the martial arts of the undead and the salted fish? Have you ever played Jia?" There was an instant uproar in the audience, and Son Goku, who heard this, wanted to say something, but in the end didn't know how to say it. Young people, the spirit of martial arts is not to kill, but to defend. Player Jackie Chan jumped into the ring at this time. The smile on Ling Mu's mouth was even more intense, and he said with a smile, "Old tortoise, save your life, you have lived for hundreds of years, and you don't even know how big the outside world is, right? Still defending?" Master Roshi, who heard this, had a terrifying look in his eyes, and his identity was seen through by this young man. "Forget it, it looks like I can't be good today." Master Roshi sighed, then took off his disguise and said. At this moment, even Son Goku couldn't help being sluggish. This Jackie Chan turned out to be his master. "You're right, you killed the dumplings, I killed you today." An angry voice came, and Tian Xinyan immediately started to kill Ling Mu. *10. Next, I will kill. A breath burst out on the martial arts arena. In an angry mood, Tian Xinyan directly used all his strength. With the start, he used an afterimage fist, turned into a high-speed figure, and punched Ling Mu at the key point. But sadly, every time he punched Ling Mu, there was a shocking force. When he hit the 10th punch, Tian Xinyan was shocked to find that his fist was like being surrounded by iron slurry, and he couldn't throw it out no matter what. At this moment, a cold gaze swept towards him. In an instant, the world was spinning. Tian Xinyan didn't know what was going on, and his whole body fell heavily. This person's physical strength is too scary. Master Roshi murmured in horror. When Tian Xinyan started, the old man understood that the younger generation had already surpassed him. But even such a good person wanted to kill Ling Mu, but was injured by the shock force. "Have you hit me enough?" Ling Mu said coldly. His body moved slightly, and appeared in front of Tian Xinyan in the blink of an eye, then spread out his 5 fingers, grabbed his linga directly, and picked it up. "Kill me!" Tian Xinyan was still conscious, but there was a hideous and relieved smile on the corner of his mouth. Ling Mu smiled lightly. "This kind of person, I met too many 10 years ago. However, those who have the heart to seek death are also the saddest kind, who use life as the last bargaining chip. Since you want to die, I will satisfy you." Ling Mu fluttered a few words and threw Tian Xinyan into the sky. Then he raised his head slightly, opened his 5 fingers, and prepared to destroy the 3 eyes. Kamehameha! But at this moment, a ki blast instantly appeared from the field and attacked Ling Mu's palm. With a bang, an explosion sounded. But after the smoke passed, Ling Mu turned his attention to the person who shot, as if nothing happened. "It's the little guy Son Goku. Little guy, are you going to stop me?" Ling Mu was stunned, and now he enjoys the villain treatment? "Ling Mu, I won't let you kill another person." Son Goku's eyes were full of stubbornness. Off stage, when Bulma saw Son Goku attack Ling Mu, he instantly panicked and said, "Dad, Mom, what to do? Goku did something to Ling Mu." Dr. Brive raised his glasses and said, "Goku and Ling Mu should know each other. Don't worry, Ling Mu will keep their hands." Beside Mrs. Brive, she smiled as she saw through everything and said, "Dear daughter, don't worry. The boss Ling Mu looks cold on the outside, but he's actually pretty good on the inside. He won't do anything like this to acquaintances unless he does too much." Bulma is a little strange. His parents seem to be on Ling Mu's side. But what if Ling Mu really wants to kill Gaku? Hearing this, Mrs. Brive flashed a charming smile and said, "Don't worry. Your dad will beg for mercy. But at the price, he might send you over to be a king Gren." Bulma was stunned for a moment, then said angrily and shyly, "Mom, you're still joking at this time. Who's kidding?" In the ring, many martial arts players appeared, surrounding Ling Mu. Even the immortal crane under the stage came to the stage in grief and anger, standing with Master Roshi, trying to kill Ling Mu. Seeing this posture, Ling Mu fluttered towards Son Goku without digging out his ears. "Little guy, you are still too young to understand this world." Hearing this, Son Goku shouted with tears in his eyes, "You shouldn't kill people here." Ling Mu couldn't help but be amazed, this kind of pure heart is so good. "Have you ever thought that if I didn't take action just now, Bulma's parents would just die?" Ling Mu asked rhetorically. And Son Goku shook his head, "Krillin has already shot. They won't die. It's ridiculous. Do you think that everyone in the world is a martial artist? Ki blast is like a firearm to ordinary people, and it will cause huge damage when touched." You said something lightly and thought you were right. Son Goku didn't know how to refute for a while, and after being silent, he still stubbornly said, "But you murdered a muscle?" Ling Mu couldn't help but have this idea in his mind. "Okay, I'm a murderer. And then I'm going to kill Anna, the registration form." Ling Mu lazily explained to this stubborn little guy. "Got hit in the head. The idea is really not normal." "Received, boss." "Well, number 1, you are at 2 o'clock, the black player with the white hat. Player number 126 Ropa, 4 years ago, 10 armed employees were invaded and killed by him at the Dongda base." Anna's voice sounded slowly, like a life-threatening ghost. Because when Ling Mu's eyes looked at the person, he raised his hand directly, and a shock wave appeared and slammed into the person. Not even a body was left. The audience was instantly shocked, but then, it was time for terror. Number 2, player number 364, 3 years ago. Number 9. Number 23. Number 40. In the blink of an eye, as Anna's voice spread, nearly 50 players died in the hands of Ling Mu. No one can stop the martial deist present. "Ling Mu!" Son Goku shouted, and finally couldn't help but move his hands. And when Krillin saw his brother was on, he could only bite the bullet and attack at the same time. "Young man, you are going too far." Master Roshi said the same. The crane immortal did not look at him, but his eyelids were so gloomy that water dripped, and he followed Master Roshi to attack. Tian Xinyan, who escaped the catastrophe, got up from the ground, gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and charged Ling Mu again. At this moment, all the martial arts club players are overwhelming, attacking the boss of the Ling-style group that kills people. Ling Mu didn't hide. Millions of combat power can't withstand these attacks with just over 100 combat power, that's a joke. The sound of bang 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 kept ringing. From time to time, there is also the white on of Ki blast, shining on the field. 3 minutes later, when all the players stopped attacking out of breath, everyone found out. The young man didn't even get hurt at all, and he didn't even know when he took out a cigar and lit it. "Enough? It's my turn." Ling Mu smiled faintly with a cigar in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the momentum of the whole body exploded. In the sky, the clouds suddenly exploded. A strong chi exploded into ripples centered on the ring. With a bang, all the players were blown into the audience like a goddess scattered flowers, even Son Goku, Tian Xinyan and others were no exception. They couldn't even bear Ling Mu's anger. What a pathetic martial arts game. This competition is over. After speaking, Ling Mu flew into the air and opened his palm, sending a huge shock wave towards the ring. In an instant, the roar exploded in the audience. *11. Absorb rewards. Let the real bad guys teach you a lesson. There was a riot at the martial arts meeting, and when someone died, many spectators quietly left the stage. But under Ling Mu's nuke-like attack, the daring audience wouldn't dare to stay. Because at this time, a bottomless pit appeared in the center of the arena, like a huge dark mouth, and there was a faint sound of underground water. All of this was caused by the Ling-style boss in the sky. Anna, the next martial arts session will be acquired by Lingxi Group. Also, increase the championship reward to 1 billion. In the future, every champion will have the qualifications to challenge me. A calm voice came from the sky. Ling Mu will not only force the end of this competition, but will also take over the right to hold it. Received, boss. Anna said to the sky. After getting the answer, Ling Mu fell down and took the championship trophy from the martial arts meeting directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning the championship and killing 30 players. The perfect control of Qi, Infinite Dawn. The system voice sounded at this moment, and then a mysterious content spread into Ling Mu's mind. Not only is the control of Qi, but what Ling Mu cares about is the use of the power of rules like Infinite Dawn. Seems to be able to use the power of destruction better? When Ling Mu closed his eyes to absorb the reward, he didn't realize it. His original domineering aura began to return to his body, and then slowly disappeared. The purple-black divine pattern hidden under the leather jacket also began to melt into his skin. At this moment, in front of Son Goku and the others, he has completely become an ordinary person. The giant pit at the site of the martial arts club seems to have nothing to do with this person. He seems to be even more terrifying. Master Roshi, who was knocked away by Ling Mu's breath, muttered. And Son Goku clutched his chest, gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. He always knew that Ling Mu was strong. But it is completely unimaginable that even the burst of breath can't be resisted. The backstage of the #1 martial arts club in the world. A pimple-covered, green-skinned, winged humanoid monster with a Dragon Ball radar in its hand. It is the subordinate of the Great Demon King. Demon Warrior, Dan Balin. Damn, there is still such a strong person in this world, the Great Demon King will definitely kill him. Dan Balin said in horror after feeling the situation in the ring. I found it, this is Dragon Ball. After turning over Son Goku's backpack and taking out a Dragon Ball, Dan Balin's face flashed a hint of happiness. After reaching out his claws and grabbing Dragon Ball in his hand, Dan Balin quietly left, then spread his wings and flew to the sky. After withdrawing from the mysterious mood, Ling Mu couldn't help exhaling. This time the harvest is huge, and the use of power has been improved by a grade. Ling Mu felt that with these skills, he could beat the previous two by himself. Although the numerical value of the combat power is not greatly improved, the actual combat power is stronger. Hey! This breath! Ling Mu turned his eyes to the left and saw a green-skinned monster flying at a high speed. Dan Balin originally thought that he had escaped very far, but when the feeling of being targeted by a beast appeared, he instantly exerted all his strength and moved quickly towards the big devil on the other side. How can it be so terrifying? Can the Great Demon King really beat this guy? After Dan Balin said viciously, he flew again with all his strength. Ling Mu did not chase, but thoughtful. The big devil has appeared. That means the Dragon Ball story has officially entered a period of rapid development. Hey, the combat power must increase quickly, you can go to universe. After thinking about it, Ling Mu descended from the sky and came to Anna's side. Dr. Brive, I'll take you back, next month, I'm going to leave Earth. Ling Mu said. And Brive nodded, okay, are you done? Bulma has to admire that Ginger is still old and spicy. Ling Mu has killed so many people, and his parents are still so calm and talk to Ling Mu. Sure enough, your dad is your dad. Your mom is still your mom. Well, kill all that should be killed. Martial deists will never dare to provoke the Ling-style group in the future. Ling Mu smiled gently, completely different from the man just now. Oolong and Puer on the side stayed away from here in horror. At this moment, Son Goku held an arm, flew to the audience seat tremblingly, and said fiercely, "Ling Mu, I will never let you go." Seeing the hateful eyes, Ling Mu gave this little guy a cold look, and said coldly, "It seems that you like saving the world very much, so next, let the real bad guys educate you." After speaking, Ling Mu grabbed Anna and the brave couple, and placed one hand on his forehead. An instant transmission away. Let the big devil tell Son Goku what a real bad guy is. The scene of the world's #1 martial arts club is in a mess. All the surviving martial deists stood up tiredly and gathered together. Damn! This guy will be so strong. I'm not convinced. Tian Xinyan violently attacked the ground, making the final audience all afraid to flee. Too many people died. Master Roshi couldn't help feeling sad. This session of the martial arts club was perhaps the bloodiest session he had ever participated in. I'm going to look for Dragon Ball next and bring back those killed by Ling Mu. Son Goku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Hearing this, Tian Xinyan's 3 eyes trembled, and he instantly appeared in front of Son Goku and said, "Can dumplings be resurrected?" Seeing this opponent, Son Goku nodded and said, "Well, we still have Dragon Ball. A resurrection wish can be fulfilled." "Great! Can I join you?" Tian Xinyan said happily. "You are welcome." "Bulma, is the Dragon Ball radar banned?" Son Goku asked Bulma, who was still at the scene. Hearing this, Bulma shook his head, "I left it at home. But I can't go back now, Ling Mu must be still at my house." Everyone's eyes dimmed instantly, Ling Mu became a nightmare in their hearts. After getting the exact answer from Dr. Brive, Ling Mu returned to his Ling-style group. "By the way, I also brought back a thick stack of Universe spacecraft operating instructions. Anna, select about 30 elite members, and prepare to leave the Earth with me in a month." Hearing Ling Mu's words, Anna couldn't help but feel sad, and the moment has come. "Boss, I want to go with you," Anna said as she wrapped herself around Ling Mu's back. Ling Mu smiled wryly. "No, it's dangerous to go to Universe. Besides, this side of Earth needs your care." "Okay, then I'll choose someone. However, Zilan must go with you." Anna knew Ling Mu's temper, and then calmed down. "What is she going to do?" Anna said naturally, "Of course it's for warming the bed during Universe's voyage. Otherwise, what if you are suffocated by the boss?" At this moment, Ling Mu felt that his secretary was really helpless. "Still, it's exciting to think about it. You can arrange it, but before that, I have to help you deal with some things." After thinking about it, Ling Mu said. But at this moment, the sound of the system came suddenly. Ding! It was detected that the host had strong concerns about the Earth before stepping into the universe. Triggering a God-level choice. Asterisk. 12. Let the big devil wreak havoc. Angel Scepter Replica. Ding! It was detected that the host had strong concerns about the Earth before stepping into the universe. Triggering a God-level choice. Choose 1, persuade the Great Demon King to unify the Earth. Reward, 10 Frisia Legion Universe spaceships. Option 2, defeat the Great Demon King and let it rage. Reward, an Angel Scepter, Imitation, Dot. Choose 3, kill the Great Demon King. Reward, a 20-fold spiritual time house. Seeing this sudden choice, Ling Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. Why are all the tasks aimed at the Great Demon King, and I am so afraid of him in my heart? Impossible. Ding! It is detected that the host is only slightly worried about the surrounding people, and the task is hereby issued. Hearing this explanation, Ling Mu frowned, as if it made sense. The main reason is that Ling Mu himself doesn't know whether to kill the big devil or not. This stuff is really important in the original book, not combat power, or aid to Son Goku's son Son Gohan. Rather, this guy is a Namek, and Dragon Ball can only be created by this race. If you kill this guy yourself, the gods will also hang. Earth Dragon Ball will also disappear. So confused. Forget it, let's look at the rewards. Opt for a skip, Frisia Universe ship, what's the use for yourself now? 20 times the spiritual time house, I can't use it now. System, what's the use of Angel's Scepter, imitation? Ding, can store the power of gods of destruction, but cannot use the power of creation and time. Hearing this, Ling Mu's face became unhappy. Isn't this thing suitable for him and Anna? Go back and store the power of gods of destruction. Who dares to provoke the Ling-style group and let Anna take the angel scepter and smash it out? Few people can resist the power of this rule. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. In a wilderness more than 3,000 kilometers away from the #1 martial arts club in the world, a strange airship was parked in the sky. Master Demon King, you will definitely be able to rule the world. Pilaf's short body complimented. At this moment, a green figure with open wings entered the airship. Lord Great Demon King, Dragon Ball has been found. Dan Balin stepped forward and handed over the beads in his hand. Dan Balin, you have done a good job, and you can be the strongest demon warrior. With 2 left, I can regain my youth. The old Great Demon King said with relief. Dan Balin nodded, but then said nervously, Lord Great Demon King, there is one thing I must tell you. When I went to find Dragon Ball, there was a martial arts meeting being held there. But then a human named Ling Mu appeared. His strength is very strong. With 1 blow of Qigong ratio, he can blast out a bottomless pit. Hearing this, the Great Demon King could not help frowning. There are so strong humans now? I could do this in my heyday, but not now. But at this moment, Pilaf on the side couldn't help saying nervously, this, warrior. I know the Ling Mu you mentioned. That is the boss of the Lingxi group, the largest underground organization in the world. He has very strong strength. Pilaf's opening attracted the attention of the Great Demon King and asked again, is this person not uniting the world? Pilaf shook his head in a panic, no, he doesn't seem interested. It's really interesting. When I regain my youth, I may be able to accept his power. The Great Demon King said without laughing. But at this moment, the temperature of the airship dropped a lot in an instant, and Pilaf, Cobalt and Xiaowu instantly felt cold all over their bodies. I'm here, I heard you want to take over my power. A fluttering voice came, and Ling Mu appeared in the airship at an unknown time. Yeah! Ling Mu! Xiaowu shouted in an instant, hid behind Pilaf and panicked. And the Cobalt, Axiu, just closed his eyes and lay down and pretended to be dead. This underground king made them terrified. The demon warrior Dan Balin couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. This man could never be beaten by himself, and the Great Demon King had to take action. But when Dan Balin looked at the Great Demon King, he realized that he did not know when, there was also dense sweat on the old forehead of the Great Demon King. Why don't you talk? I'm here. Ling Mu smiled, took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking it on his own. At the scene, no one dared to speak. After a long time, the Great Demon King opened his mouth hoarsely, you came to kill me? Now I really can't beat you. Hearing this, Ling Mu smiled lightly, you can't do it in your heyday. Impossible. The Great Demon King couldn't help shouting loudly. But at this moment, Ling Mu stretched out 5 fingers and pressed the airship. See clearly. Boom. The shock wave, exaggerated to the extreme, erupted from Ling Mu's hands and charged towards the sky with infinite momentum. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. But not long after, the dazzling sun deepened its brightness again for a moment, and then returned to normal. The Great Demon King was covered in cold sweat on his forehead, and others couldn't understand it, but the Great Demon King understood that this guy's Qigong cannon had hit the sun. In his heyday, he couldn't even reach 1% of this power. You are the devil. I am willing to surrender to you. The old Demon King got out of his chair and fell down directly in front of Ling Mu. This shocked Pilaf, Xiao Wu and A Xiu's eyes popped out. As for Dan Balan, they immediately knelt down in panic. Ling Mu is also surprised. This big devil is very funny. However, I don't need him either. I don't need your surrender, you can do whatever you want on earth. But there is only one thing you have to remember, don't mess with the Ling style group. Ling Mu took a cigar and said, causing the big devil to wonder. Demon King, I originally wanted to restore youth and unify the world. Then continue, don't mess with the Ling style group anyway. Ling Mu said directly. This shocked the great Demon King. What kind of routine is this? Unify the world by himself, this guy doesn't care. Oh, by the way, and, in case Anna of Lingxi group asks you for help one day, you can't refuse. Hearing Ling Mu's request, the great Demon King nodded, although he was puzzled. Ling Mu was very satisfied, patted the old guy's head, and then entered a weak airway. This little strength is enough for you to support the Dragon Ball and restore your youth. Do whatever you want. Don't suppress yourself. Ling Mu said earnestly, Son Goku doesn't like to save the world. With his own support this time, Son Goku may not be able to beat the big devil. Understood, Demon King? The great Demon King said sincerely. Okay, then I'm leaving. After speaking, Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead and used instant transmission to leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of letting the great Demon King wreak havoc. Reward, Angel Scepter, Imitation. After returning to the base, Ling Mu appeared in front of Ling Mu with a scepter inlaid with blue spherical crystal stones and engraved with exquisite divine patterns. When he held it, Ling Mu felt that the power of gods of destruction in his body could be poured into it. There are not many books on Dragon Ball, and Philo has been fluctuating a lot recently. The author is a little empty. I hope brothers can support it. Asterisk. 13. Really Playhouse. Go to Universe. After a little observation, Ling Mu officially poured his own power into this imitation of Angel's Scepter. Although it is an imitation, the power that can be saved is greater than imagined. After trying to put half of his body's strength into it, Ling Mu found that the gem on the scepter was only shining slightly. Maybe even 1% of the whole is not lit. My own strength must continue to be strengthened. Even the power of imitations cannot be fully filled. After thinking for a while, Ling Mu stood up and went to Anna's office in an instant. Boss. When she saw Ling Mu appear, Anna smiled slightly charmingly and threw herself into Ling Mu's arms. Give you a gift, use it when you come back in danger. After smiling and handing over the imitation of Angel's Scepter, she found that Anna's pretty eyes flashed quickly. Women are all the same. The main thing is that gem, like a star, shining slightly, and it is worth a lot of money at first sight. Thank you, boss. Anna instantly hugged Ling Mu and took a sip, and once again took hold of Angel's Scepter. This thing is not for you to see, I will show it to you. When Ling Mu finished speaking, he took Anna to the ocean. Look, in case of danger, you can just wave the scepter like this. Holding the Angel Scepter, Ling Mu waved lightly with a specific gesture, and saw a sudden burst of purple-black energy. As soon as this mass of energy appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. And Ling Mu just gently pushed the mass of energy under the ocean. A snap! A piece of seawater below, including creatures, suddenly seemed to freeze, and then shattered like glass, and began to turn into little stars and scattered. It's amazing. Boss. I'll try it. Anna didn't have any accident, but took the scepter with great interest. Like Ling Mu waving the scepter, when a slightly larger mass of purple-black energy appeared from the hands of ordinary people, Ling Mu couldn't help but secretly said something bad. In an instant, he lifted his left leg and kicked the ball of energy to an island several kilometers away. Clap! Like the sea, it shattered again and turned into starlight and dissipated. Be careful when you use it, this thing will destroy the earth if you are not careful. Don't swing the scepter too hard. Hearing these serious words, Anna seemed very embarrassed without sticking out her tongue. It is too exaggerated that such a power to destroy the planet is mastered by a woman like her. Let's go home. There's more than a month left, and I'm going to leave the earth. A month passed slowly. Ling Mu stayed in the Ling style group, recalling the information in the Dragon Ball plot. Universe is very big. In addition to improving the combat power this time, he will also bring some alien technology back to Earth. Therefore, this route needs to be formulated. Ling Mu is laid back, but the Earth is not peaceful. The Great Demon King finally gathered the Dragon Ball 10 days ago and regained his youth. And the little guy Son Goku was beaten to death. This was also the topic of small talk when Dr. Brive responded to the situation of the universe ship. Originally, Dr. Brive wanted to ask Ling Mu to take action, but when he knew that the big devil did not dare to provoke the Ling style group, he was relieved. Directly move your own universal capsule group to the Lingxi group site. I even wondered if I could just move to the east. Ling Mu, the universe spaceship is complete. On this day, when Ling Mu received a call from Dr. Brive, she knew it was time for her to leave. Anna, let the staff gather and get ready to go. After hanging up the phone, Ling Mu exhaled. After he finished speaking, the entire Ling style group began to act. The planes began to start, and various related materials were also turned into capsules, turned into suitcases, and began to be transported by air. A team of 30 people is already on standby in the square, and the leader is Zilan of the Red Ribbon Army. But at this moment, when he found Ling Mu, his eyes were full of shyness. Let's go. After Ling Mu called out calmly, all the planes headed west to Bulma's house. Hey! Why is Ling Mu here again? Bulma couldn't help shouting when he discovered that a large number of people from the Ling style group had descended. Yamsha, Master Rashi and others are taking refuge in Bulma's house. At this moment, the outside world is being ravaged by the Great Demon King. Oh, Ling Mu, here you are. Brive is waiting for you in the backyard. Mrs. Brive stepped forward. Ling Mu nodded, thank you, Mrs. Brive, I'll come back later and bring you some specialties from other planets. Hehe, then I'll thank you, the boss, first. Mrs. Brive said with a charming smile. But at this time, I saw Master Rashi exhaled and stepped forward to block. Ling Mu, the big devil is raging outside, why don't you stop it? Otherwise, the earth will be destroyed. Hearing this, Ling Mu glanced at the old turtle coldly and said mockingly. You don't like justice very much, go. Save the world. Oh, I forgot. You can't even destroy the earth now. In my opinion, it's really a family game. A burst of air erupted from Ling Mu's body, and it bounced off the old turtle. Then he walked to the backyard ruthlessly, and the team of 30 people behind him followed Ling Mu without saying a word. At this moment, Master Rashi lowered his head weakly. But at this time, Yamsha was unwilling to say, the earth will be destroyed, why don't you do it? You selfish fellow! Ling Mu's eyes froze, and then he moved, and a slap slapped Yamsha's face. Kara! All I could hear was Yamsha's bones as if shattered, lying directly on the ground and spitting blood. Idiot! Ling Mu spit out 2 words lightly and left directly. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Brive instead said solemnly. You little guys don't talk. You don't know anything, just talk nonsense here. Bulma looked worried, her mother had never been so serious before, and said casually, Mom, what's going on? Hearing her daughter speak, Mrs. Brive explained with a cold look. Okay, I'll tell you now. Ling Mu has taught the Great Demon King a long time ago that he will not destroy the earth. And Ling Mu will now go to universe. The disaster we are facing now is really family in universe. Bulma was stunned. Master Rashi raised his head in shock. And Yamsha, who was vomiting blood, fainted in shock at this moment. Dr. Brive, please. Ling Mu laughed when he entered the universe spaceship. It's okay, go back to the alien planet and bring me some technology to study. Dr. Brive said with a smile. No problem. When everything was handed over, the square universe spacecraft with the characteristics of the strange Earth rose up into the sky, turned into a bright spot, and disappeared from Dr. Brive's sight. And Ling Mu also looked at the splendid universe starry sky. Ding! Detected the host entering the universe. Start the real Dragon Ball world. Trigger the God level choice. Asterisk. 14. 3 route options. Are uglier people richer? Choose 1. Go to Namek in the northern area and kill 500 people from the Frisia Legion. Reward: Legendary Frozen Demon Bloodline. Combat Strength plus 5 million. Choice 2. Go to Baijo Star in the eastern region and kill the Cooler Mech Army. Reward: Legendary Scion Bloodline. Combat Power plus 5 million. Choice 3. Go to the new ZFR Star in the southern region and kill the Juvenile Body Baby. Reward: Legendary Parasitic Bloodline, Combat Power plus 5 million. After entering the solar system, the sun that gave birth to the Earth was still burning. When the sun shone on Ling Mu's face, he was full of seriousness. This time, even Ling Mu had to take it seriously. Because when stepping into universe, the option of bloodline appeared for the first time. Frisia, Cooler, Baby. The names of these 3 bosses flashed across Ling Mu's mind instantly. Original. Theatrical version. GT. Ling Mu didn't let out a breath. This time the choice is even harder. Ling Mu began to slowly weigh the gains and losses. Look at the rewards first, the combat power is the same. But this bloodline, Ling Mu looked at it, still leaned towards Scion. Frozen demons are rare and have sufficient potential. But what is this shape? Ling Mu can't complement it. Scion is the bloodline with the most potential in Dragon Ball, and this time the reward for the legendary Scion bloodline may belong to Broly's uncapped stuff. But the disadvantage seems to be easy to anger. As for the legendary parasitic bloodline of the last baby, Ling Mu directly pass it. As soon as I heard this name, it was the bloodline of the coquettish bitch. Why do you parasitize others? Ling Mu thinks she is fine. After thinking about the bloodline, Ling Mu began to study 3 alternative routes. Option 1 is to go to Namek, where there is nothing good except Dragon Ball and View. But the planet Adela at the far point is not bad. Choose 2 to go to Baigaoxing. The technology in that place seems to be quite powerful. If Cooler can be resurrected in the future, there must be something good. The new Ziffer Star of Choice 3. After the Zivra and Scion failed to compete for planet Vegeta, it seems that there are only a few ghosts left. In that place, apart from the technology of creating baby, there should be nothing good. However, this route, there are several other planets in GT that are good, such as the medical planet. Forget it, system, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. In the end, Ling Mu chose the second option, which was really frozen demon blood and parasitic blood, which he didn't like. Scary to think about. Half a month later, in front of a wide galaxy, a large belt of meteorites surrounded it. The employees of Lingxi Group are more and more careful when driving the universe spaceship in this area. Boss, a large number of alien technology spaceships have been detected ahead, and we seem to have found a planet of life. Zilan was valiant and showed her long, strong legs and reported to Ling Mu. Ling Mu nodded, then waved, "You guys wait here first, I'll go to that planet first." Everyone in the Ling style group listened to the order and immediately stopped moving. In an unfamiliar universe, these employees have slowly adapted to this environment. To deal with danger, it is most useful to listen to the boss's words. For example, When a meteorite has no time to avoid it, the boss of his own directly walks out of the spaceship and explodes with a punch, allowing everyone to survive. You have entered the Imga planet, please pay the fee to enter the planet. 100 universe coins/ship. When Ling Mu saw a large number of strange-shaped spaceships circling a yellow-orange planet, he heard a large number of broadcast sounds surrounding the outer space. A spaceship, docked on a steel space orbit, slowly entered the Imga planet. This is the Imga Planet Galactic Patrol No. 3 Patrol Team, please abide by the laws of the galaxy and enter the planet. A tiny aircraft shuttled between the huge spaceships, with an octopus and a pig head sitting on it. But no one dared to mess with them, because they were the Galactic Patrol, the official agency. Seeing this orderly scene, Ling Mu casually searched for the breath in a planet, and then instant transmission entered the Imga planet. Others in space found nothing. After entering this planet, a large number of strange creatures smaller than themselves began to wander the streets. They are all other alien races. Ling Mu didn't even touch her nose, as if she was an alternative. Nakud planet, take a look at the ancient stone and wood, 100 universe coins/ton, a large discount. 3 frog stars, come and taste the 6-colored mosquito, 1 universe coin/string, buy 10 strings and get 1 string. Terra Star, the latest protective clothing, tailor-made, 2 universe coins/centimeter customized 1 meter for 10% off. The shouting continued, and it was strange to say that Ling Mu could understand it, as if something was being translated automatically. This planet seems to be a commercial planet, why don't you try it yourself? Thinking of this, Ling Mu scooped up his body, as if there was nothing good, even in the streets he had. But when Ling Mu got the all-purpose capsule, Ling Mu didn't take a moment, it didn't seem like there was any such thing. Earth Star, the latest technology universal capsule, can store anything, it is your best storage box. 1000 universe coins/piece. When Ling Mu learned from the surrounding alien merchants to set up stalls, his own words instantly spread to the street. Suddenly hearing the novelty of 1000 universe coins/piece, all those aliens became curious. What is so expensive? I saw a short, wrinkled 8-legged creature crawling over, its big eyes staring out and asking Ling Mu. So ugly. Ling Mu couldn't help sighing in his heart. But ugly, this business has to be done. I'll cover it up for everyone. This thing can store supplies. Just smash the capsule and put things in. After finishing speaking, Ling Mu directly tossed the capsule in his hand, and a villa appeared in the street. The alien creatures who saw this scene were all stunned. Fuck! So amazing? Is this a space spell? The 8-legged creature said excitedly. Ling Mu thought about it, it seems that, isn't this capsule technology used for folding space? It should be counted. Anyway, it's good to be able to store things. Do you have any more? Sell me 10. Here are 10,000 universe coins. If you bring the goods in the future, you won't have to go back to your own planet. The 8-legged creature said loudly in an instant. He took out a lot of money and handed it to Ling Mu with 8 hands. This time, it shocked Ling Mu. The uglier the creature, the richer it is? Enough! Ling Mu shouted. Took out 10 spare universal capsules and handed them over. This thing, there are several containers on the spacecraft. When it came out, the Lingxi group had the idea of transporting materials and the container was not enough. Damn it! I want it too. Me. 20. I want 100. Asterisk. 15, still need a fine? Cooler mech troops are here. How does it feel to be surrounded by a group of strange alien creatures? Ling Mu feels like a ghost. You have thought about all kinds of tentacles, holding money in your hand and handing it hard to you. And then say to you with all kinds of strange heads, give me the goods. It didn't take long before Ling Mu couldn't take it anymore. His own breath burst out, and a hurricane blew through in an instant, bouncing off the crowded creatures around him. "What are you doing?" "We're here to buy things," an alien said indifferently. But at this time, Ling Mu glanced coldly and said, "Come in line one by one. If you don't want to, just get out." The surrounding crowd was silent for a moment, and many aliens raised the probes to check one by one. "This person's strength is so strong, my detector can't show it. It must be close to 10,000. My detector with an upper limit of 8,000 can't measure it. This is a big guy. My detector was smuggled from the Frisia Legion. It can detect 20,000, but it still can't show it." After discovering Ling Mu's powerful strength, the group of businessmen lined up obediently. But at this moment, I saw 3 aircraft galloping in the sky in an instant. Who was fighting here just now, violating the IMGA planetary business law, and causing losses to other businessmen? Holding a pistol, a patrol-like alien guard stepped forward. At this moment, the surrounding businessmen all pointed to Ling Mu. "Did you commit the crime? According to High Street law, you will be fined 5,000 universe coins. In addition, the moment you burst into breath, you will cause a loss of 10,000 universe coins to the rest of the booths. Finally, it was detected that you set up a booth here and did not pay the booth fee of 100 universe coins. The crime will be added 1 class, and another 2,000 universe coins will be fined. A total of 17,000 universe coins. If you don't pay the fine, we will notify the Galaxy Patrol." Hearing this stern voice, Ling Mu didn't dig his ears, and then his whole body burst out with a bang. This time, an astonishing breath is exuding. The entire commercial street was blown up and down. The guards in the commercial street couldn't help but stare out because there was a big hole around Ling Mu's booth in an instant. And a murderous aura enveloped the guard. "Is there still a fine?" Ling Mu cast a glance and said lightly. At this moment, those commercial street guards were instantly scared to pee, and then rode on the aircraft. He shook his head like a rattle and said, "No need. You are busy, you are busy." All the businessmen around looked at Ling Mu in horror. This guy's fighting power is unimaginable. Seeing that the commercial street still needs time to restore order, Ling Mu made an instant transmission and returned to the Earth spaceship. "Purple, enter the IMGA planet." Then he took out the box and pushed, "This is the universal currency of universe, just earned. Wait, we will arrange 3 people to go to the street to sell all-purpose capsules. Then other people collect relevant technical information on the streets." "Okay, boss." When entering the IMGA planet, I saw that the Ling-style employees began to work. Ling Mu happily hangs on the purple orchid and hangs out on the IMGA planet. But after a while, Ling Mu was disappointed. The other side of this planet is actually full of endless deserts. So boring. The commercial street here is actually the most prosperous area. Ling Mu, who had lost interest, returned to the commercial street and was about to find a place to live. But at this moment, the sky above the planet suddenly lit up. It didn't take long for many wreckage of the spacecraft to fall to the ground. Not good. Universe pirates are coming to plunder Star IMGA. Come on. The Galaxy Patrol has been beaten to death. Escape, run east, there is no pirate ship to stop. In an instant, the entire commercial street panicked, the aliens all fled in a panic, and it was too late to get the goods. The employees of Lingxi Group looked around blankly, and all the customers who wanted to buy capsules ran away. And Ling Mu's face is stunned, and there are only a few guys with about 200,000 combat power outside. How can this planet be so scared? At this moment, a huge shadow broke through the planet's atmosphere and quickly landed high above the commercial street. Listen, everyone, I, Shavza, the leader of the Cooler Mechs, are colonizing this planet on the orders of King Cooler. Get me the universe coins ready, waiting for us to collect them. The faint voice spread throughout the entire area, making the aliens even more afraid. It's the Cooler Mecha unit, everyone, run away. Their combat power is close to 200,000. Damn it! King Cooler should be in a farther east galaxy, why did he come here? What to do? This is our family's entire possessions. Fear, worry, messy voices sounded all around. But Ling Mu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Cooler Mech Army? The mission goal was met so early. Originally, Ling Mu planned to spend several years looking for them. Good luck! The hatch of the huge spaceship was opened, and 3 figures descended from the sky. The blue-faced, pink-skinned, slender-haired, little man with a detector is Shavza, the leader of the Cooler Mecha unit. On either side of him are the lizard man Nez and the muscular Dre the bloated. I advise you not to resist, Lord Cooler, you should be honored to come to this galaxy soon. Shavza's voice sounded faintly. But at this time, I saw 2 aircrafts, descending from the sky and rushing towards Shavza. The Galactic Patrol is here, don't allow your pirates to be presumptuous. Shavza coldly glanced at the Galactic Patrolman, and then sneered, the rubbish Galactic Patrolman, your Galactic King, is also a piece of garbage. After finishing speaking, Shavza raised his hand directly, slashed at the flying aircraft, and quickly shot a hand knife, key blast. The aircraft of the Galaxy Patrol was directly split in half, and the 2 Galaxy Patrolmen inside also died directly. Okay, what about the administrator of this planet? Come up quickly. Our mecha unit is still in a hurry. If you wait until King Cooler comes, this planet may be destroyed. Not long after Shavza's voice spread, several aircraft were seen taking off, heading for the Cooler mechs. I am the administrator of this planet, we surrender, please don't exterminate this planet. A short creature on crutches stepped forward and handed out a box and said sincerely. Forget about your acquaintance. Let the following prepare to pay, we are about to start colonization. Shavza kicked the manager, and then said proudly. Yes, I'll do it right away. The manager endured the pain and said humbly. But at this moment, a fluttering voice sounded in this area. Hey? So it's as simple as colonizing a planet. Then let me collect this planet. Asterisk. 16. Kill the Cooler Mech Army. Pick up a star. Who? Shavza instantly entered a state of battle and looked around. The same goes for Nez and Dre next to him, who are carrying detectors. On the left, there is a life signal at a 35-degree angle. Nez said, controlling the detector on the corner of his eye. When the 3 Cooler Mecha units turned to look, they saw a man in a black jacket, stagnant in the sky, watching all this with a smile. It is Ling Mu. Where is the guy? It's really courting death. The muscular Dre clenched his fists and laughed. Then floated forward. And Nez's lizard also showed a gloomy smile on his face. But at this time, after Shavza swept Ling Mu with the detector, he was horrified. Be careful, this guy has 200,000 combat power. Oh? 200,000. What do I say? Dare to come to seek death is a bit of a skill. But here, there are 3 of us, but he has 1. Nez and Dre laughed at the same time. And Shavza couldn't help laughing, he was too nervous. Seeing that the Cooler Mecha unit doesn't care about him, Ling Mu can't help but touch his nose. This is the performance of ignorance. Well, I just want to ask a question, can I take over this planet as long as I kill you all? Ling Mu said seriously after thinking about it. Hearing this, the 3 Cooler Mecha units laughed at the same time. Ha ha ha, of course, defeating us can get this planet to colonize. But do you think it's possible? Shavza couldn't help being amused by Ling Mu. After being confirmed, Ling Mu was even more excited and said to the alien manager, then who, if I defeat them, can I really get this planet? The little administrator nodded sadly, yes, sir, if you can defeat them. I can also go to the galaxy headquarters and transfer the ownership of the planet. However, I don't think you should be able to do that. Shavza laughed even more wildly, then kicked the manager and said, "The old guy is very interesting. I won't kill you when I look back. Let's send you to other planets to mine." When the manager heard this, he couldn't help shedding tears, and said sadly, "Thank you, sir." A desolate aura spread through the commercial streets, and everyone knew that the planet might be lost. But at this moment, the young man who was in his early days in the sky couldn't help but be overjoyed. There is such a good thing. Get rich, get rich. Lizardman Nez looked at Ling Mu like an idiot, and then said, "Your brain is full of interstellar worms? With 200,000 combat power, do you think you can fight 1 against 3? Hearing this, Ling Mu's face turned cold. How dare he scold himself? "Are you testing my combat power?" Ling Mu chuckled, and the breath all over his body instantly exploded. Boom! The clouds in the air were blasted away like cannonballs, and at this moment, the detectors on Nez's eyes jumped violently. 200,000! 250,000! 300,000! 340,000! With 3 bangs, the detectors of the cooler mech force exploded on their own in an instant. "Flee, this guy has over 400,000 combat power!" Shaza shouted instantly. The combat power is only doubled, but what an individual! Is to crush their existence. Nez's lizard face and Dre's muscular face were equally horrified. But at this moment, a smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth, and he slowly opened his fingers to face the 3 cooler mecha troops. "What, you are good people. Goodbye." Boom! The sky above the commercial street was instantly filled with white light, and a key blast covering the sky released an incomparably powerful force, tyrannically hitting the 3 cooler mecha troops. These 3 guys with nearly 200,000 combat powers and who have been rampant in the galaxy for many years are unable to resist this blow. Their suits exploded and shattered in the key blast, and their bodies were melted by the heat. Not even a drop of blood could drip. Swish! With the wave of Ling Mu's palm, the huge key blast turned and rushed towards the universe spaceship of the cooler mecha. The explosion sounded. The universe spaceship was directly penetrated, revealing a large hole, and then quickly fell into the commercial street. But this key blast hadn't dispersed, and it rushed towards the sky. Break through the atmosphere and slam on other cooler universe fleets. "Beautiful, pick up a planet for nothing," Ling Mu said, looking towards the sky. And the mission target also died. "System, why didn't you complete the mission?" Ling Mu wondered. Ding, the host hasn't reached Baijiao yet. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu was stunned. Yes, he almost forgot to go to Baijiaoxing. The reward thing should be released, and the planet should be collected first. Thinking of this, Ling Mu moved directly to the short manager's side at high speed and said kindly, "Look, those 3 guys are dead. Does this planet belong to me? Don't worry, I won't do bad things. I also want to develop trade. By the way, what's your name? If you don't want to transfer to the planet, then I can only kill you." At this time, the administrator of planet Imga looked at Ling Mu with a confused expression, and then complained. "My lord, my name is Iga. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Planet Imga now has a new king, a human from Earth, Ling Mu. And his power, the Lingxi group is also expanding to recruit people. There is a salary of 50 universe coins every month. After 3 years of work, the account was sent to him, which made the alien creatures who landed here go crazy. At this moment, the 30 employees of Lingxi group were all dizzy. But at the same time, they are also excited. Who would have thought that within 2 months of leaving the Earth, they actually started to manage a planet? In the past, everyone thought that it was just to unify the Earth, but now it is even more exaggerated. "Boss, are we going back to Earth? There are not enough people. It's a bit difficult to manage Imga Star with 30 people. And to do business." Zi Lan obediently lay on Ling Mu's thigh and said, "No, I have to go to Baijiao Xing. Is the galaxy map ready?" Ling Mu thought about it and asked. As long as you reach the Baijao star, the legendary Scion bloodline will be available. Well, it's ready, and there is also a new universe spaceship. Go to Baigaoxing, 1 month is enough. Zilan said. During this month, the employees of Lingxi Group are absorbing the knowledge of various biological civilizations. Learn about the surrounding galaxies. That's good. Let's go in 3 days. Ling Mu said directly. Boss, do you want me to help you? At this moment, Zilan suddenly fascinated. And Ling Mu has an excited expression on his face. Let me experience the experience, Anna taught you something. On the other side of Baijao Star, a huge circular spaceship was driving. King Cooler received a report from the front. The Cooler mech army was destroyed. Frisia's brother Cooler was shocked when his subordinates reported it. Who is it? It's not clear. It will take 2 months to get to the Imga planet. In addition, we have to go to Baigaoxing for supplies. Boost. Asterisk. 17. The Iron Giant on Bigo Star. A month later, Ling Mu's new spaceship was docked outside a wonderful nebula. Several Ling-style employees on the spacecraft took a group of new alien subordinates, waiting for Ling Mu's orders. At this time, a cold white planet in the nebula appeared in the messy meteorite belt. Layers of steel rings are wrapped around the planet and reveal a huge black muzzle. There are so many fighting robots, flashing red, patrolling outside the planet. Boss, this is Baigaoxing. Looking at the scene from the front, Zilan reported. But Ling Mu couldn't help frowning because he felt a terrifying aura on this planet. Is it cooler? But then Ling Mu shook his head, not like. The combat power of more than 100 million breaths must be earth-shattering. But this breath gave Ling Mu the feeling that it was nothing more than a little higher than himself. What exactly is it? You guys are here waiting for my news, I'll go to this planet to see. After Ling Mu said coldly, he put his finger on his forehead, then cast instant transmission and disappeared into the spaceship. In Baijao Star, a kilometer-high steel giant stands at the very center of the planet. Countless steel pipes are connected to its body, and a dense metal network is laid out from it and evacuated to all parts of the planet. Around dozens of meters high, fighting robots with giant weapons patrolled around the steel giant and silently protected the supreme ruler. But at this time, the red alarm suddenly lights up in this area. I don't know when, a human being only 1.8 meters in size broke into this forbidden area of Baigaoxing. This person is Ling Mu. It turned out to be the life born on this planet, no wonder it has such power. After seeing the densely packed robots and the kilometer-high steel giant, Ling Mu murmured. This scene is indeed spectacular, subverting Ling Mu's imagination. Warning, warning! Activate the highest defense level, and the intruder's energy value exceeds 1 million. The red alarm sounded, and all the surrounding robots turned their bodies at the same time, turned on the defensive weapons on their bodies, and aimed at Ling Mu, who suddenly appeared. Attack! With the sound of a mechanical sound, a sky of Baimang missiles was launched towards Ling Mu. Not even a chance to speak. Then don't blame me. Ling Mu pouted, then flew straight to the sky, holding up a finger. The qi in the whole body began to condense on the fingers, and a giant white energy bomb slowly expanded. When it reached a certain level, Ling Mu threw his fingers down gently. I saw countless energy bombs split out, rushing towards the surrounding missiles and the robots below. Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, this area was like a meteorite impact, setting off countless waves. Those fighting robots that guarded the giant steel giant were completely smashed and destroyed by this blow. Go back to your staff and Dr. Brive to study these robots. At a glance, each has a combat power of 7 or 8,000, which is still very good. It is suitable for protecting the Earth. Ling Mu thought without thinking. But at this moment, the entire Baijao star began to vibrate. The turbulent sea surged from afar. Countless surviving robots began to fly towards the dense steel pipes. Then it turned into a liquid and transported itself into the 1,000-meter-high steel giant. A trembling aura slowly erupted. And 2 huge red lights rose into the sky. At some point, the kilometer-high steel giant slowly opened his eyes. Then, in the sea, he began to take steps towards Ling Mu. During this process, I saw that the steel giant's body began to slowly deform, and the incomparably huge gun barrels protruded from the steel giant's chest, aiming at Ling Mu. Violating Bai Jiao Xing will be wiped out. The icy voice sounded, and a huge energy emerged from the sea water. Then condensed in the gun barrel of the steel giant's upper body. It turned into a beam of light shining like the sun, and launched it towards Ling Mu like a destructive force. Fuck, you are cheating. After feeling this energy fluctuation, Ling Mu an instant transmission appeared on the other side of Bai Gao Xing. This blow definitely exceeds 5 million combat power. But it does not belong to the energy of the steel giant, but the energy background of a planet. Because just now Ling Mu clearly felt that the huge power emerged from the inside of the planet. What the hell is this? Seeing the burst of light in the sky, Ling Mu said without thinking. This steel giant seems to be bound to Bai Jiao star. Alarm alert, dangerous target at 28,654.57786 coordinates. There was a rumbling sound, and within a minute, a huge dark cloud of steel appeared above Ling Mu's head. The steel giant turned into a flying posture and appeared in the sky. The target has space movement technology and activates the highest level space cannon. A cold voice spread. At this moment, Ling Mu's eyes flashed solemnly. Is there a more powerful trick than just now? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took a deep breath. You still want to kill me? Then kill me. After speaking, Ling Mu stepped on his foot and turned into a cannonball and flew towards the steel giant. At this moment, a purple-black energy burst out from Ling Mu's body. Ling Mu's black jacket shattered instantly, and a divine pattern engraved with a strange root emerged from his back. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire Bai Gao Xing to vibrate violently. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy found. Super dangerous. Forced activation of the space cannon. The icy voice sounded again, and at this moment, the steel giant actually shrank by itself. It turned into a steel gun barrel that was thousands of meters long and aimed at Ling Mu from the air. Destroy! Ling Mu was indifferent to all the actions of the steel giant, and just raised his palm lightly, releasing a mass of purple-black energy. Space cannon firing. The violent power emanated from the muzzle, and the surrounding space began to distort. However, at the moment when the power exploded, Ling Mu's destructive power entered the barrel. A clack sounded. The entire barrel seemed to be frozen, and the surging power slowly dissipated. One after another cracks covered the whole body of the steel giant, and then shattered, turning into powder and dissipating. But then, Ling Mu's face turned green. Because the whole Bai Jiao star is like a chaos in the world, all the robots fell and were damaged. The sea and the mountains are trembling. In outer space, it is even more exaggerated. Those densely packed steel spaceships all exploded at the same time and turned into fireworks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of landing Bai Jiao star and killing the Cooler Mech army, combat power plus 5 million, legendary Scion bloodline. Asterisk. 18, tens of zeros of combat power. Become a Super Scion. What happened to Bai Jiao Xing? Zilan said loudly while sitting in the spaceship. At this moment, the picture coming from the front was earth-shattering. A large number of robots guarding Bai Jiao Xing exploded at the same time. For the employees of Lingxi Group, take a good look at the fireworks. And more exaggerated than Gao Xing's appearance, the black spots visible to the naked eye are slowly spreading out. Occupies the original blue, green and yellow areas. That black spot turned out to be all steel ruins. The entire planet has undergone tremendous changes at this moment. What the hell did I do? Ling Mu got up without any doubts. But after the sound of the system sounded, it was completely ignored. Strength. The surging power emerged from the depths of the body. Ling Mu's whole person's breath was rising rapidly, and the arrogance soaring to the sky surrounded him. What was terrifying was that the blood in the body was boiling, burning Ling Mu's body like magma. What? Unable to help, Ling Mu shouted. But at this moment, an extremely strong breath burst out, and the surrounding iron and steel ruins were swept away by the huge force. In the blink of an eye, starting from Ling Mu, in all areas with a diameter of 5 kilometers, only the flat land was left, and no weeds were visible. Ling Mu's hair was getting darker and stiffer. And his face has become more and more resolute. The tyrannical and bellicose thoughts emerged from his mind. But at this moment, the purple-black divine pattern on Ling Mu's back lit up, suppressing the tyrannical thoughts. The lines they outlined became more and more exquisite, and it didn't take long for them to break away from Ling Mu's back, turned into a divine ring, and floated in the air on Ling Mu's back. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mu gradually woke up. The explosive power is contained in the body, and Ling Mu releases a powerful force when he moves his hands and feet. This power, I need to get used to it. After clenching his fists, Ling Mu murmured without hesitation. System, how much combat power do I have now? Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 849,7000 points. Bloodline, legendary Scion bloodline. Rule power, power of gods of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn. Seeing the combat power of more than 8 million, Ling Mu was not surprised. I originally had more than 1 million, plus the system reward of 5 million, this extra 2 million, is it because of Scion's bloodline blessing? This combat power bonus is a bit terrifying. And this part of the power is still rising, and it is necessary to speed up the exercise. Looking at his body and the surrounding ruins, Ling Mu thought. It looks like I'm on Bai Gao Xing, and I have to stay for a while. Thinking of this, Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead, instant transmission to the spaceship in outer space. Boss! You're finally back! When she saw Ling Mu appear, Ziai Lan stepped forward and said anxiously. Ling Mu didn't hesitate for a while. What? I'll leave for a while. Hearing this, Zilan said without fear, Boss, half a month has passed. And now Bai Jiao Xing is like a Death Star, we dare not enter rashly. Ling Mu was stunned. It had been so long, but he didn't even know it. Enter Bai Jiao Xing. After I entered the planet that day, I killed a steel monster, and the planet was like this. Hearing this, Zilan couldn't help but said seriously, Boss, tell me in detail, this situation is worth studying. When the Universe spacecraft entered Bai Jiao, the researchers on the spacecraft told Ling Mu that the steel giant was most likely a conscious life form on this planet. Otherwise, it will not cause such consequences. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be shocked. Frisia's older brother, Cooler, appeared 3 times in the theatrical version, and the last time he was fused by Bai Jiao Xing and turned into a new life form. Is this the thing? Let's study it after landing later. I'm on this planet and need to practice for a while. A month later, Ling Mu was leaning against a boulder and smoking a cigar. For the past month, it seems to have returned to the days of cultivating in the gravity room. Keep punching, punching every day. From the beginning, 1 punch and 1 kick caused a huge explosion, and it was silent afterward. Ling Mu finally began to adapt to the normal forces within the body. Now, the combat power is quietly approaching tens of millions. Then next, with Scion blood, I should be able to try to transform into Super Scion. Thinking of this, Ling Mu's eyes were full of solemnity. What is the most exciting moment of Dragon Ball? 99% of Dragon Ball fans will definitely choose to answer, Son Goku the moment Namek transforms into Super Saiyan. This started the Dragon Ball plot. Ling Mu clearly remembers that Son Goku, who was only around 3 million at the time, instantly evolved into Super Saiyan by anger, reaching 150 million combat power. Do you need to do this yourself? No need at all. Childhood Trunks and Son Goten can be transformed, just find the trick. Thinking of this, Ling Mu recalled in his mind. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku and Vegeta taught the Saiyan transformation of the 6th universe. It seems to concentrate the force on the back. After a little recollection, Ling Mu took a deep breath and slowly raised his breath. The sea surface of Bigeocene began to fluctuate, the whole earth began to tremble, and the surrounding gravel kept falling. Ling Mu started trying to focus on the back. I found it, it seems to be here. After trying it out, Ling Mu felt that after having Saiyan blood, a small area on her back started to look different. When the power is condensed and poured into that place, the aura of the whole person begins to rise. It seems that the strength is not enough. After trying to infuse half of his power, his breath is indeed rising, but unfortunately, he still hasn't transformed. Okay. Try full power this time. Ah! Ling Mu scolded and started pouring all the energy into his back. The rumbling sound kept ringing in the air. Let all Ling-type employees working on the surface return to the spaceship in fear. At this moment, Ling Mu, who was not far away, had a frightening breath all over his body, and the new hairstyle was even fainter in the sunlight. Not enough. Change for me. Ling Mu shouted again, and the power contained in the body instantly poured into his back. A burst of thunder suddenly exploded in the air, and I saw a layer of green arrogance surrounding Ling Mu, and Ling Mu's hair began to turn green. But at this moment, the purple-black divine pattern on Ling Mu's back suddenly flashed. A force of gods of destruction poured into the back along with the power of Ling Mu. At this moment, the sky suddenly started pouring downpour. Click! Ling Mu felt that something in his body was broken. At this moment, Ling Mu's hair stood up instantly, turning into a deep and terrifying purple-black color. Asterisk. 19. Legendary Super Saiyan Destruction Type. Kill choices. This power. Ling Mu looked at his palm with purple-black arrogance and said in shock. At this moment, a steady stream of huge power emerged from the body. Ling Mu had a feeling that with a single wave of his hand, this Bai Gao star could be completely destroyed. Not like Frisia's slow destruction that hits the center of the earth, but complete and rapid destruction. Zilan, do you have a mirror? After feeling the power in his body, Ling Mu said inside the universe spaceship. Boss. Yes. I'll send it to you. Zilan replied through the broadcast, but when she just opened the spaceship door, a violent breath swept across instantly. What? Zilan couldn't help but fly back in an instant. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew by. Ling Mu's figure appeared instantly. At this moment, there seemed to be little stars in Zilan's eyes, staring at Ling Mu with deep eyes. She couldn't help but shyly said. Boss, you are so handsome now. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, then lifted Zilan up and took a look at the mirror. When he picked up the mirror to check, Ling Mu couldn't help being sluggish. So handsome. After transforming himself, his eyes are even darker, but from time to time there is a flash of purple light, like a star exploding in the deep universe. The hair is even more purple and black, and with his tougher face, he is completely on the road of a sportsman. The most important thing is that his muscles are slightly swollen, but they are just in line with the new shape at the moment. Can I eat with my face in the future? Ling Mu couldn't help thinking to himself. But suddenly I thought, this is especially in the Dragon Ball world. It depends on strength to eat, and can't help but feel depressed. System, call out my combat power. Ling Mu said silently. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 530 million, legendary Super Saiyan, destruction type. Bloodline, legendary Saiyan bloodline. Rule power, power of gods of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn. Destructive? Ling Mu woke up at this time. It turned out that the power of gods of destruction is also blessing Super Saiyan. According to this, he has no destructive power, that is, his body is glowing with green light. It's terrifying to think about. It seems that before gods of destruction, the power of gods of destruction was my most fundamental power. But it seems that Saiyan's potential is also blessed by the power of gods of destruction. This means that it seems that after I am on the verge of death, the power of the gods of destruction will also increase significantly. After thinking about it, Ling Mu moved to another layer of Baijao star at high speed, and then sent a shock wave towards a quiet island. At this moment, the purple-black arrogance turned into an energy bomb and shot directly. When the explosion exploded, the entire island turned into a spot of light and shattered, as if it had never appeared before. Sure enough, as I thought, my form can be destroyed with every move. There is no need to mobilize the power of gods of destruction as before. Before the tournament of power, no one seemed to be able to take this blow from me. After looking at the result he had caused, a smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth. Okay, so the next goal is to practice towards the Super Saiyan 2 form. In the silent starry sky, a circular spaceship roams the universe. King Cooler, there is still 1 hour, we will enter Baijao star for supplies. After the subordinate reported, Cooler nodded coldly, staring at the screen on the spacecraft. What was played above was a picture of Ling Mu killing the Cooler mech army. It was passed back by a subordinate who escaped by chance in outer space. 1 million combat power, no wonder Shaiza and the others died directly. Flicking his tail, Cooler murmured viciously. When I get to Imga Star, you will die. Cooler said in a low voice coldly. King Cooler, there seems to be a disaster in Baijao, and there is no movement. But at this moment, another subordinate broke in. I saw the picture on the screen, and instantly switched to Baigaoxing. Compared to the past, Baijao Xing was silent at the moment, leaving only pieces of mechanical debris floating around in the universe. What's the matter? I seem to have instructed the metal life on Baijao to protect it. Cooler looked at the picture and said in a low voice. He has been paying attention to this strange life. Cooler is very concerned about the power born from the interior of the planet, and he has already figured out how to use this power. King Cooler, I'm sorry. Master Shaiza was originally in charge of this piece. He patrolled the planet last time and sent back news for the record. But now. Hearing this, Cooler's gloomy eyes widened. Start the life scan and check it for me. In the past half an hour, when Cooler's spaceship entered Baijao, a picture appeared on Cooler's screen. It was the scene where Ling Mu was practicing. It turned out that this guy destroyed the life on Star Baijao. Open the hatch for me, and I'll kill him. Cooler stood up and said coldly. It's just right to meet this guy, and Shaves's revenge can also be avenged. Ding, it is detected that the host is hated by the universe's emperor family, triggering a god-level choice. Choose 1, kill the frozen demon Frisia, reward, plus 100 million combat power, spirit bomb. Option 2, kill the frozen demon Cooler, reward, plus 100 million combat power, air sickle. Choice 3, kill the frozen demon King Cold, reward, plus 100 million combat power, burst out with sacrifice. What does it mean when Ling Mu suddenly triggers a god-level choice without being taken aback? And this reward is not bad, the combat power is directly increased by 100 million. Ling Mu knew, however, that the addition of combat power was her normality. There is also Son Goku's Spirit Bomb, Vegeta's Sacrifice, that Chi Sickle Ling Mu also remembers, is the future Black Goku's unique skill. With one knife, it seems to be able to cut space and affect time and space. System, choose 2. Ling Mu said directly, because he had already felt a huge force breaking through from the atmosphere. The goal is exactly where you are. Should be cooler, right? Last time at Imga Star, Shavza said that cooler was coming, but he passed by Jo Star unexpectedly. The huge universe spaceship descended on this area, and all Ling-style group employees such as Zilan became alert. Because the technological content of this spaceship is obviously much higher than theirs. At this moment, the spaceship above was opened, and a purple-white figure with a long tail descended from the sky. Fly directly in front of Ling Mu. At this moment, an evil and gloomy force swept over Star Jo. The earth began to tremble, the sea began to churn, and the hurricane began to blow. You are so brave, you dare to kill my cooler man. When the deep voice sounded, Ling Mu turned around and looked curiously. This is Frisia's brother, Cooler? The new book, brothers, support it, the update is very powerful. Asterisk. 20. Battle with Cooler. All the creatures around held their breath, and when Cooler and Ling Mu met, even a fool knew something was wrong. Who is this? Zilan sat in the spaceship and said solemnly, when the strange creature appeared, the aura of sin descended directly on this planet. Lord Zi. Zilan, that is the imperial family of universe, Cooler, he rules the area to the east of the galaxy. In an instant, several aliens stepped forward and explained to Zilan. When Zilan found out about the situation, she couldn't help being horrified. It turns out that what boss said is true, the universe emperor really exists, and now he is facing it. These are the people who can destroy a planet with one finger. Boss, you must do your best. Zilan couldn't help but pray that under this power confrontation, they couldn't play any role at all. On the Cooler spaceship, a group of Cooler's men held their breath dignifiedly. I can't measure it. The latest detector produced by King Frisia, which can reach the upper limit of 5 million, is still damaged. Can King Cooler win? This guy is really scary. Nonsense. King Cooler has a combat power of 100 million. When most of the advanced detectors on the ship exploded, the Cooler people also understood the strength of Ling Mu. Frozen demon? It's really cute. Ling Mu couldn't help but admire after taking a few glances at Cooler. Cooler is a purple toot type, and Frisia is a pink toot type. Ling Mu always feels that there is a kind of contrast. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Cooler's mouth. This person is really bold enough to dare to say that the frozen demon is cute? This has never been heard since Cooler was born. Very good, no wonder they dare to kill Shavza and the others. Go to hell. Cooler flew to the sky coldly, then slowly raised his finger, and a ball of energy containing purple aura condensed. Like Frisia destroying planet Vegeta. Seeing this posture, Ling Mu smashed his mouth and said, "Did you frozen demons like this trick?" Frisia seemed to be like that back then. Hearing this, Cooler said in surprise, "Have you seen my stupid and mentally handicapped brother? But it's useless to mention him, even if your father King Cold is here, I'll kill you anyway. Because they can't beat me." Cooler said coldly, and then gently waved the giant energy ball in his hand towards Ling Mu. The energy that exudes a huge breath makes the entire space burn. Are you looking down on me? Did you use so much strength? A faint voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of the energy group released by Cooler. He stretched out his right foot with a whip leg, and this huge energy ball was kicked directly back to Cooler by Ling Mu like a football. When all this happened, Cooler was very surprised, and then fluttered with a knife in his hand, and saw that the force that was enough to destroy the planet was knocked out of the planet and exploded in outer space. Don't you only have 1 million combat power? Looking at you now, it's close to 10 million, right? Cooler wondered coldly. After watching the video several times, he had already estimated Ling Mu's strength based on his experience, but now Ling Mu is stronger than expected. How did you see the screen at that time? What technology? Teach me. Ling Mu couldn't help but wonder. This strange attention instantly made Cooler's eyes darken. 10 million combat power. Haha. Go to hell. When Cooler finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Mu, and then punched Ling Mu's stomach heavily. That tail, like a whip, hit Ling Mu's neck heavily. Don't die. I want to have fun with you. The icy voice sounded, and the scene that happened in an instant made everyone in the two spaceships stunned. King Cooler is invincible. King Cooler is amazing. The people on the Cooler spaceship were all elated. On the other hand, the people in the Ling-style group spaceship all looked worried. Just this little power? It doesn't seem to hurt much. A faint voice sounded, and Ling Mu, who was hit by Cooler's 2 blows, just bent down and then straightened up again, like a normal person. It was only now that Ling Mu had a sense of her own strength. How is that possible? Your body is stronger than my frozen demon clan. Cooler said with a look of shock. He just used the power of more than 30 million combat power, but this guy is all right? Otherwise, can you exert more force? Ling Mu thought and asked. These words instantly angered Cooler. I see how strong your body is. The evil breath exploded in an instant, and Cooler was full of white arrogance and began to attack Ling Mu frantically. The sound of bang 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 kept ringing. In an instant, hundreds of punches landed on Ling Mu. But sadly, there was not even a single scar on Ling Mu's body. How is that possible? My 100 million combat power attack can't break your body. Cooler couldn't believe it. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile and said, how about you transform again? You frozen demon clan, won't you transform? Only then did Cooler's eyes flash with a trace of unease. This man actually knew that he would transform himself. But after thinking that he couldn't hurt Ling Mu, Cooler didn't hide it. Very good, let me show my full strength. Ha! Ha! In an instant, the evil breath shot into the sky, and Cooler's body began to change dramatically. I saw his body began to swell, and the purple circles on his forehead slowly began to protrude, turning into 4 sharp horns. On his wrist, a purple-white barbed sickle also appeared. At this moment, Cooler's combat power has changed from 100 million to 200 million. Try again. When Cooler's words just finished, a sense of pain emerged from Ling Mu's stomach. At some point, Cooler in the 4th form appeared in front of Ling Mu. Sure enough, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to support such a large cross-level battle. After this thought flashed through Ling Mu's mind, the breath all over his body began to spew. The strength of the whole body poured into the back, and the purple-black divine pattern began to emit light and also poured in. Swish! Ling Mu's hair stood up one by one, and his eyes became deeper. The purple-black arrogance covered Ling Mu's whole body. The breath that swelled to the point of explosion exploded on the battlefield. Cooler, who had transformed into the 4th form, was knocked away by a terrifying arrogance before he understood what was going on. The battlefield is changing rapidly. Cooler's subordinates, who were still cheering the invincibility of the king, suddenly found that their king had been knocked away. The opponent, however, exuded a powerful aura that caused the entire planet to vibrate violently. Asterisk. 21. Kill Cooler. 5 billion combat power. Senseless. After landing, Cooler was completely stunned. It's like returning to the feeling of powerlessness when he wanted to kill his younger brother Frisia when he was young, but was caught and beaten by his father King Cold. Over the years in the universe, Cooler has never felt this terrifying aura. In his impression, no creature has ever been able to reach this level. Frozen demons, although they are few in number, are all terrifying. Like his younger brother Frisia, it is even more necessary to suppress power. And Cooler himself, who has already controlled the huge energy in his body, has always maintained his 3rd form. In this way, Cooler can go a step further and carry out the 4th transformation of the frozen demon family. Now his combat power has already exceeded 200 million, but in front of Ling Mu, he is like an ant. Hey, Huo! After transforming into Super Saiyan's destruction form, Ling Mu couldn't help twisting his neck. His handsome looks can definitely fascinate a large group of girls, but in this Bijao scene, except for Zilan, no one appreciates his handsomeness. Do you think it's just you who will transform? Stretching down, Ling Mu turned to look at the terrified Cooler and said leisurely. How is it possible? How could you have such strength? Gulan said hideously. A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, thinking. There are so many things you don't know, I'm nothing. Speaking of which, your frozen clan can still be transformed, it seems that you still have a golden form. Why don't you try it out? Hearing these light words, Cooler's mind exploded instantly. Become a ghost. The fourth form of his Cooler transformation has surpassed the legend of the frozen demon family. In the end, Ling Mu told him that he could still change. You can change it for me to try. Cooler has never heard of it himself. Hehe, do you think you won? At this moment, Cooler laughed grimly. But Ling Mu couldn't help but wonder, what? What else can you do? Hearing this, Cooler didn't answer, but gradually floated up to the sky, then stretched out his fingers, condensing the air all over his body. A giant bomb of burning purple energy instantly covered the entire sky. My family of frozen demons can survive in the universe, can you? Follow this planet to die. After finishing speaking, Cooler threw the giant energy bomb towards the center of Bijao star. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu slapped his mouth. This family of frozen demons will destroy the planet at every turn, obviously they are used to it. Better still have a bite. Thinking of this, Ling Mu, who was surrounded by purple-black arrogance, instantly disappeared in place. When Ling Mu appeared again, he had already appeared next to the giant energy bomb. Then I saw Ling Mu, like a Cooler, stretched out a finger and poked the giant energy bomb slightly. In an instant, the tyrannical energy group that was able to destroy the planet was frozen in an instant. The burning purple flame began to go out, and then it was melted into a light spot, and it dissipated brightly in the sky. How is it possible? How is it possible? This is all my strength. Seeing how easily the giant energy bomb was broken, Cooler didn't dare to believe it. Your family, you just need to clean up. Forget it, I won't scold you. You can't get out of Bijaoxing anyway. A faint voice came from behind Cooler. At this moment, a big foot with purple-black arrogance kicked Cooler's stomach fiercely. Then something horrified Cooler even more. His stomach, after the severe pain, slowly shattered, turning into light spots and slowly drifting between heaven and earth. This. Impossible. This is the power of gods of destruction Beerus. Cooler instantly thought of the legend his father had told him in Frisia. The seventh universe, only Majin Bu and gods of destruction Beerus do not provoke. And the power of gods of destruction, King Cold also solemnly explained several times. Exactly the same as the situation at the moment. Yes, I will reward you with death. Ling Mu sighed, then kicked again, directly on Cooler's head. The purple-black arrogance melted into Cooler's body. The clicking sound kept ringing. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor who has been rampant in the universe for many years turned into a spot of light and dissipated in this world. Ancient. King Cooler, dead, dead. Everyone in the Cooler ship was horrified. Run! Run! Let's go to King Frisia or King Cold! Cooler's subordinates shouted. The Cooler mech army perished, and even the Cooler perished. The forces that ran rampant in the universe collapsed in an instant in this short period of time. Hey, don't rush to go. Since you're here, then leave your life behind. While this group of people was in a panic, Ling Mu had appeared in front of the universe spaceship, showing a hospitable smile, and slowly raised his hand. Boom! A shockwave with purple-black arrogance instantly penetrated the entire universe spaceship. At this moment, any creatures and dead objects in the spacecraft turned into light spots and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing the frozen demon. Cooler, combat power plus 100 million, reward skill, chi sickle. When the system sounded, a huge force emerged from the depths of the body. Ling Mu, who has become Super Scion's destruction form, is a little uncomfortable, because this combat power is added to the basic combat power. A month later, over the Bigo Star Ocean, a man in a black jacket closed his eyes and felt the movement of the entire planet. Transform. As the man slowly spit out 2 words, purple-black arrogance appeared from all over his body. The man's hair also began to stand firm and straight, with wisps of purple looming between the black hair. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 5,054 million, Legendary Super Scion, Destruction. Bloodline, Legendary Scion Bloodline. Rule power, Power of Gods of Destruction, can be increased to Gods of Destruction over time. Skills, Instant Transmission, Infinite Dawn, Air Scythe. After checking his attributes, Ling Mu couldn't help but be shocked. Now his combat power under normal conditions has reached more than 110 million. A month ago, when he was only 10 million in his normal state, it was 500 million when he transformed into Super Scion. And a month later, when he transformed again, he suddenly reached the 5 billion mark. It looks perverted, but I remember that the combat power of Super 2 seems to exceed 50 billion, right? Ling Mu couldn't recall the scene when Son Gohan fought Cell. After that battle ended, the kid went downhill. Originally, he was definitely able to surpass Son Goku, but in the end he didn't even transform into a Super 3, which was a failure. The consumption is a bit large. Then the next direction of cultivation should be the full power of Super Scion. Ling Mu felt the situation in his body and couldn't help but think about it. Asterisk. 22, God level choice of forces. Back to Earth. Boss. Can we go back to Earth? 3 days later, Zi Lan stood beside Ling Mu and asked. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help nodding. This journey has already gained enough things. Then, the Lingxi group should slowly digest the gains. And yourself, you must also work hard to cultivate the full power form. At that time, Son Goku and Son Gohan entered the time house to practice. But you don't need to do that at all. During this time, while cultivating, let's build a Ling-style group. Ding! It is detected that the host has the will to build a powerful force, triggering a God-level choice. Option 1, conquer the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Northern region. Reward, 100 bottles of ordinary frozen demon serum, 1 bottle of king-level frozen demon serum. Option 2, conquer the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Eastern region. Reward, 100 bottles of ordinary Scion serum, 1 bottle of legendary Scion serum. Option 3, conquer the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Southern region. Reward, 100 bottles of ordinary parasitic serum, 1 bottle of S-level parasitic serum. The choice triggered this time made Ling Mu stunned for a moment. This time the rewarded serum seems to be the bloodline. Is it for the people below me? And Ling Mu also saw the legendary Scion serum, which seems to be the same as his own bloodline. Sure enough, is this preparation for the development of forces? Then, he really should return to Earth, and let the employees of Lingxi Group start to come out. Zilan, set off in 3 days and return to Imga Star. Let the people on the ship prepare materials and plans, and prepare to bring people back to Earth. Then, let's start conquering the universe. Ling Mu said with a smile, and then said silently in his heart. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Western Capital, Bulma's home. It has been half a year since Ling Mu left the Earth, and Dr. Brive can also relax for a while, just need to study the thousand-fold gravity chamber. After the death of the great demon king, Gaku is gone again. Bulma looked at the old tortoise beside him who came to visit and said dissatisfied. Hearing this, Master Roshi said without a deep voice, defeat a big devil, and the mountain of Ling Mu is still pressing down. Gaku can't stop. Bulma held a glass of juice, took a few sips and sighed. Why are you so stubborn? All the people who died at the martial arts meeting at that time had hatred against the Ling-style group. The only dumpling, didn't I promise Tien Shinyan and the others that they would be resurrected with Dragon Ball a year later? Master Roshi's eyes were deep, and then he sighed. Gaku is such a person. Without that pure heart, he wouldn't be as strong as he is today. I'm a master, but I can't keep up with the times. After thinking about it, Bulma put down the juice in his hand, and then said, forget it, I don't want to do this, I'm going to help my dad study the gravity room. But just as Bulma was about to leave, a gust of wind blew past. I saw 3 figures suddenly appear in the living room, 1 man and 2 women. It was Ling Mu, Anna, and Zilan. Bulma, where's Dr. Brive? A somewhat grim voice came, making Bulma, who turned around to see the situation clearly, shout without shouting. Wow! Ling Mu, you came back from universe. Seeing Bulma's happy expression, Ling Mu was taken aback for a moment, then took out an all-purpose capsule from his hand, and Bulma threw it away. Bang! A ring-shaped gemstone pendant shining pale gold appeared in front of everyone. Bulma, this thing is for you. The 8-claw creature sent it a few days ago, saying that it is a relatively expensive natural gem in their civilization. Bulma was stunned for a moment. After catching the pendant, she said with joy without redness on her face, Ling Mu, thank you. I like it very much. Seeing the girl's expression, Ling Mu couldn't help but be astonished. This stuff has piled up a warehouse on Baijao Star, all of which are so-called fine products by various civilizations, and I don't know if it is true or not. Anyway, Ling Mu always brought it as a gift. Just like when I first met Anna, the precious gemstone that was sent out was an amber gemstone that exuded a colorful light and contained an elf-like creature. The following people sent it, at least several billion years of history. The ghost knows which planetary civilization sent it. Is Dr. Brive at home? I'm going to see him now. Ling Mu said directly. I'm here, I'll take you and the 2 sisters over there. Bulma put away the gems, immediately stepped forward to grab Ling Mu's hand, and walked into the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Anna, who had been nourished for 2 days, had a sinister smile on the corner of her mouth, and then she gave Zilan a wink that you understand. Dr. Brive, this universe spaceship is from the 6 Frogs, what star is this from? I forgot. Here's a list, look at the research. And here, all the scientific and technological materials that I asked the people below to sort out, have all been categorized. By the way, let me directly invest in your universal capsule group. There is a huge demand for aliens in universe. When Ling Mu came to the backyard, took out the all-purpose capsules one by one, and threw dozens of universe spaceships, Dr. Brive's eyes almost popped out. The achievements of dozens of extraterrestrial civilizations are placed in front of Dr. Brive, and they also contain most of the information. There are also various specialties from other planets. Is 1,000 times gravity chamber difficult? Disaster. But after all these things were taken out, Dr. Brive knew that there would be a quick fix. Ling Mu, you want to become a shareholder in the Universal Capsule Group, right? Let's go and sign the contract. Dr. Brive agreed without thinking. As a research maniac, with such a boss behind him, what group do you care about? Mrs. Brive was laughing from ear to ear, eating the special alien fruit that Anna sent. This time Ling Mu's harvest was unimaginable. Your boss is really looking more and more handsome. If I get younger, maybe I will leave Brive and go after Ling Mu. Mrs. Brive smiled at Anna, and kept looking at the purple-black Ling Mu. But at this time, Anna flashed a sly smile and said, Mrs. Brive, you are married, but your daughter Bulma is not married yet." Hearing this, Mrs. Brive turned her head, her eyes narrowed with a smile and said, "Anna, I'll ask Bulma what she means in the evening." "I'm afraid she won't." Anna glanced at Zilan, and the two women laughed without saying a word. After the handover with Dr. Brive was completed, Ling Mu left. Back in the Ling style group, Ling Mu turned his eyes to other corners of the earth after seeing that he would have to wait for a while before starting universe. Son Goku is at Tenjin. *23. Into the underworld. This Ling Mu is amazing. After sensing the weak breath in the sky, Ling Mu smiled and put his finger on his forehead. Cast instant transmission. But the first stop, not at the Temple of God, Ling Mu first came to Kalin Tower. "Karan-sama, how are the fairy beans?" When Ling Mu suddenly appeared on the main hall of Kalin Ta, Karan-sama's eyes trembled and said, "In the past few years, only 5 vats have been planted." Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but rejoice, the output is good. 5 cylinders of fairy beans can be used for a long time. I only used more than 100 of the fairy beans in my pocket, and I still used it during training in the gravity room. I just came back from universe, this is a big fish on other planets. Come and try it. When Ling Mu threw an omnipotent capsule, the hall of Kalin Ta was suddenly filled with a huge red fish. Karan-sama saw this scene and drooled. But at this time, Ling Mu took the big fish back and threw the universal capsule over and said, "Karan-sama, Xiandu needs to expand production. If you need any help, you can tell me." As soon as he received the capsule, Karan-sama touched it happily, "No problem, you can send an employee to contact me. I just don't have enough land here." "What the hell? Lack of land?" Hearing this, Ling Mu was instantly stunned. CO authoring is such a small reason? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took out a map of the earth and threw it at Karan-sama, "Pick the ground on it yourself. If the earth is not enough, I will bring the galaxy map later, and you can choose a planet by yourself." Karan-sama. After being fooled by Ling Mu, Karan-sama finally agreed to plant fairy beans on a large scale. And what Ling Mu pays is nothing more than a monthly serving of big fish from other planets. It's just a bang for your buck. After saying goodbye, Ling Mu reappeared in the Temple of Heaven above. "You came." The gods appeared in the central road of the main hall. When the spaceship entered the Earth, the gods knew that Ling Mu was back. Aside, Son Goku is wearing a special gravity suit, practicing hard. When he found out that Ling Mu appeared, his eyes suddenly became angry. "Ling Mu! Shout what?" Ling Mu couldn't help digging his ears and said, "Sion has a loud voice and can eat. I'm going to beat you." Son Goku, who was already growing taller, clenched his fists and said. But when he finished speaking, he saw Ling Mu lazily walking towards him like an ordinary person. Then he reached out and flicked his forehead lightly. Bang! I saw that Son Goku didn't resist, and the body instantly flew out of the Temple of the Gods and flew backwards towards the other side of the earth. Looking at the distant figure, Ling Mu took out a cigar from his pocket, took a soothing sip and said, "This kid, his head is still a muscle." Hearing this, the god sighed slightly. "You have no intention of killing him?" Ling Mu smiled mysteriously, and then said, "God, I'm here this time to ask you to take me to the underworld. I'm going to see the Realm King." The situation in the Northern Galaxy is more complicated, so Ling Mu has to go to the Nether King and get most of the universe information. In this way, system tasks can be completed quickly in the next time. Ling Mu, who originally returned to Earth, thought it would be easy to enter the underworld, but he couldn't sense it, so he could only find the gods. "Okay. Put your hand on my shoulder," Tian Shen said without any hesitation, because he couldn't refuse, including Ling Mu's strength and his yearning for his hometown. After a period of spatial fluctuations, Ling Mu found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. Ghosts with halos on their heads line up to enter a huge hall that is incomparably wide. When Ling Mu followed the gods into the hall, he saw the huge and mighty King Yama, wearing glasses, writing a notebook. "You are the god of the earth." King Yama quickly noticed the sudden appearance of strangers, but when he saw the gods, he suddenly realized the truth. "King Yama, my friend Ling Mu needs to go to the underworld to meet the King of Realms." The god pointed to Ling Mu and said, "Oh, yes, I'll send someone to take your friend to the Serpentine Runway later. I haven't seen the king for tens of thousands of years." King Yama took up the pen and thought about it and agreed. "It's going to take a long time to run the serpentine track. Your name is Ling Mu, isn't it, Earth's?" "Ling Mu." King Yama was about to speak, but when he heard the name, his expression changed drastically. "King Yama, do you know me?" Ling Mu asked strangely. But King Yama was horrified. "You are the Ling Mu who killed Cooler, Earth." Ling Mu was taken aback. This King Yama actually knew that he had killed Cooler? "Well, it should be me." Hearing this, King Yama broke out in cold sweat and said, "The King of Realm is in the north. With your strength, you should be able to pass quickly." "Okay, then thank you King Yama. Can we have a discussion? In the future, after the employees of my Lingxi group die, can they do things in the underworld?" Seeing that King Yama was so afraid of himself, Ling Mu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. And King Yama shivered, No employees of your group have died for the time being, or I will notify you when the time comes, and I will discuss it according to the situation." After getting this answer, Ling Mu couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. "That's fine, let's talk about it then." "Then King Yama, I'll go first." "Thank you." Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead, and after feeling the king's breath, he instantly disappeared in place. After seeing Ling Mu leave, the gods asked solemnly, "King Yama, you seem to be afraid of Ling Mu." "Don't mention it, you Earth. Ling Mu is amazing. That cooler is more powerful than Frisia, Emperor of the Universe. Killed a few months ago. What's more tragic is that even the soul was broken and did not return to the underworld. If my subordinates hadn't sorted out the information and found out, this matter might not have been known. More powerful than the Emperor of Universe?" A horrified expression flashed across the god's face, and he finally knew what height Ling Mu was at. At this moment, the fat Zhuang was sitting in his classic car, driving around the Zhuang Star. A gorilla and a bee hang out with him. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of his car. The purple-black hair made the real king stunned and said, "Who are you?" "Earth, Ling Mu." "Do not know." Seeing Ji Wang's lazy way of taking care of him, Ling Mu's mouth flashed a hint of playfulness. After slightly releasing his own breath, a mass of purple-black energy emerged. Then the entire Zhuang began to tremble, and cracks covered the ground. "Do you know each other now? I seem to have killed a guy named Cooler a few days ago." The king's face changed instantly, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I know. I know. You take back your power, and if this goes on, my Zhuang star will explode. Anything is negotiable." 24. The information is in hand. Spiritual fruit revealed. At this moment, the Realm King took out a handkerchief and wiped his face in fear. Ling Mu's strength, I don't know how many times stronger than him, except for the legendary Supreme Kai, it seems that no one has beat him now. I originally wanted to give the king a set of 100,000 bad jokes, but I am very disappointed now. Hearing this, the king of the realm was stunned for a moment, and then he got out of the car with a fat body, and ran to Ling Mu's side panting and said, "What a joke, I'm someone who has been trained in jokes. I will never laugh easily." Ling Mu glanced at it and said, "You get hungry after a meal, and then it eats itself." The Realm King was stunned, the expression on his face changed from fear to calm, and finally the whole face turned into a pig's liver. Ha 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 ha! The food ate itself. The Realm King laughed and began to roll on the ground, and it was vaguely seen that there were tears laughing from the corner of his eyes. Ling Mu. Sure enough, the Realm King's brain circuit also has a big problem. You just laughed at the cooking and ate yourself? Why don't you laugh at the cooking and go by yourself, and you're still hungry? Ling Mu thought and said. When I heard this, I saw Ji Wang laughed even more crazily, covering his stomach and rolling on the lawn. Stop talking. What do you need me to do to promise you? Don't make me laugh. The cooking will go, ha 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 ha. Ling Mu took a deep breath, and he should not have more contact with such people in the future, otherwise his IQ will definitely be pulled to the same level. Ji Wang, I'm here to get you a map of the galaxy powers of the Northern Galaxy. Ling Mu released his breath again, and Ji Wang began to tremble again. It was only at this time that the Realm King finally restrained himself, and then covered his mouth. Okay. I'll give it to you, just don't tell jokes. Running back to his room, the king instantly took out a large stack of documents and handed it to Ling Mu. Looking through it, Ling Mu found that many civilizations he encountered were actually recorded on it. Ji Wang, thank you. Then I'll go first. After getting the information, Ling Mu directly used instant transmission to return to Earth. At this time, the Realm King finally couldn't hold it any longer, laughing and rolling around on his own planet. Let the gorillas and bees on the side look strange. After half a month, a large number of Ling-style groups are on standby outside the base, and the universe spaceships are docked on the square. Named by Ling Mu, the plan to conquer the stars, it was officially implemented. This plan, starting from the Earth, will use the Imga star as a springboard to start the expedition to the Eastern Universe area and conquer the planetary forces. And Ling Mu will also follow the team, all the way to the east. The news of this big move can't be concealed, and the news of the Ling-style group's expedition to Universe has already spread to the countries of the Earth. At this time, everyone discovered that this underground organization was already the uncrowned king of the entire Earth. When a spaceship lifts off, on a deserted island on the other side of the Earth, a green creature with a body as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child, eating flesh and blood, looked up at the sky and said, Ling Mu, I Piccolo will not surrender to you. Boss, the planet in front is called 8 Langxing. The data shows that it is a natural planet, containing ordinary cultivation civilization, and the maximum combat power does not exceed 10,000. Zilan looked at the report and said, It has been 3 months since I left the Earth. This time, the journey was longer than before. As early as 2 months ago, I had passed by Gaoxing, but also conquered many planets. The Ling-style group directly brought out tens of thousands of people this time, and after conquering a planet, they would leave a group of people to operate. In this way, the large force centered on Ling Mu came to the outside of the current 8-land star. Understood, then release the robot. There is trouble calling me. After listening to the report as usual, Ling Mu nodded and resumed his own business. Super Scion full power, more cumbersome than imagined. From the beginning, it can only last 8 hours a day, to the next 1 day, 3 days. Ling Mu does feel that his strength is strengthening. But unfortunately, every 5 days, this state will automatically exit. Then there was a feeling of weakness for about 10 minutes. This made Ling Mu study for a long time, but he didn't understand where he went wrong. At that time, Sun Goku and Sun Gohan were not easy to achieve. In the newly studied 200 times gravity chamber, after trying to burst out again, Ling Mu found that it would subside as usual. Boss, are you there? Something went wrong with 8 Langxing. Anna's voice sounded outside the gravity room, making Ling Mu no wonder. What's wrong? Walking out of the gravity room, Ling Mu asked curiously. Before something big happened, Anna wouldn't call herself. We've just detected that Atlan is completely a dead star. But in the center of the planet, there is a huge amount of energy. What's particularly strange is that the image captured by the satellite is a huge tree that is so huge. Hearing this, Ling Mu was shocked. Then frowned. Giant tree in Dragon Ball? The planet dies, it feels very familiar. You should see it yourself. Could it be a spirit tree? The spirit tree in Dragon Ball Theatrical Edition. Ling Mu was suddenly shocked. Junina's description is so similar to the scene created by the spirit tree. Saying so, the one who cast the seeds of the spiritual tree is the surviving evil scion, Tulz. The fruit of this spiritual tree is a good thing. It is clearly said that only God can eat the fruit. This God is very particular. According to Dragon Ball, Supreme Kai and above are gods. This stuff has to be grabbed. It seems to be useful to me too. You stay outside space, I'll check it out. After speaking, Ling Mu walked out of the cabin door, looked at the dead Atalan star in front, put his finger on his forehead, and disappeared into the spaceship. On Star Lan, wearing a Scion protective suit, Tulz, who is similar to Son Goku when he grew up, stared at the giant tree above his head in a daze. This planet is about to die, and it looks like we must find our next target. Looking at the red thorns, the spiritual fruit similar to rambutan hangs on the giant tree. Tulz sighed sadly. Lord Tulz, I found a planet that fits my goal in the transaction with other civilizations. A subordinate stepped forward towards Tulz. Hearing this, Tulz's face flashed with great interest. The requirements for planting a spiritual tree are very high. And it is impossible for ordinary planets to provide huge vitality. Only planets that breed a lot of life. Tell me. That planet is located in the southern region of the northern galaxy and is called Earth. When the star of Atlan is completely dead in 4 years, we will set off to that planet, and the middle journey will take about a year. Tulz's expression was noticeably better. Okay, when the time comes, I will reward you with a spiritual tree fruit. Thank you, Lord Tulz. But just as the two were discussing, a gust of breeze blew through, and a man in a black jacket and purple-black hairstyle appeared at the scene. Are you Tulz? 25, Great Ape. Kill Tulz. On the dead star of Atlan, there is only a little bit of life under the spiritual tree. Tulz has lived on this planet for many years, but today welcomes a stranger. Humph, who are you? Seeing Ling Mu suddenly appearing, Tulz stared gloomily and asked. You don't care who I am here to take this spiritual fruit tree. Ling Mu gave Tulz a kind smile, and then patted the trunk of the spirit tree. There is a huge vitality hidden in the trunk, which makes Ling Mu feel comfortable. The spiritual fruit hanging high on the branch is even more delicious. Want my spiritual tree? It depends on your ability. An exaggerated smirk appeared at the corner of Tulz's mouth, then stood up and threw away his windbreaker, revealing the protective suit he was wearing inside. A green detector was hooked to the corner of the eye by Tulz, and then activated. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. Bang it! When the value jumped to 2 million, the detector on the corner of Tulz's eyes exploded instantly. Beyond the upper limit, the undetectable combat power made Tulz's pupils shrink. Who are you? How can you have such strength? Better than Frisia. Tulz couldn't help clenching his fists deeply. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, Tulz, as a survivor, naturally remembers Frisia's fighting power. But the scary thing is that in front of this person, the original Frisia was completely unworthy of mention. What is even more terrifying is that after so many years, Tulz has already surpassed 1 million combat power by relying on the spiritual fruit. But even so, the feeling Ling Mu gave him was unpredictable. Is Frisia strong? Ling Mu turned around and asked back with a smile. That indifferent look made Tulz even more gloomy. Looks like you are going to steal my spirit tree today. Tulz said in a low voice, the air in his hand was slowly condensing. Ling Mu smiled, stood on the spot and folded his arms in front of his chest and said, "If you have the ability, take it out, or I will take this spiritual tree." Seeing Ling Mu so light and indifferent, Tulls couldn't help but burn with anger. "Damn, do you think you're going to win? I'm Sion." A dazzling white light formed in Tull's hands, but it didn't seem to have any offensive power. But in Ling Mu's perception, above the space, there is a special kind of energy pouring into this white light. "Hey, wait till you die. After I turned into a giant ape, Sion has more than 10 times the combat power." Seeing that Ling Mu didn't have any idea to stop him, Tulls laughed wildly. Then he threw Bai Meng into the sky. A bright moon hangs high above the 8-land star, as serene as the Earth's moon. Artificial moon. Ling Mu watched Tull's movements curiously, and almost forgot about this move. With Sion's great ape method, the combat power has indeed skyrocketed, but correspondingly, the consciousness will also become more chaotic. A Doble's ray emanates from the artificial moon. I saw Tull's body began to swell, and the protective suit began to slowly expand. Tyranny, chaos, and a powerful aura emanated from Tulls. His tail began to grow, his head began to protrude greatly, and his teeth became sharper and sharper. Not long ago, a giant ape with a height of more than 20 meters appeared in front of Ling Mu. Hammered in the chest, kept roaring. Well, the combat power has indeed increased tenfold. Now Tulls have more than 10 million combat power. Ling Mu carefully observed and confirmed. It seems that his legendary Sion bloodline can't come from the great ape, and it is still a little different from the bloodline of ordinary Sion. This time, kill me. Tulls, who turned into a giant ape, was still conscious, and made a cruel voice at Ling Mu. "Oh? Do you think you can kill me by becoming this thing?" Ling Mu couldn't help but wonder. "Haha, my combat power is over 10 million now, and Frisia can't beat me. Do you think you can beat me?" The giant ape sneered, then went to the side, picked a red fruit from the spiritual fruit tree and swallowed it in his mouth. At this time, a more powerful force emerged from the giant ape's body. "Honey, is this fruit so powerful?" Ling Mu couldn't help but wondered that Tulls at the moment, on the basis of tens of millions of combat power, took a small step. Ling Mu estimated that the combat power increased by 20%. "Hehe, you can't imagine the power of spiritual fruit. This is a fruit that only gods can eat." Tulls laughed. Then he opened his mouth wide, and a strong breath condensed in the mouth of the giant ape. Roar! A giant shock wave spewed out of the giant ape's mouth and shot straight towards Ling Mu. The sound of explosions continued to sound in this area, and after the smoke dissipated for a long time, the giant ape couldn't help laughing wildly. "Haha, this kind of powerhouse is all dead by my hands." "Well, sorry, I was just thinking about how to remove the spirit fruit tree. However, according to this situation, it may be better to kill you first." The fluttering voice suddenly sounded, and Tulls couldn't help but be stunned. Just when he was about to speak, a big foot suddenly appeared and slammed into his giant ape face. The powerful force instantly made his whole body fly upside down. A gust of wind blew past, and when the giant ape had not yet landed, a figure appeared below and kicked again. This huge giant ape lifted off again. Bang bang bang! In a short period of time, the giant ape was attacked by hundreds of punches, and the protective suit was broken, making him unable to resist. Boom! In the end, the giant ape finally fell to the ground, but at this moment he was covered with scars all over his body. Then it gradually shrank and returned to Tulls in human form. How could you be so strong?" Tulls, who was vomiting blood, choked. Not strong, there are many people who are stronger than me. For example, Supreme Kai, gods of destruction, angel." Ling Mu snapped his fingers and said. "Now this combat power is really nothing to those gods." But Tulls couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. "That's all God. You alone, how can you compare them?" Let me go, I'm willing to serve you as master. Tulz begged for mercy. But at this moment, I saw a palm resting on his forehead. Destroy! A burst of purple-black energy instantly appeared, causing Tul's pupils to dilate, and then turned into light spots and floated on the Atlan star. If you can't beat him, let him go, so what else do I need to cultivate? Ling Mu couldn't help but muttered badly, and then looked at the red fruit on the giant tree. Spirit tree fruit. Let me try it out and see what works. Asterisk. 26. Exaggerated spiritual fruit. Anafusion legend Scion serum. After picking a spiritual tree fruit, Ling Mu felt the powerful power contained in the fruit. This fruit contains the essence of life. All the life essences of 8 Langsing are condensed together. Ling Mu didn't think about Son Goku's trick spirit bomb. All absorb the vitality of life. Son Goku's spirit bomb absorbs a lot of life energy and can destroy Bu with hundreds of billions of combat power. And the spiritual fruit tree directly sucks up a planet to produce so many fruits. How powerful is this energy? In the theatrical version, Tulz only ate one, and there was such a big improvement, but now this tree is full of fruit. Thinking of this, Ling Mu thought about it again. According to the current situation of 8 Langsing, Tulz should have been successfully planted once. But why is there only this combat power in the theatrical version? Is there any change? After thinking about it for a while, and after trying to figure it out, Ling Mu put the spiritual fruit directly into his mouth. Click! A faint fragrance fills the mouth, delicious and sweet. But when the fruit entered the stomach, warm power began to permeate the whole body. Ling Mu only felt that her brain was extremely relaxed. This feeling. It turns out that the most important thing for fruit is not to enhance combat power, but spiritual power. A few days ago, the anxiety caused by cultivating the full power of Super Saiyan, after eating this fruit, actually dissipated directly. Ling Mu already felt that he could maintain full power for a long time. It can last as long as half a year. My body seems to be strengthened by vitality. After silently sensing the changes in his body, Ling Mu couldn't help muttering. At this moment, Ling Mu's breath began to soar, and the purple-black divine pattern on his back manifested again, turning into a divine ring floating behind Ling Mu. A lot of vitality also entered the divine rune. The destructive power in the body also seems to have grown a little bit. Fuck, you're making fun of me. When he ate all the fruits and saw that the power of gods of destruction really grew, Ling Mu couldn't help but cry out. This fruit can grow so much, and now there are at least tens of thousands of them on this spiritual tree. This is all the vitality of a planet. Retreat, retreat. I have to eat this spiritual tree. After feeling the rising power in her body, Ling Mu decided to live directly here for a while. Then there was an instant transmission, and he returned to the universe spacecraft and said, "Anna, enter Atlan star. I'm going to squat here for a while. Others go to explore directly. If you can't figure it out, take the time to summarize and report it to me." Time is passing slowly. Before you know it, a year has passed. The Lingxi group has become the representative of a huge force in the northern galaxy area. They aggregated the power of various civilizations and conquered one planet after another. But it didn't do much damage. Instead, it opened trade for many low-level civilizations, helping their civilizations to move towards the big family of universe. Everyone knows that the Lingxi group has a boss, but now he is nowhere to be seen. Just remember, his name is Ling Mu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the conquest of the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the Eastern region. The reward will be 100 bottles of ordinary Scion serum and 1 bottle of legendary Scion bloodline. Under the spiritual tree that filled the sky, Ling Mu lay dozing on the rocking chair. But when the sound of the system sounded, Ling Mu sneezed and woke up. System, this task is finally completed. Ding! The test has been completed, whether to receive the reward. Take over. At this moment, an ordinary box suddenly fell in front of Ling Mu. After catching it and opening it, Ling Mu found that bottles of test tubes were neatly placed inside. And at the very center, there is a bottle of test tube that emits a light green light, which is dazzling. This thing is serum? System, how to use it? Ding, host, just drink the fusion serum. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu couldn't help but sigh, and sure enough, the system's things are convenient to use. Thinking of this, Ling Mu directly sent an instant transmission to a newly built residential area dozens of kilometers away. This is Anna's newest office. Boss, you haven't gotten off work yet. Come here so early today. Anna smiled and said, although this planet is dead, but with Ling Mu by her side, life is still as usual. It's just that what she is dealing with now is the things of various planets. The place where Ling Mu practiced was also changed from the gravity room to the spiritual tree. Good stuff for you. Ling Mu took out a bottle of medicine with green glow from his pocket. Anna looked at it curiously and asked, what is this? Anna, you drink it first. I'll tell you later. Ling Mu said after thinking. Hearing this, Anna snorted, then took the serum and swallowed it all. At this moment, Anna's whole body was motionless like an electric shock. Her pupils are collapsing, and her hair is even more automatic without wind. The originally golden hair slowly turned to black, and it became darker and darker. A burst of air burst out from Anna's body. Boom! The entire office suddenly exploded, and the surrounding walls collapsed. Let other employees put on protective clothing and flee. But when everyone saw that it was from Anna's office, and Ling Mu, the boss who had not seen each other for a long time, they were all stunned. At this moment, I saw Anna slowly lift off in front of everyone. What? A clear release sounded from Anna's mouth. Then I saw that her whole body became more slender and graceful. If it was originally a vase, now she seems to be a goddess of war, both beautiful and powerful. A terrifying chi burst out from Anna, and it rose like a limitless amount. The entire 8 Langsing began to vibrate, and even the spirit tree couldn't help shaking. Just as she reached the top, Anna's hair began to change color, then to emerald green. Wow! Boss, what did you give me? At this moment, Anna opened her eyes and looked at herself curiously. However, when he found himself flying in the sky, he suddenly panicked and danced. Clang! Anna, who was still imposing just now, instantly fell to the ground and smashed a big hole. Nothing happened, but her green hair gradually returned to black. Hey, it's really useful. Let me see. That's 100,000 combat power, not bad. Ling Mu appeared in front of the pit where Anna fell, and looked at her secretary carefully. Ah! I also have combat power. Anna said in surprise. Ling Mu couldn't help but nodded, well, it is hundreds of times more powerful than the martial arts on Earth. From tomorrow. Let's practice with me. Hearing this, Anna was instantly overjoyed and said. Boss, I'm going to fight with you for 300 rounds to test my physical limit. Today is Monday, everyone support. Asterisk. 27, Trigger Selection. The 2-3 Budokai begins. Spiritual fruit is a good thing. After the fight with Anna, the whole person was instantly refreshed. There is a lift. In the past 6 months again, the middle-level strength in the Lingxi group has begun to increase significantly. Since Anna fused the serum, Ling Mu handed the box to her for distribution. 100 Ling-style employees with an initial combat power of over 100 and Scion bloodline all stayed on the 8 Langsing to practice. Ling Mu is naturally aware of Scion's potential. Even low-level warriors, as long as they practice hard and are on the verge of death, will enhance their combat effectiveness. Gravity room, fairy beans, Ling Mu also took out a part and asked Anna to distribute it. As a result, just 3 months later, on the edge of life and death, a 100,000 strong employee named Chili appeared. Half a year has passed, and this group of people has a minimum combat power of 10,000. The tallest Ling Mu took a look, almost reaching 150,000. At this time, it was useless to practice penance, so Ling Mu asked Anna to throw them all into the universe to experience. Otherwise, let them return to Earth, and they won't blow up. Boss, let me tell you something, the competition you asked me to undertake 2 years ago, called the world's #1 martial arts club, is about to start again. The staff on Earth just sent me an email to inform me. Anna said to Ling Mu. In the past 6 months, she has been practicing with Ling Mu, eating a spiritual fruit every week, and her combat power has reached 1,000,000 combat power casually. According to her, now entering the 100x gravity room is called daily fitness. This made Ling Mu quite speechless. Oh, it's the 23rd Martial Arts Club now? Let's go back then. Ling Mu said after thinking about it. Hearing this, Anna was very puzzled and said, Boss, why do you care about this kind of game? According to our current situation, we don't like it at all. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help touching Anna's cheek and said mysteriously. You remember to pay attention. Maybe in the future, this kind of competition will affect the life and death of a universe. A look of doubt flashed across Anna's face. Ding! The host's attention to the 23rd Martial Arts Club was detected, triggering a God-level choice. Choose 1, participate normally in the 23rd Martial Arts Conference, win the championship, reward, Namek language. Choose 2, defeat the 23rd Budo Club champion, reward, God's language. Choose 3, kill the 23rd Budo Club champion, reward, ancient language. Hearing this newly triggered choice, Ling Mu couldn't help being stunned. Reward language? This is rather novel. However, it is a surprise. Originally, Ling Mu planned to go back to Earth to have a look. After this session of martial arts, the big story of Dragon Ball will officially start. If you choose one of the normal competitions, you will be laughed at. This year's champion seems to be Son Goku. Kill him and reward him with an ancient language. It's a blood loss. And I don't know what the language does. System, choose 2. It's also good to have the language of the gods, turn back to summon Super Shenron, and don't have to ask others to speak. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Shaking his body, Ling Mu took another spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Saying vaguely, Anna, ask the organizers to increase the bonus and publicize it a bit bigger. The Earth's money is also worthless, it doesn't matter. Okay, boss, let's leave 8 Langsing the day after tomorrow and are going back to Earth. It is good. 3 years later, the world's #1 martial arts club was held again. The first 22 sessions were basically circulated in the circle of martial arts. But this time, it has attracted the attention of people all over the world. Because the organizer of the 23rd Budo Club is the Lingxi Group, the legendary Earth organization that developed in universe. And the prize money of this martial arts meeting is very generous. This championship reward will directly receive 2 billion yuan, while the second and third place will be nearly 1 billion and 500 million respectively. But there are also generous rewards for entering the top 8. Therefore, those martial artists who practiced in the deep mountains and forests also appeared one by one to participate in this competition. It can be said that the level of candidates who entered the top 8 this time, in the past few sessions, all have the strength to compete for the top 3. Well, a lot of acquaintances. Master Rashi leaned on crutches and looked at the registration office, and he had just greeted many old acquaintances. Younger brother. A hoarse female voice rang in Master Rashi's ear, and at some point, an old witch sitting on a crystal ball appeared beside Master Rashi. Sister? You are also participating. Master Rashi's eyes almost popped out, and the fortune-telling mother-in-law came to the scene. No, several demons under me have signed up for the martial arts competition. The prize money this time is too generous. The divination mother-in-law said with an expressionless face. Master Rashi was speechless. This bonus blew up the immortal old sister, how tempting it was. Master Wu Tian. There was a cry in the distance, and I saw Kellen, Yamsha and Tian Xinyan dumplings appearing at the same time. Well, you guys have come back from practice? We haven't seen you for 3 years, and you've grown a lot taller. Master Rashi looked at his apprentice and said with relief. Haha, it didn't take long for him to start growing. Kaylin couldn't help laughing. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the grown-up Son Goku appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone! Goku! Really Goku? Are you taller than me? A group of people laughed and started chatting. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky at the #1 martial arts club in the world. I saw a universe spaceship that covered the sky and appeared in front of everyone's sight, causing many pedestrians to hide in the corner in fear. Just then, the hatch opened. A man in a black jacket jumped up and landed lightly on the ground. Then, 2 black-haired beauties also followed him to the ground. It is Ling Mu, Anna, and Zilan. Boss, let's go in. The people above are already waiting. Anna said with a smile. But no one could see that this girl's strength was no longer on the same level as Earth. Even Zilan next to her, after being transformed with ordinary Scion bloodline, has a combat power of nearly 5,000. Ling Mu. Son Goku clenched his fists when he saw the figure appearing. Tian Xinyan also looked at the opposite angrily. If it wasn't for Dragon Ball, Dumpling would have been life and death from him. Did you see anything? Kaylin said solemnly, and Ling Mu became the biggest boss in their hearts. Son Goku shook his head, I can't see it. Humph, don't talk about Ling Mu, you can't even see the woman beside him. At this moment, a green young creature wrapped in a white cloak walked up to the crowd. Young Great Demon King. Son Goku said the same after a glance. But when his words fell, Kaylin and others all changed color. Young Great Demon King. Asterisk. 28. The arrangement of the staff of the underworld. Can't handle Ling Mu's Son Goku. Ling Mu had already sensed Son Goku's group of people, but didn't go over to say hello. Right now, they still can't enter their own level. Boss, there are more than 1,400 contestants this time. There are 20 venues, and the top 8 will be decided in the afternoon. Anna flipped through the report. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded, then wait patiently. This martial arts competition was much more intense than expected. In the qualifiers, battles broke out from time to time. What is particularly interesting is that when Ling Mu received the list of the quarterfinals, he found that Yam Sha was also eliminated. Hey, this is really strange. Seeing that the one who eliminated Yam Sha turned out to be one of Pubabo's subordinates, Ling Mu couldn't help being impressed. At this moment, the first game of the quarterfinals began. After seeing a sloppy middle-aged man, a smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth. It turned out to be a god, but it was Tian Xinyan who was fighting against him. Bang! Not long after, Tian Shen kicked Tian Xinyan out of the ring, and the audience was stunned. The last champion fell in the quarterfinals. Damn, who the hell are you? Tian Xinyan, who got up, couldn't help but said angrily. After 3 years of hard work, he was defeated by a small person. You do not need to know. The god possessed by mortals took off his glasses and smiled. This makes Ling Mu watch with relish. Came to subdue Piccolo? Unfortunately, this time Piccolo's power is stronger than in the original. In the second game, Son Goku came on, and his opponent happened to be Shishi, sprinkled with dog food. Ling Mu took out a spiritual fruit and gnawed it, but Anna looked at it with relish, which seemed to be a woman's nature. Subsequently, the Big Devil also played the game and won. The semi-finals were played by Tenjin, Piccolo, Son Goku, and Granny Champo. When in the ring, the gods made a trick to seal the wave, and after being turned over by Piccolo, Ling Mu called him backstage. "God, have you been contacted by the King of Hell? What do people from my Lingxi group say in the underworld?" Ling Mu asked. "The way of the gods restored to normal." "Yes. King Yama can't reach you, so let me know. You Ling-style group power, tens of thousands of people died in the universe. But most of them are employees of other planets, local employees, only 3. These 3 people are temporarily arranged to work under the King of Hell. The others must be reincarnated, or the underworld will be chaotic." Hearing this, Ling Mu froze. "Well, thank the King of Hell for me, and let those 3 set up an office in the underworld first. After the death of the people of the Lingxi group from other planets, just tell the office if you have any wishes, and I will send someone to deal with it." Ling Mu thought about it and arrived. With so many employees in Lingxi group, it is impossible for them all to be resurrected. The value is not equal. But it is no problem to complete some last wishes, and it can be regarded as the benefit of doing things for yourself in this life. "What do you want to do, Piccolo?" After discussing the business, Tian Shenfeng turned around. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. "What to do with it? If you don't behave yourself, you'll be fine." God! The championship has begun. When Son Goku and Piccolo took off their gravity suits, the audience boiled over. The other martial deists were also shocked. Is this still a human? Wear such heavy clothes and fight people. In the ring, the 2 key blasts exploded in mid-air from time to time. That formidable strength is eye-catching. Piccolo was reborn from a severed limb from a powerful bloodline, and he traded injuries with Son Goku. But in the final matchup, he was defeated by Son Goku. I announce that the champion of the 23rd World #1 Budokai is Son Goku. He will get 2 billion in cash and the chance to challenge Ling Mu, the boss of Lingxi Group. Cheers resounded from the scene, and when Son Goku picked up the trophy exhausted, it also represented the end of his youth journey. But at this moment, a figure in a black jacket appeared in the center of the ring. The wind stopped, the clouds dissipated. When the young man with the purple-black hairstyle appeared, the entire scene of the #1 martial arts club in the world couldn't help but keep silent. "Are you going to challenge me?" Ling Mu looked at Son Goku and said lightly. Hearing this, Son Goku, who was exhausted, slowly stood up and said weakly. "Of course, Ling Mu, I must beat you." A smile flashed across Ling Mu's mouth, and then he took out a fairy bean from his pocket and threw it. "Eat it. I'm standing here, if you can make me move a step, count me as a loser." At this moment, there was an uproar in the audience. The boss of this Ling-style group is so confident? The battle between Son Goku and the Great Demon King just now is obvious to all. Don't look down on people. I'm not what I was 3 years ago. Son Goku said solemnly after he recovered from eating the bean. He also raised a finger and dipped his arm, saying don't underestimate him. Ling Mu smiled evilly, and after the purple-black hairstyle was slightly tilted, he saw Ling Mu spread his 5 fingers and raised his palm to aim at Son Goku. "No, I never cared about you," Ling Mu said lightly. Then I saw a huge white shock wave burst out suddenly, rubbing Son Goku's shoulder and flying towards the sky. In this brief moment, Son Goku didn't even have time to react. I felt that a lot of blood had begun to come out of my ears. Hateful. Son Goku clenched his fist unwillingly. This is the gap again. In an instant swish, perform a close quarters fight to Ling Mu in the ring. The sound of bang 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 was introduced into the ears of every audience. Son Goku's fighting figure disappeared, it wasn't something they could see. But off the stage, Piccolo, who had just recovered, had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Because in his sight, a purple-black protective shield appeared in front of Ling Mu. No matter how much force Son Goku exerts, he can't break through this hood. Hateful. Kamehameha. Realizing that his attack was useless, Son Goku jumped back, then gathered all his strength to hit Ki Blast, the strongest blow. The temperature at the site of the martial arts meeting suddenly rose. Ki Blast, which is visible to the naked eye of ordinary people, bombed directly towards Ling Mu. But unfortunately, Son Goku's strongest attack could not break Ling Mu's defense. You have to keep working hard. Ling Mu was in the ring without any pressure, and then simply spread his hands. Bang! The purple-black protective shield that was originally just surrounding Ling Mu suddenly swelled. The slate on the ring began to splash. I saw that the land that the protective cover passed through was completely cut by baptism, and it became smooth and tidy. And when the protective cover inflated to Son Goku's side, the aura of destruction instantly caused blood to flow out of Son Goku's skin. Okay, let's go down. Ling Mu said indifferently, his eyes widened. I saw Son Goku's body, like a piece of paper, being ejected into the air and falling outside the ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 23rd Martial Arts Champion, reward, the language of God. Asterisk. 29, Galaxy Budo Club. The long-term choice of the three major rule forces. Strange knowledge penetrated into Ling Mu's mind, causing Ling Mu's consciousness to be in a trance. It was a strange language that spanned time and space, and its syllables were simple but difficult to remember. A single word can cover many meanings. Even in terms of pronunciation, ordinary people without strength can't say a word completely. It really is divine language. Ling Mu couldn't help sighing after feeling the mysterious words in his mind. The scene of the world's first martial arts meeting. All the audience looked at the man on the ring in horror. Only at this time did everyone really recognize the boss of the Ling-style group. Powerful, rich, handsome. This is the perception of many women. Horrible, ruthless, cold. This is the male perception of Ling Mu. Ling Mu, tell me how different our strengths are. Bang it! Son Goku bounced up from outside the ring and fell into the ring stubbornly again. Hearing this, Ling Mu slapped his mouth. Well, let's put it this way. If you compare you to 1, then I'll be 100 million. Ling Mu pondered. 2 years have passed, and the tens of billions of combat power have also crossed. But it's not worth Ling Mu's excitement. Hearing this, Son Goku's eyes were aggressive, his fists clenched, and then he turned his head angrily and asked under the ring. Shishi, Master Wu Tian, how much is 100 million? Bang bang bang! This time, most of the people who heard this fell to the ground. Even Ling Mu had a weird look on his face. God, how much is 100 million? Anna, let's go. Unable to communicate with Son Goku's IQ at all, Ling Mu decided to leave. Boss, this game is good. Overall, it has made more than 10 billion yuan. Why don't we have one in the galaxy? We can earn a lot of universe coins. Anna walked over to Ling Mu and said happily. Hearing this, Ling Mu was taken aback. In the Northern Galaxy, fund a martial arts meeting? It seems feasible. In the next few years, the Lingxi group will begin to expand to various regions of the Milky Way. It's good to take the opportunity to publicize it. In addition, maybe it can attract other masters who can fight with him. After all, the martial arts society on Earth is too weak. Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't help thinking. Ding! It is detected that the host has a strong will to hold a martial arts meeting in the galaxy, triggering a long-term, God-level choice. Choose one, within 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Martial Arts Club and win the championship. Reward, the power of time and space. Option 2, within 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Martial Arts Tournament and win the championship. The contestants have a combat power of more than 1,100,000 people. Reward, the power of miracles. Option 3, in 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Martial Arts Club and win the championship, with more than 100 million combatants. 20 people. Reward, creative power. Long-term God-level choice? Ling Mu couldn't help but stop. System, what do you mean by long-term God-level selection? Ding, during the long-term God-level selection task period, other God-level choices can also be triggered. Hearing this, Ling Mu thought about it, that is to say, this long-term God-level choice belongs to another main quest. But this reward is a bit exaggerated. The power of time and space. The power of miracles, the power of creation. It's all about the power of rules. The matching reward is only the destructive power obtained by killing Shenron at the beginning of the game. The Galaxy Martial Arts Club must be held, and this reward is not a fool. Even in comparison, how the Galaxy Martial Arts will be held is not important. What matters is what reward you choose. The power of time and space can travel through the past and the future. The power of miracles is the power that created the Dragon Ball. The power of creation should be Supreme Kai and Angel, the power to revive living creatures. This time, Ling Mu was also stumped. How to choose? Maybe instead of looking at the choices now, think about how the future will require which strengths. As soon as this rhetorical question appeared in his mind, Ling Mu suddenly had an idea. Regarding time and space, the most important character is the future Trunks. Several powerful enemies were created in his time and space. After Son Goku eliminates Frieza, the future chapter will fully open. It will probably take a few years to use the power of time and space. The power of miracles is there, from Earth Dragon Ball to Namek Dragon Ball to Super Dragon Ball. Except for the Super Dragon Ball, the others, as long as Ling Mu wants to collect them, can be achieved in a short time. There is no need to claim the power of miracles to make a set of Dragon Ball. As for the power of creativity, Ling Mu thought about it and didn't know where to use it. Like Whis, to give birth to Bulma in the future. Look up. Thinking of that scene, Ling Mu couldn't help rolling his eyes. System, choose one. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. When he heard the confirmation sound, Ling Mu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Then, the holding of the Galaxy Budokai will be put on the agenda. Although you only choose the easiest tasks, you must also do the best. All the strong men who have appeared at this stage, all come for me to participate in the martial arts meeting. And you need to use your best interests to fool you all over. A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Let's have a fight. Anna, prepare to hold the first Galaxy Martial Arts Conference in 5 years. The champion will receive 10 billion universe coins, 3 common wishes, 10 spiritual fruits, and 10 fairy beans. The runner-up will receive 5 billion universe coins, a common wish, 5 spiritual fruits, and 5 fairy beans. The third runner-up will receive 2 billion universe coins, 5 spiritual fruits, and 5 fairy beans. By the way, everyone can participate, including Lingxi Group employees, and all the gods of the galaxy. Hearing Ling Mu speak, Anna couldn't help but stay for a while, and then said excitedly, "Wow, boss, I want to participate too." Ling Mu smiled slightly, stroked Anna's cheek and said, "Of course, this time, I will also participate." Earth exploded. One day after the world's #1 martial arts club ended, Lingxi Group announced through the media that the Galaxy Martial Arts Club will be held in 5 years. It turned out that not only on Earth, but also in the universe, martial artists are also respected. Son Goku and others couldn't help but get excited when they heard the news. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, and others all began to practice hard. Especially after Bulma sent the gravity chamber within 200 times. This group of people started a new round of cultivation. Ling Mu, however, had already left Earth and began to prepare for the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Lots of things to prepare, including Dragon Ball and more to collect. In particular, a full universe broadcast is required to stir up the heat. *30, Namek. Great Elder, Niru, Dende. The miraculous power of Earth's Dragon Ball is not enough to broadcast to the whole universe. However, Namek Shenren should be enough. When Ling Mu left Earth again, he had already planned what he was going to do. Anna, choose the planet where the Galactic Martial Arts Club will be held. I'll go to Namek first and collect some things. After instructing Anna, Ling Mu left 8 Langxing directly, preparing to go to Namek. For the current Ling Mu, there is no need to worry about the map. As long as the name of the planet is reported, the existence can be found immediately. Namek is in the northern region of the Northern Galaxy. That's Frisia's territory. Now the 2 biggest forces in Northern Galaxy are Lingxi Group and Frisia Corps. But Ling Mu has no intention to expand to the north for the time being, because the Ling Style Group has not finished digesting the galaxy in the east. So Frisia let's stock up. But if you dare to trouble yourself, don't blame Ling Mu for being ruthless. 2 months later, a green planet appeared in front of Ling Mu. There are also 3 nearby stars radiating sunlight. Namek is here. Looking at this planet that occupies an important plot, Ling Mu also scrutinized it carefully. To be honest, if it weren't for the appearance of Sion, Namek would be considered a strong family. In addition to having the power to regenerate from severed limbs, the most important thing is fusion. Gather the power of the whole family and become a powerful warrior. Ding! Detected the host's approval of Namek, triggering a god-level selection. Choose one, summon Namek Shenren and fulfill your 3 wishes. And help Namek people out of trouble, reward, plus 50 million combat power. Choice 2, summon Namek Shenren and fulfill your 3 wishes. Conquer the Namek people. Reward, plus 60 million combat power. Choose 3, summon Namek Shenren and fulfill your 3 wishes. Destroy all Namek people. Reward, plus 70 million combat power. Well, is this choice just to increase combat power? Ling Mu couldn't help but pause after looking at the options. Destroying all Namek people, Ling Mu has no interest in that. As for the first 2 options, of course, whichever reward is better, choose that one. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. There is no dark night in Namek because 3 stars shine. And because the stars take turns shining, the photosynthesis of plants is strong. That's why Namek changes so that even the sky is green. When Ling Mu came to this planet, he saw hundreds of islands, covering the sea water. The Namek seemed to exist in tribal form. Ling Mu sensed many weak breaths on the island. The most powerful one has a combat power of not more than 60,000. Well, let's go there. The most powerful Namek person seems to be the one who fused with Piccolo, right? Ling Mu recalled the Dragon Ball plot and pondered. Then he put his finger on his forehead, an instant transmission left the universe spaceship. On a hill, low circular blister buildings stand scattered among the boulders. A few Namek people with green body are drying their food and enjoying the sunshine leisurely. And the most powerful Niru, standing on the edge of the cliff, behind him is a giant building. The Great Elder, the supreme ruler of Namek, rested inside. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in Niru's ear. Nialu, welcome the distinguished guests from outside. Hearing the voice of the Great Elder, Nilu's expression changed. He didn't feel anyone showing up at all. But at this moment, I saw a human man in a black jacket just walking up the cliff and appearing in front of Nilu. Who? Nilu's expression changed, he shouted, and moved at high speed to attack. But just as he was just starting out, a finger tapped his green forehead. It was like the weight of a planet was pressing on him, making him unable to move at all. The speed is too slow, no, or too weak. The man smiled and slowly retracted his fingers. At this moment, drops of cold sweat emerged from Nilu's forehead. The person in front of him was unfathomable, and Nilu estimated that it seemed that all the Namek people would be unable to beat him. This person is Ling Mu. VIP in the universe, welcome to Namek. An old and dull voice sounded in Ling Mu's ear. Elder, it's interesting. Ling Mu laughed and walked towards this huge building. And Niala followed closely, and if there was any problem with Ling Mu, he would try his best to stop it. A huge wrinkled figure sat on a huge chair. It was the great elder Namek. Introduce myself, my name is Ling Mu. Boss of Ling Style Group. I came here today to borrow the Dragon Ball from you. Also, I hope you, the Namek family, will do things with me from now on. Ling Mu said straight to the point. But as soon as these words came out, the expression of Neilu on the side changed greatly. Bastard, what did you say? Nilu instantly clenched his fists and stepped forward angrily. However, Ling Mu just glanced at Neilu lightly, and then set his eyes on the supreme ruler, the great elder. Kin. The dull and old voice of the first elder sounded, making Nilu's face full of horror. And Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Does this agree? I wanted to do it directly. Ling Mu, but before that, you have to tell me how you use Dragon Ball. Also, what do Namek people need to do for you in the future, the elder said. After hearing this, Ling Mu thought for a while, and then said directly. In the case of Dragon Ball, I'm going to hold a galactic Budo tournament recently, and I need to send a galactic broadcast. By the way, strengthen my home planet Earth. In addition, for your future arrangements for the Namek people, in addition to guarding the Dragon Ball, my secretary will arrange teams according to their strengths to explore the universe. Hearing this, the great elder couldn't help but ponder, and after a long time sighed, yes. Niru, call Dende and let him take Ling Mu to collect Dragon Ball. With a face full of horror, Nilu wanted to say something, but in the end he was powerless to walk out of the giant building. It didn't take long before a small Namek came in. That young green appearance is impressively the future Earth god Dende. Hello, the elder has arranged for me to take you to other villages. Dende said a little scared. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ling Mu's mouth. Let's go. The gigantic building became dull. When Ling Mu was gone, Neilu dared to ask. Elder, why? Because he has the power to destroy the entire planet. But no ill will towards us, and even I smell the same kind. Asterisk. 31. 3 Wishes. Dragon Ball Universe Broadcast. Ling Mu didn't know what the Great Elder and Nilu were talking about. Under Dende's instructions, Ling Mu finally gathered Namek's Dragon Ball after visiting 7 islands. Compared to Earth's Dragon Ball, Namek's Dragon Ball is larger. The power of miracles contained in it can also fulfill 3 wishes at a time. Ling Mu, let's go back and summon Shenron. Dende said with difficulty. Running so many places in one day is indeed a bit tiring for this little guy. Let's go. Ling Mu took Dende's hand to cast instant transmission and went directly back to the place where the Great Elder lived. This shocked Dende, who showed his body shape. It was so far away and came back all at once. Dende, summon Shenron. The old elder's voice sounded. At this time, Neilu had a helpless look on his face. It seems that the Great Elder has done the job and bowed his head like resignation. Dende nodded excitedly, and began to summon Shenron using the language of the Namek people. The sky gradually darkened, and a thick and mighty Shenron shot out from the Dragon Ball. Say your 3 wishes. Namek Shenron said. Ling Mu, go ahead. Dende turned his head and said involuntarily. After finishing some language, Ling Mu said directly, Dende, the first wish is for Shenron to strengthen the earth so that it will not be easily destroyed. Okay. Dende turned his head and translated to Namek Shenron. After he finished speaking, the earth on the other side of universe began to change. The rock layer is getting more compact, and the speed of the underground lava is slightly faster. The entire core of the earth seems to be covered with a layer of iron. The first wish has been fulfilled. Dende translated Shenren's words. Ling Mu nodded and spoke again. Dende, second wish. Send a notification to all creatures in the galaxy with a combat power of more than 100. 5 years later, on October 760 of the galaxy calendar, the Lingxi group will hold the world's first galaxy martial arts conference. In addition to tens of billions of universe coins, the champion can also fulfill 3 wishes and 10 spiritual fruits. The runner-up can get 5 billion universe coins, 1 wish, 5 spiritual fruits. The venue of the competition is located in Imga Star. For details, you can contact Lingxi Group for consultation. This time the wish was longer, and after Dende listened to it all, he began to organize language translation. This time, Shenren was silent for a long time, it seemed to be thinking. Just when Ling Mu thought the wish failed, Shenren said, "Your wish has come true." At this moment, in the minds of all the powerhouses in the universe, a notice about the world's #1 Galaxy Martial Arts Association suddenly flashed. Earth. Yet. The Galaxy Budo Club has really started. Son Goku said excitedly while eating. Shishi on the side was also shocked by the voice in his mind. Humph, Ling Style Group, the person who killed my brother is the boss of this group. Frisia sat in the spaceship, flapping his tail. But behind him, there was a more mighty and tall frozen demon with a gloomy face. It was King Cold. Frisia, 5 years later, we will attack the eastern region, stopped by the martial arts club. There are many others like this. For example, Piccolo, Supreme Kai, Dr. Gero, etc. Ling Mu, there is one last wish. Dende turned his head and said. But Ling Mu smiled and said, the last wish is to strengthen Namek. Hearing this, Dende's eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other side, the Great Elder and Niru also showed the same expression. In fact, Ling Mu's last wish was to move Namek directly to his own territory. But the trouble is, the 3 surrounding stars can't move with them. Without these 3 stars, Namek may be destroyed by climate change again, which is not what Ling Mu wants. Your wishes have all come true, goodbye. Shenren said in Namek. The whole body turned into a light and returned to Dragon Ball. Then, I saw 7 Dragon Balls turned into stones and wanted to be scattered. But when Ling Mu raised his hand, he saw the 7 stones gathered together again. Elder, keep this Dragon Ball for now. In 5 years, I will use it. After thinking about it, Ling Mu decided not to take Dragon Ball. Because even if you take it away, it's useless if you don't know Namek. It is the best choice for Namek people. Thanks. The old voice said gratefully, which made Ling Mu quite at a loss. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of summoning the Dragon Ball, fulfilling his wish, and subduing the Namek people. Combat power plus 60 million. With the sound of the system, Ling Mu only felt another force emerging from his body. This made Ling Mu hurriedly say. Elder, then I'll go first. If Namek is in a hurry, he can contact Ling Style Group Anna. After speaking, Ling Mu cast instant transmission and went directly to the other side of Namek. Ling Mu returned to normal. When the 60 million combat power was added, his basic combat power quietly climbed to 200 million. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 210 million, normal. Bloodline, legendary Scion bloodline. Rule power, power of destruction, can be raised to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn, air scythe, god's language. Seeing this data, after Ling Mu thought about it, an aura burst out slightly. I saw a layer of purple-black energy covering his whole body, and suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan destructive form. Well, 13 billion combat power. It seems that if it breaks out on its own, it should be able to exceed 20 billion. Looking at the numbers on the board, Ling Mu thought to himself. Super Scion is full of power. He has been practicing by himself for more than 2 years, and his body has already adapted. Then, maybe the realm should be pushed to the Super 2 level. The trip to Namek came to an end quickly, and a month later, Ling Mu returned to Atlantis and started to practice. However, after Ling Mu used Dragon Ball to release the broadcast news of the #1 Galaxy Martial Arts Club in the world, the entire Ling Style group was also quietly busy. Everyone was taking the time to practice hard, and the group of new scions who had taken the serum entered the gravity room even more desperately. However, on this day, a news from Anna made Ling Mu feel surprised and stopped cultivating. "Boss, Shuli is dead. The one with the highest potential in ordinary scion? Has he surpassed 200,000 combat power?" Ling Mu wondered. Anna nodded and said, "Yes, really dead. Die on an asteroid called Wampa." It was the message that came back from his own message. Asterisk. 32, the final voice. Broly's appearance. Wampa asteroid? A look of astonishment flashed across Ling Mu's face. Is it really that person? That legendary Super Scion Broly? According to Shuli's strength, he is also considered the #1 person in the universe. Ling Mu also knows that Shuli also has fairy beans distributed by the group. Apart from encountering irresistible rules and powerhouses whose strength transcends boundaries, Ling Mu can't think of any other reason why Shuli can't escape. In the asteroid named Wampa, there is only Broly. What did Shuli leave in the message before he died? Ling Mu asked casually. Hearing this, Anna shook her head and said, "I don't know either, I just saw this report. I'll have someone send the final voice over." When the transcript was sent, Ling Mu discovered that Shuli had been dead for more than 4 months. This means that Shuli died directly after going out to practice from the beginning. "Boss, this voice was received by an exploration team a month ago in outer space. When they knew it was Sherry, they reported the news. But I haven't dealt with it until now," Anna said in frustration. Ling Mu shook his head, stroked Anna's cheek and said, "I don't blame you. Let's put your voice on first." Hearing this, Anna nodded, and then opened the last paragraph of speech left by Shuli. A screeching sound came out. The place where Shuli is located sounds like a harsh living environment. There was even the sound of some large creature squirming in it. "Strangers who have received this signal, please listen to the end, you will be rewarded with millions of universe coins. I am the leader of the Ling Style group, Shuli. I am now located in Wampa, asteroid. Please help me with my last words to tell Secretary Anna of Lingxi Group and Boss Ling Mu. Wampa, the asteroid, there are people with similar bloodline to Secretary Anna. I'm seriously injured and can't escape. Kaka, my team and I are dead. Bang bang bang." When the sound of Ki Blast's explosion sounded, Ling Mu's eyes began to have a chill. "It seems that Broly is right," Shuli said that the person who is similar to Anna's bloodline is Chuan Chao. "Boss. Is this possible?" Anna didn't dare to believe. After she got the serum, she knew the enormous power in her body. Ling Mu nodded slowly and said, "Nothing is impossible. The news that Shuli brought back with his life is worthy of our trust. Let's go, you and I will go to the Earth together, and then go to the Wampa planet." Anna was silent, then nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I'll leave in an hour. Also, I'll arrange for someone to take care of Shuli's funeral right away." Hearing this, Ling Mu paused and couldn't help but smile. What's the hurry? Employees like Shuli, of course, use the Dragon Ball to revive. Go back to Earth first. I'll go to the underworld to find him. When Ling Mu brought Anna back to Earth, he cast instant transmission to the underworld and met his subordinate Shuli. At this moment, with a halo above his head, he was sitting in the office chatting with some other deceased Lingxi group employees. "Lord Yama. Thank you." After seeing this layout, Ling Mu couldn't help thanking him. Presumably their own employees never thought that after entering the underworld, there is such a benefit. Ling Mu, it's all right. By the way, you are the #1 galaxy martial arts society in the world. Can people from the underworld participate? The voice of King Yama suddenly sounded, and he was very concerned about this matter. King Yama, of course you can. When the time comes, you can report the Lingxi group to the competitors in the underworld. Ling Mu said, while Anna was full of curiosity. This was her first time in the underworld. Unexpectedly, after death, Lingxi group has such benefits. Sherry. A cold voice sounded in Chili's ears, but when he turned around, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw that the General Secretary of Lingxi Group, Anna, and the boss in a black jacket appeared in front of him. You know, it's hell now. Boss, Secretary Anna. Chili shouted excitedly, causing several employees in the office to look around curiously. As a result, when I saw my boss and secretary, I couldn't wait for a moment. What's even more exaggerated is that many of those ghost teams rushed out. They are all employees of Lingxi Group from other planets. Everyone, be quiet, this is hell. The group cannot revive every employee, but it can help you realize your last wish. You can fill in the report in this office later. After Ling Mu released a little momentum, he quickly controlled the scene. However, when seeing the excited expressions of those who died, Ling Mu also praised his decision. Shili, this time I came to the underworld mainly to find you. Who exactly did you meet on planet Wampa? Soon after, Ling Mu took Shili to a quiet place to ask. Boss, his name is Broly. Like an undead monster. I killed a few giant bugs on planet Wampa, and then he went crazy and chased me. Even the hair has turned into the gleaming green of Secretary Anna's transformation. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help covering his forehead. Killed a few giant bugs and was chased by Broly? Wait a minute, you killed a few bugs, why did that guy kill you? Shili shook his head in confusion. I don't know, anyway. When Broly was chasing me, he kept shouting Baya. I started the universe spaceship to escape the planet Wampa. But in the end, the guy flew straight into the atmosphere and dragged my spaceship down. Ling Mu was speechless and could imagine Chili's despair at that time. But Ling Mu also understood why Broly went mad. Baya. It seems to be the giant bug that Broly trained against. It seems so sad that Chili died. You cultivate in the underworld well, find a time, and I will resurrect you. But be careful in the future. Ling Mu patted Chili on the shoulder, making the guy stunned for a moment. What the fuck? Resurrection? Does the group still have this benefit? On the distant Wampa asteroid, Broly, wearing animal skin tights, silently endured his father's punishment. Broly, I told you, let me know first when you see a stranger. Why did you kill that person at that time? That universe spaceship model is stronger than Frisia. We might be able to escape from this planet. Once the planet Vegeta chief Paragus said angrily. He killed Baya. Damn bugs. Paragus said angrily, then pressed the button in his hand. Broly saw arcs all over his body, stinging him. Asterisk. 33. A new choice for the 3 major bloodlines. Make a decision before eating. After a few busy days in the underworld, Ling Mu left the Earth directly, took a special spaceship, and headed for the planet Wampa. Now the arrangement of the Ling-style group in the underworld has been unfolded in an orderly manner. Although it is impossible to revive every Ling-style employee, it is definitely no problem to register to help fulfill the last wish. This is the last salary that Ling Mu pays to his employees, fulfilling a wish after your death. 2 months later, a dark red planet full of pits and pits appeared in front of Ling Mu's eyes. The last signal of Shili's death came from here. Ling Mu walked towards the glass hatch of the universe spaceship, looked at Wampazing and confirmed. That's right, boss, it's here. Anna nodded and said that she came here this time to see people with similar bloodlines. Well, the environment is really bad. When Ling Mu found out that there were black lines floating around the entire planet from time to time, he sighed without hesitation. Broly is indeed very talented, but this harsh environment has also helped him keep growing. Sion's generation, he is the one with the highest birth talent. Son Goku is a low-level warrior, Vegeta is a high-level warrior, and Broly can be a legendary warrior. But unfortunately, if King Vegeta conquered Broly, then Frieza would have nothing to do with it. Ding! The host's admiration for Broly is detected, and both parties are legendary Sion, triggering the God-level selection. Choose one, a normal battle, learn from Broly, and win. Reward, plus 200 million combat power, Ancient Sion Bloodline. Choice 2, conquer the first battle, defeat Broly and conquer. Reward, plus 300 million combat power, Ancestor level Sion Bloodline. Choice 3, life and death battle. Kill Broly. Reward, combat plus 400 million, Taku level Sion Bloodline. When the system's choice sounded again, Ling Mu couldn't help frowning. The reward is exaggerated, and the bloodline reward appears again. Broly is so important? System, Ancient, Ancestor, Ancient, which bloodline is the most advanced? After Ling Mu checked it slightly, he asked directly. The three major bloodlines are all above the super level. For Ling Mu, it is a bit difficult to judge. Because these three bloodlines have not appeared in the existing plots of Dragon Ball, when Ling Mu first came to the world of Dragon Ball, he remembered that there was a theatrical version about the ancestor of Sion, MOC to be released. But in the end, it was replaced by Broly. Could it be that the bloodline mentioned in it is the powerful bloodline of the past? But at this moment, the voice of the system came. Ding! The highest level is the ancestor level Sion bloodline. What's the difference between the ancient level and the ancient level? Ding! Please host to explore on your own. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but froze. The system doesn't explain? It seems that these bloodlines seem to have a story. However, since I clearly told myself that the most powerful one is the ancestor level, why would I choose the second one? After thinking again, Ling Mu finally confirmed it. System, choose 2. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. On the planet Wampa, Paragus ate an unpalatable food, looking up at the sky feebly. Not far away, his son Broly is hunting a giant spider that hides only in a hole. After a burst of gas, Broly savagely broke off the spider legs of the giant spider, put it to his mouth and began to suck the liquid in it. This day, when is the head, the previous spaceships are all broken and can't be repaired at all. How old am I? Paragus murmured with the vicissitudes of life, but his eyes were filled with despair for what happened back then. If he can go out this time, he will definitely kill King Vegeta directly. But at this moment, Paragus' pupils could not help shrinking. On the Wampa planet, a flame suddenly appeared in the dark red and black atmosphere. That's exactly what an alien spaceship looks like. It's saved. It's finally saved. Broly, come here for me. Paragus shouted, then pressed the trigger button in his hand. This made Broly, who was swallowing the spider legs in the distance, shuddered, and then endured the pain and returned to Paragus. See the spaceship above? Take me there. Remember, you must not kill people this time. When Broly looked to the sky and saw the universe spaceship, he nodded, carried Paragus on his back, and ran towards the place where the spaceship landed. Boss, someone with a combat power of over 500,000 is approaching. As soon as the spacecraft was opened, Anna spoke directly. Well, it should be that Broly. Ling Mu nodded and said that he had sensed Broly's pursuit before the spacecraft landed. Seeing the barren land surrounded by potholes, Ling Mu lit a cigar and said lightly. Wait for him here. Anna understood and threw out an all-purpose capsule to sort out some commonly used things. When Paragus was taken by Broly to where the universe spacecraft landed, he was stunned. I don't know when, I saw furniture outside the spaceship. A man and a woman, smoking cigarettes, drinking juice together, and watching TV. Hello, can you give me something to eat? When Paragus was put down by Broly, he stepped forward with excited eyes. He has not experienced this kind of normal life for many years. Ling Mu glanced at the middle-aged scion, who was incomparably vicissitudes of life. The former chief of the Vegeta Star, who has been reduced to this field, has to say that it is too much of a failure. Sit down. Ling Mu looked at Paragus and directly motioned him to sit at the dining table. Anna also threw out an omnipotent capsule at this time. I saw a lot of fragrant food appearing on the table. Thanks, thanks. Paragus thanked him with a hint of moisture in the corner of his eyes. This made Ling Mu stunned for a moment. It seemed that this guy had a very sad life on the Wampa planet. Wait, before I eat, I need Mr. Paragus to make a decision. Ling Mu stood up abruptly and said. This made Paragus's hand shaking the food, because the person in front of him meant that he knew his identity. Who are you? Paragus put down the food very reluctantly, and asked in a flash of pain. Introduce yourself. My name is Ling Mu, the boss of the Northern Galaxy Lingxi Group. You must have heard the universe broadcast about the galaxy Budokai a few days ago. You should know something about me. I came to see you on this planet this time because of Broly. A few months ago, you killed one of my employees, you must remember. When Ling Mu fell behind, Paragus' eyes were full of shock and annoyance. Asterisk. 34, give you two choices. Angry Broly. A few days ago in Universe, Paragus naturally received the broadcast about the galaxy Budokai. It's a pity that he can't go out when he stays on planet Wampa, otherwise he will definitely take Broly to the game. At this moment, Paragus finally had a preliminary impression of Ling Mu. You're that person's boss? Paragus recalled in amazement. Ling Mu nodded and said, that's right, I'm here in person this time. I'm here to find Broly. Paragus, I'll give you two options. One is to let Broly follow me, you can enjoy peace of mind. Second, I buried Broly and you on this planet together. Ling Mu stood up and said lightly, a breath of air emerged from him, making Paragus' eyes tremble. The scene that had been peaceful just now changed instantly. Ling Mu, aren't you afraid that King Vegeta will trouble you? I'm Scion's chief. Paragus said in a low voice. But as soon as he said these words, Anna next to him couldn't help but burst into a smile, revealing a bright smile. That Vegeta star has been destroyed by Frieza for more than 10 years. Frieza's brother, Cooler, was also killed by our boss. Do you think it makes sense for you to say this? Anna showed a bright smile and said directly, causing Paragus to widen her eyes. Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza? At this moment, Paragus's complexion changed greatly, especially when he heard that Cooler was also eliminated, he was even more incomprehensible. This name, the new generation Scion may not have heard of it. But these old people knew that it was King Cold's first son. It appeared once, but then disappeared. So in the end, it will be inherited by Frieza. While other things are less certain, Paragus understands. Cooler's strength is definitely more terrifying than Frieza. Mr. Ling Mu, so you must take revenge on our father and son. Broly, come here. Paragus shouted gloomily. At this moment, on the other side of the rock wall, Broly, wearing animal skins and tight pants, instantly appeared in front of the universe spaceship. Ling Mu took a closer look at Scion. The hidden breath is very powerful, and Ling Mu has also felt it. But he can't seem to dig out to use it. What? Still want to do it? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Paragus had a gloomy face, and then bowed slightly to Ling Mu. Mr. Ling Mu, I'm sorry, we, father and son, have no choice but to survive. Hearing this, Ling Mu flashed a hint of surprise. He originally thought that this guy was still thinking about every second relying on his son. It seems to be quite interesting. Thinking of this, Ling Mu smiled and said, "Looks like you have confidence in Broly's fighting ability, so if I defeat him, then you too will follow me in the future." Paragas's heart sank, and then he walked towards Broly solemnly. I saw that he reached out his hand, stroked Broly's forehead, and dismantled the current device. "Broly, have a good fight," Paragas said solemnly, while Broly was very confused. Usually his father wouldn't let him do it, but what happened this time? But at this moment, a gust of wind blew gently. Ling Mu appeared in front of Broly and said leisurely, "Your bug friend, Baya, was killed by my staff." In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. A strong aura burst out from Broly. "Baya, Baya!" With a squeak, Broly's body suddenly grew bigger. His pupils were burning with anger. And his hair was windless. Boom! A strong air explosion sounded, and Broly's straight punch containing Qigong instantly hit Ling Mu. But Ling Mu just raised his hand slightly and directly clenched his fist. "It's pretty good." From 500,000 combat power, it jumped to 3 million in an instant. "Let's break out," Ling Mu said lightly without any pressure. But Paragas' eyes widened in disbelief. Broly was blocked so easily. "Baya, Baya!" Bang! Broly's breath suddenly skyrocketed. 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. In a short period of time, it jumped to tens of millions of combat power. But even so, he couldn't break free from Ling Mu's fist. "Ah ah 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 ah!" The roar kept ringing, and Broly looked like a madman. But his fist was still unable to move at all, and at this moment, it seemed that he could no longer improve. Well, isn't anger enough? I remember that he could beat Super Blue into a dog, but now it doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. Ling Mu, who was imprisoning Broly, couldn't help thinking. "Paragas, I have wronged you." At this moment, Ling Mu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "What?" Paragas said unexpectedly, but at this moment, a Qigong ray burst out directly from Ling Mu's fingers. Pierce Paragas' body. At this moment, Paragas' pupils could not help but enlarge. I fell to the ground in disbelief. Bang! At some point, dark clouds began to form on the planet Wampa. The whole planet began to shake violently. And Broly, who was held tightly by Ling Mu, suddenly grew bigger again. His eyes began to widen and his pupils disappeared. The hair was thorn upside down, and instantly turned green. The surrounding yellow and green arrogance burned even more violently. "Father!" A loud roar, soaring arrogance, began to stir the entire planet. And Ling Mu, under this explosion, also suddenly stepped back and let go of the hand that had been imprisoned. 2 billion combat power. Ling Mu couldn't help muttering after feeling the breath. Sure enough, Chuan Chao is really scary. With this transformation, Ling Mu already felt Broly's combat power, surpassing Super 1 in an instant. "Okay. Then, I'll start the activity too," Ling Mu murmured, but at this moment, a huge fist suddenly appeared in sight. At a very fast speed, directly on the stomach, that is Broly. Bang! Ling Mu's whole body trembled. Compared to the battle against Cooler with only 10 million combat power at the time, Broly's punch made Ling Mu's body feel pain. "Enough!" A faint voice sounded suddenly. At this moment, more ferocious arrogance than Broly erupted in an instant. Ling Mu's hair was also upside down at this moment, purple and black inside. His eyes became deeper. The purple-black arrogance surrounded Ling Mu, and the bursting power instantly bounced Broly away. Host, Ling Mu. Combat Strength, 15.8654 billion, Legendary Super Scion, Destruction. Bloodline, Legendary Scion Bloodline. Rule Power, Power of Destruction, can be raised to Gods of Destruction over time. Skills, Instant Transmission, Infinite Dawn, Air Scythe, God's language *. 35. Resist the destructive force? Air sickle appeared. The outbreak of 16 billion combat power instantly crushed the angry Broly. But Ling Mu knew that the battle had only just begun. Every Chuan Chao Scion has enormous potential, and when he encounters an irresistible opponent, he will explode completely. Especially in the most angry times. Even lower-level warriors can complete the power transition, so how could Chuan Chao stop? Get back! Ling Mu's transformation, the surging power burst out instantly. With one punch, a giant purple-black shock wave spurted out instantly, rushing towards Broly quickly. At this moment, the entire Wampa planet began to shake. Boom! When Broly touched the blow, he was slammed into the planet's surface without any resistance. A huge deep pit appeared, and many bugs of giant creatures were faintly seen lingering below. Well, it's very durable, and the breath has not weakened at all. Ling Mu closed his eyes and said indifferently. He stretched out his palm again and gathered his strength towards the giant pit below. Blast bombing! When a purple-black energy bomb fell into the giant pit, the land began to shake violently. Then wow, a lot of landslides were formed. All the gravel and soil poured into the huge pit. Father! But at this moment, a silhouette surrounded by green arrogance burst out from the ground in an instant. It was vaguely visible that purple-black destructive energy was still wrapped around him. Ling Mu was taken aback. Interesting. Now that he has transformed into a destructive Super Saiyan, all attacks have a destructive effect. It is impossible for ordinary people to resist, like Cooler and Tulls. As long as he is attacked by himself, his body will slowly be destroyed. However, now Broly is relying on his body to resist this destructive force. Even if it's just a little bit, that's a big deal. Well, sure enough, the force of destruction can indeed be resisted. But it also depends on how much destructive power the user exerts. Ling Mu said without thinking. Although Broly can resist now, as long as he bursts out with a powerful force of destruction, this guy will definitely die. It's an intuition of its own. Ling Mu didn't think about the future, and there were many people on the tournament of power who resisted that destructive force. At the same level, the user's destructive power may be blocked. But if the user is one level higher, it is basically impossible to block. Baya! Father! A loud roar exploded in the sky. Broly's aura has risen again, and the combat power at this time has risen to 8 billion. And Ling Mu felt that although this guy looked furious, he seemed to be stealing from himself. An energy bullet appeared in Broly's hand and smashed at Ling Mu. This is the blasting bombardment that he just used. This guy. Broly, you have to learn. Then try this. Ling Mu's mouth flashed an indifferent smile, and after flying into the air, he stretched out his hand and shook it towards the sky. In an instant, the purple-black energy all over Ling Mu's body poured into Ling Mu's arm instantly. The energy visible to the naked eye begins to gather, and then slowly takes shape. In the blink of an eye, Ling Mu saw a huge purple-black sickle in his hand. Like a scythe, like a god of death, the burning surrounding space is slightly distorted. This exaggerated scene, even Anna on the side couldn't help crying out. Air sickle. It belongs to the unique skills of Black Goku in the future chapter. But at this moment, it appeared in Ling Mu's hands to deal with Broly. When Ling Mu raised the sickle and slashed towards Broly, the purple-black condensed to the extreme instantly turned into a moon blade and slashed forward. The space along the way begins to twist and shatter, and leave a faint trace of purple-black energy. The entire planet Wampa was shaking violently, as if expressing dissatisfaction with this energy. Broly was angry, but also had the most intuitive sense of danger. When the scythe swept towards him, for the first time, he began to dodge, instead of choosing to hit him hard. Click! After the purple-black moon blade wiped Broly away, a surging black mist appeared in the blink of an eye. It was indescribable, unintuitive, and only distorted chaos and darkness. Well, the power is very good. Ling Mu couldn't help sighing at the sight in the distance. At this moment, after this knife is combined with his own destructive power, the void that the space splits apart is like an explosion. Although it looks pitch black on the outside, the inside is constantly destroying. Broly, do you want to try? Ling Mu smiled slightly, raised the air sickle again, and waved it towards Broly a few times. Several purple-black moon blades appeared again, surrounding Broly's attack. Ah 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 ah! With life and death at stake, Broly shouted. The energy of the whole body suddenly increased a lot. The surrounding green arrogance skyrocketed instantly, and there was an electric arc appearing in the arrogance. And Broly's hair suddenly grew longer. His combat power has soared to the realm of 13 billion. Next, Broly actually stretched out his hand, grabbed the purple-black moon blade issued by the Chi sickle, and reflected it directly to Ling Mu with incomparable power. Hey! The combat power has skyrocketed to such a degree. Sure enough, it can rise infinitely. Ling Mu murmured, and then raised the air sickle, directly blocking the reflected moon blade. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly appeared, grabbed Ling Mu's shoulder directly, and pulled it down fiercely. The rumbling echoes shook completely. At this moment, Broly seized the opportunity and pulled Ling Mu directly into the core of the planet, wanting to perish together. This thrilling scene made Anna on the side worry without covering her mouth. A fiery red liquid suddenly spewed out from the place where it fell. It was the core magma of this planet. The two figures suddenly ejected. I saw that both sides were surrounded by exaggerated arrogance. Even more arcs flashed out in the void. Follow me. At this moment, Ling Mu's eyes were full of solemnity. It's really easy to stalemate in a super special battle. Especially this infinite upside potential. Destroy. A faint voice sounded. At this moment, Ling Mu raised his palm directly, and a darker purple-black energy bullet appeared, instantly smashing towards Broly. Clap! When enveloped by this mass of energy, Broly's body began to stiffen. The whitening of the pupils became more intense. But the scary thing is that he was not destroyed, and did not dissipate directly like a spot of light. Instead, it was at a stalemate with this destructive force. Well, it looks like my guess was right. A battle of the same level can really resist the force of destruction. After seeing Broly struggling, Ling Mu confirmed. Asterisk. 36, 85 billion. Destructive Super 2. Infinite Dawn. Ling Mu didn't shoot at this moment, but was observing Broly's situation. If it can survive the force of destruction this time, then this guy's combat power can still increase, right? Ling Mu murmured. As a legendary scion, Ling Mu rarely has the opportunity to observe so closely. This is very helpful to learn from yourself. At this stage, he and Anna are not in any suitable danger, so Ling Mu also attaches great importance to this battle. Just to maintain the combat level at a slightly higher level, and to force Broly's potential. Watch Chuan Chao Sion's terrifying combat evolution. The fact was just as Ling Mu thought, and soon after, Broly, who was trapped by the force of destruction, broke free in an instant. Then the breath rose like a skyrocket, and this time the arc on his arrogance was even denser. Hey! The combat power exceeds 20 billion? Also, this seems to be the way to Super 2. Ling Mu couldn't help taking a deep breath. If Broly's combat power exceeds 20 billion, then he should explode. Full power of Super Saiyan, Ling Mu has been practicing for many years. 16 billion combat power, that's just an attribute after a simple transformation. And Ling Mu himself didn't know the actual combat power that broke out. Because over the years, I have never encountered an opportunity that requires all-out efforts. But now facing Broly who can fight with him, Ling Mu is completely liberated. I want to avenge my father and Baya. Broly's voice was full of anger, and bursts of explosive meteors emerged from his hands, blasting directly at Ling Mu. A large number of Qigong bullets erupted violently. The extremely powerful firepower instantly covered the area where Ling Mu was located. Boss! Anna couldn't help it at this moment. She turned into green hair and wanted to support Ling Mu. But at this moment, the power so huge that the planet trembled suddenly burst out. Boom! Lightning flashed in the sky. A purple-black energy shield slowly appeared in the battlefield, and then expanded. No matter how Broly attacked, it would have no effect. Ah 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 ah! This time, it was Ling Mu's turn to roar. More exaggerated arrogance than Broly burst out into the sky. Ling Mu's breath skyrocketed, 20 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion. After the body has adapted to the full power for more than 2 years, this outbreak will directly enter the 50 billion realm like a broken bamboo. This has completely reached the normal Super 2 stage. Not enough to break through. Then, go on. Ling Mu looked at his hands and did not dare to believe, and then clenched his fists again, condensing the energy of his body to his back. At this time, the purple-black pattern was bright, and a divine pattern ring suddenly emerged from behind Ling Mu, emitting a faint light. But the next scene was so earth-shaking that Broly didn't dare to approach. Break it for me! After Ling Mu shouted again, he saw that the power around him had undergone a qualitative change. The flames that originally surrounded the surroundings suddenly turned into a jet of arrogance. Ling Mu's hair grew more upright, and a bunch of resolute purple-black bangs fell on his forehead. But the most exaggerated thing is that a lot of lightning is surrounding Ling Mu's arrogance. Against the background of jet-black arrogance, it is extremely dazzling. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power. 85 billion, Legendary Super Saiyan 2 Destruction Type. Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. 85 billion. The realm of Super Saiyan 2 is a natural breakthrough. The outburst of fighting power made Ling Mu feel relieved. After more than 2 years of penance, I was eating so many spiritual fruits. Finally reached this state. Broly, it's over. Infinite, Dawn. After Ling Mu glanced at Broly, he actually floated in midair and slowly raised his right hand. At this moment, the darkness of Wampa planet dropped again. When Ling Mu raised his hand, all the visible light was absorbed. But what's terrifying is that Ling Mu's right hand condenses all the power of destruction. Infinite Dawn. After obtaining this, a secret skill that has never been used. At the moment of launching, Ling Mu carried a little remorse. Because Ling Mu knew that under this blow, the planet Wampa seemed to disappear. Boss! Anna couldn't help shouting that the energy in Ling Mu's hand was so powerful that it could destroy her together. Anna, get on the spaceship, take Paragus, and wait for me in outer space. Ling Mu's long voice sounded. Anna instantly understood, and after walking onto the spaceship with Paragus' body, she immediately started to leave. Ling Mu couldn't help letting out a breath when he felt that Anna had left completely. Is this Angel's secret skill? Ling Mu looked at his pitch-black palm indifferently, and then slashed straight down with a knife. In the void, a huge moon blade shining with white light was automatically stretched out, which turned out to be the power transformed by the power of destruction. Click click. The space along the way turned into a spot of light and shattered directly. Broly was still roaring, and he was still stubbornly resisting. But when the infinite dawn brushed past him, an angry Broly shuddered. The breath of the whole person quickly shriveled, and then he slowly closed his eyes and fell down, and the original super arrogant state of super transmission has returned to normal. Can Chuan Chao be stunned by wiping it? This power is indeed worthy of a magical skill. When Ling Mu found out about this scene, he couldn't help but said lightly. But immediately after, I saw Ling Mu cast instant transmission and came to Broly and grabbed it. After that, he cast instant transmission again and appeared beside Anna, leaving the planet Wampa. Boss! Anna cried out in surprise. But at this moment, the dull shock wave spread. The original dark red Wampa planet was swallowed and dissolved by a large amount of black mist. But what is extremely interesting is that in the center of the planet, there is a beam of light shining in the black fog that destroys the planet. Boom! The Wampa planet was completely swallowed up and disappeared in front of Anna's eyes. Yet, this power, the power of destruction, is transformed into the power of creation? Who is it? In the gods of destruction world, Whis with long white curly hair felt slightly. Then he picked up the angel scepter with great interest and looked at it. However, in his big angel gem, all that appeared was the destruction of the planet Wampa. Hey, it looks like I'm going to go there in person. It's not the gods of destruction from other universes. It seems that I cultivated it myself. I don't know what Master Beerus will think when he wakes up. Whis said curiously, and then raised the scepter. A layer of ripples appeared in the temple of gods of destruction. Then the figure of Whis directly entered the dimension and went to the direction of the Wampa planet. Asterisk. 37, Broly surrenders. Blocked Whis. Hey, who are these people? In the white and fast dimension, Whis held the angel scepter and looked at the projected picture. What is shown above is the battle between Ling Mu and Broly. That earth-shattering, planet-destroying battle, in Whis' opinion, was of the pediatric level. But the potential of both sides made Whis observe with a slightly brighter eye. Well, this defeated guy should be Scion. But the potential seems to be catching up with Bruce Sama. Another guy. Yet, it's actually a Scion. And the power of destruction is integrated into the bloodline. This is the infinite dawn? Although it has not yet made a home, it has been able to transform from destruction to creation. Oh hee, if Lord Beerus wakes up and sees a move that he hadn't learned yet, and is learned by a little guy, how would you feel? Whis was driving in the dimension, an angel's scepter began to reflect the picture on the planet Wampa at this moment. Scenes of battle scenes appeared in Whis' line of sight. But you can see Whis' expression, full of interest. And the direction he was driving was thinking of the Wampa planet. On the universe ship, Broly wakes up from a coma. But when he opened his eyes, he found a very familiar person. It was his father Paragus. Father, aren't you? Broly woke up instantly. That old, slightly serious face he will never forget. Broly, great, you're finally awake. Paragus couldn't help hugging his son. When he woke up, Anna of the Ling Style group had already told him everything. It turns out that Ling Mu did something to Broly in order to stimulate him. But it was just right to put Paragus in a state of suspended animation. And Anna, at the beginning of the battle between the two, had already dealt with him, and there would be no danger to her life. If you wake up, come and eat. A faint voice sounded from the other side, and I saw Ling Mu in a black jacket smoking a cigar, watching those TV shows. It's you! Broly cried out instantly. But at this time, Paragus stepped forward to stop Broly and said loudly. Broly, don't be presumptuous. Mr. Ling Mu has already defeated you, so we must follow Mr. Ling Mu now. This time, instead of stopping the current, Dad calmed Broly down. Father, but he killed Baya. Broly said in a low voice. At this moment, Ling Mu said, you even killed my staff. Baya is my good friend. Shili is my employee. At this moment, the violent breath emerged again. Broly's body actually had a faint burst of rhythm. But at this time, a black-haired beauty appeared in the middle of the two and said, don't be arguing, it will be fine if you don't revive at that time. This universe spaceship is not enough for you to dismantle. Ling Mu shrugged, indeed, the resurrection was over. When Broly heard this, he couldn't help but get excited, really? Can Baya really be resurrected? Broly, shut up! Anna warned in a dull tone. Then, with a swish, her black hair instantly turned green. This breath made Broly instantly stunned. A very familiar, yet friendly atmosphere. On the contrary, Ling Mu was a little surprised, the breath did not lead? Is it said that Scion is of the same origin, so there is no hostility? Originally wanted to beat Broly with Anna, but now it seems impossible. Eat first, and talk while you eat. Anna returned to her normal state again. And then threw out the omnipotent capsules one by one. I saw a lot of food appear, which instantly made Paragus' eyes green. And Broly twitched her nose and asked about the scent. She couldn't help swallowing saliva. 4 seances, 3 of them pass. This meal surprised Ling Mu himself. The 2 all-purpose capsules were directly eaten up. You must know that the universal capsule that Anna uses is used by many planets to transport goods. That's how it is anyway. Broly, if you want to revive Baya, then at the world's #1 Galactic Martial Arts Conference in 5 years' time, win the championship or the runner-up to fulfill your wish. Anna opened her mouth to introduce the Dragon Ball and the Budo Club. This made Broly's mood instantly become very friendly. Thank you, I know now. At this point, Broly said very sincerely. Because Anna showed him the way. Okay, Broly, Paragus, I'm asking you one last time, are you willing to follow me? Ling Mu opened his mouth to confirm. Paragus nodded instantly and said, this is an honor for our father and son. Lord Ling Mu. Broly looked at his father, and finally at the dining table, and nodded to Ling Mu, I'm willing to follow you. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first battle. The reward is plus 300 million combat power. Ancestor level Scion bloodline. When the system's voice came, Ling Mu hurriedly replied in his mind. System, the reward is delayed. Ding, due to the host's request, the reward will be issued in 72 hours. Ling Mu couldn't help letting out a breath, he couldn't accept it on the spaceship. The last time I passed on the super bloodline, it was a bit scary to accept. But this time, it is the direct normal plus 300 million combat power, and there is an ancestor level bloodline of unknown strength. You must find a planet to accept it, or you will definitely blow up the spaceship. Anna, look for the nearest barren planet, I need to practice. Hearing this, Anna couldn't help but nodded. Then sit in the cabin and search for it. Boss, the nearest planet, will arrive in 24 hours. Ling Mu couldn't help nodding and started busy with his own business. Anna, who was talking to Paragus, gave him and Broly a future mission. The Ling-style group welcomed a powerhouse that surpassed the tens of billions level, and Anna felt that many things did not need the boss to deal with it in person. Hey, the reflection of time. At this moment, where the Wampa planet that has been destroyed is located, a gap has been drawn in the space. I saw an angel in the costume of the gods, it was Whis. A projection was cast from Angel's scepter. When Whis replayed the screen and found that a spacecraft had left the planet Wampa, his eyes lit up. Well, that's what it is. Where are they now? Whis couldn't help pondering, then raised his scepter and knocked hard. But in an instant, Whis's complexion suddenly changed, and he saw that the divine technique that was infallible turned out to be chaotic at this moment. The location of the spaceship is not revealed. Whis's expression gradually became serious. Divine power has been blocked. Asterisk. 38. Receive rewards. Unlock the memory of the gene lock. A day later, inside a barren, eerie yellow planet. Ling Mu and his party appeared in the planet impressively. Boss, there must be no creatures on this planet. Anna said, controlling the detector on the Universe spacecraft. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but nodded and said. Wait for me on the spaceship, I'll probably practice outside for a few days. Before waiting for Anna's reply, Ling Mu opened the hatch and walked outside. The planet looks like a dried desert, and it does look yellow. But inside, it was golden sand. Not a single drop of water, only endless sand on the surface of the entire planet. This place is right for me. System, give out rewards. After picking a place away from the Universe ship, Ling Mu communicated with the system. Ding, please accept the reward. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Mu's whole body couldn't help but froze. The first thing to integrate into itself is the combat power that rewards 300 million. This power is more than double the normal combat power. The breath of Ling Mu's entire body suddenly exploded, and layers of arrogance began to surround him. At this moment, Ling Mu directly quit Super Saiyan's destructive state and used his normal state to accept this power. The reward is the basic combat power, which also means to make up for Ling Mu's insufficiency. No matter how powerful Super Saiyan's transformation is, after improving the basic combat power, he can always develop in a higher direction. In the perception of Anna and others, Ling Mu didn't seem to have changed much, but his breath increased slightly. But she didn't know that with the addition of the 300 million basic attributes, Ling Mu will have an explosive growth after transformation. In the past day, Ling Mu finally digested the 300 million combat power in this yellow sand. Hey! My potential seems to be stronger. Perhaps after the transformation, my combat power can exceed 100 billion. Originally, the normal combat power was only close to 200 million, but after it became a destructive Super 2, it jumped to 85 billion. But now the 300 million plus 1 plus, after the basic attribute has climbed to 500 million, Ling Mu actually felt that the 100 billion combat power was not difficult at all. Even the upper limit can be greatly increased. It seems that I can try to explore the promotion path to Super 3. Remember that Super 3 Goku's combat power is also 300 billion. Ling Mu thought without thinking. Before you know it, it has already reached the 100 billion mark. But at this moment, Ling Mu's whole body suddenly felt severe pain. The blood in the body was burning violently, and a violent and extremely violent force emerged from the depths of the body. The sound of kara kara keeps coming out. The genes in his body seem to be breaking apart, and another mysterious force is kneading them again. Ling Mu's consciousness at this moment was extremely clear, he could actually sense the iron rope that locked the blood in his body. What is this? Gene lock. Ling Mu couldn't help shaking his head. Ding, please be patient, host. Next, the ancestor-level Saiyan blood will be released. The sound of the system suddenly came, causing Ling Mu to panic a little for no reason. What the hell is this? The system also specifically prompted, how dangerous is it? If it is Dragon Ball's original character who perceives a large lock in his body, he may start to study it slowly. But Ling Mu just guessed and guessed, this is the gene lock. In the world you lived in before, what spiritual path did not appear in the novel? This ancestor-level bloodline, is it to directly open these big locks in the body? When Ling Mu was thinking wildly, a mysterious power emerged in his body, and the blood kept flowing throughout his body. Big waves of blood kept pouring out of the meridians, scouring the gene lock over and over again. But when this power flowed to Ling Mu's back, Ling Mu's purple-black divine pattern suddenly lit up. The force of destruction appeared and wanted to block this force. But an astonishing scene emerged. When this mysterious force collided with the force of destruction, it rolled over like a plane. The power of destruction is not even qualified to stop the footsteps a little. Click. The mysterious power, after integrating into the power of destruction, hit a genetic lock for the first time. In an instant, the genetic lock was full of cracks, and then, with the mysterious power, it collided again. This completely shattered the genetic lock. At this moment, a mysterious message entered Ling Mu's consciousness. There is a call coming from a distant universe, spanning a long space and time. That is the message contained in the genes of life. Saiyan was born in the origin war, grew and changed in the battle, challenged the gods, and fought the demons. But when the war of origin was about to be won, the other two factions were born in the clan. Saiyan's path has branched out. The Ancient Ones. Cultivating Air Force. Widening Realm. The Primordial One. Attracting Yuan Power. The Body of the Rules. But they forgot that my family should return to our ancestors and repair. Many dense short sentences appeared in Ling Mu's mind. That is obtained after unlocking the gene lock. The history of the Scion family is longer than expected. Many Ling Mews were completely incomprehensible. White Realm. Is it the White God? Isn't that thing a fantasy among Dragon Ball fans? How can it really appear? And the body of the rules, what is it? Just thinking of this, Ling Mew put everything behind him. Because a more painful feeling came, a genetic lock was opened under the mysterious power. But this time, the unleashed power turned out to be extremely savage. Anna stood at the top of the universe spaceship, looking at the desert stone pillar connecting the heaven and earth in the distance. That was the place where Boss once practiced a month ago. But now, the space there is distorted and terrifying. After all substances are involved, there is no way to escape. Only the sand grains of this planet are left, slowly resisting unconsciously. It was so powerful that Anna couldn't help but want to tremble and bow down, emitting from it from time to time. It seems to be a natural repression from a bloodline. And as time goes by, it becomes more and more obvious. Until half a year passed, even Broly was tired of this planet. An explosive scene came from a distance. 2 beeps. Someone seemed to be snapping their fingers. But then a horrible scene happened. The desert in front of Anna actually split apart at this moment. A huge abyss was revealed. But what is terrifying is that the bottom of the abyss turns out to be the vast starry universe. The yellow sand of the entire planet began to drift towards universe. At this moment, Yunyu's voice rang in Anna's ear. Anna, let's go. Start the spaceship. The familiar voice made Anna stunned for a moment. Boss training is complete. Asterisk. 39. The terrifying Po10TIAL of the ancestor bloodline. Whis is coming. Master Anna, Master Ling Mew has finished training. Paragus said excitedly. Half a year after leaving the planet Wampa, he and Broly accompanied Anna on the planet to wait for Ling Mew to exit. That kind of unfortunate power shocked the former Colonel Scion for a long time. Especially with the passage of time, as this power became stronger and stronger, Paragus's former ambitions also dissipated. Compared to King Vegeta, this young man is even more admirable. Especially in half a year, when Paragus learned that Anna and Ling Mew also have Scion blood, he became more and more gratified. The Scion race, once destroyed by one finger of Frisia, has emerged kings capable of challenging the gods, and many more. His own son, Broly, has the same potential. So in order to strengthen Broly, who does not know the world, Paragus is very pleased with Anna. After 1 month, get a universal capsule with a 500 times gravity chamber and get the training method. This allowed Paragus to really train Broly, allowing him to completely release the power in his body, unlike before, which was limited by electricity. And Broly, in the past 6 months, has gradually begun to understand common sense issues. Especially after there is no shortage of food, I am more cheerful to stay in the gravity room to practice. Now, like Anna, he can control his own transformation. Paragus, Broly, prepare to leave this planet. Anna controls the universe spacecraft to leave the planet. When the stars reappeared in front of her eyes, Anna was shocked to discover that, at some point, this yellow desert planet was cut in half. Anna, let's go back to Earth. A faint voice sounded in the spaceship, and at some point, a man who was both unfamiliar and familiar appeared in front of everyone. Unfamiliar because this person seems to have come from time and space, as if facing an ancestor. And familiarity is because, that is Ling Mew. Except for the hair growth, there was not much change. Boss, you seem to have become stronger. Anna's pretty face said with joy, as Chuan Chao Scion, Ling Mew actually brought him an exaggerated sense of shock at this moment. Well, I still can't control the power in my body. Anna, is Dr. Brive's 1000 gravity chamber still there? Also, you'd better get me a 20-ton workout suit. Ling Mew shook his head and said with a messy head. When Broly heard this, a shocked expression flashed. In a 500 times gravity chamber, he couldn't hold on if he didn't transform himself. But Ling Mu is 1,000 times more expensive and has to exercise clothes. Boss, I take it with me everywhere. Anna took out 2 universal capsules and threw them out. In an instant, a gravity chamber was formed inside the spacecraft. Great! But back to Earth, we must let Dr. Brive study the 10,000-fold gravity chamber. For me, 1,000 times may not be enough. After feeling the power in his body, Ling Mu said. But Anna smiled at the moment. Boss, with all due respect, this is a little embarrassing for Dr. Brive, the 10,000-fold gravity room, it is estimated that his brain cells will be necrotic. It's okay, you must trust this scientist. Broly, do you need to come and practice? After Ling Mu answered casually, he put on the 20-ton exercise suit and prepared to walk into the gravity room. Broly was stunned for a moment, showing surprise, but then shook his head. I can't hold on to my normal state, and now it's only 400 times the maximum. It's alright, that's it. After an hour, Broly maintained Chuan Xiao's transformation phase, gasping for breath in the gravity chamber. My boss has completely turned into a monster. Under this multiple of gravity, from the difficult step at the beginning to the lightweight at the back. It only takes an hour to get used to it. Broly turned into Chuan Chao and fought with him. Although it can still dominate, it does not cause much damage at all. Under this kind of combat power, Chuan Chao's strength will also be suppressed. Hey, I finally got used to it. Ling Mu twisted her body without doing radio gymnastics. After accepting the sense of expansion of the ancestor-level bloodline, under this gravity, it finally slowly subsided. From a fat man who was extremely puffy and overburdened, he slowly returned to normal. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 980 million, normal. Bloodline, ancestral scion bloodline. Rule power, power of destruction, can be raised to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn, air scythe, god's language. Looking at his attribute panel, Ling Mu couldn't help but get excited. In the process of accepting the ancestor-level bloodline, let his normal combat power quickly increase to 1 billion. After the transformation, Ling Mu himself didn't know how much combat power he had. It is estimated that the minimum can be equal to the Super 3 combat power. But the most important thing about the ancestor bloodline is not this strength, but the greatest potential in the future. If it is said that the power of destruction and Chuan Chao are superimposed without cultivation, they can both grow according to the combat power of about 1,000 per day. The rate at which the ancestor level is increasing every day is 1 million. The addition is normal combat power. As long as you give yourself time and don't practice cultivation, you can make an extra 360 million a year under normal circumstances. This foundation makes Ling Mu's future path even broader. But most importantly, after the bloodline gene was unlocked, Ling Mu got some clips about Scion. In the most recent screen, one Scion's hair turned white, and there was a blood-red god pattern between his eyebrows. They called themselves Ancient. And the other, the same golden hair color as Super Scion. But when he took off into the sky, the golden tail hair grew to cover the sky. They call themselves Primordial. But these are the first pictures to open. When Ling Mu's genetic lock was broken to the last piece, the last picture appeared. It was a Scion standing in nothingness, with a faint silver light all over his body, and he called it the first ancestor. But he looked up at nothingness and muttered, "Origin. Anna, I want a case of grape-flavored iced cocktails." After walking out of the gravity room, Ling Mu shouted comfortably, then walked to the bathtub and began to take a bath to soothe. The picture in the bloodline, Ling Mu put aside first, he has already guessed a little. But that is the past after all. If you want to trace it, you may need the power of time and space to go back to the past to investigate. Therefore, the most important thing now is to hold the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Okay, boss, came Anna's voice. But at this moment, a space door in the universe spacecraft suddenly opened. A tall angel wearing a god uniform and holding a scepter appeared in the spaceship. Ling Mu's pupils didn't shrink. Whis. Ah? Boss, what are you talking about? Came Anna's puzzled voice. But then quickly turned down. Who are you? Asterisk. 40, special choice. Summon the one MOC. At this moment, Anna was like a great enemy. Broly, who was not far away, also arrived quickly after hearing the voice. Someone entered the universe spaceship quietly. You know, some of the people here, it can be said that the most powerful people in the universe at this stage, have never noticed it. It is conceivable that the strength of the incoming person is strong. Holding the scepter, Whis watched the scene inside the spaceship curiously, then glanced at Ling Mu and said, "You really know me?" But Anna's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and she flashed in front of Ling Mu. She stared at Whis and said solemnly, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Seeing Anna's nervous face, Ling Mu exerted a force and dragged her behind him. "Anna, don't be nervous. This is Angel from our universe, Whis. Don't worry, he's not malicious." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Whis's mouth. "Hey, you really know me. But I've been looking for you for half a year, and I can actually block my divine power. It's a good thing to talk about." Ling Mu was taken aback. Whis had been looking for him for half a year. How is this going? Moreover, he only has the power to destroy, and it seems that he has no such ability, so he avoided Angel's inspection. You know, Angel holds the rules in his hands. In Dragon Ball Super, Whis is already unfathomable with just a few hints. The power of time to go back 3 seconds, the power of creation for Frisia's resurrection and Fulma's delivery, and the master of Beerus, it's impossible not to understand the power of destruction. It can be said that in addition to the power of miracles, Whis is involved in other powers. The power of this kind of person, I can't figure out yet. How can it be blocked? Is it the system? Correct. During that time, he was receiving the ancestor-level Scion bloodline. Thinking of this, Ling Mu turned his head and said lightly, "Whis, I don't have the strength to shield you." "Of course I do, so I want to know who is protecting you behind the scenes." Whis raised his scepter and tapped into the void. I saw that the surrounding world changed greatly, universe disappeared, and entered the silver-white dimensional space. Ling Mu's face changed. It seemed that the system's shielding had caught Whis' eyes, and it seemed that he couldn't help. Ding! It was detected that due to a system problem, the host triggered a life-threatening situation, and activated the special God-level selection. Choose 1, promote to Tier 3 God's domain for 10 minutes and escape Whis. Reward, combat power plus 1 billion. Choice 2, summon ancestral Scion MOC possessed and fought against Whis. Reward, instant transmission advanced edition space-time shift. Choice 3, kill Whis in rule neutralization, equality. Reward, Xeno summoning button. Ling Mu was taken aback. What the hell? Special god level choice? This is such a bullshit. Seeing these 3 choices, Ling Mu made a solemn choice while confronting Whis. The first one is skipped directly, and the combat power is useless at this time. If it is 10 trillion, 1 trillion equals 1000 billion, combat power, Ling Mu may also consider it. But only 1 billion, don't even think about it. Option 2, summon MOC? It seems to be more in line with the current situation. Whis thinks that there is someone behind him. Ancestor level MOC, perhaps just the conjecture of Whis. As for option 3, Ling Mu finally removed it after staring at it for a long time. It's good to rule out the equality field, and put yourself on the same footing as Whis. But killing Whis in particular is a dream. With ultra instinct alone, Ling Mu felt that he couldn't handle it. To say Whis won't? How is this possible? And kill Whis, stop being funny. The special reward is a Xeno summon button. If one is unhappy when summoned, this kid will destroy universe. Not Son Goku himself. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Whis, can't be good anymore. Ling Mu looked up at Whis and confirmed. And Whis is also serious, in the 7th universe, it is not allowed to block Angel's existence. Ling Mu took a deep breath and said, okay, but before that, can I let my employees go out? After speaking, Ling Mu pointed to Anna, Broly and others. At this moment, Anna was terrified. The silver dimensional space around her completely subverted her cognition. This strange person in front of him is so powerful that it is extremely terrifying, completely killing their existence in seconds. Whis looked at it, then raised the scepter and chopped it, a layer of ripples spread, and Anna suddenly found that the surrounding space had changed a lot, and they returned to the universe spaceship again. Now, Whis said solemnly. And Ling Mu nodded, his breath burst out, and a force with a sense of brutality and heaviness was revealed. Ling Mu did not transform, but said lightly into the sky, please possess the ancestor. A figure came out of nothingness, burly and sturdy. The hard and straight black hair was all pierced, and a tail was tied to his waist. He exuded a faint silvery white light all over him. Not violent, but terrifying. When Whis saw this man, his eyes widened and he shouted. Amosi? How is it possible? 18 universe is not cleared. The figure glanced at Whis, then broke through the dimension, turned into a shadow, and instantly merged into Ling Mu's body. Whis, long time no see. A heavy and low voice stirred in the dimension. I didn't expect it to be you. Can't you be resurrected after being erased by Xeno? Whis said casually. At this moment, he was holding the scepter, and the image of Xeno Palace faintly appeared on the gemstone, and a white-haired angel who was not too tall and majestic floated in the center of the hall. If something goes wrong, Whis will immediately summon the Grand Priest. But at this time, Ling Mu, Amosi, opened his mouth, but let Whis relax. No, I'm not resurrected. It's just my junior who unlocked the memory and power in the bloodline. Hearing this, Whis was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but say, could it be that you blocked my divine power? And Amosi shook his head again, no, shielding divine power is just the power that comes with the awakening of our bloodline. At this time, Whis couldn't help exhaling, and his face gradually eased. It seems that there is another character in your family. No wonder you can cultivate the power of destruction. But Amosi smiled, that's the matter of the juniors. Is Dana okay? Whis was stunned for a moment, a very old name, it was the name of 18 Universe Angel. I don't know, my father said it was a permanent sleep. Amosi had a sad expression, and then sighed. Whis, have a fight with me. Perhaps, I didn't have the chance to appear. Whis's eyes narrowed. Then nodded and said, okay. Let's keep our power below 1 trillion. Okay. At this moment, Ling Mu, who was possessed by Amosi, laughed loudly, and his body was automatic without wind. In the dimensional space, a silver-blue arrogance flashed. Asterisk. 41, above Ultra Instinct. Secret. In the dimensional space, when Amosi and Whis confronted each other, a mysterious aura appeared. When the silver-blue arrogance reached its apex, it suddenly turned to white. Seeing this scene, Whis looked solemn and waved Angel's staff. A layer of green-blue arrogance also covered him. Both sides are ready, but their strength is not violent, but very gentle. This is the great freedom heavenly intention art that you never spread. Whis asked solemnly, with a look of alertness on his face. Although everyone's combat power is only maintained at the realm of 1 trillion, this mood is mysterious and mysterious. If you are not careful, you may cause a lot of damage. I haven't used this power for a long time. This body is better than mine, but it doesn't seem to have been developed yet. My younger generation still needs more training. Amosi exclaimed while moving. At this time, Ling Mu found that his consciousness was floating in the dimensional space, watching the battle between Amosi and Whis from the perspective of God. But after hearing Amosi's words, Ling Mu was taken aback. I know the potential of my body, and I can't even estimate the upper limit. But in Amosi's eyes, this still seems not enough. But Wis's next sentence made Ling Mu fully understand why. Your junior is already very good. According to the requirements of your Dazai Tianji intent art, you need to reach the third order God realm before you can use it. Now use the weakened version of Ultra Instinct at most. Wis sighed softly and took the lead. Green-blue arrogance emerged from his whole body, and he swung directly at Amosi with the angel scepter. But at this moment, Amosi turned around slightly, dodging Wis's attack directly. A very ordinary move, but not calm in Ling Mu's perspective. Both of them were equally slow, but Ling Mu found that he couldn't escape. However, after hearing the two talk about Dazai Tianji Gong and the weakened version of Ultra Instinct, Ling Mu clearly understood what the problem was. Wis, outsiders seem to be at ease with the heavenly inspiration technique, and it does require a third-order God realm to use. But let me tell you, this has nothing to do with the power of rules at all. The two brushed past, but Amosi reached out and put his hand directly on Wis's shoulder. Without knowing what technique was used, Wis's body was thrown straight away. And Amosi stood there quietly after doing all this. Wis jumped up and took a breath after stabilizing his body. In a split second, he had already lost. If it was the real Amosi, coupled with his manic power, he would have already wounded him with the power of the rules. The weakened version of Ultra Instinct does not rely on perception, but on body reflexes. I don't know why your great freedom is so strong. Wis said without doubt, his eyes were also full of curiosity. Angel's fighting style now also relies on Ultra Instinct. If you want to win, it generally depends on the energy quality of the individual. But the former Amosi, above Angel, even fought furiously with the Grand Priest. Because of his great freedom, Heaven's extreme intention skill, it was a realm higher. Want to know? Amosi's mouth curled into a smile. I'll tell you. Wis, and my junior. The perception of Qi is only a mental application. Automatic reflex is a physical application. But on the road behind. If you let the Qi combine with the body to form a unique fighting mode, then as long as the energy limit is not exceeded, it will automatically counterattack. I call it great freedom. Hearing this, Wis began to think secretly, and his eyes gradually became brighter from doubt at the beginning. But at this moment, Ling Mu saw that Amosi's lips were still making sound. But it seems that only he can hear it. My junior, there is a realm behind Dazai, which is regular reflection. If you reach this realm, whether it is the past or the future, or any attack that creates destruction, you will automatically avoid it. Even, when you reach the fourth order God realm, you can avoid Xeno's removal. This is called Dazai Tian. Ling Mu's consciousness was very horrified. Amosi's words had already challenged the supremacy of the entire Dragon Ball. Xeno masters the rules of the entire universe, but the ancestor Amosi has a way to avoid it, which indeed represents the great freedom. My cultivation is slow, and at the moment of being cleared, I can see the final road to the heaven of freedom. You remember, when you are in the fourth order God realm, you must first fuse the power of creation and destruction, so that you can avoid the eradication of Xeno in this world. But if Xeno shoots in the future, it cannot be avoided without the power of fusion time and space. Remember to remember. This news made Ling Mu's eyes a lot more solemn, and now he doesn't even know how to go to the realm of the gods. Amosi said so much to himself. Also, future Xeno? In the dimension, the real battle begins. Amosi and Wis fight together, not violent, even very gentle. But sadly, Angel Wiss has been beaten by Amosi. Not even a chance to backhand. In the 1 trillion battle realm, Ling Mu feels more destructive than the Super Blue battle. Because whenever they blasted in the air, the dimension twisted out a black hole, and then slowly healed. Compared with destroying space, the power of destroying dimension is stronger. Back in time. Finally, at a certain moment, Wiss couldn't bear it any longer and used the power of time and space to go back. He remembered Amosi's attack in those few seconds, and avoided it according to the established route. But the scary thing is, Amosi's attack route remains the same, but Wiss is still attacked. How is that possible? I use the rules of time, why can't I escape? Wiss was shocked. And Amosi's mouth showed a smile. Wiss, time and space can be changed. In addition, the great freedom of the heavens and the mind can also avoid the attacks of the future and the past. As long as you attack the world, you can respond accordingly through the capture of chi and automatic reflection. Wiss looked at Amosi solemnly, and then waved the angel scepter. Layers of destructive power began to cover his body, obviously using a big move. But at this moment, Amosi raised his hand to signal the fight to stop. Wiss, my consciousness is about to dissipate. Time is running out. Promise me one thing, help me take good care of my junior, until the third order god realm. It's not easy for our family to have an atavistic bloodline after so many years. Also, let me tell you something. The people from the ancient times of my clan are sleeping in the demon world. Their companions are fallen angels. I hope you are careful. A look of horror flashed across Wiss' face, then nodded solemnly, I promise. But about the ancient times, I will report it to the Grand Priest. But at this moment Amosi shook his head decisively, don't go. Because Angel, who was with the ancients, is called Makara. *. 42, willing to do gods of destruction. Raditz goes to Earth. You know who that is. If I really want to tell the Grand Priest, I hope to tell it in 100 years. Amosi left. When Ling Mu saw a burly man walking out of his body and waved goodbye to him, Ling Mu knew that the ancestor Amosi was about to leave. Then a strong force pushed Ling Mu directly into his body again. But at this time, Wiss' eyes were sad, looking at Yin Mang in the endless dimension and murmured, Mother! Boss! Anna exclaimed in surprise, and threw herself into Ling Mu's arms with joy. The mysterious man's power was unmatched, making Anna terrified. Taking a group of people into the dimension casually, Anna knew that her boss would definitely not be able to beat him. I am back! Ling Mu stroked Anna's cheek and sighed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task and getting the reward, time and space jump. After obtaining the power of time and space, it will cover instant transmission. The system's voice sounded, making Ling Mu stunned for a moment. Does this skill need the power of time? But when a training method about time-space transition came into his mind, Ling Mu woke up. No wonder it needs the power of time and space. The time and space transition can actually be instantly transmitted to a certain place in the future and the past. The time and space lines that can be crossed are limited according to the degree of control of the power of time and space. Although the control of the power of time and space is very demanding and the consumption is very serious, no matter what, this is an out-and-out sky-defying skill. Ling Mu. A dimensional space door was opened, and the figure of Wiss appeared in the universe spaceship. Anna looked cautious, but this time she was not impulsive. Wiss! Come and have a meal. You should like the food on my home planet Earth. Ling Mu smiled and said kindly, with the presence of Amosi, Wiss would no longer be hostile to himself. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. There was still sadness in Wiss' eyes, but it was slowly recovering. When Anna saw that Wiss was not malicious this time, she understood that the boss had been resolved, and then began to get busy. After throwing out a few capsules, I saw piles of delicious food appearing on the table. The Broly father and son on the side were very excited when they saw this scene, and they started eating again. And Whis was also surprised, and then said in surprise, "Oh hee, Lord Beerus missed a sumptuous meal." Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile. When Gods of Destruction wakes up, I'll take him to a good meal. Ling Mu, are you willing to be the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe in the future? Beerus will be at the stage of retirement after tens of thousands of years. Whis said while eating the food. But what they said made Anna and Broly father and son completely afraid to interrupt. What to do or not to do? Gods of Destruction, can they join this advanced topic? Ling Mu was a little surprised, but finally said, "Whis, let's talk about this later. I have only lived for more than 20 years, and you told me about tens of thousands of years later." Hearing this, Whis also realized that something was wrong. "Oh yes. But you can cultivate the power of destruction yourself, and the future will definitely be the 7th universe Gods of Destruction." There was also a smile on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and he joked directly, "Don't mention this to Lord Beerus, otherwise it will be bad if he wakes up and directly destroys the earth." Whis nodded as he ate the food, smiling even more. He has the right to stop the Gods of Destruction from raging, but generally does not. But when it comes to Ling Mu, it needs to look at the future development and deal with it. Ling Mu, after you break through to the 1 trillion realm, go to the Hall of Gods of Destruction to practice. I'll help you at that time. Whis' words gave Ling Mu a sense of his own strength. There must be 1 trillion power in his body, otherwise, how could MOC be able to use it? But he can't use it himself, and he really needs to practice hard. Thinking of this, Ling Mu nodded and said, "Okay, Whis. But recently, I need to be busy with the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. I'll find you when I break through the 1 trillion realm." Galaxy Budo Club? Curiousness flashed in Whis' eyes, and then he got to know Ling Mu. Whis also became interested when he learned that this was a game held in the galaxy. "Well, then I'll go take a look. This will also help Beerus-sama's understanding of this universe." This time, it was Ling Mu's turn to have an accident. The martial arts club with Angel's appearance is at least universe level. Can't think of a galactic game that made Whis take heart. In the northern region of the northern galaxy, a relatively primitive natural planet, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz are hunting giant beasts. When the beast was killed, a bunch of flames were ignited and the barbecue started. "Vegeta, will you go to the Galaxy Martial Arts Club in 5 years' time?" Nappa took a bloodshot meat leg and chewed it directly. Hearing this, Vegeta, who had just grown up, smiled sarcastically. "Go, of course. With my combat power, I can at least be in the top 10. The bonus is very generous." Raditz on the side couldn't help but sigh. The champion and the runner-up can realize their wishes. Vegeta glanced at Raditz, then said, "Don't think about it, Frieza will definitely be competing, even King Cold will come. However, the biggest possibility is for everyone to destroy the scene of the martial arts meeting together." Then he clenched his fist and said with a grim smile, "That's right. Frieza should have gone to grab this kind of thing long ago. But why hasn't there been any movement?" Raditz was surprised. Will there be someone stronger? With a bang, Raditz was kicked away, and it was Vegeta's hand. "Raditz, are you kidding me? How many people in the universe are capable of surpassing our scion? My combat power has already exceeded 10,000 now. By the way, I remember that before Vegeta was destroyed, you still had a younger brother alive. Find him, I will allow you 2 brothers to stay on this team together." Hearing this, Raditz, although a little annoyed, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go now and find Kakarot. However, we are a little far away now, and it may take 2 years for me to go there." Vegeta's face was full of meanness. "Then go quickly. Nappa and I will move forward slowly to see if there are other planets that are worth buying or selling." Raditz nodded helplessly, then lifted off into the air and walked towards Sion's unique aircraft. "Then I'll go find my brother first." After Raditz walked away, Nappa couldn't help laughing. One more person can do a lot of things. And Vegeta's face is also full of arrogant smile. I'm King Vegeta, the living scion, I'm in charge. Asterisk. 43, Sister Zilan, there are aliens making trouble. 2 years later. This is Gohan. Bulma stared curiously at this little guy who was only 2.5 years old, but was able to walk normally. A tail fluttered in the back, and those big eyes stared at Bulma with curiosity. Aang, Bulma, Gohan's power is very powerful. Son Goku grinned while showing his teeth. As soon as the little one was born, Son Goku knew that his son could definitely surpass him. After receiving the prize at the Budo meeting, Shishi didn't care about Goku like he did in the original book. On the contrary, it supports Goku to work harder in martial arts. Because the big prize money is beckoning to their family, the Earth's game is over, and there are still games in universe to play. Anyway, Shishi has already figured it out, as long as Goku gets a place in the universe, then this family will definitely not worry about the future life. Goku, go back and let Gohan follow me for a while. Master Roshi stepped forward and glanced at it. At this stage, Son Goku's fighting style may not be suitable for little Gohan, but Master Roshi's training method is just right. After all, Master Roshi knows a lot about training little kids. Well, okay, Grandpa Wushin, then let Gohan stay with you for a while. After this Earth Martial Arts Club is over, I will also practice hard to prepare for the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Son Goku said excitedly. 3 years have passed since the last Budo Club, and a new competition is about to begin. Humph, this little guy should grow up in life and death just like me. A gloomy voice came, and Piccolo appeared on the scene at an unknown time. Well, Piccolo, it's not impossible, or I'll teach you how to train with Gohan. Son Goku thought while holding his chin. Bulma, Master Roshi and others were shocked. Son Goku, what are you kidding? Goku, you mustn't think like that. Let Son Gohan practice with Piccolo, what a joke. Not tortured to death? And Piccolo also clenched his fists and said angrily, do you want your son to be a fuel bottle and hinder my cultivation progress? Don't even think about it. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, hey, you found out. People. For the sake of cultivation, even his own son took it. Bulma, is Ling Mu back? After Piccolo recognized Son Goku's bad intentions, he ignored it and asked Bulma instead. Bulma was stunned for a moment, then shook his head thinking about it and said, it doesn't seem to be, my father hasn't seen Ling Mu in the past 2 years. However, according to Sister Zilan, Ling Mu and Sister Anna will return to Earth recently. An excited expression appeared on Piccolo's face, great, this time, I will definitely challenge Ling Mu. Son Goku was unhappy on the side, Piccolo, I should have challenged Ling Mu. It's me. It's me. Seeing the childish performance of the two, Bulma waved his hand, a group of scumbags, who can compare to Ling Mu, it's really a child playing a house. Just as this group of people was gathering, a flame erupted from the Earth's atmosphere not far away, and a circular aircraft broke through and fell from the atmosphere. The aircraft door was opened, and Raditz, with long hair hanging down, walked out of the door. This is the Earth? How come people are not dead yet, what is Kakarot doing? Raditz looked around, then took out the probe and began to examine it. Drop drop drop. 2,000. 5,000. 20,000. Bang. Raditz's probe exploded. How is that possible? On this planet, there are people more powerful than Vegeta. Raditz said in horror. The detectors all exploded, which is definitely caused by the strength exceeding the upper limit, and it is definitely not a problem. And in the induction, there are several with thousands of combat power. No, I have to be more careful, go ask first. There are a few weaker breaths from the east. Raditz clenched his fists, then got up and flew east. Hey, that's childish. Seeing Piccolo and Son Goku still arguing, Bulma sighed. And the little guy Son Gohan, sitting next to Bulma, giggled at this scene. But suddenly, Son Goku and Piccolo stopped arguing in an instant, looked up with cold sweat on their foreheads, and looked westward. Powerful energy. I don't know who it is. The two said at the same time. After a while, Raditz appeared. Kakarot. I finally found you. Raditz landed and hurriedly exclaimed when he saw Son Goku. Everyone was surprised. Son Goku was even more curious. Who are you? Kakarot? But my name is Son Goku. Raditz didn't get agitated for a while, but remembering the battle power that the planet had just detected, he couldn't say softly. Kakarot, I'm your brother Raditz. We are all Scion. After saying that, Raditz's tail swung out directly from his waist. This made Son Goku startled. Yeah, tail. Are you really my brother? Yes, I just came to Earth from the northern galaxy, just to pick you up. Raditz slightly released his breath. In an instant, Piccolo couldn't help but gulping down his saliva. But I don't want to leave. The Earth is my home. Son Goku pondered. But Raditz said grimly, what's the good of staying on this planet? It's better to follow King Vegeta and sell the planet together. If you don't agree, I will force you to go. At this time, Son Goku felt the solemn atmosphere, looked at this brother, and couldn't help being touched. But Bulma, who was on the side, stepped forward and said, Hey! Where did you hang out in universe? Haven't you heard that the headquarters of the Ling-style group is on Earth? Raditz was stunned for a moment, then looked at the woman who had no fighting power, and then said, Ling-style group? The one who held the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Hey, you don't understand the horror of universe. We Scion and King Frisia, but it's beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Bulma's face turned angry and said, You wait for me. Then he took out his phone. Hey, Sister Zilan, there's an alien making trouble on Earth. Son Goku and the others can't beat him. They're going to bully me. After speaking, Bulma hung up the phone and looked at Raditz warily. And Raditz looked at Bulma with equal confusion. But after 1 minute, Raditz trembled instantly. A wave of tyrannical aura rushed from a distance, and each one seemed to be an existence that Raditz couldn't mess with. Sister Bulma, who bullied you? A faint female voice came. A purple-haired beauty landed instantly, and an extremely tyrannical airflow emerged, sending Raditz flying at once. Raditz, who woke up, was instantly terrified. The breath of those people is more terrifying than the people of the Frisia Legion. The Mid-Autumn Festival has been added, and everyone is happy with the Mid-Autumn Festival. In addition, the author has really worked hard. The book opened on September 4th has almost 100,000 words in 9 days, and every day is at least 10,000 words and 5 chapters are updated. But from today onwards, a minimum of 12,000 words will be guaranteed, and it will be updated 6 times a day. Hope you all support. Asterisk. 44, Raditz freaks out. Choices for Son Gohan triggers. What the hell is this place? Who are these people? What the hell am I doing with Raditz? What should I do now? In an instant, many strange questions ran through Raditz's mind. In the Frisia base, like the tall Sabo, the short fat Dodoria are all strong, and there is only one more powerful Jinyu fighting force. Raditz was impressed by the strength of these people. But the group of people who appeared in front of him at this moment gave him a stronger feeling than everyone in the Frisia Legion. The woman in the lead, Raditz felt, seemed to be only a little worse than King Frisia. Frisia was not transformed. Bulma, is this guy? Zilan looked at Raditz after landing. I don't care about other things, but Bulma said it's okay to be bullied. This is the third sister that I have discussed with Anna. Sister Zilan, it's this guy. He said he was in the universe, but he's never heard of Ling-style group. But he said it was Son Goku's older brother. Seeing that the backer was coming, Bulma was no longer afraid, and told all the reasons and consequences. Zilan nodded after hearing this, then looked at Raditz and said lightly, "Are you Scion?" That unconcerned appearance made Raditz swallow with a grunt. The strength of this woman is something he doesn't dare to mess with, and Vegeta is probably scum in front of him. Although Zilan does not have Anna's super bloodline, she has also eaten the spiritual fruit given by Ling Mu, especially Scion's training method. The combat power is not too high in the past 2 years, but it is close to 500,000. When Ling Mu went to find Broly, let her go back to Earth to sit. But even so, in front of Raditz, he appeared to be a strong presence. "Yes," Raditz replied cautiously. But Zilan glanced at her and said without vomit, "It's really weak. Scion's bloodline has been ruined by you." Hearing this, Raditz recognized the reality helplessly. Weak is weak. Who made this woman a boss? But at this moment, a complaining voice sounded from the side, "Is it weak? I feel very strong." Son Goku said with a grudge. "Shut up. You don't talk." Bulma slapped him in an instant. "Son Goku, this guy just has a problem with his head. No matter what the occasion." "Hey, Bulma, what are you doing?" Son Goku said helplessly after being beaten inexplicably. Zilan couldn't help laughing. Son Goku, the boss had specially explained that he could practice on his own. So Zilan didn't care, or else she would have been sucked into the Ling-style group for formal training. Thinking of the person that the boss specifically explained, Zilan smiled and then asked Raditz again, "You are Son Goku's brother? Why haven't you heard of Lingxi group in universe? Where did you hang out before?" Raditz was taken aback, then recalled, "I'm Kakarote's brother, our father is Burdock, and our mother is Jin. Ling-style group has heard of it, but has never been in contact with it. I belong to the Scion Corps under Frisia." After hearing this answer, Zilan nodded. It turned out to be from Frisia's side. "No wonder I haven't heard of us. Okay, then you stay on Earth. If you're happy, come back to the Lingxi group for the assessment. Enter the warhead. However, Son Goku won't let you take it away. If you insist on doing it, then I'll kill you first." When Raditz stayed, this woman didn't seem to be afraid when she heard that the Frisia Corps didn't care. Lingxi group is so strong? But after thinking about the woman's fighting power, Raditz said weakly, "Yes, my lord." Zilan was very satisfied, and then smiled, "Don't be afraid. Our Ling-style group is not as plundering as Frisia. The frozen demon is probably abused too much, and there is a problem with his personality. It's like Frisia's brother Cooler, he didn't mess with the boss, but he didn't even have his soul left." At this moment, Raditz was completely terrified. Cooler? He also only heard Vegeta say it once, that the combat power is definitely stronger than Frisia. The result has been wiped out? Thinking of this, Raditz couldn't help but be afraid. It seemed that universe's changes, including Vegeta and others, had not yet been understood. Son Goku is still thinking about strengths and weaknesses. And Piccolo left a cold sweat. All of them are a group of aliens, their combat power is exaggerated to the extreme. What should he do when he is on Earth? When Raditz didn't dare to be presumptuous, Zilan planned to leave. But at this time, the Earth's atmosphere shook again. A universe spaceship that covered the sky, descended from the sky. As soon as Zilan sensed it, she was pleasantly surprised. "Boss." Bulma stayed for a while, then excitedly said, "Is Ling Mu back?" Son Goku woke up from his thoughts and looked at the sky where there was nothing. And Piccolo was more anxious, afraid to say anything. Raditz looked at a loss. What's going on? Why this group of people turned into a look of anticipation? But then, Raditz can be said to be scared to pee. A gust of wind blew, and only 5 people appeared at the scene. The breath of the 3 of them is completely countless times that of Frisia. Another man with a scepter, Raditz, was even more opaque. Zilan, why are you here? I wanted to go to the company to find you. Like a little girl, Anna floated to Zilan and started chatting. Sister Anna. Bulma also shouted instantly and rushed forward to join the conversation. Ling Mu, this is the earth? Very nice. Whis, holding Angel's scepter, watched Deo. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the earth. The Broly father and son also looked at the scenery of the earth at the same time, with a look of satisfaction. But when Paragus saw Son Goku, he couldn't help stunned. Burdock. No, you should be his son Kakarot? Hey? Are you Raditz? At this moment, Son Goku instantly confirmed his other identity. And Raditz's face was even more horrified. This one, who are you? Paragus, once the Vegeta Star Chief. Hearing this identity, Raditz hurriedly landed. This is an old man of the previous generation. When they were born, they had fled Vegeta. When Ling Mu saw Raditz, he understood what was going on. This plot seems to be ahead of schedule, and Raditz came to Earth so early. That Vegeta is not far away. However, Ling Mu was taken aback when he saw a baby in a black hat walking beside Son Goku. Son Gohan? Unexpectedly, he was born. You know, outside of Broly, it can be said that the greatest potential is Son Gohan, but unfortunately his mother arranged the wrong path. Ding, detected the host's regret for Son Gohan, triggering a god-level choice. Asterisk. 45, Rewards of unequal value? Whis, teach me how to defeat Ling Mu. Option 1, raise Son Gohan for 2 years and teach him to transform into Super Saiyan. Reward, 1 bottle of legendary Saiyan bloodline. Option 2, train Son Gohan for 2 years to develop his potential beyond Super Saiyan. Reward, experience the mysterious Gohan state once. Choose 3, kill Son Gohan. Reward, Son Gohan's full potential. After seeing this choice, Ling Mu was taken aback. This time, the reward was a bit confusing, but Ling Mu was very interested. Serum will not be said for a while, but experience the mysterious Gohan state once? Remember in the original work, the mysterious state of Son Gohan fighting the evil Buu in the later period is only 500 billion combat power at most. But why is that value equivalent to the legendary Saiyan blood serum? Having accepted so many choice tasks, Ling Mu has long understood that in order, choice 2 is definitely better than choice 1. Can experience the mysterious state once, is it really more valuable than serum? Ling Mu didn't understand a bit, but his heart was itching. As for option 3, Ling Mu doesn't think about it, his potential is definitely much greater than Son Gohan, so there is no need to kill Gohan. System, choose 2. After thinking about it, Ling Mu still couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose this reward. He wanted to see if this transformation was worth the price. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Raditz wisely walked up to Son Goku and stood. The arrogant look just now disappeared. What a joke, most of them are crushing their own existence. Even Paragus is much stronger than him in combat. Raditz said, you can talk, I just want to catch up with my brother. The original mission that Vegeta gave him was completely forgotten. Go for a ball. Raditz has already planned to stay on Earth and go back to try the Lingxi group's assessment. Everyone is Saiyan. But compared to Vegeta, Ling Style Thai is safer. But at this moment, a figure came, which made Raditz sweat instantly. Son Goku, give me your son. Ling Mu stepped forward and said coldly. But this sentence made everyone shut up. Hey! Let Gohan follow Ling Mu. Kling, who stayed beside Master Roshi, couldn't help but exclaimed. We had been arguing about who would bring Son Gohan just now, and he wanted to send it to the gods. As a result, Ling Mu appeared. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and gritted his teeth. No, I want to defeat you. Gohan is my last hope. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned and looked at Son Goku like an idiot. And Ling Mu was also surprised. Good guy, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he gave birth to a son to inherit his father's last wish? Yes. I'm going to beat you. For Dad. The milky son Gohan stood up straight and looked at Ling Mu and said solemnly. That serious little expression made Anna's and Zilan's eyes light up. So cute, boss, let's take him home. Anna left Bulma behind and walked up to Gohan and stroked it. At this time, Whis also retracted his gaze to observe the earth, and floated directly to Son Gohan's side to observe curiously. Hey! Ling Mu, this little guy has a lot of potential. It's just a little bit worse than your subordinate Broly. Hearing Whis's words, Ling Mu's eyes also became solemn. Only a little worse than Broly? Whis's vision Ling Mu must believe. But this comparison is a bit exaggerated. It seems that in the original work, Son Gohan was really destroyed too much. Hey, who are you? Don't touch my son. Son Goku looked unhappy when he saw little Gohan being surrounded by Whis, and immediately stepped forward to rescue him. But at this time, Anna's serious voice came, Son Goku, be polite, this is Whis-sama. Ah? What lord? Is it amazing? How is it compared to Ling Mu? Son Goku asked curiously when he saw Anna speak. Everyone in the Ling style group showed respect and looked at the boss's friend. Even Anna said that she was an adult, so she must have a very good relationship with Ling Mu. Son Goku, shut up for me. If I add up to 10, I can't beat Whis. Ling Mu stepped forward and said solemnly. As a result, after this opening, the scene was completely silent. Everyone looked at Whis, who was holding the scepter, with horrified eyes. And Krillin, Piccolo, and the others all opened their mouths and stared out. If you can't beat 10 Ling Mus, how powerful is that? Haha. To be precise, now 8,967 Ling Mus together can't beat me. But in the future, maybe a dozen of me will not be able to beat Ling Mu. Whis smiled, then looked at Son Goku. Ling Mu waved his hands helplessly. As expected, the gap with Angel is too big. This is a small notebook for today, and I will go through the old accounts with Whis later. But at this moment, a speechless scene reappeared. Son Goku directly hugged Son Gohan to Whis's hand and said excitedly. Master Whis! Can I practice with you? I want to defeat Ling Mu. The audience was dumbfounded again, this thick-skinned. Hey! Ling Mu, is there anyone on this planet who wants to beat you? Whis did not answer Son Goku, but asked Ling Mu curiously. Pulling out a cigar from his pocket, Ling Mu lit it and said leisurely, there are many people who want to beat me, but this guy is the only one with a thick skin like a wall. Hey hey! Son Goku scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Whis looked at Son Goku a few times, then tapped the angel scepter on his head a few times, and said directly. You can't follow me now. You can't handle it just where I live. Go to the Realm King in this galaxy area to practice first. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, Son Goku and Kai Wang knew each other. Was this all arranged? Who is Kai King? Is he that powerful? Son Goku asked curiously again. And Ling Mu stepped forward and said, Son Goku, after this Earth Martial Arts Club is over, let Son Gohan train with me for 2 years. I will pay you back when I come to the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Looking for the Realm King, you can just ask the gods directly. Whis, Anna, Zilan, let's go back first. Paragus, let Anna arrange a place for you and Broly later. After speaking, Ling Mu flew into the sky and left, and Anna Zilan and others also chased after them. As for Whis, just chop the angel scepter and open a dimension door. Stunned Master Roshi, Krillin and others. Wow! I'm going to Tianshan. Master Wu Tian, Kellen, help me take Gohan home. After saying that, Son Goku flew directly into the sky and rushed to another place. 2-year-old son Gohan looked around and burst into tears. What a father! Did you leave your son behind? 46. Disciple? Martial arts will melee. Rebels out. A week after returning to Earth, Ling Mu couldn't help being dumbfounded. Shishi actually sent son Gohan to his door. When he came to Lingxi group, the little guy was dressed respectfully by his mother, wearing a small suit and a small tie. A fluffy tail kept flapping. Shishi, don't you live with Gohan for a while? Delivered so quickly. Ling Mu asked suspiciously. This time was originally reserved for their family to get together. Because next, in order to complete the system selection, Ling Mu will take son Gohan to universe for potential development. It's a blessing to have Gohan follow you. Good morning training. Maybe, I can still see Gohan at the martial arts meeting. Shishi explained happily, then pulled son Gohan to Ling Mu and reminded, Gohan, remember to call the master in the future. Master. Son Gohan folded his hands and bowed cutely. This made Ling Mu smile, and sure enough, no matter what kind of creature, it was the cutest as a child. Hey, boss has a disciple. Anna and Zilan stepped forward and said with joy, grabbing the little guy and looking around. I thought it would take a while, but it came so soon. Anna, Zilan, Gohan will take care of you. She said wisely. Son Goku is really powerful, but when Master Roshi and Kling sent Gohan back, after describing the scene at that time, She decisively believed that it was still his son to rely on. Being a disciple of Ling Mu, no matter how bad it is, you can join the Ling style group and become a team leader, right? No worries in this life. And it looks like Gohan has a lot of potential. The road ahead is farther than Son Goku. Don't worry, I'll install an interplanetary phone for you later. When Gohan is empty, I'll let him contact you. Anna smiled and let Shishi leave with more confidence. Master. Son Gohan stood beside Ling Mu respectfully with his short legs. But Ling Mu flashed a smile, moved slightly, and grabbed Son Gohan's little tail. This little guy suddenly fell down weakly. Anna, customize some gravity suits for Gohan, starting from 50 kg. 3 months later, the 24th World's #1 martial arts club opened again. Compared with the grand occasion of the one 3 years ago, this year is even more enthusiastic. The Martial Arts Society has simply reached the point of global attention. Because this year, in addition to the normal competition, 10 players will be selected to participate in the Galaxy Budo Club. Boss, everything is ready. Anna looked at the laptop and said. Now the Ling style employees have already arranged the martial arts meeting properly. How many people will participate this year? Sitting in the luxurious room, Ling Mu asked while looking at the crowd outside. This number is more than 10 times more than the previous session. There are a total of 3,500 contestants this time. Anna said after looking at the summary report. Hearing so many people, Ling Mu became depressed. When will this happen? Anna smiled, and then said, Boss, the rules of the audition have changed this time. Start a chaotic battle of 5 arenas. There are 700 players in each arena, and they have been eliminated until there are only 2 left and become the top 10. Unconditionally participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Whoever came up with the plan must increase the salary. Ling Mu was instantly interested. A big fight. Even if the chickens peck each other, it looks good. The tournament of power in the future will do just that. Anna smiled slightly, nodded and said, I see, go back and give that employee a raise. Have you signed up for Gohan? Thinking of his apprentice, Ling Mu didn't ask. 2.5 years old, let him participate in this level of battle. Zhou Shi is a bit bullying the people of the earth. For 3 months, feed Gohan 1 spiritual fruit and a few fairy beans, and then throw it into a low magnification gravity room to practice. Casually breaking through 10,000 combat power is considered unlucky for Earth players. Well, in Ring 3, with Son Goku. Hey, that's a good show. Ling Mu said without a smile. 3 months later, Son Goku saw that his son had surpassed him, and he didn't know what to expect. The top 10 competition of the 24th World's #1 martial arts club is about to begin. This top 10 competition will be held at the same time. There are a total of 5 arenas, and only 2 people have been eliminated, so they are considered to be the top 10. The former host of the martial arts club shouted excitedly, and the rules exploded upon hearing this. TV shows will also be broadcast live throughout the day. No matter how these martial arts masters fight, it's fine to fight for a day and a night. The championship game doesn't start until tomorrow anyway. In the #1 ring, Kling and Master Roshi stood in the crowd and looked left and right. Master Wu Tian, this time we are going to join forces. Well, no problem. Kaylin, who are the strong ones in our ring? I don't know, but Piccolo, Tian Xinyan seems to be in the 2nd and 4th ring. Kling said depressed. But at the moment when the game started, there was a sudden shock from the #1 ring. With a bang, the figures in the sky flew out of the ring. Humph, a bunch of weaklings. I saw a short, Piccolo-like Namek kid suddenly lifted into the air. He was wearing a white robe, covering his body. But every time he waved his hand, he took dozens of people and fell out of the field. The violent fighting power made Krillin and Master Roshi bewildered. Who is this? Krillin said in fear. Originally drawn to the #1 arena, I thought I could be promoted to the top 10 safely, but there is still this fierce person. However, Ling Mu in the room couldn't help flashing a smile after seeing this figure. Interesting, it turned out to be Carrick 2 in the theatrical version. His father once failed to compete with the gods for the throne, but 300 years later, Carrick 2 appeared and actually participated in this martial arts meeting. In the #5 ring, after Raditz threw the guys around him out of the ring, the surrounding players didn't dare to mess with him again. This time, Raditz also participated in the Earth Martial Arts Tournament, encouraged by Shishi. Because Shishi came up with an excuse to make Raditz speechless, squatting at his brother's house to eat without money. Participate in the martial arts meeting, take a ranking and come back to pay the bill. Sion's appetite, Shishi is also stressed. As a result, when Son Goku returned from a short snake run without seeing Kai Wang, he also let Raditz compete. Helpless, Raditz began to put down his body and began to choose to integrate into the life of the earth. At this moment, I saw a few odd-shaped guys appearing around Raditz. Boy, go down. In this ring, only drive. Willow can advance. When Raditz glanced sideways, he thought that Dodoria of the Frisia Corps was also participating. It turned out to be a look-alike, with yellow skin all over, not a Dodoria. What kind of ghosts are all of you? Let me down. Raditz snorted coldly and released his breath. Our biochemical team can't beat you. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Suddenly, a gloomy old man with a white beard appeared around. Asterisk. 47, eliminate Son Gohan of 100. Top 10 players confirmed. When Raditz broke out, Ling Mu had already set his sights on the #5 ring. But after seeing the biochemical warriors and the old man, the corners of his mouth did not twitch. Dr. Willow? Is it the villain boss of the theater version again? It seems that his appearance has caused all these villains to jump out. But they don't know what's going on in the universe. For example, Raditz who came to Earth, no matter how bad it is, after 3 months of exploration and training on Earth, his combat power has also increased from 1,200 to 2,000. Get out of here! Raditz burst out with a terrifying aura, and the surrounding aura exploded instantly. The group of biochemical people surrounding them instantly rolled out of the ring. Okay, that's amazing. It really is the martial arts club that was pre-selected for the universe competition. I just need the genes of such a strong man. The white-bearded gloomy old man was unscathed by the blow, but instead looked at Raditz with great interest. Kind of weird. Raditz watched calmly. But at this time, I saw the living team that just flew out of the ring, all melted into liquid, and rushed towards the white-bearded old man on the ring. With a click, I saw the old man's brain split open, revealing a huge brain full of chips. And when those liquids wrapped the brain, I saw a huge biochemical monster appearing in the number 5 ring. The situation here became the focus in an instant. What? Raditz asked casually. The aura of this monster is not weaker than his own. Ha ha ha, my Dr. Willow's experiment will resonate throughout the universe in the future. The biochemical monster Dr. Willow shouted, so that all the other people in the ring felt it. Ling Mu couldn't help but nodded. The villain still had something. Dr. Willow's combat power at the moment is close to 2000. It seems that the number 5 ring belongs to Raditz and this guy. Ling Mu couldn't help thinking of Dr. Gero, who developed the android, and wondered how his research was going now. Wow, there are so many strong people, this time I won't be able to win the championship. Son Goku murmured as he sat down in the chaotic ring 3. All the other arenas burst out with amazing breath, more powerful than him. Even his own brother has encountered opponents. Now Son Goku expresses a little sadness. How come there are so many strong people on Earth? Humph, Son Goku, how dare you sit down at this time? I saw a tall martial artist rushing towards Son Goku. Hey, don't bother me. Son Goku said coldly, and then instantly flew into the air and kicked with a whip. I saw that this tall man flew directly into the air and fell out of the field. The surrounding players were stunned. This was the last champion. He was a stubborn scumbag. But at this moment, not far to the left of Son Goku, there was a loud noise. What's the matter? There is a child. Just weaned. Little guy, you can't come here. I'm going. Who put it in? Such a small guy, aren't you afraid of being trampled to death? There was a commotion, and there was a lot of discussion. Son Goku wondered if it was a child competing in the adult game. But then, when the familiar childish voice sounded, Son Goku's eyes popped out. Gohan is here to participate in the martial arts club, don't underestimate me. Ha ha ha, this little guy is so cute, love. How can I fly? The entire ring no. 3 suddenly scattered like a goddess, approaching hundreds of players, and at the same time, they flew out of the ring. This area is immediately cleared. When the cameras captured the scene, the whole world was stunned. I saw a child who was only about 3 years old, wearing a set of training clothes, standing in the center of the ring with an innocent face. That pink-toed appearance makes many women's eyes light up. Ah! Whose son? I want to be his stepmother. Damn it! The children who have just been weaned have all participated in the martial arts meeting. Look at my kid who is still playing and crawling. I slapped me directly. Official staff, tell me about this player. I want to follow him. So cute. The audience did not shout loudly and enthusiastically. Can you imagine that such a little guy directly beat hundreds of martial arts masters? Son Goku's eyes popped out completely. Ah, Son Gohan. This is my son. Why do you seem to be better than me? Gohan. Son Goku swung and appeared in the ring clearing area. Son Gohan's small body was tense, and when he looked up, his little face was instantly happy. With open arms, he ran forward and said, Dad. Holding his son in his arms, Son Goku said without hesitation, Gohan, why are you competing? The master let me compete. He said he wanted me to train. Son Gohan said innocently. Is it Ling Mu? Son Goku thought. Son Gohan nodded, yes, the master said to let me participate once, and in 2 years, I will go to the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Son Goku burst into tears a little, and then surreptitiously said, "Gohan, tell me how Ling Mu trained you." "No question, no, Son Gohan is indeed much stronger than him now." But at this moment, a powerful female voice came from the ring. She was shouting with a loudspeaker. "Gohan, Goku, clear the third ring and enter the top 10. The meal money for the next 2 years is gone." At this moment, the audience was shocked. And the broadcaster also revealed Son Gohan's identity at this moment. Is this a martial arts family? A 3-year-old child, about to participate in the martial arts club to earn money to support the family? Ling Mu stayed in the room, smoking a cigar and drinking red wine, with a relaxed face. Although the chickens are pecking at each other, it does not prevent interesting things from happening. Ling Mu is now like watching a movie. Son Gohan's current performance is also normal, but compared to the Galaxy Budo Club in 2 years, it is really not enough. By that time, not only other universe people will participate, but even the Ling-style group battle team will join in groups. Gohan's 10,000 combat power is really not enough. Time passed slowly, and when the day came and it was time to eat dinner, the dust of the top 10 match was finally settled. Ring 1, Karak 2, Kling. Ring 2, Piccolo, Satan. Ring 3, Son Goku, Son Gohan. Ring 4, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha. Ring 5, Raditz, Dr. Willow. Seeing this list, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile. Satan even appeared, and he even joined the top 10. In addition, the number 5 ring is considered unlucky. Raditz and Dr. Willow directly cleared the field. In this case, don't compare tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ling Mu got up directly, swiped, and flew to the scene of the martial arts meeting, releasing enough aura to change the sky. The scene of the martial arts meeting was shaking, and the sky was flashing with lightning from time to time. The man in the black jacket attracted global attention. There is only one game tomorrow, the championship melee. Names are listed in elimination order, descending order. Asterisk. 48, Piccolo is the best bully. The ever-going Satan. At this moment, all the players looked towards the sky above the ring. Ling Mu's figure, like a mountain, was imprinted in their hearts. Karak 2 and Dr. Willow's eyes were gloomy, and it was only then that they understood how powerful the boss of Lingxi group was. And other players who have seen Ling Mu many times also shed cold sweats. Wow, Master is so cool. Son Gohan flew to Son Goku and called. This made Son Goku discouraged. Gohan, do you think you can beat Ling Mu now? Hearing this, Son Gohan's head shook like a rattle. Dad, I can't beat it. I feel that even if all the power in my body is developed, it can't beat Master. Son Goku was shocked. 3 months later, Son Gohan had already learned about cultivation, and he still said the same thing. Son Goku didn't even think about it, and it seemed that his son was still unreliable. Without flashing the face of Whis in my mind, after the martial arts meeting was over, I went to Kai Wang's place. Then I went to find Whis to help me practice. The fierce battle of this martial arts meeting has made the whole world talk about it. The shocking battle on the number 5 arena, and the 3-year-old Son Gohan, made Earthlings more aware of martial arts. These 10 people will represent the Earth to participate in the universe. And tomorrow's championship melee match, it is the focus of the focus. Boss, the promotion of the Galactic Martial Arts Club has already started on various planets. On Imga, the arena has also started to be built. Anna said while dealing with things. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded. For the past 2 years, I took Gohan to practice on Star Lantern. You can let Paragus and Broly sit on Star of Imga. To prevent anyone from sabotaging, Ling Mu said after thinking about it. Anna nodded. Okay, I'll let Paragus take Broly the day after tomorrow. In a huge ring, the top 10 players flew into the ring and looked at each other. The weak ones, Tien Shinyan Yamcha and Krillin, got together and looked at the others on guard. Son Goku and Son Gohan, plus Raditz, the family stands together. And Carrick too and Dr. Willow, the two have similar smells. Now I announce that the world's #1 martial arts club champion melee tournament will begin now. Looking at the bell, the host spoke. Cheers now. And in the arena, everyone's aura also began to improve. Tian Xinyan, Yamsha, who shall we fight first? Krillin and the others were already allied last night. How about we get rid of the big devil first? Tian Xinyan pondered. Kaelin looked sluggish, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but say, "Are you kidding? Going to fight the great demon king? But when I look at it, it seems that only he is the best bully." Tian Xinyan said with 3 eyes shaking. The little bald head was speechless. It seems to be true. The corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he became the best bully in this ring. Thinking of this, Piccolo exhaled, took off his turban, let out his own breath, and fixed his eyes on Carrick too. This guy has a grudge against the other self. Humph, choose me? Big bang bombardment. The short Carrick too flew directly into the sky, stretched out his hands, and released a huge amount of breath towards Piccolo. The boom 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 sounded instantly. The entire melee match, the beginning of the climax. Magic light cannon. Not to be outdone at this moment, Piccolo also flew into the air, stretched out his palm, and a strong ki blast appeared. Carrick too and Piccolo are in mid-air, fighting together. Krillin swallowed his saliva. These are all fierce people. How to spell? At this moment, Raditz snorted coldly and rushed towards Dr. Willow again, and a more exaggerated explosion sounded. Boom boom boom. Throughout the arena, ki blast danced in all directions, and the sound of explosions exploded in the audience, scaring other people to flee. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu flew to a higher place in the ring. Extending his palm downwards, he saw a protective shield of white on, starting from the periphery, wrapping the ring. In this way, no matter how intense the fight is, it will not affect the audience. Thank you, Boss Ling Mu. Haha, so I can watch the game with peace of mind. It's not easy, I almost thought I was dead just now. The audience was instantly relieved. The melee continued, and soon after, the first knockout appeared. It turned out to be Kling, this little bald head, who just wanted to sneakily eliminate Son Goku, but was found to have done it. Krillin! Here I come! Yamcha shouted loudly and was kicked out of the ring by Son Goku and landed next to Krillin. Qigong Cannon! Tian Xinyan roared, and a violent white light erupted. But at this time, a small figure appeared from Qigong. Uncle Tian Xinyan, I'm sorry. Hey, watch the fist! With a bang, Tian Xinyan also flew out of the ring. Turned out to be Son Gohan's shot. Krillin, Yamcha, Tian Xinyan, how can you guys do anything to me and Gohan? Son Goku said angrily as he walked to the edge of the ring, while Son Gohan floated beside him. Kaelin looked helpless. Without an opponent, no one else can beat him. This martial arts meeting was so strong that it exploded. Others, don't dare to mess with it. Gohan is too powerful. Tianjin couldn't help sighing while standing under the ring. One punch from Son Gohan knocked him out of the fight. Hee, Uncle Tian Xinyan, you can't do sneak attacks in the future. Son Gohan waved his small hand and said solemnly. Tian Xinyan smiled awkwardly, this family is really strong. But at this time, his third eye suddenly trembled, and he found that there was someone shivering at the edge of the ring. Who is that player? Tian Xinyan asked a little confused. Everyone who was weak automatically ignored him. At this moment, I saw Satan swaying cautiously at the edge like a thief, and then a ki blast came, and he rolled away with a donkey. How did this guy survive until now? Krillin was stunned, he knew that he was going to eliminate this guy. Now that guy is at least 7th. But at this moment, a thick green arm descended from the sky. It was Piccolo, who directly pressed Carrick 2 and punched him outside the ring. Asshole! After Carrick 2 fell into the ring, he looked gloomily at Piccolo in the sky. Humph, the underdog. Son Goku, we're fighting. Piccolo ignored Carrick 2 directly and turned to look at Son Goku on the edge. Hearing this, Son Goku nodded, Piccolo, come and fight. After speaking, he flew to the sky and fought again. At this time, Krillin was speechless, that Satan was actually sixth. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu couldn't help but laugh. Satan is really a talent, such a melee match can go to this level. However, in the Galaxy Martial Arts Club, he should be eliminated soon. Asterisk. 49, Painful Heart, the father who was hanged and BEA-10 by his son. Raditz and Dr. Willow, who turned into a biochemical monster, fought in an earth-shattering battle in the east of the ring. Ki Blast's explosion sounded all the time. If it weren't for Ling Mu's protective cover, the auditorium in that area would have been blown away long ago. But now, the auditorium in this area has become a treasure. Can intuitively touch the explosive strength of martial arts. In the sky, Son Goku and Piccolo recreate the previous battle. The breath of the two is slightly weaker than that of Raditz and Dr. Willow, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still very powerful. The figures of the two of them disappeared from time to time in midair, and appeared from time to time. The Ki Blast in his hand was also non-stop, fighting fire in midair. Piccolo's continuous Kigong bombs are thrown at Son Goku like they don't want money. Piccolo. Kamehameha. Son Goku made a direct attack at this time. But Piccolo couldn't help showing a gloomy smile. Pointing his finger between his eyebrows, a powerful airflow began to hide in his fingertips. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Son Goku. But Kamehameha also burst out at this time. But the strange thing is that Piccolo, who was penetrated by Kamehameha in the sky, did not show the slightest expression. After Image Fist, Son Goku asked in surprise. At this moment, Piccolo's gloomy voice came to mind behind him. Magic Light Killer Cannon. An incomparably smart Ki Blast surrounds this spiral and kills Son Goku. And Son Goku's face was surprised, and he directly endured this move. But his figure, like Piccolo, did not change color. Piccolo, go down. Son Goku appeared behind Piccolo and hit Kamehameha again, sending Piccolo out of the ring. Bah, I was deceived by you. Piccolo, who stood up under the ring, said speechlessly. Son Goku even used an after-image punch, and Piccolo thought Son Goku was fooled at the moment he just confronted Bo. As a result, he used to be an honest person, but now he is getting smarter and smarter. Hey, Piccolo, sorry. Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. Piccolo was eliminated, there were only 5 players left, and Satan managed to become 5th. Raditz and Dr. Willow were fighting, Satan huddled in the corner, shivering. Son Gohan looked around curiously, not knowing what he was doing. However, when Son Goku's battle was over, the little guy floated over again with a laugh. Dad, it's great. Hearing his son's praise, Son Goku nodded with a smile. Under the ring, Piccolo and Kling were speechless. This time the sneak attack was unsuccessful, but was eliminated by the Son Goku family. Humph, if it wasn't for Gohan, the 3 of us would have killed Goku long ago. Krillin said depressedly, and so did Tien Shinyan. The little guy doesn't care about his own Kigong cannon. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head, then put Son Gohan down, and said solemnly, Gohan, the current martial arts club arena, we also have a fight. Everyone who was eliminated was stunned. Is this a battle between father and son? Ah? Dad wants to fight Gohan too? But Dad can't beat Gohan. 3-year-old son Gohan said curiously. Everyone on the side couldn't hold back their laughter, and the father was despised by his son. When Son Goku heard this, he instantly acted like a child. Gohan, Dad is very good. If you don't believe me, give it a try. After speaking, he also punched a few times. Gohan, shoot down your father. This is your master's task. That's right. Gohan, Ling Mu is watching on stage. Kaylin and others began to instigate them with joy, and especially directly brought out Ling Mu. And Piccolo also said with great interest. Gohan, the martial arts competition is only for the first place. Son Gohan murmured, raised his head and thought for a while, then said, okay, then I'll fight Dad once. Okay. Let's start. Son Goku laughed instantly. The Budo Club scene was boiling again, because after Son Goku eliminated Piccolo Daimao, the next scene was a battle between father and son. Gohan is so cute. I really want to be his mother. When I saw Son Gohan, I wanted to slap my 3-year-old son who was still feeding. Didn't you notice that Satan is still struggling? The situation of several people on the field, everyone can see clearly. But when the father and son were ready to fight, the fight between Raditz and Dr. Willow was gone. Gohan, come on. Kill your dad. Shishi also waved the flag loudly to cheer for his son. Anyway, in the current situation, a large part of the bonus will go to the Sun family, so you can play whatever you want. It doesn't matter to Shishi. On the field, Son Goku assumed a normal attacking stance, looked at his son solemnly and said, Gohan, come on. Son Gohan bowed slightly, then nodded and said, then Dad, I'll start too. With a swipe, in the blink of an eye, a small pink fist appeared in front of Son Goku. The speed of this ghostly spirit was so imperceptible that Son Goku's hair was bristling in an instant. Extend your arm to block it. But with a bang. I saw that Son Goku's body was directly hit by the punch to the edge of the ring and almost fell off. This scene instantly silenced the audience, and then a shocking cry broke out. What a joke, Son Gohan actually killed his dad with one punch. Under the ring, Kaylin and the others were stunned. They didn't see Son Gohan, they only knew that Son Goku took off after the little guy appeared. Piccolo does not open his eyes, the gap is so big. 3 months ago, the little guy just had huge potential, but after 3 months with Ling Mu, he was able to kill Son Goku instantly. Doesn't that mean he killed Piccolo? Ah! Gohan, why are you so powerful? Son Goku stood up tremblingly and said in disbelief. He felt severe pain all over his body, and the sudden force made him a little unbearable. Dad, are you all right? Gohan just used 1/5 of his power. Son Gohan said innocently. But Son Goku almost vomited blood, 1/5 power. Are you being hanged by your son now? Gohan, Dad will use the strongest blow next, as long as you catch it, Dad will automatically admit defeat. Son Goku is rude, and beating like this is pure abuse. Son Gohan nodded and said cautiously, okay, Dad, then Gohan must be serious too. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Son Goku's forehead. Gohan seriously? Thinking of this, Son Goku gathers the energy in his body. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. A giant ki blast shines from the hands of Son Goku on the Budokai ring. At this time, Son Gohan's eyes were solemn, and his small body made a horse step respectfully. Open your arms. Ah! A powerful air current spreads and explodes in an instant. Asterisk. 50, Son Gohan Champion. Master-Apprentice Battle. Now the audience is also a little aware of martial arts. Generally speaking, martial artists who can perform ki blast belong to the advanced level. Like sending out a raging giant ki blast, it belongs to the top tier. And Son Goku's Kamehameha, stronger than the top. When this ki blast broke out, the entire arena was shaking, but because of the protective shield, there was not much going on outside. But inside, the layers of slate began to be flipped and rolled upside down. Many viewers even showed anger in their eyes. This father actually made a killing move on his son. But the next scene left these people speechless. I saw Son Gohan roared in a small voice, and a layer of white arrogance covered his whole body. A violent airflow condensed. When Son Goku's Kamehameha was about to approach Son Gohan, he was directly blocked by an invisible air wall. Roar! Son Gohan let out another roar. A surprising scene reappeared, that Kamehameha was directly roared away by Son Gohan. The whole place is like seeing a ghost. Krillin's eyes popped out, and even Son Goku looked stunned. The battle between Raditz and Dr. Willow continued unabated at this moment. Ah! Gohan! My son! Shishi was the first to react, waving a flag to cheer for his son. Immediately after that, a huge cheer rang out. Ling Mu, who was in the room, saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. The little guy will deceive people, obviously he has used half of his power. Unfortunately, this power is of little use in universe. Throw it back to the 8 Langsing and give it a good beating. Child! If you don't use it, what else can you do? This master is for your own good. Gohan, tell Dad, how on earth did you cultivate? Son Goku, with a fatherly love like a mountain, began to apply Son Gohan's training method. I don't know, the master asked me to wear some special clothes and stay in a very heavy room. Gohan is just playing with toys every day. Son Gohan said innocently. And Son Goku, who heard this, was confused again. Is his son playing? But how does he know that Son Gohan is now wearing a 200 kg gravity suit and staying in a 50 times gravity chamber every day? Even if you play, it's a waste of money. Okay, Dad lost. Then you have to work hard to win the championship. After that, Son Goku put down Son Gohan and jumped off the ring automatically. Son Goku eliminated. This time, the whole audience cheered. Father-son battle, father loses, automatically admits defeat, also considered a perfect ending. As a result, Shishi on the edge of the ring was unhappy and pulled out a horn from nowhere. Son Goku, you idiot! Eliminate the others. Bonus! Bonus! Son Goku, who had just stepped off the ring, was taken aback for a moment, and then he looked at the scene. In addition to Son Gohan, Raditz, Dr. Willow, and a Satan. Hey, Shishi, I forgot. Son Goku scratched his head and said embarrassedly, while Krillin and the others shook their heads, then looked at Satan enviously. Son Goku, you idiot! Gohan, go help Uncle Raditz and kill that ugly monster. Also, clean up that guy in the corner too. Shishi gave orders in an instant. And Son Gohan, who heard this, nodded instantly, okay. Mom. Then I saw Son Gohan suddenly burst out with a powerful breath. A flash of lightning flashed through the air and appeared in front of Dr. Willow. He stretched out his pink fist and punched Dr. Willow. I saw this biochemical monster, who was just so powerful, was knocked unconscious and fell out of the field. Raditz was also sweating coldly on his forehead. His nephew was so fierce. Uncle Raditz, there is another uncle to be eliminated. Son Gohan naively said and flew directly in front of Satan. At this moment, Satan, who has been stubborn, has not yet figured out the situation on the scene, only that there are people who are constantly being eliminated. When that devilish child appeared, Satan's heart was cold, and he couldn't hide this time. Uncle, I'm going to eliminate you. Gohan said innocently. And Satan left in a cold sweat, his mind turned slightly, and he pondered, little boy, let's discuss, or you will eliminate the others first. After the game, I'll introduce you to a little sister. Her name is Videl, she's my daughter, and she's about the same age as you. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help being stunned, and so did the others. This Satan is so shameless, he even traded his daughter out. And Son Gohan naively thought about it and said, but in the ring, there is no one except you, Uncle Raditz, and me. Satan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the surrounding competition arena. After confirming the situation, a look of surprise appeared on his face. So, I'm the third runner-up. Ha 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 ha. Satan burst into laughter in an instant, and Krillin and Master Roshi in the audience were so depressed. Give that guy a third place. Kid, Uncle can't beat you, so I admit defeat. After that, Satan jumped off the ring very straight. Shishi was trembling in the ring. Son Goku, that idiot, if he didn't automatically jump off the ring, he would have won the third place. I declare that the champion of the 24th world's #1 Budo club is, Son Gohan. When Raditz was also kicked out of the ring by a punch from Gohan, the champion of this session on Earth was the 3-year-old Son Gohan. In an instant, he became an idol in the minds of all children, a child of other people's families. Son Gohan, do you fulfill your title right to challenge Ling Mu, the boss of Lingxi Group? The host wearing sunglasses excitedly said that after this time, he will follow the Ling Style Group to Universe to hold the Galaxy Martial Arts Festival. Well, Master? But I'm not a match for Master at all. Son Gohan said with a trophy higher than others. As a result, Son Goku shouted, fearing that the world would not be in chaos, Gohan, you must challenge Ling Mu. Dad is in charge of you. The group of people around fell silent in an instant, and even Dr. Willow looked like an idiot. He couldn't even beat his son, so he still wanted to call the shots? But at this time, a figure flew from the sky and landed on the ring saying, Gohan, come up. After today, you will fully enter the official practice. Ling Mu's figure stood arrogantly in the ring, and no one objected, because he was the strongest person on Earth. Okay. Master, here I come. The little guy scratched his head and floated to the ring. The audience was silent, focusing on the battle between master and apprentice. But Ling Mu glanced at the little guy and said indifferently, Gohan, unleash your full strength. The little guy nodded, then looked serious. Begin to burst into full force. At this moment, the sky is not overcast. Asterisk. 51. Education. Vegeta descends on Earth. Son Goku and the others looked at the ring with solemn eyes. The fight was fierce, but that was only for Son Gohan. With every punch and every kick of his, a violent force erupted. On Earth, no one could stop an attack of this level. But in front of Ling Mu, it is like a pediatrician. Ling Mu didn't even move his body, and with just one finger, he resisted all Son Gohan's moves. Work hard, haven't you eaten yet? When punching, why is the strength of the waist still neutral? What about Qi? I told you that you need to incorporate Qi to strengthen your attack. No matter how powerful Son Gohan burst out, or even hit an extremely strong Ki blast, it all dissipated under Ling Mu's finger. Okay, you go home for 2 days, and the day after tomorrow to go to Universe. The next practice, don't cry. Ling Mu said indifferently, then directly bent his fingers and flicked Son Gohan's forehead. I saw the little guy suddenly flew out of the field with a painful expression on his face. For the people of the Earth, Gohan's combat power has been extremely powerful, but in the battle with Ling Mu, he is still as naive as a child. Got it, Master. Son Gohan said in pain, and obediently flew to Shishi's side. Ling Mu smiled, flashed, and returned to his room. The little guy is actually pretty good. With a combat power of 10,000, most of the attacks that just broke out exceeded 15,000. But in Ling Mu's view, there is no difference at all. But seeing how the little guy was about to cry, Ling Mu knew that the purpose of this competition had been reached. Next, is the time to truly develop his fighting potential. To surpass Super Saiyan, most adults cannot survive the hardships of the past 2 years. The 24th world's #1 martial arts tournament is over. The Sun family is the biggest winner. But Satan has reached the pinnacle of life, relying on Go and Go to become the third runner-up, so that many people with insufficient strength also see hope. The white bills fell into the pocket, so that Satan would not worry in this life. After the game, Raditz entered the Ling Style Group warhead and started training with Sion. And Dr. Willow was directly caught by the curious Ling Mu to the headquarters of Lingxi Group, dismantled the biochemical body, only kept a brain, and sat in the Lingxi Group research department. Dr. Willow doesn't want to work? Is that important? Unless he is impatient. As for Carrick too, he finally left with Piccolo. After Son Gohan left the Earth with Ling Mu, Son Goku also entered the underworld to find the legendary king. Kaylin and others also started their own cultivation. Everyone will meet in 2 years and go to universe to participate in the Galaxy Budo Club. A year later, not far outside the solar system, 2 prototype aircraft are rapidly heading towards the Earth. Vegeta, the Earth is coming soon. Nappa's voice came from another aircraft. And Vegeta with standing hair silently opened her eyes and replied. Damn Raditz, no news came back. Nappa let out a wicked laugh, maybe he was killed? After all, his combat power is only less than 2,000. Hearing this, Vegeta closed her eyes again. On Earth, if Raditz is still alive, kill him. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Raditz walked out of the 50 times gravity room tiredly, followed some other fighting colleagues, and went to the restaurant of Ling Style Group for dinner. Although in this group, Raditz's strength is the highest. But he didn't have any pride. Because including him, it is only the lowest level combat team of the Ling Style Group. In the follow-up universe, other high-level teams will come to pick people and replenish players. Raditz, you are already used to 50x gravity. You should have beaten your nephew, right? A colleague joked. But Raditz didn't have any dissatisfaction, and smiled. If it was Gohan last year, he should have been able to fight. But it's hard to say now. After all, Gohan is practicing with the boss. Yet, your nephew is really lucky. By the way, why didn't your brother Son Goku come to the Ling Style Group? Hearing this, Raditz thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. He has his own way. Regarding Whis, Raditz did not reveal that it was the existence that could defeat Ling Mu and gave Son Goku hope. But Raditz didn't have this idea for the time being, because he wasn't as thick-skinned as his younger brother, and went to ask the grown-up for advice. The most important thing is that Son Goku even succeeded. Whis told him to go to the Kai King first. Therefore, Raditz's mentality is very good. If he can't beat Ling Mu, he will mix with Ling Mu. And it's not bad to live on Earth, you don't need to wander around in the universe. Diddy, alert, at 3585.4895 southeast of the Earth, a powerful energy has been found to fall from the universe. Please go check it out quickly. Just as they were eating, the alarm sounded, and Raditz knew that he was about to attack. The Earth seems to be in danger. At the location reported by the alert, the 2 aircraft landed between the mountains. Vegeta came out at the same time as Nappa. Nice environment. Can sell for a good price. Nappa smiled gloomily. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked left and right, then brought the probe with him. Drop 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 drop. 5,000. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. With a bang, Vegeta's detector exploded instantly. And his face instantly darkened. Damn it, no wonder Raditz didn't hear back. Nappa, this planet must come with the Frisia Legion. It's impossible to fight with the 2 of us. Vegeta shouted instantly. There are people with more than 30,000 combat power, and his Vegeta has the highest outbreak, and he is only 30,000. What? Nappa flashed a startled expression before picking up the probe as well. It exploded again, proving that this is the case. Nappa panicked instantly. Vegeta, let's go quickly, I just detected a dozen powerful forces approaching us. But at this time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Vegeta, Nappa. Raditz. Seeing the person who came, Nappa was not shocked, and even Vegeta showed an incredible look. Especially when Raditz left behind a group of people with similar combat power, the two of them couldn't believe it. "Are you here?" Raditz said. The others behind him were relieved when they saw that Raditz met. "Raditz, why didn't you get the news back?" But at this moment, when the little Vegeta opened his mouth, everyone in the Ling style group was impressed. "Is this Tone looking for a fight? An order Raditz looks like. Looking for a draw. Asterisk. 52, Blast Seed Raditz. Abused Vegeta." Raditz's face was not surprised, but he forgot his gaze on Vegeta and said lightly, "Vegeta, let's fight." Hearing this, Nappa's face became shocked. "Raditz, are you crazy?" But at this moment, Raditz appeared in front of Vegeta at a speed he couldn't see clearly. Reached out a big hand, grabbed Vegeta, raised it to the top of the head, and slammed it into the ground. Bang! Vegeta was smashed into the ground without any resistance, with a look of disbelief. Nappa's eyes popped out. "How is it possible, in more than 3 years, how could you have such combat power?" Nappa said in horror. And the people from the Ling style group looked like they were watching a good show. Raditz seems to have a grudge against them. No, it seems that Raditz belongs to the counterattack category. "Hey, that stupid big guy, who will beat him up later?" Whispering voices sounded, and after Raditz had done all this, he stepped aside expressionlessly, waiting for Prince Saiyan to recover. "He, Raditz, a second-rate fighter." Gloomy laughter came from the pit, and a horrified breath was released. After the people from the Ling style group felt it, their faces showed a cautious look. They seemed to be unable to fight, and they might have to call someone. "Vegeta, I'll pay you back for the damage you've suffered over the years in this battle. Afterwards, for the continuation of the Saiyan race, I will tell you what happened." Raditz said again, expressionless. He knew Vegeta's character, arrogant and arrogant. So now it's useless to say anything, a fight is the most effective way. "You think you can beat my prince?" A violent hoot appeared, and Vegeta gradually climbed out of the pit, with a tyrannical aura all over her body. The aura that emanated was even more dignified. Vaguely, it has already climbed to the 20,000 realm. "Can you challenge the former prince of Vegeta? That senior soldier?" Raditz couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, and the 10-year suffocation disappeared at this moment. "Ah!" Raditz roared, and the breath all over his body exploded. At this moment, a strong hurricane was blowing around, and the flying sand and rocks were eye-catching. "Fuck, Raditz has exploded. The combat power has exceeded 30,000. The people around the Ling style group were all excited. This group of people belongs to Raditz's best and fastest progress. The 50 times gravity chamber has stumped many people, but over the years, Raditz has gradually adapted. Vegeta's gravity is 10 times greater, so Raditz has adapted. But when it comes to 20x, 30x, Saiyan's potential is also further developed. And after reaching 50 times, a lot of potential begins to be released. But Raditz has not yet experienced the battle of life and death, so he is on the verge of death, belongs to Saiyan's strongest plug-in, and has not yet been opened. His combat power at the moment is only about 35,000. But compared to Vegeta and Nappa, it is already terrible. "Raditz, you. Nappa said with a shocked expression. And Vegeta is also full of disbelief, once his own sidekick, 3 years later, he is so strong. As everyone knows, Raditz still spent 2 years on the road. "Vegeta, take it!" Raditz let out a loud roar, instantly releasing a huge amount of pressure, making Vegeta unable to keep up with the rhythm. Was beaten directly. "Bastard, I'm King Vegeta!" Under the fierce attack, Vegeta also burst into strength. Final flash. The violent aura gathered and exploded on Vegeta. The battlefield became more violent, and the surrounding boulders also began to have cracks. "Go to hell!" At this moment, Vegeta didn't want to care about anything, just wanted to kill Raditz. In front of him, Prince Sion, like a clown. But this time, Raditz put his hands up, facing Vegeta. The mediocre hands of Ki Blast, but the power that burst out, destroyed Vegeta's final flash. Boom! At this moment, Vegeta took the blow firmly. His whole body was charred and full of injuries, he fell to the side and fainted. Nappa, come with me. After doing all this, Raditz's face was completely blank. Instead, he stepped forward, directly picked up Vegeta, and flew towards the Ling-style group. And Nappa followed in horror. Next, he knew, Raditz would explain everything to them. Because of the Scion race, there are only a few survivors left. Asshole, bastard! Vegeta's face was gloomy, and she didn't care about her injuries. He had already woken up, but what had happened had thrown his worldview into the abyss. What Scion, what Jinyu, what Frisia? Under the Ling-style group, it is like an ant. Especially Raditz, the former second-rate warrior, has evolved to be stronger than him. Vegeta, the world has changed. It's not bad for us to stay on Earth. Nappa said with a naive expression. Since talking to Raditz that day, Nappa has quickly put his mind right. It turned out that they were the weakest group of people. Nappa, I'm a prince. Prince Scion. Vegeta roared. But Nappa didn't care, took out an all-purpose capsule, threw it on the table, and threw a pile of food. But we're all weak now, Vegeta, your princely status is useless. And if you think about it, Raditz can cultivate beyond your realm. If you join the Ling-style group like him, wouldn't you be able to become stronger? Why cling to your past? Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned, a look of suffocation flashed on his face, but in the end he was unable to hang down. Haha, eat something. Earth's food is especially delicious. Ling-style group is going to recruit people again. When the time comes, we will go to participate in the assessment. Nappa laughed, and started eating. A month later, not far from Son Goku's house, a cottage was built. That's where Vegeta and Nappa belong. And Raditz, also impressively lived not far away. Shishi looked irritable, and 2 more freelancers came. On this day, Raditz, who had a shift break, returned to his residence. Vegeta and Nappa came at the same time, but at this moment, an unfamiliar breath broke into their eyes. Brother, I'm back. Take me to the gravity room of Lingxi group. Son Goku, who had returned from Kyo, appeared in front of him. Didn't you go to the Realm King to practice? Raditz asked in confusion after looking at his brother. And Son Goku nodded, hey, I'm back after training. The king said that I will strengthen my strength by participating in the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Zhuangxing only has 10 times the gravity, which is not enough for me to practice. Hearing this, Vegeta on the side said with disgust. Raditz, this is your brother Kakarot? Don't you know that Vegeta has 10 times the gravity? Available tonight. This book has been on the shelves for 10 days, and more than 10,000 words are updated every day. It's really hard work. Hope the brothers support it. There are not many books written about Dragon Ball, and the author is really uneasy. I hope everyone will give support for the First Order tonight. Thank you very much. Asterisk. 53, Kaioken of Son Goku. Frisia invades Imga. Vegeta said contemptuously, looking like a country bumpkin. Kakarot, Scion, who is worse than Raditz, a lower-level warrior, belongs to the bottom-level existence. Now that it is a 10 times gravity, I can be excited for a long time. And Son Goku looked curious, looked at Vegeta and said, who are you? Kakarot, my name is Vegeta, Prince Scion. Vegeta said gloomily. Nappa said nothing on the side. When he came to Earth recently, he learned one thing, how to control his breath. And Son Goku gave him the feeling of being introverted, and maybe some powerful power will erupt. Silly but thoughtful. Are you Prince Scion? Fight me. Ha! Son Goku excited, and let out his breath. At this moment, Raditz did not stop him, and watched his younger brother. Although when he first came to Earth a year ago, his combat power was higher than his younger brother. But Son Goku's road ahead is broader than his. And when Son Goku burst out, Raditz's eyes flashed solemnly. It turned out that he was given 10 times the gravity, and then practiced for another year. Has it reached the realm of 20,000 combat power? What? You, a lower-level warrior, are so powerful. Vegeta looked unconvinced. At this moment, Son Goku just burst out with his own strength, and that breath is much stronger than him. Well, it's all right. I still need to train. The king said that most of the fighting teams of the Lingxi group are practicing in the gravity room that is dozens of times larger. And the battle team in universe is hundreds of times more. After the innocent words sounded, Vegeta couldn't help but get angry. Sion, who used to be at the bottom, has surpassed himself? Bastard! Vegeta also began to release his breath. But at this moment, Raditz stepped forward, stopped Vegeta, and then said to Son Goku, "Brother, fight me." Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then nodded after thinking for a while, "Okay brother, I want to fight with you too." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Raditz burst out with his own breath. After ending with Vegeta, Raditz's fighting power has also increased in the month, and now it is close to surpassing the 40,000 limit. When he burst into breath, a shocking aura swept away, making Vegeta look at Raditz's back unwillingly. This guy has strengthened his strength again. Asshole! But the next scene hit Vegeta's confidence even more. Hey, brother has become so strong. Looks like he's going to use the Kaioken. Son Goku scratched his head and couldn't help it. Afterwards, he took up his horse steps, gathered the strength of his whole body, and began to greatly increase his strength. Kaioken! With a roar, Son Goku's arrogance was no less than Raditz's. At this moment, Son Goku's combat power surpassed 40,000. This surprised Raditz. And Vegeta is even more unbelievable. How is it possible? Why is there such a martial skill that doubles the combat power? If he learned it, he would not be able to leapfrog and fight. This is the result of your cultivation at the Realm King? Raditz asked curiously. And Son Goku nodded, "Yes, brother, Kaioken can still increase the multiplier, but my body can't bear it, so I'll use a higher level gravity chamber." Hearing this, Raditz looked solemn, which meant that his younger brother was completely able to defeat himself. Fight and talk. When the fight began, Vegeta was left blank. Are you still that Prince Sion? Even a few lower-level warriors are so much stronger than themselves. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded in the minds of everyone present. The first Galaxy Budo will be held at the Northern Galaxy coordinate 5867.47895, Imga star in 1 year. Please prepare yourself. The rewards of this martial arts meeting are as follows. Son Goku's fight with Raditz came to a halt after 3 consecutive replays. After the two looked at each other, they couldn't help laughing. A bigger stage is coming soon. More than a dozen huge universe spaceships, moving forward in the lonely universe. The strange-looking alien fighters above are the Frisia Legion. Your brother was killed, do you still want revenge? King Cold sat gloomily on the throne, looking at his other son Frisia. News of Cooler's death. Frisia knew about it in the first place because a bug was installed. And that person named Ling Mu made the terrified Frisia also fall into practice. Father, 3 years have passed and I have mastered the power of my body. My potential has been further developed. King Cold squinted at his son and said indifferently, how much fighting power? Full blast, around 700 million. Didn't you transform into the 4th form like your brother? Hearing this, Frisia's mouth flashed a dark smile, shook his head and said, Father, the 3rd form is the most perfect form of the frozen demon. Kill that guy, my brother, I estimate up to 500 million combat power. After seeing such a master, I finally don't have to suppress my strength. After 3 years of practice, I will reach 700 million. When the time comes, kill Ling Mu and take over his Ling-style group, then I will be the king of the entire galaxy. King Cold didn't answer, instead he frowned and thought silently. Frozen Demon doesn't have much affection, even if Cooler dies, King Cold is not too sad. But the most important thing is the combat effectiveness of those who killed Cooler. 200 million Coolers were killed, and Frisia estimated that the opponent's combat power was 500 million, and he really paid attention to his opponent. But King Cold always felt something was wrong. Invading Imga Star, can I really get that kind of wish-fulfilling thing? King Cold couldn't help but ask. But Frisia smiled proudly, I don't know. But if Imga can be destroyed, then the galactic martial arts will not be able to hold. My Frisia's reputation will spread even longer. Hearing this, King Cold lowered his head and silently dozed off. The sun's plan is very good, just follow it and see it. Imga Star. Anna hummed a little tune and happily handled the preparations for the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. There's still a year left to see boss, and I don't know if he has become more handsome, and little Gohan. The little guy doesn't know how tall he is. But at this moment, an unusual evil breath came into Imga Star from outside universe. Anna put down her work, her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate outer space. At this moment, an arrogant voice spread all over the Imga Star. The King of Universe Frisia is coming, and the people of this planet are coming to meet him. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Anna's mouth, she tapped the table twice and murmured. Broly. Work done. It's on sale. The testimonials on the shelves are. Be the first to order. Asterisk. 54, Frisia who scares the urine. The Galaxy Martial Arts Fair is approaching. One order. Anna propped her chin up and fell into memory. The boss is as expected, and some people really come to Imga Star to destroy it. Sir Anna. Paragus and Broly came to Anna's office. Frisia is here, let Broly deal with it. Take the number 3 combat team over and deal with the others. Anna smiled slightly. Paragus was taken aback, Frisia? The Emperor of Universe who destroyed his hometown? Yes. When the Universe spaceship broke into the atmosphere, Frisia looked at the commercial planet with a greedy look on the corner of his mouth, and he could definitely sell for a super high price. King Frisia, King Cold, has arrived at Imga, the tall Sabo and Dodoria reported. Frisia snorted coldly and floated out of the spaceship in his own aircraft. But as soon as he got outside, his eyes widened. I don't know when, a team of 20 people has surrounded the entire spaceship, and their subordinates have not found it yet? Who? Sabo and Dodoria stepped forward gloomily. Then turn on the detector to scan. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. Bang bang bang, at this moment 490, all the people who used the detectors in the Frisia Corps, the detectors all exploded. The entire legion was instantly terrified. Among these 20 people, none of them have less than 500,000 combat power. King Frisia, they. Dodoria stuttered to the point where he couldn't speak. These guys, each one, have the power of Frisia before his transformation. King Cold also looked incredible. What the hell? Although it doesn't seem to have more than 1 million combat power, this subordinate who has more than 500,000 combat power is not even King Cold. But at this moment, the group of people suddenly separated, and one old and one young came from behind. And King Cold and Frisia, even a little familiar. Frisia, King Cold, are you here to invade this planet? Paragus said solemnly, the familiar aura that was once permeated again. Old man, have I seen you? Frisia asked while sitting on the aircraft. Sion used to be the commander Paragus. Paragus said in a low voice. This made Frisia laugh without hesitation, it turned out to be the race that was destroyed by himself. He, old man, take out the thing that fulfills your wish, jab, and I won't kill you. You should know my strength. Frisia laughed sadly. Seeing this picture, Paragus said in a low voice, that's the reward that only the champion and runner-up of the Galaxy Martial Arts Club can get. Oh? Then you just want me to rob it? What a broken martial arts club! I, Frisia, are the Emperor of Universe. Frisia sat on the aircraft and floated directly in front of Paragus. He didn't care at all about the Ling-style employees with 500,000 combat power around him. But at this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbed Frisia's head, and pulled it straight from the aircraft. It's Broly. At this moment, Frisia could not resist. Respect my father. Broly said seriously, since leaving Wampazing and no longer using electricity, the father-son relationship between the two has improved a lot. Asshole. This time, Frisia was completely furious, and went berserk in an instant. Directly opening the third form, the short stature, the combat power of over 100 million, appeared above the Imga star. And King Cold also stood up at this moment, floated to Frisia's side, and looked at Broly solemnly. Paragus sighed, if it weren't for his son, he would have died just now. Broly, let's do it. Battle team, clean up the rest of the Frisia Legion. 99. As soon as Paragus spoke, a big battle began over the entire Imga star. The fighting group of the Ling-style group was like a flock of tigers, and all the members of the Frisia Corps were sent flying. Like Sabo turned into a crocodile head, he didn't know which member came out, and he punched him in seconds. Frisia got angry when he saw the surrounding scene, these are all his subordinates. Bastard! I killed you today. A powerful aura disturbed the sky above Imga star. Frisia was officially on fire, bursting out with all his strength. His body has grown stronger, and after 3 years of training, the combat power of 700 million has been fully demonstrated. And King Cold, which also released the breath of more than 100 million combat power, fell beside Frisia. But when he looked at Paragus and Broly, he found that the father and son did not have any fearful eyes. Broly, unleash your power. Paragus took out a bottle of wine and filled it up. Spending time with Broly every day, he had a general idea. The fighting power between Frisia and King Cold is like a mouse-like existence. Got it, father. 35. Broly nodded, clenched his fists, and said nothing. A huge and endless breath exploded in an instant. This time, Imga's atmosphere began to vibrate. And Broly's hair turned green with a brush, and the entire pupil began to turn white. Chuan Chao transformed, and the combat power quietly approached tens of billions. Frisia and King Cold were terrified, and they were like boats in the ocean. Frisia, go! King Cold shouted and fled instantly. As soon as Broly moved, he appeared directly in front of King Cold, grabbed the two horns effortlessly, and pulled them down. But at this moment, Frisia's eyes narrowed, his whole body burst out, and he shot directly into outer space. Frisia just slipped away as soon as it opened. He is afraid. What a monster! At that moment, it was not human at all. But just as Frisia took out the Imga star, a faint female voice came. Frisia, welcome to the Galaxy Budo Club a year later. With this ghostly female voice, Frisia was instantly frightened and escaped directly from Imga star with her body. The strength of this woman is not worse than Broly. A year later, the first Galaxy Martial Arts Club is finally approaching. When there were still 2 months before the start of the competition, a large number of spaceships headed to Imga star. Many more people, gathered from all over the universe. In a remote mountain area of the Earth, an old doctor with brown hair appears. Number 13, number 14, number 15, wake up. Follow me to the Galaxy Budo Club. At the northern edge of the Milky Way, an evil Namek sits on a spaceship. Lord Slug, there is still 1 month to reach Imga. Spirit world. King Kai, come here quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. The pork ribs rice is here. In a certain planet in the Eastern Galaxy. Dr. Mayu, have brought baby and are ready to go. Atlantis. A beam of silver light shot out from the eyes of the man in the black jacket and shot straight into the sky. The slightly taller Son Gohan looked sluggish. Thanks for the support. 55. The strong from all sides are on stage. Ling Mu is here. Wow, this is Gastar? So many strong men. Son Goku exclaimed without hesitation. This group of people from Earth gathered together and played on the most famous commercial street in Gastar. Large groups of strong people are doing the same thing. Humph, what a fuss. Vegeta said viciously. During this year, he also entered the Ling style group and began to practice using the gravity room. But too much time wasted, he's not guaranteed to beat Raditz and Son Goku right now. Vegeta, don't you say that there are very few people who are stronger than us. Raditz said with a rare smile. Vegeta's face changed instantly, that was before. Nappa, this stupid big man, didn't care, he took out universe coins and bought something to eat on the street. Today, in the Milky Way, food from all over the world is gathered here. In addition to the normal Galaxy Budo Club, a larger business exchange is also unfolding. Yo, isn't this Vegeta? I saw 5 guys of different heights appearing in front of everyone. One of them, a burly man with a pineapple head, dressed in protective clothing and said passionately. It was Lacombe. Hey, Team Jinyu. Vegeta said viciously. And Raditz also set his sights on Team Jinyu and others. Except for the tallest Jinyu, who still couldn't see through, no one else was his opponent. Yo, isn't this Raditz? Lacombe said with joy, he used to like to bully this handsome scion the most. Nappa's eyes were solemn, while Son Goku wondered, who are these guys? It's Frisia's men. Piccolo stepped forward suddenly. And Son Goku looked surprised. Piccolo, you know. I don't know, but here is the introduction of this universe force. You can take a look. After that, Piccolo threw a booklet to Son Goku, and Son Goku looked confused because he couldn't read. Are you from Namek? Another sound came, and I don't know when Neela came with the Namek team. You are? Suddenly seeing someone similar to him, Piccolo's expression couldn't help changing. My name is Neelu, and it seems that you are the clansman that the Great Elder said, who wandered into the earth. 35. Neelu spoke, and Dende, who was on the side, stepped forward to explain. Aren't the Namek dead yet? A strong breath came, pressing the people present without suffocating. It turned out to be the same slug from the Namek. Who are you? Feeling the evil aura of his family, Neelu was indifferent. But at this moment, a more evil atmosphere descended on the scene. He, this martial arts will be interesting. At some point, Frisia and King Cold also descended on this street. Frisia. 35. Vegeta said grimly, and Raditz was equally upset. Frisia, no fighting is allowed here. And King Cold, remember the warning the Ling style group gave you a year ago. A stronger aura appeared, and I don't know when, more than 100 employees of Lingxi group with huge aura appeared on the street. Broly, headed by him, shocked Slug even more. And King Cold just shut up. A year ago, after being caught by the Ling style group, he survived by luck. But the Ling style group's request for him is to enter the top 10 of the martial arts meeting, or else he will be obliterated. The stronger and stronger breath began to land on Gastar. Large groups of strange-shaped powerhouses began to appear, but at this moment, a group of dead people with halos also appeared on Gastar. Warriors from the underworld. Headed up, it was the pork ribs rice, with chili. Wow, what a great planet! King Kai, you are so lucky! The 4 realm kings chatted excitedly, and the old man in front of him with sunglasses jumped up and down. He was the realm king. There are more and more strong people, and a lot of breath makes everyone dare not move. Because no matter what level of person, can perceive the opponent of the same level. Is it worthy of being the Galaxy Budo Club? At this time, Frisia's mentality was extremely gloomy, and there were so many people stronger than him. Last year, he was still training his strength, but still not enough in this scene. A huge universe ship descends with the logo of the Galactic Patrol on it. Imga Star is indeed prosperous. Let me, Jake, win the first place in the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. An Ultraman-like egg boy appeared. It was Jake. Shut up, fight hard, so many universe coins are enough for the Galaxy Department to spend for a long time. The octopus-shaped Galaxy King appeared and instructed Jake. But at this moment, another petite universe spacecraft landed. But on the Imga Star, all the powerhouses looked at the sky in unison. 4 flowers 0. Ling Mu. Son Goku raised his head and said solemnly. Boss. A large number of Ling-style group fighters also raised their heads. Is that the boss of Lingxi group? How could it be so strong? An aura of astonishment enveloped the entire Imga Star. No anger, but just that shudder. Gohan, let's go. Ling Mu said lightly. On the side, 5-year-old son Gohan nodded with a stern expression. Master, I'm ready. Universe's hatch opened, and Ling Mu floated indifferently in the sky, looking around the commercial street below. Many acquaintances, and even a few guys who can't feel breath. Dr. Gero? The androids came out too? Also, the guy with the bald head and the white coat, is that baby on his body? 00. Oh, interesting. Before the martial arts meeting, please don't do it, or you will be hunted down by the Ling-style group. Ling Mu spoke indifferently, making everyone dare not object. But at this moment, in the sky, a dimension gate suddenly opened, and Whis appeared with the angel scepter in his hand. Ling Mu, the martial arts meeting has begun. Whis laughed. Such a wonderful show, it's a pity Beerus missed it. But when Whis appeared, all the realm kings were stunned. Then there was a look of horror on his face. That familiar uniform, and more noble divine power. The cheerful great realm king did not dare to escape for a moment, and flew forward in an instant. See Angel, 99. Whis was stunned for a moment, then looked at these funny guys and said. Oh, the great Kai and Kai Wang are here too? Didn't Supreme Kai come? Supreme Kai has disappeared, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The great realm king hurried back. And after Whis thought for a while, he said again, oh, well, let's watch the game. I'm looking forward to it too. Ling Mu had already recognized the group of gods, but they didn't communicate with each other. They just sent a message to Anna for him to arrange. Gohan, your father is right there, go over there. Pointing towards Son Goku's position, Son Gohan instantly became excited. Master, then I'll go first and see you later. The little guy left in a hurry, but Ling Mu smiled. In the past 2 years, Gohan has been exhausted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the development of Son Gohan's potential. Reward, experience the mysterious Gohan state once. 56. Flesh strengthening in mysterious state. When the sound of the system sounded, Ling Mu also showed excited eyes. For 2 years, it took a lot of effort to train Son Gohan. What Whis said is right, Son Gohan's potential is indeed comparable to Chuan Xiao, so Ling Mu's training methods are based on Chuan Xiao's level. The little guy is much stronger than he imagined, and he has endured it all. Today's combat power will definitely surprise people. But the reward that I have paid so much and gained is only one experience of the mysterious Gohan state. Ling Mu had to look forward to it. There are still 5 days to go before the Galaxy Martial Arts Club begins. Thinking of this, Ling Mu said, Whis, go to Anna and do whatever you want. 35. I'm still going to practice. Hearing this, Whis was stunned. looked at Ling Mu carefully and nodded. Ling Mu's breath suddenly disappeared, and the whole Imga star was lively again. But the passion for fighting 50 is getting more and more intense. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 2.1 billion, normal. Bloodline, ancestral scion bloodline. Rule power, power of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn, air scythe, god's language, time and space shift. 2 years have passed, relying on the ancestor bloodline, Ling Mu's combat power has steadily improved. In addition to the automatic increase of 600 million combat power, Ling Mu's own practice has also increased by 500 million. And it's also because a lot of energy is being spent on Gohan. 2.1 billion, transformed into a destructive Super 2 level, Ling Mu estimated that the combat power must exceed 700 billion. But it still hasn't reached 1 trillion. Next, do you try to make a Super 3 transformation? After Ling Mu thought about it, he put it aside. Next, the most important thing, is the state of the mysterious Gohan. System, receive experience rewards. After arriving in the desert of Imga Star, Ling Mu began to receive rewards from the system. After he finished speaking, he only felt the power deep in his body, as if being dug out from below by a spoon, and then poured all over his body. The spoon is constantly digging, and his strength under normal conditions is also constantly rising. 5012 1001Z 5001Z 10001Z. Not long after, the combat power under normal conditions exceeded 300 billion, and it continued to rise. At this time, the entire Imga star began to shake violently, and the terrifying atmosphere began to sweep every contestant. What kind of power? Frisia screamed in horror. How is that possible? The pork ribs rice from the underworld couldn't believe it. Did he? Exceeded the energy limit. When the android sounded the alarm, Dr. Gero, who was hiding elsewhere, was also horrified. Baby, can this kind of energy be parasitic? Dr. Mayu also asked in shock. The breath was still rising, and Whis, who was eating delicious food, suddenly stopped and picked up his angel scepter to check. Well, it really is Ling Mu, is this about to break through the 1 trillion realm? Potential, incomparably huge potential excavated from the body. Compared to Son Gohan, Ling Mu's potential is as vast as the ocean. 70001Z 80001Z 90001Z 1 trillion. After reaching this level, Ling Mu found that he was no longer digging. At this time, Ling Mu opened his eyes, and a silver light burst into the sky. Looking at his state, Ling Mu was not surprised. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 1 trillion, normal. Bloodline, ancestral scion bloodline. This is the mysterious state? System, how long can I maintain my combat power? Ling Mu said involuntarily. Ding, keep it for a day. Hearing the system's words, Ling Mu did not frown. Only 1 day, what can I do? At that time Son Gohan entered this state, God blocked and killed God, and Buddha blocked and killed Buddha. But it didn't transform into Super Saiyan form. Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't wait to try it. When the strength of the whole body converged on the back, an accident happened. Ling Mu actually felt his body trembling, and there was a faint momentum of collapse. Ling Mu, are you using the technique of potential development? Whis' voice broke in suddenly. Ling Mu nodded hastily, it seemed that Whis knew. Thinking of this, Ling Mu said, Whis, this is some cultivation method in my blood. But it is only temporary, and it will fall to the normal state tomorrow 35. Hearing this, Whis looked at him curiously, well, this technique of developing potential is good. But your physical strength is not strong enough to bear it. Otherwise it won't fall. But it's okay. There will be some power contained in your body. 35. Ling Mu was taken aback for a moment. This means that after falling into the mysterious state, his own strength will be greatly improved, because there is potential to retain? Is this the purpose of the system? However, it's a waste. Let me teach you a way to strengthen your body with your potential. Whis laughed. Then raised Angel's scepter and pointed it towards Ling Mu's head. I saw a message about the way gods of destruction cultivated his body, which was passed into his mind. The power of gods of destruction lies in its ability to resist the force of breaking the rules, because when the rules are accommodated, the body can withstand a certain volume. But in the next practice, in order to accommodate even greater destructive power, he will begin to try to destroy himself and use other powers to reshape himself. Such strength can be refined. Whether it is external force or its own power, it can be used. And Ling Mu's current situation just can temper the body. It's like expanding a cistern. Thanks, Whis. It was only at this time that Ling Mu understood why the mysterious Gohan couldn't transform. The biggest problem may be that the flesh can't bear it. And reaching the realm of 1 trillion, it is no longer possible to tap the potential. Presumably this is also the problem. So at this stage, his main task is to strengthen his physical body? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took a deep breath and began to destroy his own cultivation. In just one day, Ling Mu did not know how many times he destroyed himself. With that huge potential, 0.1 kept making up for his physical body. Always maintain at 1 trillion realm. But when the day passed, Ling Mu's realm fell again. But the normal combat power at this time has quietly climbed to 5017. This is the reward for experiencing the mysterious Gohan. However, my biggest gain should be physical strengthening. Then, the destructive Super 3 transformation should also be able to break through. 5 days later, the huge contest square in the Imga Star Desert was opened, and the media personnel of the major planets were all in place, and began to spread the grand occasion of this universe. 10 giant arenas are already in place. And this time, the number of players participating in the competition has reached 50,000. These are the powerhouses selected by each planet. But what greeted them was the most complicated top 100 melee match. 57, top 100 melee tournament. Sand sculpture players. There are 5,000 people in each arena, and 10 people are selected to advance to the top 100. The first Galaxy Budo Club was so rude. Originally, Ling Mu also wanted to decide the outcome of a match with 50,000 people, but it doesn't seem to have such a big arena. The Ling-style group couldn't monitor it either, so let it go. The competition cannot use recovery medicines and technological weapons, but it is not limited to its own recovery methods. Isn't there a cure in your clan? Protect him. Damn it, life and death battle. If you die, you're really dead. What are you afraid of? The people in the underworld are all there. The Ling-style group said it, and if they die, they will report to them. 39. When the rules of the game were released, the players were both excited and worried. Simple and violent, with generous rewards, but also cruel to the extreme. Strange powerhouses will appear in the ring, and there are even auxiliary ones. This makes many soloists feel sad, because there will definitely be forces forming teams in the ring battle. Oh, it's so intense, even I'm excited. Whis ate the special smoothie in his hand. And by his side, it is Zilan 29 and Bulma. At this time, even Anna went to the competition unexpectedly. Anyone in there can kill me. Kellen Yamsha and the others are going to be unlucky. The pig-headed man Oolong said discouraged. Little pig-head, you can't say failure easily. Anyway, our team in the underworld will definitely win the first place this time. The Great Realm King exhorted excitedly. Even with Whis on the side, he's still hilarious. Such a grand battlefield made other gods watch with great interest. When all the mighty players entered the ring, the eyes of the entire galaxy were on the battlefield of Imga Star. Ah! Master Wu Tian, you are also in the ring with me. Sun Goku said instantly when Master Roshi found Sun Goku. Kakarot, you idiot! Most of the Earth group is in ring too. Vegeta said loudly, and at this time, I saw Raditz Nappa, Le Ping, also appeared. Seeing that everyone was together, Sun Goku burst out laughing. Yeah, it looks like there is hope for the promotion. It's a pity that there are only 10 places. After we eliminate the others, let's compete internally. Kaylin looked at the other 1,000-strong team in fear. This is really terrifying, a group of people who are smashed to death, all in one ring. But at this moment, the entire arena suddenly shook violently. 4 incomparably sturdy iron pillars stretched out from the ground, and they directly lifted the ring to the sky. All the fringe players, their faces are not very good looking. They don't seem to be in a good position. I announce that the first Galaxy Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. In this competition, if you fall out of the ring, you will be eliminated. Until there are 10 players left in each ring, you will enter the top 100. No drugs, no technological weapons, no innocent killing. Otherwise, it will be regarded as automatic elimination. Count down to 10, let's enjoy this battle of the strong together. Ling Mu stood in the center of the number 1 ring, looking at nearly 4,000 people around him, without digging his ears. There are a lot of strange aliens, and I have never even seen them myself. It seems that the effect of the Dragon Ball broadcast is really good. The huge countdown sounded from the huge auditorium. Such scenes have appeared on every living planet. This is an exchange between universes. 3, 2, big. Start. 95. With the end of the host's countdown, the 10 arenas instantly burst into endless light. There were key blast bombings everywhere, and crowds of players fell straight down the ring like rain. In the area of the underworld, players appeared from time to time, with a halo and a thick sigh. Fortunately, I communicated with the Lingxi group, otherwise a large group of powerful ghosts will enter the underworld. Yan Wangdao, who was watching the broadcast in the underworld. Today even he suspended work, erected a big screen in the underworld, and watched the Galaxy Budokai with ghosts. Hehe, you are the boss who held this martial arts meeting, right? You're out of luck when you run into our universe pirates. Ling Mu, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the ring, unexpectedly looked at a few scumbags to find fault. Knowing myself and daring to approach myself, I really don't know what it's thinking. Where did you guys hang out before? Ling Mu asked without curiosity. The first one-eyed dragon with blue skin smiled and said, "This uncle is a tyrant in the Western Galaxy." Hearing this, Ling Mu was silent. No wonder he dared to make trouble for himself, because he was in the west of the Milky Way. Okay, you can get out. Ling Mu stretched out a finger, a little forward. I saw a small key blast appear, and then turned into a dozen lines of air, blasting under the feet of this universe pirate group. With a bang, the explosion sounded, and the universe pirate group, who didn't know what to do, was directly blown away from the arena far away. It's the boss of Lingxi group. Let's go together and kill this guy. Don't be afraid, attack with me. Seeing this scene, many weaklings in the number 1 arena even organized themselves and wanted to attack Ling Mu. The other strong men had already fled far away. What kind of international joke is it? 10 lives are not enough to play with this final boss. When Ling Mu saw this scene, he couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, people's knowledge is very important. It seems that a group of weak people have no concept of cognition about themselves. Thinking of this, Ling Mu shook his head and stood up. 500 took out a cigar and lightly lit one. Then he stretched out his hand, and saw a sickle glowing with purple-black energy in Ling Mu's hand. Air sickle. With a bang, the entire ring number 1 shook when the sickle was condensed and formed. Ah! Shady! Can't use weapons. How can this guy use a weapon? Officials. Seeing the unhappy appearance of a group of sand sculpture players around, Ling Mu sighed helplessly. If you do it, it is too bullying, if you don't do it, you will make trouble for yourself. Thinking of this, Ling Mu felt that the chi sickle in his hand was also boring, and he wanted to pretend to be a force. Forget it. Get out of the way for me, and be a fly buzzing in my ear, I will let you all go to the underworld to report. Ling Mu let out a fluttering cry, and then drew a circle around him with his chi sickle. I saw that the space was cut open in an instant, revealing an endless twist of dark purple. The center of the entire number 1 arena is instantly divided. The boss of the Ling style group has started, a powerful Qigong move. Host, can martial deists condense their chi into weapons they want? Several guests are explaining to each other, and the host is also depressed. I am not a martial artist, how do I know? 58. Recognize the villain. The top 100 players are born. Ling Mu felt that the surroundings were clean, and when the air sickle cut the surrounding space, the sand sculptor finally dared not go any further. Because after a certain super sand sculpture approached the distorted space, it was swallowed directly and died, and immediately went to the underworld to report. Only at this time did the sand sculpture players understand what stupid things they had done. Boss. A familiar female voice sounded, and at some point, Anna appeared naughty beside Ling Mu. Anna, didn't you say you wouldn't participate? Ling Mu couldn't help but asked her when he returned to 8 Langxing 2 years ago. But at this moment, Anna flashed a coquettish smile, took Ling Mu's hand and said coquettishly, I want to defeat you, and I also want to fulfill a wish. Hearing this, Ling Mu was stunned for a while. Well, his secretary has thought carefully. But beat yourself up. Okay, be good, stand here and wait for the top 100. 27 Ling Mu stroked Anna's head and smiled. This made Anna laugh like a kitten, get into Ling Mu's arms, and then sprinkle a layer of dog food for the entire martial arts club. What? Sister Anna is still showing her affection in such a scene. Bulma said angrily. Zilan on the side laughed loudly, are you envious? But if you marry, it's still under Anna's control. 35. Hearing this, Bulma's face immediately turned red, Sister Zilan, you haven't said marriage yet. 99. Okay, forget it, I'll tell her when Anna comes back. 9. Don't. 99. The climax of the entire Galaxy Budo Club, wave after wave. When Slug in the number 4 ring went crazy, all the people in the entire half were eliminated. And in the number 10 arena, the Ribs Rice in the underworld also easily eliminated a large group of people. As for the number 7 ring, Frisia and King Cold stood together, and the two of them looked solemnly at the 3 guys in front of them who had no breath at all. Impressively android number 13, number 14, number 15. What the hell are these 3 people, there's no breath in the whole body. King Cold said depressedly. Once the Emperor of Universe, you can meet strange guys wherever you go. For the past 2 years, nothing seems to be going well. Father, let's go. It looks like a robot, but it's so powerful that I don't know who made it. Frisia said gloomily. He was also depressed, and met such 3 guys. Although there is no breath, it gives him a sense of danger. Frisia has retired. At this stage, it is not worth shopping with others, especially if you are still uncertain. This shit's Galaxy Budo Club, Frisia didn't think about it. But Frisia didn't know that at this moment, the layers of data in the artificial human's eyes were being analyzed rapidly. Frisia. Race, Frozen Demon. Potential, S-Class. Included in the blood collection program. In the audience of the martial arts meeting, Dr. Gero was holding a small notebook in his hand, receiving the news from the android. He, universe is really vast. With so many powerful bloodlines, what kind of androids will be born if they fuse together? Dr. Gero murmured without hesitation. But at this moment, I saw a bald old man in a white coat sitting beside Dr. Gero. "My friend, your Android plan is good. My name is Dr. Mayu, would you like to meet me?" Dr. Gero was stunned for a moment, then looked at his peers next to him. "What research do you have?" Dr. Gero was surprised. The communication signal between himself and the artificial human was unexpectedly captured. "Parasitic plan. But that's just the attachment path, but I see your fusion path and have a little idea." The two old men began to communicate, but they didn't know what kind of powerful monsters they would create. Ring number 2. "Bastard! Likum, I will kill you today." Vegeta rushed towards Likum with a burst of breath. A solid punch slammed into Likum's face. This burly guy fell to the ground in an instant, his face distorted with blood flowing out. But at this time, Likum didn't have the bitterness of pain, but instead showed excited eyes. Wearing a fitness suit-like outfit, posing as a muscular boss. "Oh, Vegeta! You've grown stronger. Come on, baby!" At this moment, Krillin and the others were sweating badly. "Who is this? Gay? Kakarot, go kill Jinyu, I'm not strong enough." 33 Raditz said to Son Goku. He already felt Jinyu's strength, and he couldn't beat it. But the younger brother with Kaioken can. "Okay, brother." Son Goku stepped forward and looked at Jinyu. Raditz, on the other hand, glanced at him. "Guys, Bart, let's have a fight." 39. "Bastard, Raditz, it's enough for me to kill you alone." Guys shouted, and immediately burst forward. But at this moment, I saw Raditz's momentum condensed, his body moved, and he instantly pressed Gyusa's head to the ground. "Bart, come help me." The Scion team was instantly beaten with the Jinyu team. The battle in the number 2 ring is also very exciting. There are strong players in every arena, but in the number 8 arena, there is a one-sided situation. Broly and the staff of Lingxi group, like tigers into the flock, directly eliminated other players. The internal battle of the Ling style group started, and only 9 people were eliminated. After Broly said lightly, he turned his attention to the other arenas. And the Ling style employees with an average combat strength of over 500,000 became violent in an instant. We are all acquaintances, and this is also a battle to prove ourselves. The power that erupted at this moment was unmatched by other arenas. When the time came to evening, the sky of Imga Star gradually darkened. But the top 100 melee competition is also coming to an end. When there were only 10 people left in the other arenas, the number 2 arena was still fighting hard. "Son Goku, with my hope, keep going." An Adlat star who became the last tough opponent, Li's hand. But at this moment, Tian Xinyan actually gave up on himself, grabbed the Adlat star, and fell out of the ring together. Looking at it at this time, I saw Son Goku shaking his body tremblingly, standing strong. Vegeta and Raditz are both alive and dead. Master Roshi and Krillin also all got down. After fighting Jinyu and several other teams, they were all exhausted. It even encountered several other pairs of powerful enemies. But in the end, they won. Let's congratulate the number 2 ring, which also gave birth to the top 10 players, they are Son Goku, Vegeta. In 3 days, the top 50 will be held. The top 100 players form a free team, a group of 10. Draw lots. Let's see, who can keep going. 99. As the host's voice fell, the day of the competition passed, and the topics generated in it were also spread throughout the universe. 59. The Super Saiyan era begins. Reproduce choices. The latest information, Slug's combat power exceeds 100 million. Number 13, number 14, number 15, turned out to be people from Earth. The underworld warrior Ribs Rice, the combat power is immeasurable. Son Gohan has grown in strength and dominates the number 5 ring. 55. The whole Earth is caught in the violent discussion of the galactic Budokai. And the performance of all players is also visually presented to the public. Wow, how to fight next? They are all strong. Me, brother, Vegeta, Master Wu Tian, and Kailin, there are only 6 people, so we can't make a team. Son Goku sat cross-legged and said involuntarily. But Vegeta looked at his palm in confusion. After this battle, his combat power jumped dramatically. This is Sion's potential? But for other martial arts experts, it's really not worth mentioning. Son Goku, maybe we can team up. At this time, I saw Piccolo with Niru and Dende walk in. Wow, Piccolo, I thought you were eliminated. Son Goku exclaimed instantly, yesterday was such a mess. He doesn't even know who the top 100 are. We Namek, there are only 3 people left. Piccolo also said solemnly, this battle is too exaggerated. In their arena, if it wasn't for the 500 being eliminated in the last fight, even Piccolo might not be able to hold on. Hey, this little guy doesn't seem to have any fighting power. Nappa looked at Dende and said that he had been eliminated, but was still with people of his own race. Don't underestimate Dende, he's a support-type Namek guy who can heal injuries. If it wasn't for him, I would have lost. 35 Piccolo explained. Let everyone be stunned, the auxiliary powerhouse who recovers the injury? This is a treasure level in the martial arts club. Then Piccolo, welcome to join, but we still need someone, who to look for. Son Goku thought silently. But at this moment, Raditz stepped forward and kicked Son Goku hard. Gohan! You forgot your own son. With a bang, Son Goku jumped up and said excitedly. Yeah. Gohan, I'm going to Shishi, Gohan must be with Shishi now. At the same time, the top 100 players are also looking for each other to form a team. Oh, you are the master who created No 13. Frieza looked at Dr. Gero unexpectedly. The 3 androids on the side were also present. Yes, our team is more secure. Dr. Gero laughed. At this moment, I saw Dr. Mayu, with the silver guy, also coming. Dr. Gero, maybe my baby, can join you too. At this moment, Frieza couldn't help flashing a bit of solemnity when he saw the baby who had grown into a 10-year-old child. The martial arts meeting is really interesting, then my father and I, let's form a team with you. But, we still need 4 people. In the East Galaxy, there are a few guys who are still watching. King Cold said. This group of people can completely destroy a galaxy. You follow me, Slug, and you will definitely be able to advance. It's better to destroy the Earth team joined by the Namek people first. Slug looked at his teammates and smiled. He is very confident in his own strength. 3 days later, the top 50 competition of the Galaxy Budo Club started completely. Ling Mu and Anna, with their Ling-style staff, formed the number 1 team. The opponents they faced were a group of unconventional people. Ling Mu quickly understood this match before he even took a shot. The other battles that followed were also victorious as the outside world had guessed. However, when the final battle began to reach the halfway stage, Ling Mu stared at it. This match is the Earth team, against Slug's team. Hee, little guy, I heard that you are Ling Mu's apprentice. After Slug was exhausted, he actually completely broke out the tricks of the Namek people, and regained his physical strength impressively. I won't lose to you. Son Gohan's small body burst out with enormous power. With a swipe of hair, he transformed into Super Saiyan again. Jab, in the past 2 years, Ling Mu has already made Son Gohan complete a transformation. The combat power is also beyond a lot. But it's only on par with Slug. Because at this moment, Slug also used the transformation impressively. Taking advantage of his physical strength, Son Gohan couldn't kill this Slug for a while. But at this moment, Slug made a wrong decision, and even dodged and came to Krillin. Directly punched this little bald head, because just now, Klein used his unique skill Chi Yuan Slash, which injured Slug. Bastard, Krillin. The accident happened when Son Gohan was still quiet. After experiencing the life and death of the melee match yesterday, and after being beaten down by Slug and recovered by Andy. At this moment, Son Goku turned into Super Saiyan. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu couldn't help but be astonished, transformed under the pressure of Slug. It seems that the era of Super Saiyan has really begun. Ding! Detected the host's sigh of Super Saiyan, triggering a god-level choice. Choose one, make Raditz angry, transform into Super Saiyan, and defeat. Reward, plus 500 million combat power. Option 2, make Vegeta angry, transform into Super Saiyan, and defeat. Reward, plus 1 billion combat power. Choose 3, make Son Gohan angry, transform into Super Saiyan 2, and defeat. Reward, combat plus 2 billion. Pure combat choice? A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. System, choose 3. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Among the 3, Ling Mu knew the most about Son Gohan. Ling Mu knows the heart of the little guy very well. Moreover, the Super 2 transformation, the little guy is also approaching, only one step away. As for anger, I can make my apprentice hate myself, anyway, Ling Mu has already figured out the ultimate nirvana. Slug did not expect that another warrior with a combat power of over 100 million appeared. When the 2 Super Saiyans joined forces, they couldn't resist in an instant and were directly defeated. After the Earth team won the victory, the audience cheered. Vegeta, who woke up, looked at Son Goku and his son with a look of unwillingness. Super Saiyan. According to Saiyan's legend, someone can actually reach it. Has he been thrown that far now as King Vegeta? After the top 50 competition, the championship melee match started directly. Why did the Lingxi group change the rules this time? When the Budo Club announced the top 50 and directly started the championship, most players were at a loss. Ling Mu, on the other hand, praised his employees. Go back and give him a raise. So much trouble. As everyone knows, a smile appeared on the corner of Anna's mouth at the other end at this moment. Broly, let the following prepare, this time you must see the true strength of boss. 35. 50 galactic powerhouses should be enough for the boss to be serious. 60. Siege Ling Mu. 1 hit 49. 3 days later, a new special arena appeared on the scene of the Budo Club. Compared to the ring in the melee match, at this moment, 10 supports were added to the iron pillars alone. Because the people of the Ling-style group understand that this time the battle may destroy the planet. The auditorium is directly reinforced to prevent these sand sculpture audiences who spend money from being killed by mistake. I announce that the first Galaxy Budokai Championship tournament has officially begun. As the host's words fell, 50 contestants were seen flying into the ring at the same time. Various powerful auras raged in this arena. Hey, it's a pity Lord Beerus didn't see this scene. Whis said excitedly. The few realm kings on the side did not dare to speak. Gods of destruction. That's something that makes them all tremble. Gohan, come on. She waved the flag aside and said loudly. Although she couldn't hear it in the ring, it didn't hinder her persistence. At the same time, the audiences of other planets were all staring at the broadcast screen. As long as there are players from their own planet, appearing on the screen can cause cheers from the planet. However, after the game officially started, something unexpected happened to the whole universe. Anna, what do you mean? Ling Mu watched Anna lead all the Ling-style employees who were promoted to the top 50, surrounded herself and couldn't help but be confused. Doing what? Boss, I'm sorry. If we don't eliminate you, the rest of us don't need to compete. Anna said excitedly. And Broly also stepped forward and stared at Ling Mu from the other side. The breath all over his body is all condensed and ready to explode at all times. Hey, boss, Don't blame us. Although the martial arts club focuses on participation, our battle team won't let go of this opportunity to eliminate you. The members of the fighting team of the Ling style group shamelessly explained their shamelessness. At this time, I saw Shali, who entered the underworld, also appeared, bringing the pork ribs and the other warriors in the underworld, and said, "Haha, boss. If you are eliminated, everyone can compete for the ranking normally." Pork Ribs Rice looked at Ling Mu with a solemn expression. "Yet. Are you going to eliminate Ling Mu first? Count us." At the beginning of the match, Son Goku saw the situation and jumped in without thinking. Vegeta, Piccolo and others all stepped forward. Even Master Roshi secretly rubbed his waist. Ling Mu found a few small bottles there. After a while, a large number of players began to surround Ling Mu. Numbers 13, 14, 15. Besiege Ling Mu with the others. Dr. Gero sent a message to the ring. And Dr. Mayu on the side was also whispering, "Baby, you too, look for opportunities to possess yourself to absorb energy." When the androids also stepped forward to surround them, the Frisia father and son looked at each other and stepped forward without any hesitation. Cooler's revenge, they want to avenge it. What did I see? All the players surrounded Ling Mu. Is this all about besieging one person? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The players of the Ling style group actually do the same. This guy must be eliminated. So many strong people. Everyone who pays attention to the Galaxy Budo Club is shocked. Are you all united? Ling Mu touched her nose, also slightly surprised. The siege was something I could have expected. Unexpectedly, Anna was the first to activate it. Then cause all the players to also dispatch at the same time. This woman has been fluttering a bit lately. Ling Mu wondered what posture he would take to teach him after the game was over. Forget it, since this is the case, let these guys see their own strength. Otherwise it would be pointless to abuse food. If it weren't for the power of the rules of time, Ling Mu might not be interested in participating in this Galaxy Martial Arts Conference. Thinking of this, Ling Mu's expression froze. He straightened up, glanced around and hooked his hands and said, "Come on. I'm not satisfied with today's work. Tomorrow, give me all the farming." The employees of Lingxi Group were all stunned for a moment, and then their bodies became excited. Is the boss serious? Go. 35. In an instant, 9 Ling-style employees with a combat power exceeding 500,000 were the first to start. A strong chi burst out and attacked Ling Mu. But at this moment, a wall of air emerged from Ling Mu, and then Ling Mu raised his legs and kicked in the air. I saw 9 guys in mid-air, flying upside down as if they were hit hard. Fall on the ring. You're just so promising. Ling Mu said with contempt. Most of the top 50 players looked horrified. Flowers 0. But after the 9 Ling-style employees got up from the ground, they involuntarily opened their mouths and laughed. The boss has taken action, and the game has officially started. Let's all show off your strength. 99. The rumbling sound broke out again, and I saw that the combat power of this group of employees was astonishingly close to 1 million. Then one after another arrogance erupted on the ring. Okay. I'm on too. Son Goku on the side exclaimed excitedly. Outbursts of power and punches Ling Mu in the blink of an eye. But before Vegeta and the others could react, Son Goku's figure flew back directly, smashing the stones on the ring with a bang. Ah! That's it again! Son Goku muttered as he sat up and stroked his head. Vegeta, who was beside him, swallowed his saliva involuntarily, fighting this monster? 00. Kakarot has transformed into Super Saiyan a few days ago. I'll try it too. Raditz said solemnly after watching the battle scene ahead. These days Saiyan's potential has exploded to the extreme in battle, and his combat power has surpassed 1 million when he is on the verge of death. But even so, Raditz, who started only 3 seconds later, was kicked back to where he was. It hurts. Raditz clutched his head and cried for the first time. This seems unimaginable to Sion. Vegeta's saliva became even stronger, looking at the center where the ki blast exploded from time to time in front of him, the whole person was stunned. Try it yourself? Get hit at most? Thinking of this, Vegeta gritted her teeth, let out her breath and rushed forward. But at this moment, a violent airflow exploded from the center point. When he swept to Vegeta, his body didn't have any resistance and flew back to the spot and fell. At this time, the center of the battlefield was emptied. Only a figure in a black jacket remained and said lightly, "Okay, let's show your real strength. Have you had enough?" 35. Ling Mu couldn't help looking at the 49 people surrounding him. But when he fell behind, Anna smiled and took a step forward, and Broly also took a step. Others, like pork ribs rice, Frisia, and cyborgs, are also getting ready for action. But at this moment, I saw an egg Superman who landed in the center and said, "Let me, Galactic Patrolman, Jacques, teach you a lesson." People. 61, Baby Parasite. Super Race Great Ape. It has to be said that Eggman Jake's move stopped those who were about to make a move. Sand sculpture players refer to people who have no self-awareness. Even Ling Mu didn't know what to say. Galactic Patrol's head is full of water? Don't you know what your strength is? Where did the courage come from, to be right with Ling Mu at this time? But at this moment, Jake was not embarrassed at all, but was still warming up and preparing to take action. Come on! Jake, defeat Ling Mu, I'll give you a raise in return. In the auditorium, the Galaxy King in the body of an octopus swung his tentacles and kept jetting. The surrounding group of Realm Kings looked at him like idiots. Where did the confidence come from? These World Kings couldn't even beat several players on stage, let alone Ling Mu. Ling Mu, take it! 35. After warming up, Jake flew straight to 50, clenched his fists, and hit Ling Mu. No deterrent. Sand sculpture. Ling Mu sighed, slightly lucked, stood on the spot, turned around and swept away with a roundhouse kick. An incomparably exaggerated cyclone shrouded Gok like a hurricane. Ah! What's going on? Why can't I move? At this time, Gok finally panicked. But it was too late, a huge force wrapped around his body and instantly rose to the sky above the ring. Further and further. Gradually, fly to the area beyond Imga. Without touching this foot, Ling Mu kicked Gok into outer space impressively. Be the first to be eliminated. Anna, look back at this kind of sand sculpture, you must delete the selection carefully. Ling Mu waved his hand. And Anna was also speechless. What kind of thing is that? The good rhythm was destroyed by you. Thinking of this, Anna took a deep breath. But at this moment, a large number of players suddenly rushed up and attacked Ling Mu. Those are the remaining top 50 players who have never paid attention. At this moment, all of them turned into white hair, and thick black lines appeared in the eye socket and chin position. The momentum is much more than before. It feels very familiar, is it, baby? Ling Mu murmured, punching the players effortlessly, kicking the players away. But what's interesting is that these people attacked Ling Mu again without pain. Parasite, This time, Ling Mu finally stopped letting go, a violent white arrogance surrounded him. Not using morph, still in normal condition. However, with a mere 5 billion combat power, it can disdain everyone in this Galaxy Martial Arts Association. On the other side, tiny cells have entered the range on Son Goku's side. What are these things? Son Goku said irritably. These cells will always emit a seductive sound, which will enable them to strengthen their strength and challenge Ling Mu. Son Goku doesn't understand, but the others except him and Gohan are holding those little cells in their hands and trying to communicate. They have seen the vision in the arena. After being possessed, the strength of the players has all increased greatly, and it is like a doubled existence. He, my King Vegeta will never lose. 35. Vegeta, with the weakest willpower, gritted her teeth. Then let go of his own defenses and let baby's parasitic cells penetrate into his own blood. Hey! This potential! In the audience, Dr. Mayu also accepted the message from baby. This is learned from Dr. Gero. Vegeta. Race, Scion. Bloodline potential, SS class. Cell data is being collected. At this moment, Dr. Mayu, who was wearing a white coat, flashed a horrified expression. Higher potential than the frozen demons? How is it possible? Dr. Gero, Scion's potential. After showing the data in their hands to the brown-haired old man beside them to watch, the two also flashed incredible expressions. Dr. Mayu, why is this? Dr. Gero said the same. The data he collected does not seem to be that exaggerated. I don't know, I'll let baby test it. Dr. Mayu gave an instruction excitedly. At this moment, Vegeta, whose hair turned white and also had black deep lines, suddenly laughed wildly. Kakarot, so this is Super Saiyan. With a bang, Vegeta's whole body exploded, and golden arrogance filled his surroundings. His hair began to change color, and his pupils became sharp. A terrifying aura began to envelope the audience. Finally, in these days of death wandering, he also broke through this line. Oh! Vegeta, how did he go beyond this limit? Frieza, who stayed in the distance, dared not believe. The same is true for King Cold. Of course he knows King Vegeta, but now the prince's strength has surpassed him. Transformation like Son Goku. Is Scion's potential like this? Off stage, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mayu were equally horrified. They finally discovered the potential in the bloodline. Ling Mu, take the call. With a bang, an explosive cyclone formed under Vegeta's feet, and her entire body moved at high speed, rushing towards Ling Mu in an instant. In mid-air, continuous Qigong bullets vented violently from Vegeta's hands. The rumbling explosion sounded completely. This violent attack stopped the other parasitic players. Anna and Broly did not move, watching Vegeta's attack. Although it is impossible to cause any damage, it is good to consume a little strength from the boss. The continuous explosion resounded for half a minute, but at this moment, a cold voice came. Enough! A purple-black protective shield lifted off from the explosion. Ling Mu still had the same expression, not even changing at all. Vegeta's full attack was useless at all. How is this possible? After being parasitized, Vegeta shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan, but he couldn't do any damage. You still have potential to develop. The magic sound resounded in her mind again. Vegeta woke up instantly, opened her arms, and accepted baby's further control. With a swipe, I don't know when, Vegeta's tail, which was cut off on the earth, grew again. At the same time, a ball of light without any attack power was thrown into the sky. A bright moon floated again. Vegeta's whole body changed instantly, her body became bigger and bigger, and her breath became more and more inflated. A lot of hair grew, and his face turned into a giant ape. Super Race Great Ape. Ling Mu's eyes flashed with solemnity. Fortunately, not the future Vegeta is possessed. Otherwise, Ling Mu at this time may be full of firepower, because the combination of mature baby and peak Vegeta Great Ape must use Super 4 power. As for now, Ling Mu estimated that the combat power of this product is only about 4 billion. It can be dealt with under normal conditions and does not require much effort. 62. Crush. Piccolo Fusion. Swire Raditz. Destruction Super Tournament arrives. Haha, Dr. Gero, Scion's potential is so strong. Under the ring, Dr. Mayu shouted loudly. This power is beyond imagination. And Dr. Gero also observed curiously. But in his cognition, the parasitic path is still not enough, and the study of powerful individuals is the most useful. But this time, it happened to judge some thoughts in his mind. Ling Mu, go to hell. Vegeta in the great ape of the super tournament still retains consciousness and still provokes Ling Mu with her voice. Frieza, Son Goku and the others looked horrified and watched the battle. At this moment, Vegeta's power is several times theirs. But Enna and Broly are smiling, really fearless. With this little power, you still want the boss to die? It's no problem to hit you a few hundred. The huge fist wrapped in arrogance swung towards Ling Mu, but in an instant, the face of the giant ape Vegeta changed drastically. Because at this time, Ling Mu, who was floating in mid-air, just lightly stretched out a finger and placed it directly on top of his fist. Let this behemoth have no strength to move. Enough! It's my turn. The cold voice came out for a moment. The behemoth in the arena couldn't control his body shape and flew into the air in an instant. I don't know where the 29 attacks came from, causing his entire body to suffer a heavy blow. 4 white Kikong rays descended from the sky, directly piercing his limbs. At this moment, the giant ape couldn't help but open its mouth wide and wanted to say something, but in the end it slowly shrank and turned into a normal Vegeta unconscious. Okay, let's go all out. Otherwise, I'll be a killer. Ling Mu snorted. It's so boring, like bullying kindergarten children. At this moment, all the players in the ring held their breath. Ling Mu's rage finally made everyone understand why all the masters confirmed to besiege him in the first place. Piccolo, fusion. This kind of battle, without fusion, we can't make an effective attack. Nero walked to Piccolo and said. After many years of Namek, it is time to launch Origin Fusion again. Really? We can choose to throw in the towel. Piccolo said in a cold sweat. He has learned what fusion is. No, after seeing this battle, Namek understands his own insignificance. Therefore, we should also have our own strength. And you are hope. Nero didn't care about his face, then put his hand on Piccolo's chest. Dende, when you go back, tell the elder about this, but I guess he is watching the show. Nilo smiled indifferently, and then directly fused into Piccolo's body. In an instant, Piccolo's breath soared, surpassing 1,000,000 combat power. But in this situation, it may not be useful. Piccolo is also getting stronger. Then I'm going to make a move too. Gohan, let's go. 35. Son Goku opened his mouth and turned into Super Saiyan with a swish. On the other hand, Son Gohan was very entangled. In the end, he also transformed into Super Saiyan and looked at the master on the ring. Boss, then we have to take action. After Anna said a word, a layer of green arrogance instantly surrounded her whole body. His hair stood up and fluttered, and his pupils gradually turned white. The huge airflow made large black clouds appear over the Imga star. It is a legendary super game. Ling Mu was obviously very surprised. This little girl is silent. And her transformation is close to tens of billions of combat power? Surprise yourself? Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile. On the side, Broly also took a step, exuding a green arrogance. At this moment, after the 2 tens of billions of combat power broke out together, all the other players were stunned. Is this their hidden strength? It turns out that everyone was really playing just now. But at this moment, another huge force suddenly exploded in the ring. I saw that the pork ribs also stepped forward to make up for the last triangle position. And his power has risen directly to 30 billion. Shit! It turns out that everyone was just really playing. Frieza's eyes darkened. They freeze the demon clan, and they really dance on the scene like a clown. How many people can kill them? But at this moment, the artificial human on the side also walked out. Started to burst out the breath of the whole body, and moved forward. At this moment, Frieza realized that the strength of this group of people was not much weaker than himself. Gohan, Everyone is so strong. Son Goku fell into the battlefield and couldn't help but look at the surrounding situation. And Son Gohan nodded solemnly, there are several of them, he can't beat them. On the other side, Raditz took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and looked at the baby cell in his hand. Baby, parasitize. Tiny cells burrowed into Raditz's skin. With a bang, a strange breath burst out from Raditz. Clap. The golden arrogance permeated Raditz, and he also stepped out of the Super Saiyan road. But because of his long hair, he looks like a Super 3. What makes people strange is that his hair is still growing. Like a tree trunk, it actually grows to the ground. And his combat power has also greatly improved. It is comparable to Chuan Chao, the huge power has jumped to 8 billion. Ling Mu sensed it instantly and stared at it. This feeling. Too ancient? The first super game transformation, can you have 8 billion combat power? Sensing the surging in the blood, Ling Mu was very surprised. The bloodline stronger than Chuan Chao is actually in Raditz. 503. But why is he so weak in the early game? At this moment, when Raditz's breath came out, in the endless void of universe, a huge divine rune seal suddenly jumped, and a scarlet gaze burst out from it. Everyone burst out with great power, and Master Roshi, who was just hanging out, sighed. He took a bottle out of his pocket and put it on the ground. There is a magic spell on it. I only have one chance, and I can't even hold on until the magic seal wave is finished. But at this time, I can't go back. Master Roshi muttered, standing in the distance, looking for his chance. Looking at the groups of guys with combat power approaching or surpassing 10 billion, Ling Mu took a deep breath. The normal self can't cope with this situation. Then, let's transform. Seeing the situation around, Ling Mu smiled faintly. Luck is condensed on his back. In an instant, the entire Imga star shook. The huge airflow spread from the center of the ring to the auditorium several kilometers away. The purple-black hair began to rise, and the arrogance of distorting space enveloped Ling Mu. The whole sky darkened at this moment. 30001Z. After the normal state of 5 billion, the first time to destroy the Super 1 transformation, it will reach the realm of 300 billion. 63. Humanoid Fit. Magic Seal Wave. Anna smiled and looked at her own boss above. Ribs with rice with disbelief in his eyes. And Broly was thinking about how to attack. As for the others, their eyes were full of horror as they looked at the transformed Ling Mu above. This kind of combat power is completely unimaginable for them. How is it possible? Frisia said with a shocked expression. Okay, let's get started. This time, I won't be merciful. Ling Mu shook his body and disappeared in midair in the blink of an eye. And when he landed once, he saw more than a dozen players parasitized by Baby, all thrown away at this moment. Then fall out of the ring. Disuse. In the blink of an eye, a dozen people were eliminated directly. And after doing all this, most of the people present still haven't reacted. Dr. Gero, did you see it? Such power. The power to dominate the universe. Dr. Mayu dared not believe it. And Dr. Gero also opened his eyes wide, his face full of wonder. The androids, all go up, just inflict a little injury on Ling Mu, and then collect his blood. 99. Dr. Gero sent out instructions frantically. In front of this power, he went completely crazy. At this time, just as everyone looked at Ling Mu in horror, 3 breathless figures suddenly burst out. After the androids on the 14th and 15th approached Ling Mu, they exploded their most powerful attacks and blasted directly at Ling Mu. The rumbling sound broke out again. But before waiting for 10 seconds, I saw 2 big hands sticking out of the smoke and directly grabbing the 2 androids in their hands. Squeeze the neck violently. After a few clicks, the electric current appeared on the android's body, and the 2 heads fell directly to the ground and shattered. Fit together, let me see your research results. Ling Mu said with self-confidence. This series of Dr. Gero is actually a prelude to the manufacture of Cell. Two androids merged into one powerful being, that's what Dr. Gero intended. From this was born the future 17, 18, and Cell. Sure enough, when Ling Mu spoke, number 13 looked solemn. The two androids crushed by Ling Mu were still fighting, and then the 4 chips and the energy device suddenly shook and emerged from their bodies. Then it floated towards the 13th in the sky. The appearance of the android number 13 began to crack, and the important parts of number 14 and number 15 were all reconciled with him. At this moment, a strong burst of energy erupted, and the android number 13 actually swelled slowly. After a while, he turned into a blue figure, a burly man with cocky hair. And his combat power has surpassed 5 billion. Interesting. The energy span is so big. Ling Mu surveyed. With technology, to be able to achieve this kind of combat power, I have to say that Dr. Gero is powerful. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rioted, and a surging force suddenly burst out from the other side. At some point, Son Goku and Son Gohan played Kamehameha at the same time and attacked Ling Mu. All hands on! At this moment, Anna couldn't bear it anymore, and seized the opportunity to prepare to shoot. The explosion was deafening, and the entire ring began to show signs of widespread destruction. All the players, attack Ling Mu with all their strength. The sky is full of ki blast, blasting from every corner of the ring. They are venting their own power, but when the climax is over, the picture of their powerlessness appears. I saw that in the center of the arena, the purple-black protective cover showed no signs of damage, and Ling Mu's body did not have any injuries. How can this monster be defeated? Frisia slumped weakly. King Cold trembled even more. The power that exploded in that moment just now, hundreds of him will be destroyed in seconds. Air sickle. The faint voice sounded directly, and I saw Ling Mu in the field. A purple-black sickle appeared in his hand instantly, spurting fierce power. Then Ling Mu held the sickle in his hand and swiped forward gently, and a large distorted space appeared in the air. At this time, the integrated android number 13 trembled all over, and unexpectedly bumped into it involuntarily. Crack clap! A terrifying scene happened, and I saw that the man-made monster, which was stronger than most of them, began to be destroyed under this blow. One after another cracked open on his body. Roar! A beast-like sound came out. There was an expression of pain on the man's face. Finally buried in the cracked space, shattered to death. The audience was silent, such a powerful guy actually died. Ling Mu, on the other hand, was effortless. The power of technology, in the end, is still one beat slower. Ling Mu murmured after finishing all this. If it enters the realm of Ultra Instinct in the future, then the android will definitely be powerless to fight. Because no matter how fast the response speed is, will it be faster than the automatic reflection of Ultra Instinct? That's an attack that doesn't go through the human mind. Magic Seal Wave. The old voice suddenly sounded. Master Roshi, not far away, actually launched a magic wave at this moment. He is weak and has no power to exist at all, but at this time, Ling Mu was completely unable to move. Master Wu Tian, it's great! Son Goku suddenly shouted loudly. His master gave him another lesson. And Anna, Rib Rice and the others also flashed incredible colors in their eyes. At this time, Ling Mu in the ring was like walking in a swamp, slow and dull. Every movement of his seemed to make him very tired. The green twisted space spirals around Ling Mu. Magic Wave. Ling Mu could not have imagined that this mere move that sealed Piccolo had the power of rules. It seems to be a power other than the power of the 4 major rules. If it weren't for the old turtle's strength, he couldn't pull himself, maybe he couldn't get rid of the influence when he was in Super 1 state. Of course, as long as the Super 2 transformation is carried out, this influence can be broken at any time. But even so, it made Ling Mu, Li Xiao, curious. This magic seal wave, I once thought about whether to learn it or not. But in the original work, in high-level battles, Mo Fengbo always misses. Even on the future universe tournament of power, that's true. But now it seems that the old turtle is too weak. Since it has the power of rules, Ling Mu's eyes are condensed. After the battle is over, he must learn this from the old turtle. At this moment, Ling Mu once again raised his strength impressively into the super race full power state. Poof sound. At some point, Master Rashi spit out a mouthful of blood and fell slowly. And the magic seal wave disappeared. Old man, get out of here. Ling Mu's figure appeared on the other side, and then he picked up Master Rashi and kicked the audience several kilometers away. The people who came from the earth must have brought fairy beans, and life does not need to worry about it. Master Rashi is eliminated. But Ling Mu's eyes are on other people. 64, Rampage Anna. The players are on fire. Little girls, it's really crazy for not educating you recently. Ling Mu jumped and instantly appeared in front of Anna. The current situation was caused by this bitch, and at this time, Ling Mu finally decided to free up his hands to teach him a lesson. Boss, I dare not! Anna shouted loudly, but in an instant, a more violent force was released. Her pupils began to turn white. And the whole body actually swelled slightly. At this moment, the arrogance that had originally surrounded her with bright green suddenly burst out like a jet. A strong airflow spread on the martial arts arena. Ling Mu looked at her curiously. This girl is fine. After a while, her combat power has risen to 30 billion directly. Sure enough, after years of training, Anna herself can stand on her own. In addition, there is a Broly who is doing teaching materials. This smart woman has already started to walk out of her own way. Not good. Ling Mu said indifferently, then hugged Anna, raised her palm and hit her buttocks heavily. With a snap, a loud voice appeared in the ring. At this moment, the audience was shocked. What does this mean? Boss, I'm angry. 35. Anna couldn't help shouting, so many people watched, but the boss actually did this. What's the use of you being angry? 35. Ling Mu said indifferently and directly. This little girl 507, if you don't teach me a lesson, you will really go to heaven. Ah ah ah. At this moment, Anna's clear roar exploded throughout the ring. And her breath also rose rapidly. Her long hair, which was originally long, stood up straight, and grew a section. There were a lot of arcs around, and they began to spew out. The combat power at this moment, in Ling Mu's perception, instantly crossed the limit of 50 billion, 60 billion. It has surpassed the Super 2 limit. Darling, Rampage Anna? Ling Mu couldn't help but flash this thought in his mind. Has the little girl who has been with him for more than 10 years has reached this point without knowing it? Give me all of you. I must beat the boss today. 35. Although Anna's pupils were white, she still retained consciousness. In the past few years, he had eaten a lot of spiritual fruits, and he had already been able to suppress Chuan Chao's tyranny. After surpassing the 60 billion threshold, Ling Mu could no longer hold Anna in his hand like a chicken. At this moment, Anna brazenly launched a counterattack. Keep attacking and start fighting with Ling Mu. Yeah, ah. 39. Anna's screaming kept going, but even so, she didn't, jab, hurt Ling Mu. Broly, come with me. 99. Before she could hold on for a minute, Anna couldn't help calling for help. One-on-one with the boss, that is called guilt. Especially the purple-black arrogance made her feel aggrieved all over. Roar. Hearing Anna's cry, Broly attacked in shock at this moment. The transformation that also exceeds 60 billion, the breath spreads in shock. There is a faint trend of surpassing Anna. But under the suppression of Ling Mu's breath, there is no difference. Hey, Gohan, Anna is so good. Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan, looked sluggish. The strong woman who worked every day in the Lingxi group suddenly exploded at this moment, surprising everyone. "Dad, Sister Anna is amazing. Last time, she took me to train in the gravity room for a while." Son Gohan replied innocently. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then whispered. "How many times have you practiced in your gravity room now?" "I'm up to 800 times, but Sister Anna drives 1000 times and nothing happens." 5. At this moment, hearing his son's words, Son Goku's whole body is in a bad mood. "Gohan, let's go to 20 times Kaioken." At this moment, Son Goku broke the original upper limit under the violent attack. In Super Saiyan state, he uses 20 times the Kaioken. And his combat power has soared to over 5 billion. The fierce battle started in the sky, and the pork ribs rice looked at it all with extreme solemnity. The two people who fought against Ling Mu were on par with him. After cultivating in the underworld for so many years, it is unbelievable that there are so many strong people in the world. Not to mention the unshakable Ling Mu. Ah! All of a sudden, the spare ribs rice also exploded with full strength. Another 60 billion soldiers are in full swing. Join the battle in the sky. At this moment, Ling Mu found himself under pressure. The 360 billion guys were the main attackers, and there were a few 5 billion guys behind them, so they could attack with all their strength. The most important thing is that there is still a smell that makes Ling Mu feel uncomfortable, which is brewing. And the source is Raditz parasitized by baby. At this moment, Raditz's long blonde hair was already floating in the air without wind. The 3 black lines became deeper and deeper in his eye sockets and chin. Moreover, on his forehead, there is a faint trace of God, which is slowly appearing. And the energy released from the surroundings began to melt into Raditz's side and was absorbed. A silver figure emerged from behind Raditz. It was baby. But at this moment, this guy who was entering the mature stage was swept away by Raditz unknowingly. In the distant universe, some kind of whispers entered Raditz's mind. Unbelievable. Still improving. It seems like there are no boundaries. Dr. Mayu shouted while looking at his notebook. And after Dr. Gero's android died, he just squatted beside Dr. Mayu and watched. This session of martial arts will let them both understand the future of science and technology. But in the final moments, the treasured Raditz, let them all shine. "Dr. Mayu, what's going on?" Dr. Gero couldn't help asking. And Dr. Mayu shook his head. "I don't know, baby developed the potential of Raditz. When he transformed, a mysterious power was released in his blood. Look at Raditz's hair, it seems like a source of strength, and it seems to be able to grow indefinitely." Dr. Mayu's face was incredulous, and Dr. Gero also looked at various data curiously. But at this time, there was a click. The notebook in my hand suddenly shattered. I don't know when, Raditz on the ring actually rose into the sky. That endless golden hair spreads out to the surrounding like obscuring the sky. But he didn't move, closed his eyes, and felt the message from universe. Swire? 35. Ling Mu glanced at Raditz and ignored him. At this moment, his whole body energy has just passed 30 billion, Ling Mu would like to see how far Raditz can evolve. But at this moment, a small figure suddenly appeared and punched Ling Mu. Impressively Son Gohan. 65, Innocent Frieza. Super 2 Gohan. Gohan, let's go. Son Goku is close behind. The moment Son Gohan was blocked by Ling Mu, he suddenly rushed out from behind. A dazzling Kamehameha, shining above the ring, turned into a giant wave and began to bomb. After becoming Super Saiyan, Son Goku's potential was fully tapped. But at this martial arts meeting, his most important achievement was to use 20 times the Kaioken to increase his combat power in a super competition state. Compared with the original work, Son Goku, who has only experienced 10 times the training of Kai Wang, has already adapted to the higher gravity room of the Ling style group a year ago. Therefore, breaking this limit ahead of time seems like a natural progression. However, his combat power is only at the bottom of this group of people. Ling Mu stretched out a finger again and lightly blocked his Kamehameha. Master, I'm sorry. Sun Gohan said solemnly. The small body burst out with violent energy again. No one can guess, this little guy just turned 5 years old this year. And Super Saiyan is just his starting form. Kamehameha. With a bang, the father and son made waves at the same time. 2 giant ki blasts surround Ling Mu on the left and the right. But at this time, Ling Mu's mouth flashed a sneer, and then slapped it like a fly. When I saw the father and son, Kamehameha slapped it directly and blew it to another part of the ring. The location there is, amazingly, Frisia. Use some force, Ling Mu whispered lightly. But at this time, 3 more sturdy shock waves came from behind. Anna, pork ribs, rice and broly, at this moment, also began to burst into waves of strength. The battlefield is rampant again, but in another place, Frisia is horrified. The turbulent Kamehameha, under the slap of Ling Mu, even attacked him. Those moves with more than 3 billion combat power made him unable to escape. Asshole! 39. Frisia screamed at this moment. But at this moment, a burly figure suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Frisia. It turned out to be King Cold. Frisia, don't lose the prestige of our universe emperor, I can't keep up with this era. This is the last time for me, as a father, to shield you from the wind and rain. Next, you will be the only one to lead the Frozen Demon clan. The selfish King Cold, but at this moment, chose to stand up to protect Frisia. With a loud bang, Kamehameha exploded, and the surroundings turned into white light. When Frisia came back to his senses, he saw King Cold with his arms outstretched and his whole body burned to charcoal. Oh he, father, it really surprised me. Go and live outside the ring. Frisia flashed a sullen smile, seemingly indifferent to what King Cold was doing. But when he saw King Cold, who was charred in black, being rescued by the official, Frisia turned around and looked at Ling Mu, who was fighting in the sky, as well as the father and son of the grandson family who sent out Kamehameha. A bunch of bastards, baby, parasite. At this moment, Frisia directly agreed with the tempting cellular magic sound. He completely abandoned his arrogance and accepted the magic sound. Because, baby's potential after parasitism, he has seen, so many players have performed exceptionally. And he will be stronger. In the blink of an eye, a silver cell pierced through Frisia's skin. At this time, Frisia's face added 3 deep black lines, which was terrifying. But at the same time, the potential in his body was constantly being tapped. It's incredible, it's incredible. Frisia, a family of frozen demons, still have so much potential to tap. Dr. Mayu didn't know when, changed a technology device and received the news from baby. At this time, I saw that Frisia's power in the ring continued to rise. 2017 501Z 1001Z. In the blink of an eye, it quietly jumped to 15 billion. What's going on? Obviously there is more power, why can't baby dig? When the power reaches a certain limit, Dr. Mayu said in horror. Obviously there is more power, but baby can't tap Frisia's potential again. Exactly the same as the rate it's just now. Dr. Mayu, it's okay. We have collected the bloodline data of the frozen demon. 35. Dr. Gero took a look and said. He finally had an idea about his final plan. On the ring, Frisia stretched out his palm, feeling himself in disbelief. A steady stream of power flows out from within his body. The most fortunate thing is that Frisia, who originally planned to sink into baby's control, actually pushed baby out at this moment effortlessly. Ask for flowers 0. Dr. Mayu never imagined that the baby, who was born decades earlier, would be so much inferior to the future. Even Frisia, who has not turned into a golden state, can't control it. Sometimes it has to be said that the show-off power of the human heart is infinite. When Ling Mu's Dragon Ball broadcast was broadcast in the 7th universe, many people couldn't hide their ambitions and jumped out. Humph, damn Scion! After adjusting to his strength, Frisia squinted to the sky. Now Ling Mu is entangled by 3 guys with 60 billion combat power. Son Goku and Son Gohan are assisting on both sides. Frisia, who was injured inexplicably, finally couldn't bear it this time. 0. With a swoosh, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the moment he just came out, he appeared in front of Son Goku, and then he slammed his tail out. Shit Scion, go to hell! Frisia makes a heavy raid on Son Goku. After hitting him with an attack 3 times his strength, Son Goku instantly spewed blood and fell on the ring from a high altitude. Dead. Son Gohan's small body hurriedly closed his body and looked at the vicious Frisia in the sky. Why did you hurt my father? Son Gohan's tender body said angrily. Hearing this, Frisia said with a wicked smile, Damn Scion, it was my fault that I didn't kill you at that time. 35. At this moment, Frisia with 15 billion combat power suddenly appeared below. With a heavy kick, Son Gohan was kicked straight away. Then 2 fingers stretched out, and a death ray pierced Son Goku's body. Frisia. After Son Goku received this blow, he was helpless and angry. With blood flowing all over his body, he seems to be not far from death. Hey, look, you're much stronger than that trash Vegeta. Frisia said excitedly, but his face was full of evil. Then he stomped heavily on Son Goku's head and laughed exaggeratedly. But at this moment, a shocking atmosphere burst out from behind Frisia. I don't know when, behind Son Gohan, blonde hair stands upside down, surrounded by lightning. Impressively become Super Saiyan 2. 66. Frisia, who is powerless to resist. I also become Super 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Son Gohan's Wrath mission. Reward, 2 billion combat power, do you accept it? When the sound of the system sounded in his mind, Ling Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. The little guy has become Super 2? But what did he do? Just shoot the 2 of them Kamehameha. But when seeing Frisia, Ling Mu almost laughed out loud. Is this guy a disaster? He even helped himself to complete the task. What a coincidence! Boss, you are still distracted. Looking at Anna's eyes with white pupils, she sent out continuous Qigong bombs, bombarding Ling Mu. Unfolding the protective cover, Ling Mu put away his smile and nodded, well, Anna, don't be distracted. Seeing Ling Mu's inattentive look, Anna's combat power rose by 10%, and the burst of power made May 10th broly and pork ribs rice not help but give in. Ling Mu smiled back at what had happened, but Frisia couldn't smile now. When Son Gohan's small body turned into a Super 2, the power surging from his whole body was several times that of him. And made all the players look sideways, even the 3 who fought against Ling Mu also set their sights on Son Gohan. The fighting power of this little guy was astonishingly at the same level as them. Dad, you step down first and eat fairy beans to recover. Son Gohan's little face is very cold, but what he does is pick up Son Goku and slowly drag him out of the ring with his breath. Bastard, underestimate me. Frisia saw this Scion boy and ignored him, and his mind exploded instantly. Even if the power of this little guy has increased greatly, the Emperor of Universe cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of this, Frisia raised his finger to the sky with a smirk, a giant energy bullet that quickly expanded, mixed with the breath of a frozen demon, and kept emitting light. But Son Gohan ignored everything and turned around slowly when he saw Son Goku fall out of the ring. Go to hell! Frisia laughed loudly, and then flicked his fingers. The giant energy bomb exuded a terrifying aura and fell towards the ring. But at this time, Son Gohan's body moved, appeared in front of the giant energy bomb, raised his hand, and slashed lightly. This large energy bomb, in the blink of an eye, was split off by Sun Gohan and exploded outside the outer space of Imga. You will pay the price. 35. Sun Gohan spit out a few words coldly, his breath rising like an explosion. Then, Frieza is out of luck. An overwhelming fist appeared and hit Frieza hard. Every punch made his body vibrate. With the arrogance of the arc, Frieza's body began to change color and charred black. Even if the potential is tapped to 15 billion, but under the attack of Sun Gohan, there is no resistance. Let you hit my dad! Sun Gohan roared, and the continuous Kigong bullets exploded on Frieza. When the smoke cleared, Frieza fell to the ground as if he didn't feel it, and he didn't have the slightest chance to fight back against Super League 2 Sun Gohan. Wow! Gohan, how did you become so amazing? At this time, outside the ring, Son Goku, who had recovered from eating fairy beans, looked around and said curiously, Dad. Son Gohan laughed happily when he saw that his father was all right. Okay. Dad is fine, but in your current state, you can challenge Ling Mu. Defeat him. Dad is watching on stage. Son Goku instigated instantly. Because he found that Son Gohan's power at the moment was no less than Anna and the others. Well, then I'll go. But I may not be able to beat the master. Son Gohan thought, but walked over to Frieza and grabbed the Universe Emperor's tail with one hand. Throw it out of the ring like trash. The siege situation in the arena has changed again. When Super 2 Son Gohan joined the battle, there was one more strongman with more than 60 billion. The balance was broken and Son Gohan made up the final gap. At this time, no matter how Ling Mu moves, someone will come in to resist. Haha, boss, you are finished. Now launch the general attack. After Anna's pressure was greatly reduced, she fell to the side of the ring. And Broly also stopped attacking. He understood that Lady Anna was going to do something. Why, do you have any other tricks? Ling Mu then split the ki blast sent by the pork ribs rice. But Anna couldn't help but smile, looked at Son Gohan on the other side and said, Boss, you seem to be in that state too. I've been thinking about it, but after seeing Gohan's transformation, I understand it too. Broly doesn't speak, just nods in default. This made Ling Mu stunned. Is Chuan Chao really Chuan Chao? After seeing Son Gohan becoming a Super 2, it seems that he will use it. It seems so. Decades later, Broly is even more violent all the way, pressing the Super Blue Son Goku to fight. Boss, here we come. What? Anna roared loudly, and her green arrogance burst out suddenly. Her hair stood upside down even stronger. A lot of lightning started to circle around it. But the most important thing is that, after exploring the Super 2 transformation, Anna's combat power at this moment jumped from 60 billion to 200 billion in an instant. Boss, this feels great. Anna's pupils turned white as she observed her own way. But at this time, a light voice came. Anna, you are fat. Ling Mu took a few glances and said faintly. This super bloodline is not good at all, it will become stronger. And when it came to Anna, it turned out to be plump. Ah! Boss! You despise me! Hearing Ling Mu's sudden words, Anna's whole body felt bad in an instant. Women are very concerned about their appearance and body shape. Especially in front of your man. Sister Anna, go! The master is attacking you from the heart. At this moment, Son Gohan realized what the truth was. Let Ling Mu sigh that this child is too precocious. But Anna suddenly woke up, the boss is too shameless 0.1, and this kind of trick is still used at this time. At this time, another breath that was not inferior to Anna's also exploded again. Broly on the side, the whole body is completely violent. The body was directly raised by more than 20 centimeters. Muscles all swell. There was also a lot of lightning on his body. Boss, I'm going to. At this moment, two 200 billion battle strengths are charging, and 260 billion players fill in the back. All of a sudden, the pressure on Ling Mu increased greatly. Although the power of destruction can be done, but they are all their own people, can they use the power of destruction? Thinking of this, Ling Mu suddenly sighed. Just you guys will change? Don't forget, I'll also surpass too. Kika sound exploded in the sky. The dark clouds on Imga star set off endless lightning. And Ling Mu's breath became violent again. 67, Ling Mu is clear. Raditz joins the fray. At this moment, as Ling Mu's words fell, a violent wind blew from the other end of Imga star. On top of the ring, the powerful airflow began to wreak havoc, causing many players who had not yet been eliminated to start rolling over. Endless chi burst out from Ling Mu's body. The purple-black energy shot straight into the sky in an instant, making all the gods in the audience tremble. This power surpasses Supreme Kai in my perception. The Great Realm King is not happy at the moment. When the Galaxy Martial Arts Club has reached this stage, he has already restrained his hippie smile. And the four Realm Kings also had incredible expressions on their faces. As for Whis, he still watched the scene with great interest. The strength of the following group of people did not make much difference to him. Ling Mu's hair stood firmer and stronger, with a trace of purple ons, climbing between the black hair. A handful of violet-black bangs fell from the forehead. But at this moment, his face is also more and more handsome and determined. The purple-black arrogance began to skyrocket, and incidentally, the surrounding space was distorted from time to time. Dense electric glows surround the arrogance. Destructive Super 2. At this moment, Ling Mu's combat power jumped to 82.9 trillion. The experience of the mysterious state made Ling Mu gain a lot, especially when Whis shot and informed gods of destruction of the cultivation path. Ling Mu's ancestor level potential was slowly developed. There was only a small gap left in the realm of 1 trillion, but after becoming Super 2 this time, Ling Mu suddenly found that the Super 3 realm could be broken at his fingertips. Come on, go on. Ling Mu, who transformed into a destructive Super 2, looked at all the players present with a smile. But when the huge airflow flowed from the ring, no one dared to step forward. Unfathomable breath. Pork Ribs fan muttered in horror. And Sun Gohan, who turned into Super 2, actually had a faint feeling of fear. It was a warning from the blood. Anna looked at her boss with pale pupils. She couldn't find any flaws at this moment. What? Don't you dare to do anything. Then I'll clear the field. Ling Mu said with a smile. Since you don't dare to make a move, you can only come by yourself. Thinking of this, Ling Mu clenched his fists on his waist and slowly fell from the air to the ground. Then, the real violent power vented out at this moment. Ling Mu's breath soared rapidly. When he opened his hands to the sky again, the turbulent airflow, centered on him, spread out impressively. Piccolo, who has not yet been eliminated, is watching the battlefield from hiding not far away. Even with Neolila fusion, at this time, it won't work even a little bit. Players like him, and more, hiding elsewhere in the arena, watching the duel of those masters. But at the moment when Ling Mu's breath exploded, all the remaining players seemed to be in the sea in the storm, and their bodies were swaying. Boom boom boom. The huge energy circle swelled in the blink of an eye, enveloping everyone around it. It's only been 3 seconds, there's a loud bang. From the energy circle, the figures in the sky were weakly ejected. Falling from the arena to the ground, he was eliminated from the game without knowing his life or death. At this moment, all the official staff of the Budo Club rushed to rescue. It also includes Baby, Vegeta, and more. How can that be? Piccolo has regenerative energy so it can stay awake. He only remembered that in the energy circle, a huge force hit him, and he couldn't even stand, so he couldn't control his body shape and flew out of the ring. Piccolo only found out when the smoke gradually cleared. The top of the ring has turned into a flat ground. Only Ling Mu, Anna, Broly, pork ribs rice, Sun Gohan and Raditz floating in the air with blonde hair remained. The combat power of these people belongs to another level. Okay, all those who are incapable will go down, only us are left. After doing all this, Ling Mu started to move like no one else. But in the eyes of the rest of the people, they all showed a look of astonishment. All players with a combat power of less than 60 billion will be eliminated by this blow. So many people who still want to pick up leaks have no chance. But Master Roshi, who returned to the auditorium, couldn't help laughing. Those who still have stunts can't even use them. In the ring, Anna was silent, she only understood the strength of the boss at this moment. Exaggerated to the point of being unimaginable. Sister Anna, how do you fight now? Sun Gohan floated to Anna and frowned. His master was so powerful that he had nowhere to start. But just as several people were thinking, a pinch of golden hair suddenly fell from the sky and headed towards Ling Mu. It's Raditz. After so long of change, he seems to have completed his evolution. In addition to the blonde hair, Raditz's forehead has a dark red divine pattern engraved on it. Ling Mu's eyes froze and he stretched out his hand to block it, but Raditz's hair was like a poisonous snake, turning around and wrapping around Ling Mu's arm again. Boss! A dull and slightly evil voice suddenly came out. Ling Mu glanced at it and found that Raditz's eyes were full of clarity. What? Not controlled by Taku? After feeling the blood of the same origin but different paths, Ling Mu asked aloud. And Raditz shook his head. I'm not the only ancient bloodline in existence. There is another guy who has absorbed all the power of 510. I just don't know where to hide. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. It seems that it is still a hidden boss. And it's a big guy, who can be so hidden. It seems that he is the one the ancestor Amosi said. But now, try the power of Raditz for yourself. Thinking of this, Ling Mu moved his feet and instantly appeared in front of Raditz and punched. But at this moment, a scarlet color flashed from Raditz's eyes. And on his forehead, the divine pattern is also slightly shining. When Ling Mu punched, the hair behind Raditz moved without wind. He also stretched out a punch and collided with Ling Mu's fist. A dull explosion sounded suddenly between the two fists. Okay, the combat power is 100 billion, right? Ling Mu said with an unexpected color. Raditz's state at this time was only a little worse than Chuan Chao. I have already left my hand just after punching, but if it is not at this level, I will definitely not be able to hold it. Boss, you're joking. Then, the next battle, let's begin. 5. Lord Anna, let's do it together. After Raditz said something, he was the first to strike. His hands, Ki Blast, exploded in the ring. At the same time, when the other four saw that another strong man joined the battle, they also shot at Ling Mu again. 68. Inspiration. Sun Gohan eliminates. The power of subordinates fusion. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions kept ringing in the arena, and heavy rain drifted over this area. The sound of thunder and lightning was dense, and it could not cover up the earth-shattering battle on the ring. Wow! Brother and Gohan are amazing, I'll go back and practice. Gohan, brother! Come on! Down with Ling Mu! Son Goku crouched on the audience, jumping up and down, seriously obstructing Whis' sight. Then I saw Whis stretched out his finger a little, a transparent cube covering the power of the dimension appeared in the air, and then directly pressed Son Goku on the ring. Lord Whis, let me out! Son Goku shouted without shouting. But a smile flashed on Whis' face and said, You are talking nonsense, I will throw you into the dimension to wander for decades. Click! Son Goku shut up immediately. He has long known Whis, someone who even Ling Mu can easily defeat, can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Son Goku has calmed down, but at this time Vegeta is extremely uneasy. Power beyond what was previously imagined. All of them were displayed in this Galaxy Martial Arts Club. Super Saiyan. Chuan Super Saiyan. Above Super Saiyan. And the Saiyan bloodline of Raditz who doesn't know what to do. Vegeta, who is Prince Saiyan, feels his weakness at this moment. The legends that once circulated among the races are all made soy sauce here. Although he has transformed into Super Saiyan, he has a ball. Even if the Super Saiyan is a Super Saiyan, it will be directly eliminated. At this moment, Vegeta is not confused about the way forward. Dr. Mayu, let's go. I can't wait for the next step of my research. 55. The brown-haired Dr. Gero couldn't help but wonder. Just now, he and Dr. Mayu reached a cooperation intention. Let's go, I want to export the information baby just collected as soon as possible. Our research plan aims to be 100 times stronger than Ling Mu at the moment. Dr. Mayu also stood up and said. At this moment, Ling Mu, who was fighting, didn't notice all this, but he didn't know that what these two guys researched next. Even Ling Mu himself was amazed. Gohan, is this not going to work? In the ring, Ling Mu's faint voice entered everyone's ears. But his figure has appeared behind Son Gohan. What? Son Gohan, in a moment of shock, uttered Ki Blast with all his strength. But a big hand stood in front of him, holding his hands. No matter how much power Son Gohan used, under this big hand, he couldn't use it at all. Son Gohan burst out with all his strength this time, and the golden arrogance on his entire body was like a jet. Lightning appears more densely. The Ki Blast in his hand is also getting bigger and bigger. But that big hand seemed to make him miserable. Go down. A faint voice came out, and then a strong force hit Son Gohan's small body. The 5-year-old little guy, at this moment, fell outside the ring like a cannonball in an instant. Then a piece of yellow sand exploded in the desert. But after a while, I saw the little guy patted his body, flew up, looked at the sky above the ring and said, Master, why are you hitting me? Can't you hit Sister Anna first? Ling Mu was taken aback for a moment, without being amused by his apprentice. This little guy is not willing to be eliminated so early. Gohan, you are the weakest here, of course I will hit you first. Ling Mu stood on the edge of the ring and shrugged. Hearing this, Son Gohan scratched his head and thought, okay. Master. I will practice hard. 35. After speaking, he flew towards the audience. Son Gohan eliminated. Ling Mu did not hum a little tune, but as his apprentice, his main Xingxing has not grown up, and he still needs to be tempered later. But just as Ling Mu turned around, 4 giant shock waves fell from the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anna, Broly, Raditz and Pork Ribs Rice made the most powerful attack at the same time. A rumbling sound exploded. And the arena of the Martial Arts Society, after so many collisions, finally broke apart. 10 specially made giant iron pillars also cracked at this moment. Crashed down. At this moment, there is actually no more martial arts arena. In other words, whoever falls to the ground loses. Seeing this picture, Anna's eyes could not help but light up. Come on, hit the boss to the ground and we will win. At this moment, Broly's body grew again, and the muscles all over his body mobilized the breath in his body. The power of the giant shock wave in the hand has increased by a large margin. A sneak attack? You guys! Ling Mu couldn't help roaring. The 800 billion battle power burst out with all his strength. A purple-black giant wave, transformed into a deep beam of light, emerged from Ling Mu's hand. When it collided with the 4 shock waves, it turned out to be crushing and began to push back. Everyone is working hard. Anna's clear voice actually roared, and his breath grew stronger again. The Pork Ribs Rice has already used all his strength at this time, and this underworld warrior has exploded, surpassing 75 billion. But in this kind of battle, you can only play support. Ye Yang's Ki Blast light appeared in front of the audience. Whis held a cup of ice cream in his hand and looked at the picture with great interest. The others stood up involuntarily. This is the time to prepare for victory and defeat. But Ling Mu was still crushing and beating other people to the point where he couldn't find the north. Damn, I can't stop it. Broly finally spoke up at this time. The shock wave of the four was completely pushed back, and in a few seconds, they would blow up to themselves. Broly, Lady Anna, are you willing to send strength to me? In a tense moment, Raditz' voice suddenly sounded. Anna couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly said, how to help? 35. Hearing Anna's tone of non-rejection, Raditz, Leaduz, instantly appeared in the middle of the three. You put your hands on my back to convey gas, and you will break the boss with the last blow. Raditz is blonde and windless automatically. And Anna, without thinking, directly retracted the shock wave and put her hand on Raditz's shoulder. And so does Broly. As for the pork ribs rice, there is no other way at this moment, so I can only follow the other three. Evil. Ling Mu suddenly felt the pressure lightened, and the four guys seemed to give up their resistance. Just as Ling Mu was thinking about whether to take back the power of Ki Blast, an incomparably outrageous, divine aura power came from above. I don't know when, Raditz's figure appeared in the very center, the dark red divine pattern on his head brightened and turned blood red. The radiant Ki Blast light, condensed in the hands of Raditz. Let Ling Mu feel a sense of danger. His three subordinates actually gathered all their strength together. 69. Ling Mu's Destructive Super 3. The shock wave of the few of them just now had no pressure on Ling Mu at all. It looks spectacular, but the damage is only 200 billion. For Ling Mu, who has transformed into Destruction Super 2 and has 800 billion combat power, he can't break the defense at all. But this time, Ling Mu's eyes were full of solemnity. Led by Raditz, the power of these people actually fused together. And it's not just the way of N and N alone. Instead, it is increment by a multiple of N and N, asterisk 1.3. To Chuan Chaos and Ateku, when their powers fused together, the power of the attack that was about to be launched was already close to Ling Mu. At the same time, the strength of the pork ribs has been completely drained, and it fell from the ring and was eliminated directly. Boss, this is our final blow. At the moment, Raditz's blonde hair obscures the sky. This made Ling Mu look sideways. After breaking through Super Saiyan, the blood potential contained in his body was truly guided out. The power of Broly and Anna continuously entered Raditz's body. At this moment, his blonde hair is still growing. But everyone watching the battle didn't care about his hair at all. Instead, he kept moving his gaze to the shock wave in Raditz's hands. The light of the red 513 began to show off dazzlingly. Although it was not bright, the scarlet color made many people shudder. Well, the power of destruction cannot be used. Otherwise, if you encounter these guys, you will definitely die. Ling Mu couldn't stop thinking about this scene. Although the purple-black arrogance is still emerging from the whole body, the destructive power has already been controlled by Ling Mu. With his current strength, Broly will definitely not be able to carry it out with destructive power. Boom! A red shock wave mixed with a green thread loop burst out from Raditz's hand. The scarlet color instantly covered the ground, but Raditz's eyes were clear, and he manipulated the Ki Blast, which was enough to destroy the planet, and calmly shot at Ling Mu. Ka ka ka! The surrounding space began to warp and break. The most exaggerated thing is that the crust of the entire Imga star is shaking continuously. Well, if this goes on, this planet will be destroyed. Whis, who was standing on the ring, couldn't help but say. Then I saw that he suddenly stood up, picked up the angel scepter, floated into the air, and tapped the ground lightly. The first level element ripples into ripples and spreads out. Then it turned into a light blue mask, instantly protecting the ring area of the martial arts club. When Whis did all this, the riots on the entire planet finally ended. However, in the arena, that scarlet shock wave directly collided with Ling Mu's purple-black shock wave. At this moment, no one can help anyone. It's interesting, Ling Mu murmured involuntarily after feeling that he couldn't push back. But at this moment, the other three were persevering with sweat. To this scarlet shock wave, keep instilling power. Ka ka ka. The dark space suddenly appeared at the moment when the two ki blasts collided. But the exaggeration is that the two ki blasts still did not explode, and they were still facing each other. Come on! Without a loud snort, Anna's strength in her body increased again. But it was because of her exertion that the situation against Bo began to change. Anna! Broly and Raditz blew the horn of the counterattack for the first time, and even tried to break the impact to the front of Ling Mu. If you eat this blow, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. But Raditz knew very well that as long as Ling Mu was forced to the ground, their mission would be accomplished. Well, it's really troublesome to control the destructive power in the body. 35. After feeling that he couldn't mobilize the power of destruction, Ling Mu's whole body acted as if he was stuck. Why is it called Destruction Super Tournament? It is because of the power of destruction. But Ling Mu is still suppressing this power, which is very beneficial to the three of Anna. Under the level of jab, they and Ling Mu could not help each other. When the scarlet shock wave finally overwhelmed the purple-black beam of light within a certain period of time, even Anna couldn't help but smile. Boss, you are sure to lose. Go down. Anna smiled very happily, and the power in her body continued to fuse into the shock wave. At this time, the burly Broly even showed a rare smile. When the balance was broken, they finally saw the dawn of victory. Damn it! Can't I take back this destructive power? Ling Mu thought to himself. But he didn't know that this kind of control already belonged to the system of the gods. At this stage, Ling Mu had not yet entered the cultivation of gods, and could not better grasp the power of destruction. Boss! Goodbye! A clear voice came from above the ring, and at the last moment, the three of them exerted their strength again. The breath increased a lot again. Finally, Ling Mu's purple-black shock wave began to be slowly suppressed. Very slow, very slow. But it's moving every second. Finally, when the scarlet shock wave was about to overwhelm Ling Mu, there were sighs in the audience. Ling Mu was very strong, but when other strong players only thought about winning, Ling Mu's momentum was finally suppressed. At this moment, Ling Mu is only 3 meters away from the ground and will be eliminated at any time. Boss, bye-bye. Anna waved her hand in fear that the world would not be in chaos. But at this time, after her white pupils swept across Ling Mu's face, she realized that, at some point, a wicked smile hung on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. You think this is over? Ling Mu's faint voice came from below the ring that was about to hit the bottom. This makes the three of Anna can't help but be amazed. But in an instant, the scarlet shock wave shot by the three of them together was completely bounced back. The earth-shattering aura exploded from under the ring. There were hurricanes of unknown magnitude around the ring, but the center of their appearance was only below the ring. Nice but not enough. The resolute compliment was passed down from the air. But at this moment, a figure floated in the center of the battlefield. I don't know when, Ling Mu, who originally had short hair, actually left a long purple-black hair that exploded, and dragged it all the way to the back and thighs. Exaggerated, endless arcs, wrapping around Ling Mu. And his pupils, even faintly developed in the direction of blue. Destructive Super 3. The terrifying and trembling aura began to spread out from Imga Star, and the arena without the arena actually began to float in the air. How is it possible to have such power? Anna herself didn't dare to believe it. At this time, Ling Mu saw the 3 trillion battle power on his panel. 70, Champion Ling Mu. The Budo tournament is over. Breaking through the realm of a trillion, and it is not a simple breakthrough. A full reach the realm of 3 trillion. This number only beats a single digit, but in terms of power, it is a world of difference. In the original work, Son Goku's Super 3 is only less than 500 billion in combat power, but Ling Mu's Super 3 this time, in terms of combat power, is a full 6 times that of the ordinary Super 3. But at this moment, Ling Mu felt that his combat power had not fully exploded. Because of the power of destruction, it has not been used. I am still in control. Once the power of rules erupts, there will be multiple jumps on the basis of combat power. It feels good. Ling Mu couldn't help twisting up, but when he slowly raised his hand, a shock wave covering the sky burst out from Ling Mu's hand. Directly blocked the combined attack of the other three. Before the start of the martial arts meeting, when experiencing the mysterious state, the strength is only constant at the realm of 1 trillion. But this time, after breaking through this layer of boundaries, Ling Mu found that Liu Xian's smoothness behind him was effortless. Moreover, the deeper potential of the ancestor-level bloodline is constantly being excavated. Well, it seems that physical strength is still very important. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand your own strength. Ling Mu murmured when he realized that he was in a Super 3 state. But at this time, the 3 people in the arena who joined forces to strike were shed a lot of cold sweat. The scarlet shock wave, the moment it collided with Ling Mu's ki blast, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't push it forward. Moreover, at this moment, Ling Mu is only a dozen meters away from falling to the ground, but this step is as impenetrable as a sting. The boss has transformed again? What kind of power is this? Anna said in shock. Broly, on the other hand, remained silent, carefully observing the new realm of Ling Mu. Mysterious, deep, powerful. I don't even know where to strengthen it. Hey, the 1 trillion realm has been broken. After practicing for a period of time and reaching the power of 1 capital, Ling Mu can enter the realm of the gods. Whis observed curiously. Why is there such a big gap between man and god? Because there is a big realm in the middle. Billion, trillion, Beijing. The gap here is enough to describe with astronomical figures. But in Whis' view, Ling Mu's entry into the realm of the gods is a matter of time. Because at this moment, Ling Mu has not even used the power of destruction, and his own power has reached the realm of 3 trillion. As for the realm of God, as long as you go through a period of orthodox training, you will truly step into it. Everyone has had enough, let's end it. Ling Mu said with a smile. Own Super 3, unlike Son Goku and Gotenks that only lasts for a while. You can even last as long as you want. This is the benefit of practicing gods of destruction in a mysterious state. But in this situation, there is no need to continue in the martial arts meeting. Because at this moment, the 3 people in the ring couldn't bear their random punches at all. Moreover, their potential has stopped rising at this stage and cannot surge. It will take time to recapture later. Whether it is Chuanchao or Taigu, or his own ancestor. Although the potential is strong enough, it also takes time to accumulate potential. As everyone knows, Son Goku has entered the Super 3 realm, and it has been used for decades, and even Son Goten has been born. And the Gold Frieza? That is also Frieza, in the underworld, experiencing what he thinks of hell every day, and the potential savings that only come after decades. As for the real Broly's infinite outbreak, it is also the consequence of staying in Wampa for decades. But now, Son Gohan is just 5 years old. In the original book, Raditz had just come to Earth. The potential of all people has blossomed to this extent in the galaxy martial arts, and has reached the extreme at this stage. Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth became more and more prosperous, and then he turned his eyes to the sky. What? With a snort, the purple-black giant ki blast released by Ling Mu with one hand suddenly skyrocketed, directly pressing the force of the 3 people above, and pushing back in a crushing trend. Ah! Boss! Anna instantly felt the crisis of life and death. Under this blow, they may all die. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Then one punch, Anna, Broly, and radits fell out of the ring like kites with broken strings. A heavy fall on the yellow sand. Key blast, which collided, flew to the outer space of Imga and turned into beautiful fireworks. In the Galaxy Budo Club, there is only one figure in a black jacket, still floating above the sky. Ask for flowers 0. I announce that the champion of the first Galaxy Budokai is Ling Mu. The results of this martial arts meeting spread to all planets at an extremely fast speed. And the gathering of the major civilizations of the Milky Way has opened a truly splendid era. When the rampant frozen demon army disappeared, and when the Ling-style group in charge of order began to establish a planetary branch, the galaxy also represented more and more peace. Boss, kiss. At this moment, Anna was lying on Ling Mu's back like a snake. 3 days have passed since the end of the martial arts meeting, and there are still a large number of creatures lingering on Imga Star. Some of them are still traveling, some are doing business. And the martial deists gathered together in 2s and 3s to learn from each other. Come down, I haven't taught you a lesson yet. Ling Mu patted his secretary on the head. In this martial arts meeting, if it wasn't for her being a demon, where would such a situation be? Hey, boss, don't be angry. At most I'll be at night. However, before Anna had finished speaking, a figure suddenly broke in. Ling Mu, when will you return to Earth? I'm going to practice. I saw Son Goku rushing in with Son Gohan in a hurry. After this martial arts meeting, he became clearer about the path of future powerhouses. Son Goku, go away. No spaceship. Do you want us to accompany you back? Anna instantly said with her teeth and claws. Sion, the sand sculpture, doesn't understand the situation at all. Well, that's what Anna said too. But Gohan said he's coming to say goodbye to the master. Son Goku thought and patted Son Gohan on the shoulder. Ling Mu took Son Gohan for more than 2 years, and after this Galaxy Martial Arts Conference, the rest of the road has to be done by himself. In the future, he will live with his parents. Come on Gohan, we'll meet again in the future. Don't stop practicing. Ling Mu put down Anna, walked to Son Gohan, and said to his apprentice. And Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Master, I will do my best. Hearing this, Ling Mu felt relieved, to say that in the original work, Son Gohan was really destroyed. But now, going through so many things. She won't let Son Gohan go down the reading path either. 71. Shenron makes a wish. The power of time and space. The sky over the entire Imga star dimmed. 2 gigantic Shenrons floated high in the sky. I can grant any of your wishes. I can grant your 3 wishes. At this moment, Earth Shenron turned his head and looked at Namek Shenron beside him. What's the matter with Big Brother? I only have 1 wish, and you give 3? Dende looked at Earth Shenron curiously, and then pulled Piccolo. This is Earth Shenron? Made by another clone of you? 99. Piccolo nodded. When the time comes, go to Earth with me and see another me. Well, okay. Dende said solemnly. Dende, the first wish, revives the Ling-style group Shali. 35. The second wish, to resurrect the king of insects on Wampa, Baya. The third wish is to enhance the strength of the planet of Imga star May 13. Ling Mu said quickly. This time, I am the champion. But the second place was won by Broly, who was finally attacked and fell outside the ring. However, his wish was simply to revive Baya, so Ling Mu asked Namek Shenron to revive directly. Because of the power of the Earth Shenron, other large groups need to be resurrected. Your 3 wishes have come true, goodbye. The big brother Namek Shenron left, giving Earth Shenron a curious look. Ling Mu wondered if he could find a time to summon their grandfather, Super Shenron, to meet him. Haha, Baya. A huge white bug with a sapphire on its head suddenly descended from the sky. And Broly, quickly rushed up to hug. Paragus couldn't help exhaling a breath. Life is good now, and his son is willing to resurrect this bug with a wish, so he is too lazy to take care of it. Please state your wish. Earth Shenron said solemnly. Please revive all the creatures that died on Imka during the Galactic Budo Fair. Ling Mu stepped forward and said his wish. At the Galaxy Martial Arts Conference, there will inevitably be deaths, but with the power of the Dragon Ball, they can be resurrected safely. The Ling Style group let you come to participate in the game. Even if you die in the underworld, you will be pulled back. This time, Earth Shenron held his breath for 5 minutes and didn't speak, as if he was probing his own miraculous power to see if this wish could come true. After a long time, it opened the mouth and said, "Your wish can come true." A layer of silver-white light rushed towards the sky above Imga and fell. Then, one by one, the dead creatures reappeared. Ya! Ling Mu! Where's Goku? I saw the newly resurrected bald Kellen running from afar. When I saw a large group of people from the Ling Style group, I couldn't help but be afraid. Kellen, you wait for tomorrow's spaceship, go back with the staff of Lingxi group. Bulma on the side stepped forward and said, "Here, she is the most familiar with Kellen. Who sent Son Goku and his group back to Earth?" "Oh, okay." Krillin nodded, squatting aside and waiting patiently. "Your wish has come true, see you next time." Earth Shenron seemed to be very tired. After saying a word, he rushed into the sky and turned into a Dragon Ball and scattered. But on the side, Anna, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up instantly and put all these Dragon Balls back in her pocket. "Anna, let's go. I want to go back to the Atlan Star." After doing all this, Ling Mu said lightly. "Next, you will need to accept the system rewards from, this is the most important." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Son Gohan's Super 2 mission, Combat Power plus 2 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term mission, successfully holding the first Galaxy Martial Arts Club, reward, the power of time and space. When Ling Mu heard the prompt from the system, he first accepted the reward obtained from the Son Gohan quest on the dead star of Atlan. The 2 billion combat power bonus does not have any burden for Ling Mu's body now. Like a tickling, his breath rose a bit. However, when Ling Mu returned to normal, it felt different. The cells all over the body are very active, and the strength of the whole body is full of energy, and if you want to make people, you can't help but vent. At the time of the martial arts meeting, Ling Mu already had 5 billion normal combat power. In addition to this 2 billion, it jumped to 7 billion. However, at the rate of 360 million per year, the rate of non-cultivation is increasing, and the normal combat power in the future will still be greatly improved. Then, next, the most important thing is to accept the power of time and space. Ling Mu's eyes flashed cautiously. The power of rules, even Amoc warned himself. When the power of creation and the power of destruction are fused, Xeno's removal methods can be avoided, so Ling Mu can't be careful. But because of the difference in the triggering time of the task, the idea at that time was to obtain the power of time and space first, in order to adapt to the arrival of future chapters in the future. Trunks are also very important in the original work, because the timeline of the world will not be limited to the present world. Ling Mu doesn't know what effect the power of time and space and the power of destruction will have in the future fusion, but at that time, it seems that this kind of rule is the most useful to him. But unfortunately, Ling Mu didn't know to hide Xeno to clear the way until Amoc came later. No matter how much, system, release the power of time and space. Ling Mu said directly in his heart. Something is better than nothing, regardless of Xeno. It's still decades before Beerus recovers. Please wait patiently, the power of time and space is coming. On the dead still star of Atlan, violent changes began in an instant. Ling Mu could only feel a large amount of silver and white light filling his line of sight. And the spiritual tree standing on this planet began to shrink slowly. The spiritual fruit that was full of vitality began to shrink, turning into seeds and retracting into the branches of the spiritual tree. And the trunk of the spirit tree has also begun to be recovered from various places in 8 Langsing. Weeds began to appear on the land of 8 Langsing, and then they grew longer and longer. Not long after, the spiritual fruit tree turned into a seed and returned to Siontol's hands. The entire 80.1 blue star is revived. Is this going back in time? Ling Mu could not help feeling the changes around her. At the same time, the creatures on the planet Atlan began to degenerate. The originally prosperous civilization has also changed to the past. When they degenerate into ancient times, the power of time and space seems to be stuck, and they can no longer go back to the past. But at this time, the power of time and space actually reversed and moved forward. Species begin to evolve, tulls arrive, and spiritual fruits are planted. The tree trunks covering the sky make Atalan star dead silent. Until one day, after tulls wanted to pick the fruit, a white-robed man with glasses suddenly came. Grab the spirit tree, pull it up from the starry sky with one hand and take it away. And tulls has passed out. Ling Mu was taken aback for a moment. That's not right. This is the picture of the future? So where did I go? 72, Destruction of Time Super 3. God level selection reappears. It wasn't until this time that Ling Mu noticed the difference in the picture. The time and space were changing, and Ling Mu also saw everything that happened before and after 8 Langsing. But he was no longer there. What the hell is this? The manifestation of the power of time and space is like erasing Ling Mu, and he can't see any pictures. I killed tulls and occupied the spiritual fruit tree, so I was not in time and space? Ling Mu couldn't help thinking. Wait a minute. This seems to be good too. Next time I go to secretly do something bad, won't I be able to find out? Those who can do things on the timeline are all bosses, but if they don't exist in time, isn't it great? Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't help but realize. At this moment, the power of the surrounding space-time began to dissipate. Time returns to the present world again. At this time, a cloud of silver-white light in the sky turned into a mysterious time rune and fell directly into Ling Mu's body. At this moment, a mysterious aura erupted from Ling Mu's body, causing his body to appear and disappear from time to time. As if to leave this world. Ling Mu. Hey? Is this the power of time? The figure of Whis stepped out of the dimension gate, and when he saw Ling Mu's current state, his face flashed a very unexpected look. The power of time and space, the power of rules that angel is also incomprehensible, actually appeared in Ling Mu at this stage? Whis's eyes could not help but become solemn. Now Ling Mu has cultivated the power of destruction, but if the power of time is added, there is no bottleneck at all in the second-order God realm. If in the future, the power of creativity is cultivated, it will be comparable to angel. Even, it is very possible to surpass angel. Because Ling Mu's power was cultivated by himself. Unlike many gods of destruction and angels today, it was given by divine power. Ling Mu's figure seems to be walking in the corridor of time, but at this moment, Ling Mu's body is not very calm. Because behind him, the silver-white space-time rune was directly engraved on the edge of the gods of destruction pattern. This directly made Ling Mu's whole body tremble. The two regular divine patterns seem to be targeting a special location. When the purple-black destructive power and the silver-white space-time power began to flow, the body was rapidly twisted. The tingling sensation made Ling Mu instantly unbearable and shouted loudly. What? Suddenly, Ling Mu turned into a Super 3 state. The combat power jumped to a level close to 4 trillion. But at this time, the destructive power and the power of time and space that competed for positions seemed to be looking for a vent. Influx into the node position where Ling Mu transformed into a super race state. With a swipe, Ling Mu's purplish-black arrogance state appeared at 10 degrees. The entire dead Imga star swayed again, which was shocking. But unlike the Galaxy Martial Arts Society, the dense lightning that surrounded the arrogance began to disappear. Instead, it is a silver-white, mysterious space-time power. When Ling Mu's eyes opened, the power of time surged. And his combat power has also soared. Host, Ling Mu. Combat strength, 15 trillion, destruction of time, Super 3. Bloodline, ancestral scion bloodline. Rule power. Power of destruction, can be increased to gods of destruction over time. Skills, instant transmission, infinite dawn, air scythe, god's language, time and space shift. Hey, Ling Mu, your space-time power and destructive power, this is the beginning of fusion. Whis left and suddenly appeared beside Ling Mu, carefully observing his state. The destructive power and the power of time, which were originally intolerant of fire and water, turned into a Super 3, and instead of fighting, they got along peacefully. You must know that this is the fourth order God realm, which is the beginning of the fusion rules. Feeling the power in his body, Ling Mu's pupils flashed a silvery white light, looked at Whis and shook his head. No. If I get back to normal, these two forces seem to start fighting. I can't control it. Regarding the power in her body, Ling Mu is clearly cruel, accepting the power this time, she really did not expect such consequences. Well, that's a normal thing. If you want to accommodate the power of the two rules, at least you need a body in the realm of the gods. You are still too weak. 35. But if the transformation can be resisted, it's simple, just maintain this state first, and then cultivate little by little to lower the breath until it returns to normal. Hey, I really envy you. I went through this back then, but it took thousands of years. Whis said directly, but the envious expression on his face could not be concealed. And Ling Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. Whis seems to be right, the matter that he was still having a headache just now can be solved very easily. It is nothing more than Super 3 full power, and then slowly descends to adapt to the power of the two rules in the body. Ding! I have detected the future enhancement path of the host Ming Guyu, and hereby trigger a god-level choice. Choose 1, 5 years of self-cultivation. Reward, plus 4 billion combat power, experience Super Scion 4 status once. 35. Option 2, follow Whis to practice for 5 years. Reward, plus 5 billion combat power, experience Super Scion God status once. Option 3, find all Super Dragon Balls within 5 years, and realize the desire to suppress the power of the two major rules in the body. Reward, plus 6 billion combat power, experience the Ultra Instinct state once. When the sound of the system sounded in his ears, Ling Mu couldn't help but stunned. To trigger such a choice, does the system make you need to be silent for a while? After looking at it, Ling Mu still decided to choose the second. Super 4 is really awesome, but Ling Mu feels that he is far from the realm of God. And you have to practice on your own. The second option is to follow Whis, in addition to being able to understand the super race god. He can answer many ways in the realm of the gods for himself. As for option 3, looking for Super Dragon Ball, go to the 6th universe. With his current strength, let alone the danger, he must always suppress the power of rules in his body. And the system also specifies the fulfillment of the wish. With the Super Dragon Ball, I simply wished the power of the fusion rules and suppressed a ball. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Ling Mu moved his body, then looked aside and said. Whis, can I follow you to practice for a while? Hearing this, Whis nodded thoughtfully and said, yes, yes. But you have to promise me one thing, if one day Lord Beerus dies. You have to replace him as the gods of destruction until you find a new gods of destruction. I don't want to go to sleep. 99. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. No problem. 73. The unpredictable Ling Mu. Future trunks are coming. When Ling Mu handed everything over to Anna, he set off to the gods of destruction world with Whis. The price is that all the food on Earth is packed in dozens of all-purpose capsules. WIS has a good reputation, materials are scarce, and it takes too much time to go back and forth, so it is packed directly. Even the spiritual tree on the Atlan star was reseeded by WIS's divine power, ready to be brought back to the gods of destruction world. This kind of thing can't be spread out. If there is no suppression by the gods, it will cause some other consequences. After spending less than half an hour, WIS threw the seeds of the spiritual tree to the other side after arriving at the temple of gods of destruction full of mystery. The world of gods of destruction is much bigger than imagined, and the planets in the sky are reflected in the sky. Yet, WIS, who is this? A cane-shaped glass fish tank filled with green lake water appeared in front of the two of them bouncing. The fish tank was floating in the air, and a small blue fish with dull eyes leaned over to the side of the fish tank. Prophecy fish? Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Yet, you know me. After the prophecy fish heard Ling Mu call out its name, it kept rolling in the fish tank, even shaking with a cane. Well, prophecy fish, at this time, it seems that you should be working. WIS made a sound, kindly and kindly. But the prophecy fish couldn't help being startled and said in fear, WIS, I'm done. I'll see. All right. It's done. His name is Ling Mu, and he will practice in the world of gods of destruction in the future. WIS took a few glances at his angel's scepter gem to confirm. Then changed to the prophecy fish and introduced Ling Mu. Prophecy fish, this is for you. 35 Ling Mu threw out an omnipotent capsule and handed it over. Hey? What is this? Hearing something for him, the little blue tail of the prophecy fish kept flapping. This is called the universal capsule, but it's full of food, I'll show it to you. Ling Mu pressed the button, and saw a refrigerator or a container appearing impressively. When Ling Mu opened it, he saw a lot of delicious food appear. On the front, it is a sundae. Wow! I want to eat. Thank you Ling Mu. When the prophecy fish got into the ice cream, he was very happy. Then he gulps down the ice cream. The prophecy fish looks very happy, or let it help you speak. 35. WIS glanced at the scene. Hearing this, the prophecy fish, who was burying his head and eating hard, raised his head and said, Okay, okay. I will prophesy for Ling Mu once. 99. But when it just finished speaking and stared at Ling Mu for a long time, it didn't say a word. What's the matter? Your dead fish eyes are about to pop out. After waiting for a while, WIS couldn't help but pick up Angel's scepter and tap it. WIS, it's impossible to predict Ling Mu. All I see is hazy. The prophecy fish took a few bites of the ice cream and said. However, WIS's eyes narrowed, and even the prophecy fish couldn't see through Ling Mu's future. It's okay. Next, I'm going to practice here. Ling Mu said without caring at all. Well, okay. Ling Mu, then I will play with you every day from now on. 35. The prophecy fish happily hugged a bunch of gourmet food, and instantly forgot about his own affairs. Ling Mu, you will live here in the future. Don't get too close to the shrine of Lord Beerus, you might get hurt. This guy doesn't sleep well. 35. WIS said a word, and erected a house not far from the gods of destruction world. Ling Mu nodded, then went straight in and started the real practice. Spring to autumn. 1 year has passed since the Galaxy Budo Club, and the earth is peaceful. But in the jungle not far to the west, a capsule-like time machine, spraying this blue light, suddenly descended on the earth from the dimension. And all this, people on the whole earth have not discovered. It's here, it's the time. A purple-haired boy with a midsection, wearing a grey and white short jacket and carrying a large sword, walked down from the time machine. There are still 10 hours before Frisia comes to Earth. The boy looked at his pocket watch and couldn't help but say. Then on the time machine, he pressed the button, turned it into a universal capsule, and put it in his hand again. He is the Trunks from the future. Outside the solar system, a universe spacecraft slowly moved towards the Earth. King Frisia, why are you going to Earth? That is the headquarters of the Lingxi group. The yellow-skinned, less than half a meter tall Keiko asked. You must know that the combat power detectors in the Frisia core, as well as the universe spaceship, are his inventions. But since King Cold retired a year ago, Kikano has been sent by King Cold to follow Frisia. Kikano, shut up, King Frisia, of course he has his purpose. With pink hair and watermelon head, the blue-skinned old woman Bailey Buelyuyan smiled. She was also sent by King Cold not long ago to take care of Frisia's housekeeper. Frisia flicked his tail and snapped. With gloomy eyes, he looked at Kikano and said, do you have an opinion? Chikano shut up for a moment, while Bailey Blue laughed. Frisia has grown up, Chikano, don't worry about it. Shut up, old woman, or I'll kill you. Frisia said angrily, and then his cunning and sinister gaze fell on Bailey Blue. But the old woman didn't care, and instead said with the same sinister look, oh? Lord Frisia, you dare to kill me? For a moment, Frisia froze. Speaking of his subordinates, the nanny and housekeeper sent by his father can't be provoked. 35 Frisia snorted coldly and looked at the earth that was getting closer and closer in the distance. But Bailey Blue turned around and said, Lord Frisia, it looks like your wish to grow taller is about to come true. Shut up. Old woman. Come on. 35. Trunks felt the atmosphere outside the universe and came to the landing spot in an instant. But the strange thing is that he, Li Dezeo, actually found that Son Gohan, Piccolo, and others did not come. Even Tien Shinyan and Krillin were not there at all. What happened? Trunks didn't get confused. But at this moment, a spaceship with a round yellow roof descended from the sky. I saw Frisia alone and walked out calmly. How? Not a mechanical Frisia. Trunks widened his eyes and dared not speak. Meanwhile, he finally discovers something terrible about you. That was the smell of Frisia, more terrifying than his mother had described. Even surpasses Super Saiyan many times. Frisia. At this moment, Trunks involuntarily jumped out to block the road. No one else was there, so something must have happened. Seeing the purple-haired boy suddenly appearing in front of him, Frisia looked at him strangely and said, Who are you? 35. The one who killed you. A layer of golden flames emerged from Trunks. 74. Confused Trunks. Frisia was stunned. Kill me? It's funny. Now a clown jumps out at random, dare to provoke yourself, the Emperor of the Universe? But when Frisia saw the arrogance rising from Trunks' body, he couldn't help but wonder. Super Saiyan. Yes, today we'll never let you destroy the Earth. 35. Trunks roared, and instantly pulled out the big sword behind him. Golden flames erupted from his body, and he killed Frisia. But at this moment, Frisia raised two fingers gloomily and pointed at Trunks. A death ray, a red glow emerges from Frisia's hand. Instantly pierces Trunks' shoulders. How is that possible? His strength is even stronger than that of an android. Trunks was shocked when blood dripped from his shoulders. At this moment, he was horrified to realize that under Frisia's hands, he couldn't make a move. Even more powerful than a human being. I hate Saiyan. Really? Frisia gave a grim smile, then looked back at Trunks, raising his fingers again to aim. At this moment, the location that Frisia pointed to is the heart of Trunks. But at this moment, a Kigong bullet suddenly hit Frisia from the sky. Humph, F517 Lisa. I don't know when, I saw Vegeta incarnated as Super Saiyan, has appeared on the battlefield, and looked at Frisia with disgusting eyes. Trunks looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help muttering. At the same time, a large group of people attacked from behind. Piccolo, Kling, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, Nappa. Everyone is here. Vegeta, you always grab the first place like this. Son Goku said without complaining. Hearing this, Vegeta turned her head instantly and shouted loudly, Kakarot, I didn't. You have. Son Goku replied without thinking. I don't. 55. You have. The two sand sculptures quarreled fiercely in an instant. Frieza, what are you doing on Earth? At this moment, Raditz stepped forward. And Son Gohan, looking at Frieza with disgusting eyes, is the guy who killed Dad at the Galactic Budo. Raditz, I'm here to make a deal with Lady Anna. It's none of your business. Seeing this mighty group of people, Frieza groaned. There are a few guys in here, he still can't beat it now. Jab, what deal? Raditz asked curiously. But Frieza waved his hand, it has nothing to do with you, after all, you have never been the Emperor of Universe, I don't understand. As soon as those words came out, Raditz's eyes narrowed involuntarily. And Frieza instantly released the power of the whole body like frying hair. When the 15 billion battle power exploded, Trunks' eyes instantly widened. Is Frieza so scary? Brother, let me come. I also want to avenge the martial arts club. Son Goku saw that Raditz was about to shoot, and hurried forward to stop him. And Vegeta, also awake from the quarrel, said loudly, I'm coming. Uncle, I really want to beat him up. When Son Gohan also spoke at this time, Frieza's whole person was gloomy. What's the matter? You, the Universe Emperor, can bully anyone? Stop arguing. Frieza, wait. Who is this boy? We Saiyan, it seems that there is no such person. And we can transform into Super Saiyan. 35. Nappa said suddenly, looking at the injured Trunks. At this time, Krillin stepped forward and sent a fairy beam to make Trunks recover from the injury. What? You are Bulma's son? Son Goku exclaimed in horror. Well, Mr. Goku, that's true. When Trunks told the cause and effect, Son Goku couldn't help thinking. So, your father is Ling Mu. Trunks wondered for a while, who is Ling Mu? My dad is Vegeta. Ah. In an instant, Son Goku jumped up like he was being roasted by fire. Brother, come here. I'm a little confused. Gohan, you come too. And Piccolo, Master Wu Tian. Come together. At this moment, Son Goku knew that his brain was not enough, and instantly called all the smart people over. What? Absolutely impossible. How could Bulma fall in love with Vegeta just by seeing Ling Mu like a nympho? 35. Are androids that strong? Hey! Trunks! Are you my apprentice? When everyone understands, they are all surprised, and the heart of gossip is burning. Wait a minute, the future Trunks, the times we live in, don't seem like you. And Ling Mu is real. 39. When Piccolo tried to check some information, he finally found something different. Trunks, you didn't enter the time wrong, did you? Piccolo couldn't help but ask. And Trunks was also stunned. According to this group of people, my mother fell in love with the so-called Ling Mu, and she was no longer born after that? Shit! Travel through time and wear yourself out? Trunks, in a word, the development of our world is different from yours. It seems to be in a parallel world. Most importantly, my master is gone. But are your androids that strong? Can't you beat Super 2? Son Gohan naively said that at this moment he saw his future apprentice, which made him extremely excited. I have also accepted an apprentice myself, which is amazing. Seeing Son Gohan who will take care of him like a father in the future, Trunks' eyes flashed with gentleness, but then he remembered something. What is Super 2? It's Super Saiyan of Super Saiyan. That's it. With a click, the breath all over Son Gohan's whole body burst out instantly. Dense lightning bolts surrounded his small body. Compared to a year ago, Son Gohan at this moment is actually stronger. Wow, Gohan's strength has increased again. Son Goku can't help but feel depressed, he hasn't touched the threshold of Super 2 yet. Humph. Vegeta snorted and didn't speak. What the hell, the next generation has surpassed him, it's embarrassing. Everyone else's eyes were full of congratulations, but Trunks was shocked, looking at Son Gohan with a small body and said, "What is this? Super Saiyan 2. It's very strong. How many tricks can I have with the master?" 35. As soon as Son Gohan finished speaking, his tiny body rushed towards Frieza. "Little devil! What are you doing?" Frieza screamed in horror, and at this moment, a small fist popped out and punched Frieza in the stomach. With a bang, Frieza with 15 billion combat power exploded, flying into the sky in an instant and heading towards the Earth's atmosphere. And Son Gohan clapped his little hands and returned to Trunks again and said, "Can't you beat the androids like this? That's only for Sister Anna, Brother Broly and the Master." 35. At this moment, Trunks was stunned. 75. The child's father is definitely Ling Mu. Conjecture on Dr. Gero. Was Son Gohan that strong as a kid? Trunks felt like his worldview had been impacted. According to the current time, Son Gohan is only close to 7 years old. But he not only became Super Saiyan, but also became Super Saiyan 2. That surging, gigantic energy radiated from Son Gohan's small body. Make Trunks not aware of the upper limit. Moreover, Son Gohan actually said that he is not the strongest, so how strong are the 3 people he mentioned? Also, who can be Son Gohan's master? Perhaps, we should take Trunks to the Ling style group to meet Anna. Is Ling Mu on Earth? Piccolo looked at the situation and asked. Some things are beyond everyone's control. The people who came from the future brought a signal of disaster, which first let Ling Shi group know. But at this moment, a faint female voice came from the sky. "Piccolo, I've come." Anna descended from the sky, and following him were Violet and Bulma. "Yet, where's everyone?" Bulma called out, seeing that everyone was there. But at this moment, the curious eyes of everyone present were all looking at her. "Eh? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Bulma asked suspiciously. But Son Goku couldn't take it any longer and blurted out, "Bulma, your son, Trunks, 99. At this moment, Bulma felt dizzy, and Anna and Zilan frowned. "Bulma's son? The old lady hasn't given birth to the boss yet, but was Bulma preempted? But Dad is not Ling Mu." Piccolo picks up. At this moment, Bulma's face changed, and he shouted, "How is it possible? The child's father is definitely Ling Mu." 35. Trunks. I'm going to die. It was a wrong decision to travel through time and space this time. Everyone said it well, my mother is really a nympho, and she fell in love with the so-called Ling Mu. Okay, tell me. This boy introduces himself. When Anna stared at him, Trunks instantly felt the pressure of an incomparably huge breath. It was a more terrifying aura than Son Gohan. He finally understood what he was facing. I get it. But Trunks, our world. Maybe not on the same timeline as you, we are another parallel world. Anna thought. Many of the things that Trunks say are similar, but they lack the Ling style group, and Ling Mu. Okay. This world doesn't belong to me. Trunks said lonely. But at this moment, Anna stepped forward and smiled, young man, what are you depressed about? Do you have a time machine with you? Stay for a while, and we will help you strengthen your strength. By the way, study the technology of the future. After speaking, Anna stretched out her hand and shouted at the bracelet on her white arm, Dr. Willow, the Earth coordinate 4587.654778, come quickly. There is a time machine or something, I want you to study it. Less than 5 minutes after Anna finished speaking, she saw a brain covered with chips, under the protection of a protective cover, came here. Trunks? How can a guy with only one brain survive? Where's the time machine? Show me. I've been thinking about traveling through time. 95. Passionate voices are channeled loudly through the device. Half an hour later, a group of people came to the headquarters of Lingxi Group. Looking at the buildings that are not inferior to the future, Trunks is also a little melancholy. In the world at this point in time, the Ling-style group is an incomparably huge force, but they do not do evil. They are maintaining peace. Lord Anna, I have thoroughly researched the structure of the time machine. But the energy needed, but there is no way. That seems to belong to the power in the universe, which requires specific equipment to capture for a long time. When Dr. Willow came to report shortly after, Trunks couldn't help nodding. Yes. My mother built a large impact device to harvest energy. It takes about 3 years to accumulate energy for one pass. Hearing this, Anna curiously looked at Bulma, who was like a nympho, and said, "You will be so good in the future?" 35. Bulma blushed and couldn't help but say, "Sister Anna, I'm pretty smart too." Dr. Willow, you continue to study. This is your next subject. Trunks, sit down first, can you tell me more about the future androids? 95. Flowers 0. Hearing what Anna said, Trunks nodded and said, "Yes. The androids are made by Dr. Gero." As soon as she opened her mouth, Anna interrupted her doubts, "Who?" 35. Dr. Gero. Wait a minute. Anna took a computer and checked it instantly. It didn't take long for the information about the androids to appear at the Galaxy Martial Arts Conference. Just this old man, isn't it? 35. Yes, Dr. Gero is a scientist of the Red Ribbon Corps. But since he was destroyed by Son Gohan, he has always wanted revenge. The android is his work of revenge. Trunks confirmed. Anna nodded, what you said should be accurate. But in our time and space, the Red Ribbon Legion was eliminated by my boss, Ling Mu. Yes, I was also an officer of the Red Ribbon Legion. Dr. Gero, shouldn't you dare to trouble the boss? Zilan stepped forward and asked suspiciously. And Anna shook her head when she heard this, it's hard to say. But what if he was for the Galaxy Martial Arts Society? This time, the androids have already been created. When the Galaxy Budokai collection was playing on the computer and saw that the androids 13, 14, and 15 were combined, Trunks was not at peace. This combat power is almost the same as his. Would you like to find him? Zilan asked after a few glances. But Anna shook her head. Not necessarily. I guess it's not on Earth. Did you see the old man beside him? This guy is Dr. Mayu, the one who made Baby. If they were working together to develop androids, it would definitely be 100 times stronger than what Trunks portrayed. At this moment, Trunks couldn't help being shocked. The artificial man is 100 times stronger, to what extent? So perverted? Okay, that's it for now. There are still 3 years left for the androids to appear, and the boss will return by then. Our strength will definitely be further improved. If they want to make trouble, they may not be able to make trouble. After a few glances, Anna didn't care. After the martial arts meeting, Anna didn't even dare to think that she could defeat Ling Mu. Except for the Whis who eats all day. But at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the door. Lord Anna, Frisia has asked to see you.